as the epic meteorite descended toward the Antarctic ice sheet, trailing a blazing fire. The roar of collapsing glaciers echoed like an apocalyptic prelude. Stubborn astrophysicist Mo. ventured out alone to collect samples while her team rested, only to fall into a crevice during a snowstorm. When she awoke, she found herself lying in a glass-domed guest house, the aurora outside illuminating the mysterious figure of her host, Xiaoyu. This man was intercepting interstellar communication signals with special equipment, and the coordinates Mo. sent happened to appear at the top of his interception list. In the eternal night of the ice sheet, the scientists dedicated to cosmic exploration faced off against the guardian of Earth's secrets, only to discover the missing pieces of each. Others' theories beneath the starry sky. When Mo.'s void cosmology intertwined with Xiaoyu's entity barrier theory in the glow of the aurora, two opposing souls found a resonance that transcended light years. Chapter 01, Arrival. At noon today, in the skies over Antarctica, the small asteroid named EPOCH traced a dazzling parabola across the horizon as it fell from the sky. The tremors were felt worldwide in that instant. A massive shockwave shattered the tranquility of the ice surface within a 5-mile radius, fracturing the nearly 1-meter-thick ice layer into pieces. Smoke billowed up as seawater splashed into countless white droplets beneath the ice. The impact was streamed online by amateur astronomers who had come to witness this long-anticipated feast, instantly turning this little-known asteroid impact event into a global headline. This was the largest and fastest asteroid to strike Earth in nearly a century. It wasn't discovered by scientists until the day before its collision. An unexpected guest arrived without warning. Debates erupted online as people sighed with relief that the asteroid's landing site was in the desolate Antarctic, while rumors of Earth's impending doom also spread. When something goes wrong, people do not first seek the truth. Instead, they vent their emotions. The scientific expedition team, which had long been waiting at the research station, set off after witnessing the event. Their movements were urgent yet orderly. It took only 10 minutes by car to reach the site, and the off-road vehicle equipped with snow chains sped toward the plume of smoke. This team was temporarily assembled by the space agency for EPOCH, and Mo. was one of its members. She wasn't originally part of the planned team, but because this was related to her ongoing project on terrestrial planets and habitable worlds, she insisted on being involved. She had begged her superiors for a long time to be allowed to come here. The off-road vehicle bounced continuously over the snow, but the road ahead began to blur. The sun, which had been hanging high in the sky, had mysteriously disappeared. The gray sky began to swirl with powerful winds, and the once clear road became a whiteout in an instant. It seemed the chain reaction of disasters following the asteroid impact was arriving as expected. Although everything before the scientists was within their anticipation, they did not expect the response to come so quickly. The off-road vehicle was forced to stop, and an anxious Mo. Straightened up and asked the driver, "Why do we stop?" Even she had noticed the sudden change in weather. The driver explained, "The vehicle is swaying too much because of the wind. Just ahead is the wind tunnel, and we can't go any further." But before she could finish her sentence, her thoughts were interrupted by the broadcast that sounded inside the vehicle. A blizzard was imminent. Everyone in the vehicle looked pale. The team leader in the passenger seat gazed at the increasing wind outside, patted the driver's arm, and sighed, "Let's go back." A flash of confusion crossed Mo's eyes as she hurriedly scanned her surroundings. In the next moment, the car door was flung open. As she opened the door, a gust of wind filled with heavy snow rushed into the vehicle. By the time they reacted, Mo. had already strapped on a specially made detector for this mission and was heading in the opposite direction. Mo. "I command you to stop all actions immediately." Mo. "Don't go. It's dangerous." Mo. But at this moment, all she could hear was the determination in her heart. She wanted to find a sample quickly before the snow piled up even higher. Otherwise, her stagnant project would be impossible to advance. She disregarded everything, even the fleeting fear rising in her heart that told her she was risking her life. Amid the shouts and gazes of her companions, she stepped into the side path of the dead branches, her steps trembling yet resolute. No one got out of the vehicle to stop her. Even Yi Yanyu, who had always admired her, was drenched in cold sweat from her actions. Her stubbornness was well known in the space agency. She would not stop until she achieved her goal. He knew she was anxious about that project, but was it really necessary to risk her life? At the foot of the snow-capped mountain stood a three-story European-style building. The man at the floor-to-ceiling window stared at the distant plume of smoke. Beside him was a tripod-mounted instrument, off by a few degrees. It seems this isn't the case. He murmured. Xiaoyu had discovered a series of cipher-like characters in Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time. After days of deciphering, he arrived at the coordinates near the guesthouse, which was the main reason he settled here. Coming here also allowed him to distance himself from his ex-girlfriend, who said he was wasting his time rambling about aliens. As for whether these coordinates were truly left by Hawking, why they were so cleverly concealed, and what would happen here in the future, he had yet to figure out. The position of this asteroid impact on Earth, measured by him, was only a few degrees off from the cipher coordinates. He turned around, preparing to put the equipment back in its case when he caught a glimpse of a change on the monitor mounted on the wall beside him. A red-orange-green figure slowly appeared in the frame. Someone? He glanced outside at the raging snowstorm, then looked back at the screen, and for a moment, he thought the figure was an alien that had come with EPOCH. The figure on the screen stumbled, and he felt an inexplicable jolt in his chest. Recalling the blizzard warning from a few minutes ago, Xiaoyu sensed something was wrong and rushed out of the door and down the stairs. Mo Wei, who had fallen in the snow, tried to get up, but her right leg was completely unresponsive. She looked down, and the crimson seeping from her leg through the frost-proof suit stained the white snow beneath. Her leg had struck a sharp rock covered by the heavy snow. Mo Wei gritted her teeth, pushing against the ground, but she sank deeper into the thick snow. The pain was intense, and she collapsed on the ground, unable to move an inch. She fumbled for the walkie-talkie on her chest to call for help, but no matter how she fiddled with it, all she heard was static. Time ticked away as she struggled in the harsh environment for a long while until the last bit of strength in her body was exhausted. At this moment, Mo Wei's vision had become blurry, to the point where she couldn't distinguish whether the figure approaching her in the distance was a hallucination or a rescuer. Coming to save her. Help. Help me. However, her voice, mingled with the howling wind, was likely inaudible even to herself. The moisture in her goggles blurred her eyes. She was so afraid of dying. She hadn't found the asteroid's sample yet, nor had she identified a habitable planet for humanity. She was terrified of dying without any value. When Xiaoyu approached her, the crimson at her feet had spread to a point that left him stunned. He crouched down, resting her head on his lap, gently patting her already frost-bitten cheeks, calling her name repeatedly in an attempt to wake her. Mo Wei did not respond, and her hand, which had been resting on her abdomen, seemed to slip away at that moment, dead. Dead? He was alarmed until he noticed the slight rise and fall of her chest. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she was still alive. He had saved her, but he did not know that she was a person standing on the opposite side of his beliefs, a future adversary, and the only one who could change his convictions. Chapter 02. Rescue a group of people hiding in the scientific research station from the blizzard anxiously awaited news about Mo Li, all sitting on edge. Yi and Yu had been calling Mo Li since he returned, constantly using the walkie-talkie to call out. But the cell phone buried under the heavy snow on the mountain had long since frozen and shut down, and the walkie-talkie lost signal due to the damaged base station. It had been nearly 4 hours since they lost contact with Mo Li, and the blizzard outside continued to rage. Huang Qiming, the leader of the expedition team, sighed as he looked out at the snowstorm, unable to hide the sorrow on his face. This time, I'm afraid the odds are not in her favor. In fact, Mo Li had risked her life for research before. This was not the first time. This was also the only reason she was not on the list when the research team was first established. Her dedication and responsibility were evident to everyone, but this enthusiasm bordered on madness. Huang Qiming had even arranged for a psychologist for her, yet her mental state seemed as normal as anyone else's, and he had nothing more to say. The more Yi Yinyu thought about it, the more regretful he became. He stood up, wanting to rush outside. Going out now is undoubtedly a death wish. Huang Qiming did not step forward to stop him, but shouted at him. Yi Yinyu suddenly stopped in his tracks, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. He turned to look at Qin Yu, who was sitting in the corner and also looking at him. Earlier in the car, she had desperately held him back when he wanted to get out to save Mol. In front of the European-style building, a figure in a brown coat looked like a wild man, as if he were carrying the spoils of a hunt on his shoulder. Xiaoyu pushed open the heavy wooden door with his empty left shoulder, and the swirling snow outside blew in, covering the ground in white tea. That moment, a blonde foreign woman walked up, instinctively stepping aside to let him in. The guest house had a few guests these past 2 days, all coming to witness the epic colliding with Earth. The foreign woman gasped and covered her face when she saw the blood on the calf of the person he was carrying. "Oh my God, what happened?" "It's a blizzard out there. She was injured." Xiaoyu did not stop his pace, walking into the room on the right side of the first floor without looking back. This woman was heavy. This study was where he spent a few hours every day, with bookshelves crammed with books built into the walls, and a wooden ladder leaned against the side for reaching books stored. High up, he carefully laid her down on the sofa, their faces close enough that he could hear her weak, unsteady breathing. Only after he withdrew his hand from under her head did he straighten up and let out a long, heartfelt sigh. The blush on the woman's cheeks had faded during the car ride back. Now her face was pale, and her originally rosy lips had lost their color. Xiaoyu shed his heavy outer coat and took off his wool hat. His fluffy black hair lifted and fell with the movement, giving him a youthful appearance. When he returned to the sofa, he held a pair of scissors and a medical kit. Traveling the world had forced him to learn basic first aid knowledge, and since he often went to remote places, he needed to be able to handle any injuries by himself to survive. The frostbite pants below Mo Lee's right knee were cut off, exposing her slender, fair calf, which had a long, about 8-centimeter wound curving across the middle of her shin. Bloody and raw. The wound was deep, as if another millimeter deeper would expose bone. He couldn't help but frown and shook his head, sighing, "What a pity for this leg." He turned to look at her. "What were you doing up on the mountain in this weather?" Naturally, Mo Lee, in her unconscious state, could not respond. He sighed again and swiftly disinfected the wound, stitched it up, applied medicine, and bandaged it. During the process, Mo Lee's delicate brows furrowed slightly, but she did not wake up, and he did not notice. Once he finished treating the wound, he glanced at the pant leg he had thrown on the floor in his earlier hurry, and then looked back at the person on the sofa. Should he sew it back on for her? When they left later, her calf would surely be very cold. Thinking of this, his gaze unconsciously drifted back to her face. The woman's appearance could not be described as stunning, but the combination of her cheeks and features left no room for flaws. Her skin was as white as snow, exuding an ethereal aura. Xiaoyu felt a stirring in his chest, and when he realized it, he naturally attributed it to the fatigue from carrying her all the way and the discomfort of handling such a bloody wound for the first time. She wasn't heavy. Dressed in thick, frost-resistant clothing, she weighed at most 100 pounds. Xiaoyu stepped away, no longer waiting by her side for her to wake up. By evening, the sun came out, but its light seemed to have been stolen by someone, no longer dazzling. The white ground, under the orange glow, appeared peaceful, as if the snowstorm that had raged just hours ago had never happened. The smoke columns from miles away had long since dissipated. Oli woke up, her head facing the window, the sunlight shining directly on her bloodless face. She squinted as she propped herself up. The pain in her calf forced her brows to furrow tightly as she looked at her missing pant leg and the wound that had been treated. The despair from earlier in the snow flashing through her mind like a revolving lantern. Oli supported herself on the sofa and struggled to stand up. "That you're awake?" A bright, clear male voice reached her ears, and she nervously looked up. Seeing the woman move, Xiaoyu instinctively quickened his pace, placing the bowl of millet porridge he had personally made on the coffee table in front of the sofa and coming to her side to support her, but the look of concern returned to his face. "Don't rush to stand up. Sit down first. You probably can't walk normally right now." As he spoke, he had already helped her back onto the sofa. As soon as she sat down, she let out a low moan due to the pain. He was right. Any movement sent sharp pain through her calf. Her voice was hoarse and weak as she said, "Thank you. Don't mention it. We're all Chinese. It's common to help each other out when facing difficulties away from home." Xiaoyu's cheerful personality was a good habit he had developed from years of traveling the world. He picked up the steaming millet porridge from the coffee table and handed it to her, displaying a vibrant smile. "Eat something first. After you finish, I'll take you back to where you're staying." After saying this, he glanced at her calf and added, "All right, I've already treated your wound. Although I can't say it's professional, I can guarantee it won't get infected." Saying this, he picked up the anti-inflammatory medicine and gauze he had prepared for her. "Also, take this medicine once a day and remember to change the gauze every day. You absolutely must avoid getting it wet until it heals. But just in case it affects the nerves in your leg, you should go to the hospital for an x-ray checkup when we get back to town. Emily was taken aback, seemingly surprised by how kind this stranger was to her. Seeing her in a daze, staring at him without speaking, Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. I'm talking to you. If you really feel like you owe me, just treat me to a meal when you're feeling better. Emily snapped back to reality, feeling slightly embarrassed as she averted her gaze. His smile was quite charming. Stop. Seemingly startled by the fleeting thought, she hurriedly set down the porridge in her hand and suddenly stood up, only to let out a low moan of pain again. Hey you. Xiaoyu reached out to support her, but she pushed his hand away. I'm sorry. She realized how reckless her actions had been in the next moment. Emily's gaze became even more lost, as she was unable to perceive the man's surprise and shock on his face. She gritted her teeth and staggered past him towards the door of the room. Are you really leaving like this? Xiaoyu looked at her back with a helpless expression. It's going to get dark soon, and there are hardly any cars passing by here. If you don't want to eat, I can take you directly to where you need to go. Emily paused at the door, as if his words had struck a nerve. She slowly turned around and pulled a badge out of her pocket. It was a work ID from the space agency. Although there was no need to carry it in Antarctica, working at the space agency had always been her dream, and now it was one of her few sources of pride. I want to requisition your vehicle, and I hope you can cooperate with my work. I will include the compensation along with what I owe you for helping me with my wounds. Emily's expression was calm, but her words carried a seriousness. Although she was weak now, her sense of mission remained strong. There were things she needed to do, and she had to do them now. Seeing the card in her hand, Xiaoyu's worries immediately dissipated, replaced by a cold indifference. He scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. It seemed unbelievable that the person he had saved was actually someone with a dark past. How could he have been so foolish? He should have guessed that she was from the space agency. Chapter 3. Coma. Emily furrowed her brows in confusion, hesitantly withdrawing her hand that had been showing her credentials. What was he smiling about? It seemed that after she finished that sentence, she had become invisible to him. Xiaoyu stood up from the sofa and walked straight out the door, not sparing her a glance. Emily moved her lips, and as he passed by her, he brushed aside the black hair that fell by her cheek. She couldn't utter a single word. The man gradually walked away, and Emily turned in shock, questioning the angry-looking silhouette. Where are you going? There was no response. Xiaoyu left her alone in the guest house, indifferent to whether she stayed or left. Hawking had repeatedly warned humanity through the media that those who are not of our kind will have different hearts. Xiaoyu had always believed that the people from the space agency only engaged in foolish acts like sending Earth's coordinates into the universe, pushing all of humanity towards a dead end. After all, with humanity's current scientific level and the flight speed of intercontinental missiles, they could not compete with extraterrestrials. He was naturally aware of the purpose behind the actions of those from the space agency. With Earth's resources dwindling, humanity had to find a suitable replacement planet to continue civilization for thousands of years. However, in his view, this approach was undoubtedly more harmful than beneficial. It was likely that before achieving their goals, human civilization would vanish like a fleeting flower in the vast universe, leaving no trace behind. Earlier, when Emily was still in a coma, Xiaoyu took advantage of the diminishing wind and drove out alone, collecting all the detected epic fragments nearby with a homemade detector. He knew that the people from the space agency would do the same, not wanting to miss a single opportunity to discover extraterrestrial advanced civilizations. After leaving his territory, Xiaoyu sat in the car, started the engine, but didn't know where to go. He turned on the radio, intending to check for the latest news about EPOCH. But instead, he heard a report about a missing member of the Southern Expedition team. At that moment, a white figure appeared at the entrance of the European-style building, walking unsteadily, swaying in the center. A hint of confusion flashed in his dark eyes. She really was righteous. However, in the next moment, that white figure suddenly fell to the ground. Xiaoyu's heart trembled, and he rushed out of the car towards her. He had forgotten to put on his coat due to the emotional turmoil earlier. Yet, he felt no chill in his thin attire, probably due to the unnecessary sunlight of Antarctica. Emily lost consciousness once again, having not had a drop of water all day and losing too much blood. Even a robust man would struggle, let alone a frail woman like her. This time, Xiaoyu directly took her to the hospital. He thought it was already merciful enough not to throw this human traitor back into the snowy mountains. Earlier, as the wind began to die down. Huang Qiming requested support from the local police to search for Mo Li, and he urgently led a team to search for samples near the epic impact site. As night fell, the search efforts proved fruitless. The ice surface at the impact site had been breached, and even if there were samples, they had long since sunk into the sea. Moreover, the hours-long blizzard undoubtedly posed unprecedented obstacles to the search operation. Just as the expedition team was preparing to withdraw, the walkie-talkie that Yi Yinyu had been holding tightly suddenly crackled to life. He was both surprised and delighted, calling out to Huang Qiming ahead. A woman's voice came through the walkie-talkie, but it wasn't Mo Li's. In the top office of the DM Group's parent company, a middle-aged man with graying hair was listening intently to his subordinate's report on work progress. His brows furrowed and relaxed, seemingly dissatisfied with the content, and he slammed the table. What are these people doing? I spent so much money to have them go to Antarctica to build equipment. Do they really think I'm doing charity? Song Zikin shouted loudly, the sound echoing in the large, silent space. The DM Group is the largest consortium providing research funding to the space agency, ostensibly doing charity and earning many accolades. In reality, behind the scenes, it colluded with high-ranking officials of the space agency, secretly preparing a plan to become the leader of all humanity. Song Zikin had done many bad deeds, and Earth's resources could no longer satisfy him. The project that Mo Li was diligently researching would benefit Song Qian Kuan the most if successful. However, Mo Li still believed that she was fighting for the benefit of all humanity, which was why she was so eager to find the epic fragments. Ning Tianpi kept his lips tightly closed, knowing that since the moment Song Zikin saved him, he had become a puppet at the mercy of others, unworthy of emotions or thoughts. His existence was to obey all of Song Zikin's arrangements, even if they involved immoral activities. Contact the locals and have them send more personnel. We must find those broken stone fragments. Understood. Just as Ning Tianpi was about to leave, he was stopped by Song Zikin. Wait, what is the name of the person who ventured into the blizzard to look for stones? Mo Li, Ning Tianpi replied. Mo Li. A sinister smile appeared on Song Zikin's weathered face. Ning Tianpi could somewhat guess the thoughts behind that expression. He had followed Song Zikin for at least 10 years. It seemed that this Mo Li would soon appear in this office. In the hospital, Mo Li, wearing an oxygen mask, moved her fingers and slowly opened her eyelids, her vision gradually shifting from blurry to clear. Montakli, Montakli. Yi Yinyu, sitting by the bed, held her hand tightly, finally showing joy after half a day. Do you still remember who I am? He turned his head to point at Huang Qiming and Qinyu behind him. What about them? Do you remember them? Seeing Mo Li wake up, Huang Qiming finally felt a weight lifted off his chest. However, he, who usually had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, mocked the person on the hospital bed. I have to say, you really are lucky to be alive. Qinyu remained calm, her eyes even showing a hint of disappointment as she stood at the door, gazing blankly at the frail Mo Li. Earlier, the person who contacted Yi Yinyu was a nurse from the town's hospital. She had seen the space agency credentials slip from Mo Li's pocket and recalled the report she had seen earlier that day. Realizing that Mo Li was the person the police were looking for, Mo Li rolled her eyes, feeling an uncomfortable heat in her hands. She couldn't muster the strength, but still struggled to free herself from Yi Yinyu's grip. She removed the oxygen mask, still preoccupied with the search progress for the research samples. She looked at Huang Qiming. Have you found them? Huang Qiming was about to reprimand her, but the words got stuck in his throat. He sighed, thinking that she had nearly lost her life. Yet her first concern was work. After briefly explaining the current progress, he continued, tomorrow we will start a 2-day search operation with the local expedition team. If we still can't find anything, we'll have to head back. Mo Li exerted all her strength to sit up. I want to go too. No way. Huang Qiming's tone was resolute. If you want to continue working in the bureau, you need to stay in the hospital and take care of yourself. With that, he directly walked out of the ward, not giving Mo Li any chance to resist. Once outside the hospital, Huang Qiming sighed skyward, silently lighting a cigarette. Mo Li was his niece whom he had raised alone. If anything happened to her, he truly wouldn't know how to explain it to his sister in heaven. Mo Li had always been cheerful and outstanding in her studies, rarely giving him cause for concern. However, Once she began to engage with astronomy, it was as if she had locked herself in a closed world, no longer cheerful or laughing, and her former friends kept their distance from her. As her uncle, he had tried to guide her, even hiring a psychologist for her, but he couldn't uncover the reason for her drastic change in temperament. He could only pray for a miracle to happen in the future, hoping that one day she would return to being that optimistic and open-minded girl. Chapter 04. Doubts in the Hospital Room. Emily was staring at the dazzling starry sky outside the window. Without turning her head, she said to the two people, "You can go back now. I'm tired." Ian Yu thought she must be very upset right now and didn't dare to provoke her, so he had to comply. "All right, we'll leave now. You rest well, and I'll come to see you tomorrow." Only after the room fell silent did she retract her gaze from the window. She was indeed feeling very depressed and sad. She hated that she could stumble while walking, hated that she was injured but lacked the willpower to walk normally and get back to work. Emily looked around but couldn't find her phone. She shifted her body to sit at the edge of the bed, enduring the pain as she slowly lowered her legs. She noticed that her wound had been re-bandaged, but there was no cast or splint. However, just to be safe and to avoid injuring the nerves at her leg, she should go to the hospital for an x-ray once she returned to town. The man's words echoed in her mind. She stared at her calf and instinctively smiled, but the corners of her mouth straightened out immediately. Emily pushed the four-stand and walked out of the hospital room. She found a nurse and asked for the contact information of the person who had brought her in. The nurse said they couldn't find that person either. He left right after bringing her in and didn't leave any information. A hint of disappointment appeared in Emily's bright eyes as she staggered back toward the room, recalling the man's appearance. She vaguely remembered seeing an astronomical telescope in that room. Was he an astronomy enthusiast? However, his suddenly cold attitude seemed to have started after she took out her ID. And what was the meaning behind that unfriendly smile? That night, Emily couldn't sleep. After sending off the last guest at the guest house, Xiaoyu stood at the door, gazing into the distance. The large pit on the ice surface, caused by the collision with EPOCH, had refrozen after the snowstorm. The sun was still shining, and everything seemed normal. Yet there was a strange and complex feeling in his heart. Facing the white snow before him, Xiaoyu seemed momentarily distracted until he spotted a figure struggling to walk. He frowned, a flicker of unbidden anticipation crossing his mind. What was she here for again? After a brief glance from afar, Xiaoyu quickly withdrew his gaze and turned to walk back inside. He didn't welcome her. The man's reaction made Emily feel somewhat intimidated. She sniffed her slightly reddened nose from the cold and lowered her head to look at her legs. She firmly resolved in her heart, just ask and leave. Ask and leave, as if this were a matter of life and death. Accompanied by the crisp sound of wind chimes, the door of the European-style building was pushed open. Xiaoyu was sitting at the front desk reading, and when he heard the noise, he didn't even lift his eyelids. "I still don't know your name." Her tone was full of hesitation, her voice trembling slightly, whether from the cold or from the fear she felt earlier in front of the building. In the silent lobby, the only sound was the rustling of paper. For a long time, Emily remained frozen in place, waiting for the man's response. Time passed second by second. Perhaps it was the intensity of his gaze in the cold winter that made him uncomfortable. He finally stood up and closed the book with a snap. His voice was low and indifferent. "No need to thank me. You can leave." At this point, Emily was almost certain that this man had some grievances related to the space agency. One rudeness might be a coincidence, but two would surely indicate some underlying issue. Emily slowly approached the man and got straight to the point. "Did you see the asteroid collision yesterday?" "I did." His tone was flat. She stared at him unblinkingly, afraid of missing any flicker of emotion on his face. Her speech was slow, still tentative. "We are searching for asteroid fragments around the impact site, but so far we haven't found anything. The area is as clean as if someone had deliberately hidden it after finding it." His silence seemed to give her a boost of confidence. "And your residence is so close to the impact site, as if you were waiting here in advance. If you want to take any action, it would be perfect timing." "So is it you?" Xiaoyu smirked disdainfully. He felt like the farmer in the fable who couldn't distinguish between good and evil, a pitifully naive farmer. Years of solitude had almost made her forget how to converse with others. Usually, she would express her thoughts in 2 words, never substituting long sentences. Today, for some reason, It was as if she had the courage of a lion, continuously verbally assaulting her savior, testing his humanity. It felt out of control. This concerns the survival of all humanity. I hope you can answer my question seriously. Is your life so worthless? Or do you think my saving you is a given? Xiao Yu's tone was extremely cold. She came to thank him, and he might not even accept it. Now she was making a scene in front of him. He was extremely dissatisfied with her attitude, despite her being completely right in her assumptions. After hearing this, her eyes dimmed instantly. The previously aggressive momentum had vanished, and the overwhelming feelings of humiliation made her feel utterly embarrassed. What had she just said to her savior? Not seeing you out. With that, Xiao Yu took long strides upstairs. Emily returned to the town hospital, looking haggard as she quickly changed back into a patientess gown, pretending as if she had never left the room. She knew Huang Qiming was serious. To keep her job, she even coordinated with a nurse before she went out. She found her phone. It had been delivered by the police while she was away. Standing by the window, she pulled out a business card that she had secretly taken from the man earlier. She only noticed the name of the guest house today. It was called Cosmophobia, which literally translates to fear of the cosmos. The man was called Xiao Yu, and below that was his contact information. Did this imply that he owned an astronomical telescope and countless astronomy books, but was afraid of the universe? Emily's curiosity about him deepened, and she didn't even realize where this curiosity was coming from. This was the first time in her life she felt this way. Even when she was once cheerful, she had never experienced interest in someone. That evening, after a day of searching, Huang Qiming and Yi Yinyu came to visit the hospital. And this time Qin Yu did not appear. That was fine. Emily had never liked this woman because Qin Yu was someone who enjoyed stepping on her colleagues to show off. Emily had once unfortunately been stepped on by her. After hearing Yi Yinyu say that the day's hard work yielded nothing, Molly thought of Xiao Yu again. Perhaps her arrogant remarks in front of him were not unfounded. After sending Huang Qiming and Yi Yinyu off, she took out her phone, entered the number from the business card, and after much hesitation, finally pressed the call button. She would not give up after uncovering the secrets he was hiding. Holding doubts was an unpleasant process, but at least it was not as absurd as believing wholeheartedly. Chapter 05. Scheming hello? The man's deep voice sounded a bit hoarse, with a heavy nasal tone, but the person on the other end of the line didn't notice. Hello. Emily, sitting in a hospital bed, jumped up, seemingly not expecting him to answer so quickly. Her eyes trembled slightly, but she quickly forced herself to appear calm. It's me. I was wrong to treat you like that yesterday. She took a deep breath and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry. I sent an email to your inbox. I hope you could take a look. I'm really sorry. Her words came out rapidly, and as soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly hung up the phone. She clenched her phone tightly against her unsteady chest, her gaze drifting in the monotonous, empty hospital room, even though she didn't know what she was nervous about. Emily sent him the psychological evaluation report she had altered, just to prove that her reckless actions that day were unintentional. This was her first step to getting closer to him. Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned as the call was abruptly ended. He had only said one word throughout the entire conversation, and he couldn't help but wonder who raised her to be so uncultured. He tossed his phone onto the table with a thud, intending to continue his internal struggle and pretend not to care. But then he reopened the computer that he had just powered down after recording the experiment process. He wanted to see what this human traitor was up to now. On a dark and windy night, the man sat curled up in front of the computer, wrapped in a blanket. Some used tissues were scattered beside the trash can next to him. After rushing to send someone to the hospital while wearing thin clothing, his body temperature began to plummet and then spike again, and he fell ill that night. Ever since he opened that all-English document attachment, he had been like a statue, frozen in front of the computer, not moving at all. It seemed that she was too embarrassed to say it over the phone. So Emomi mentioned in the email that she had always struggled to interact with people, often thinking irrationally when it came to making friends. This was also why she had been reckless in confronting her lifesaver, showing no gratitude. When the text finally ended with a period, Xiao Yu leaned back in his chair. He sniffed his stuffy nose. He had dragged his exhausted body to do research all day, and all he wanted now was to sleep. Emomi waited all night, but did not receive a reply from him. Her dissatisfaction deepened, and his indifference made her more convinced that he was hiding something. She began to lower her stance to approach him, but unfortunately, There were no guests at the guest house, so there was nothing she could help with. Thinking of ways to get close to him as a customer, but his attitude towards her remained polite at best. Emomi put in a lot of effort. As someone who had long forgotten how to make friends, she did everything she could with him. Just when she was about to give up on this research altogether, she recalled his reaction when he first learned her identity. With a bit of luck, she decided to approach him from the perspective of an anti-scientist this time. For this action, she even read many pieces of knowledge that she had once scoffed at. She searched various domestic and international social media sites for any traces related to him. One ID that shared the same name as the guest house left a deep impression on her, so much so that she felt this person was Xiaoyu. During this time, Xiaoyu's research on the epoch fragments was not completed because someone had been bothering him day and night, and the medication he took made him feel somewhat weak. He was careful, afraid of being discovered and accused of seeking personal gain. The guest house's room style was very cozy, with warm colors enhancing that feeling. Emomi closed her laptop, picked up the luggage bag from the bed, and threw all the clothes onto the bed. Her injuries were healing, but she still limped when walking, and carrying heavy items was undoubtedly strenuous for her. Emomi walked to the door, a look of determination on her face as she pressed down on the doorknob. She was now his guest, and she could see him as soon as she walked down the stairs. Emomi tiptoed down, her eyes constantly searching for Xiaoyu's figure. He was reading at the front desk, and soothing, long music echoed in the hall. She paused slightly as she passed him, her tone flat enough to reveal no emotion, no apology, and no flattery. My team and I are going back home tomorrow. Thank you for your care these days. After saying that, she slightly lowered her head, pretending to be sad, and was about to leave. Wait. Xiaoyu stood up from his chair, towering over her. God knows how relieved Emomi felt upon hearing those two words. She quickly concealed her delight, turning back to him with a blank expression, her apricot-shaped eyes blinking in slight confusion. Xiaoyu slowly raised his head, leisurely shifting his gaze from the book to her, and extended his hand. Are you not leaving the room key behind to make it easier for you to steal later? A misstep. Emomi hurriedly pulled the key from her coat pocket and handed it back to him. He took it and casually placed it on the table. Watching this move, she cursed inwardly. Her clothes were still there, and now the key was gone. Welcome to visit again, he said, already returning his gaze to the book and sitting back down, showing no interest in welcoming her. This was a disaster. Just before going downstairs, she had felt very confident that she could return to that room. Emomi turned around, reluctantly taking a few difficult steps before pausing again. As the saying goes, if you're going to act, do it thoroughly. She needed to display the hesitation she had planned for, regardless of whether he noticed it or not. She turned to gaze at his side profile, which had well-defined features, illuminated by the warm orange light, but with an added touch of coldness. Gliese 581c, let it die. I do not wish for any life to exist on this planet, nor do I wish for the life on this planet to receive the Earth message sent by the Ukrainian Space Agency 12 years ago. Astronomers have discovered many potentially habitable planets suitable for human survival. As early as 2008, the Ukrainian Space Agency sent a message to one of these habitable planets, Gliese 581c, hoping to establish contact with life forms on that planet, but this message would not be received until 2029. Xiaoyu, who firmly believed that those who are not of my race must have different hearts, have been trying to intercept that message through remote radio waves. However, the distance was too great, and the project was massive. The plan was still in preparation. Most humans think the present is eternal, selfishly believing that as long as they are alive, the Earth will not perish, and what happens after that is none of their business. In fact, Xiaoyu could be considered one of the majority. He did not wish for Earth's coordinates to be exposed, precisely to prevent the Earth from perishing prematurely. But among many unknowns, this hypothesis naturally includes, perhaps extraterrestrial advanced civilizations have developed to a level where they no longer need to attack other life forms on different planets to gain their own benefits. After all, the age of the universe is so vast that Earth is hardly worth mentioning in comparison, let alone human civilization. The Earth, and even the solar system, relative to other galaxies, might as well be considered infants. We heard Gliese 581c. Xiaoyu's pupils momentarily lost focus. He looked up at her. Her expression was filled with certainty, revealing no trace of panic. At that moment, she seemed like a lonely warrior seeking companions on a thorny path. Could it be that she was also an undercover agent? He began to doubt her. This was the beginning of his interest in a person. Emomi secretly rejoiced in her heart, although the final plan did not seem very effective at the moment. She could tell from the way he looked at her that she had succeeded halfway. She realized that he truly opposed humanity's move towards the universe. Chapter 06. Acceptance. The lingering music echoed in the hall seemed to freeze at that moment, and Xiao Yu and Emomi locked eyes. Emomi decided to make one last attempt to test him, cautiously opening her mouth. "Can you help me?" Upon hearing this, he withdrew his gaze from her face as if receiving an order, not intending to directly ask his doubts. For people like them, the anti-scientists, having one more friend was better than having one more enemy. After all, they were in the dark, while that group of profit-driven scientists was in the light. Xiaoyu did not feel the joy of having a companion due to her confession. Instead, he was enveloped in unease and anxiety. He was torn, unsure of what to do. If he rejected her now, she would begin to suffer. He had once fought alone, feeling the despair of being abandoned by the whole world at every moment. But if the situation were the opposite, then he would be bringing a ticking time bomb to the organization, one that could explode at any moment. Emomi knew that his silence at this moment was due to weighing the pros and cons in his heart. To prevent him from sorting out his thoughts as much as possible, she decided to increase the dosage. Do you remember the news last year about Kepler 452b being confirmed to have no signs of life? Xiao Yu's gaze returned to her, filled with astonishment. She better not say that this was something she orchestrated behind the scenes. He didn't think she had such power to determine whether a planet had life. Kepler 452b was discovered by the Kepler Space Telescope 5 years ago, located in the constellation Cygnus. It has a diameter 1.6 times that of Earth, with an Earth similarity index of 0.83, and is 1,400 light-years away from Earth. Theoretically, this Earth-like planet has an atmosphere and liquid water, which, although unproven, undoubtedly represents great hope for humanity. However, at the fastest speed humans can currently travel, it would take tens of thousands of years to reach Kepler 452b. At that time, the spectrum of this planet was something I was responsible for. She said this with particular pride. Xiao Yu smiled, filled with mockery. Regardless of whether she had that capability, her reckless behavior made him think she was not someone with power. Emomi remained calm. His doubts were expected. However, it was precisely because she was certain he could not know the internal situation of the space agency that she would speak so boldly. If she was wrong, it didn't matter. After all, she had already embarrassed herself in front of him once, so she naturally wasn't afraid of a second or third time. At least she had achieved her goal of creating confusion. Now Xiao Yu was no longer questioning her identity, but was starting to doubt her abilities. The molecular abundance obtained from the spectrum could confirm the existence of an atmosphere and liquid water. But the final report submitted turned into the public announcement that Kepler 452b did not possess the characteristics for life formation. Her calm demeanor now sharply contrasted with the earlier frenzy she displayed in front of him, and her professionalism made him see her in a new light. He even suspected that she must have taken some crash course in performance before coming to find him. Astronomers conducting observations would use methods such as transiting radial velocity and direct imaging to obtain the spectrum of the planet. By analyzing the spectral characteristics, they could determine the presence of atoms and molecules and measure the abundance of these components, providing observational evidence for habitability. Broadly speaking, there may be a dozen exoplanets in the habitable zone similar to Earth, but strictly speaking, none are truly Earth-like. When the news came out last year, not only he but most astronomy enthusiasts raised questions because the space agency turned hope into disappointment and only provided vague explanations to the public. In fact, before Emomi said these things, he truly did not know the real reason why Kepler 452b was disqualified as a candidate for habitable planets. For now, he decided to try to trust her without exposing the organization. Retracting that thought, he seemed to finally let down his guard, and his gaze towards Emomi no longer appeared so cold. He pressed the keys he had carelessly tossed on the table, sliding them across the surface to her. "You can stay here until tomorrow." After saying that, he quickly withdrew his hand, deftly picked up a book, and walked back to the study. his back showing a kind of indescribable restraint, probably regretting his earlier unfriendliness towards the ally. However, Emomi, who was now stunned behind him, didn't notice this. She didn't care whether he felt regret or embarrassment. Emomi's eyes were fixed on the keys that still seemed to hold his warmth, and her mind was bursting with fireworks. The nth plan to infiltrate the enemy had succeeded. She shouted down the corridor, which was already devoid of his figure. "Thank you." This effort to restrain her beaming smile was a first in her life. At the Williams base, everything was covered in white snow, yet the warm sun shining down could not raise the perceived temperature. Huang Qiming and his team were waiting for Emomi, who had yet to arrive and could not be contacted. The upper management had set the return date for today. The private jet in front of them was sent by Song Zikan. Although the search operation for asteroid fragments had not gone smoothly, it could be said that they were at a standstill. However, Song Zikan did not seem to be angry. Instead, he specially sent a private jet to bring the research team back home. It was unclear whether this was out of kindness or some other scheme. Song Zikan had also specifically instructed that everyone must return, everyone. During the waiting process, two gossiping voices emerged within the team. "This private jet is probably sent by some tycoon." The speaker's voice was low, and she pulled her companion back a few steps to intentionally avoid standing too close to Captain Huang Qiming, who was not far away. "We clearly took a commercial flight here, so why is it a private jet for the return trip? Moreover, recent rumors had circulated in the agency about industry tycoons investing significant funds into the space agency, making it inevitable for them to connect the two events." Her companion pouted. "If that's the case, I really can't figure out what those rich people are thinking. After this mission failed, I thought the agency would make us take the train back home slowly as a punishment, but I didn't expect this treatment now." She tilted her chin toward the private jet, unable to help but self-deprecate. "Anyone looking at this would think we are returning triumphantly. Sigh. If it weren't for that sudden snowstorm, who knows, we might have actually returned triumphantly. Don't take everything upon yourself. That snowstorm wasn't something we caused." She sighed, thankful that this asteroid impact did not trigger an earthquake. With a deep sigh of relief, she thought, "It's good to be alive." Hey. Upon hearing the word earthquake, her companion quickly patted her, momentarily forgetting the gravity of the situation, resulting in her letting out a wail. "You jinx. Good things don't work, but bad things do. We're still here." It was just like how one shouldn't express how peaceful it was in a hospital. Once spoken, troublesome situations would inevitably follow one after another. Yi Yin Yu glanced at the two of them who were babbling. Compared to the intention behind the appearance of this private jet, he was more worried about Emomi, who had gone missing again in just a few days. He turned his anxious gaze to Huang Qiming. "Still can't get in touch." Huang Qiming, equally anxious, dialed and hung up repeatedly, clearly frustrated. His niece never failed to worry him. There was still half an hour until the agreed departure time. This morning, Huang Qiming went to the hospital to pick her up, only to be told she had already left the hospital the day before. He had planned to contact her on the way here, but now she had been unreachable. She wouldn't usually go missing like this. What if something happened? Should we call the police? Yi Yin Yu stamped his foot in frustration, as if he could already see Emomi suffering from being kidnapped in his mind. Huang Qiming glanced at him, feeling anxious. Yes, although Emomi has a bad personality, she would never be unreachable like this unless she encountered something uncontrollable like a few days ago. Just as he was about to let the team go ahead, while he stayed behind to look for his niece, the phone he had just hung up rang like a lifeline. "Hello, what's going on with you? Where are you right now?" Huang Qiming shouted into the phone, instantly gathering the attention of everyone around. In the homestay room, Emomi pulled the phone away from her ear, nearly going deaf. When she saw the 20-some missed calls, she knew something was wrong. She had been so focused on preparing to infiltrate the enemy that she forgot about the team waiting for her return. "Captain, I'm really sorry for wasting your time. You all go back first. I need to take a leave and will return in a week." A week was the time she had given herself to reap benefits. "No way. I give you half an hour to show up in front of me." He couldn't trust his niece to stay in this desolate place alone, especially since orders from above had come down that everyone must return. "Uncle, I haven't taken a single day off since I joined, not even a sick leave. Now I have something I want to do, and I hope you won't make it difficult for me." Her tone was calm and firm. The word uncle left Huang Qiming stunned for a few seconds. She rarely called him that. Even at home, she referred to him as Captain. Indeed, for all these years, her thoughts and actions had been focused on her career. Now that she finally had something else she wanted to pursue, he didn't know whether to be surprised or pleased. After a moment of silence, Huang Qiming unexpectedly hung up the phone first. Chapter 07. Confrontation. The next day, Xiao Yu and Zhao were already waiting in the hall. Thinking that since she was unfamiliar with the place, he would drive her to meet her companions, but he was informed that she wasn't leaving. Mo Wei truthfully told him about the team's return to the country, but concealed the date. If you need anything, just let me know at the bureau. I consider it a personal favor. She was throwing out a smokescreen again. Xiao Yu smiled lightly. Okay. Although he received a positive response, Mo Wei still felt uneasy. This was probably what a liar should endure. Thanks to Mo Wei's persistence, the two gradually became closer. That day marked the 5th day of the week. And after several secret searches of the building, she finally found his laboratory, a lab with hidden compartments. The equipment inside was more complex than the research room she spent day and night in at the bureau, and there were even several machines whose names she couldn't recall, indicating that he was more than just an amateur astronomy enthusiast. He was highly intelligent and had ideas. Scientists like her were most afraid of such high IQ individuals with opposing views. If they wanted to, they could pose a threat to scientific teams and even all of humanity. In this place, Mo Wei not only saw what seemed to be the asteroid fragments they had been searching for, but also unexpectedly learned that he was a member of SETI. SETI stands for the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, an organization aimed at listening for signals from extraterrestrial intelligent civilizations. This plan began in the 1960s. She began to be even more puzzled by this man's thoughts. His involvement in the astronomical research organization conflicted with his beliefs. Had his opposition become a direct hindrance to the research aimed at discovering extraterrestrial advanced civilizations? A chill ran down her spine. Should she take action against him? What are you doing? A cold male voice entered Mo Wei's ears. The voice made her scalp tingle, and she broke into a cold sweat, causing the research report in her hand to lose control and scatter messily on the floor. Xiao Yu, who had claimed to be out for supplies, had unexpectedly returned. Her mind went blank, paralyzed with fear. She stood like a statue, the space around her so quiet that she could hear her own heart racing. She was terrified of being silenced. I'm asking you a question. The icy male voice sounded again. Mo Wei clenched the hem of her clothes, beads of sweat sliding down her forehead. She gritted her teeth and finally turned around to face him, trembling. She didn't dare look at him, but still timidly asked, "Why are you doing this?" Upon hearing this, the last glimmer of hope in Xiao Yu's heart shattered. It turned out she had only been pretending to care about him, and he felt disappointed. The sense of betrayal that surged in his chest was colder than the snow falling outside. He didn't pursue the matter further and issued her an eviction order once again. He did not intend to change her worldview. She had already reached a point of no return in his eyes. Mo Wei didn't even know how she exited the guest house. She looked down at her toes, her hand resting on her heaving chest. She took deep breaths repeatedly, trying to calm herself. After a while, she pulled out a piece of gravel from her pocket, one she had stealthily collected before she was caught. She had risked her life for this stone. Thinking of this, a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Why did he just let her go? Didn't he fear that his identity would be exposed? After all that had happened, he should have realized her worth. However, her doubts about him didn't occupy her mind for long. Mo Wei's injuries had healed enough for her to walk normally, and she quickly made her way to a barren forest and got into the SUV she had driven here. Mo Wei returned to the local research institute with the samples and immediately began studying them. After nearly a day's work, the results ruthlessly told her that all her hard work during this period was in vain. The components of EPOCH did not contain the substances necessary for life. Her initial thought was that this asteroid might have come from a star with a stellar system, and due to nuclear fusion occurring inside the host star, the substar was shattered and collided with Earth. However, this explanation might not exist at all, because when scientists observed EPOCH, it was the day before it reached Earth. The only possibility for it to evade numerous cosmic probes and approach Earth was that EPOCH was born from nothingness. But unfortunately, this explanation was completely illogical. the universe is vast, and everything follows rules. That night, Mo Wei reported her research results and thoughts to Huang Qiming. It seemed that Huang Qiming's patience with her had reached its limit. He not only questioned the origin of the samples, but also accused her of delaying her work while staying in Antarctica, demanding that she return to the country immediately. If she wanted to continue benefiting humanity and fulfilling her dreams at the space agency, Missouri Wei had no choice but to comply. The worthless results, combined with everything she experienced at the guest house, made Mo Wei feel that she shouldn't have been willful from the start, even if her stubbornness hadn't caused her any substantial harm. After that confrontation, Mo Wei did not appear again. Xiao Yu stood on the rooftop, the moonlight stretching his shadow long, his long, slender fingers wrapped around a can of beer. He thought he would feel extremely comfortable during the days he couldn't see her. But now, no matter where he was in the guest house, he could think of her and even smell the faint grapefruit scent that came from her. He felt he was probably going insane, having been schemed against by this duplicitous woman twice. Feelings had arisen unknowingly, lingering in his mind, and he hadn't even realized it. A few days later was the autumn equinox, and after the equinox came the aurora tourism season. By then, the guest house would be filled with many guests who would wash away her traces. With these thoughts, his mind became as vague as the brilliant starry sky. Yet, in the next moment, he thought of her again. Her words echoed in his ears. EPOCH was born from nothingness. Xiao Yu had been eavesdropping on Mo Wei. Letting her go was not a loss. Today was Mo Wei's first day back at work after returning to the country, and as soon as she appeared in the bureau, she attracted numerous gazes, some admiring, some envious, and some disdainful. Her fearless dedication to the mission, even risking her life, had spread throughout the bureau, and various embellished versions had even emerged. Even in the space agency, which aimed to benefit humanity, it was still a workplace where gossip was inevitable. Just like with Qinyu. On the day she returned to the country, Qinyu eagerly publicized Mo Wei's heroic deeds, which had transformed into what it was now after several days of fermentation from different perspectives. Mo Wei entered her own independent office, took off her coat, and set down her bag, just as she was about to change into her research attire to deal with the matters she had neglected during her absence. The glass door was knocked open. A head peeked in, a woman in formal attire, with a hint of youthful innocence. Her voice was soft, likely worried that what she was about to say would attract unnecessary attention. "Senior sister, the director is looking for you." Wendong was a junior of Mo Wei's from university and now served as the secretary to the director of the space agency. She really liked Mo Wei, the cool big sister, and was one of the few people in the bureau who cared about her. Mo Wei was slightly taken aback and asked now. Last night at home, Huang Qiming told her to be mentally prepared for whatever might happen, as it was something she had to bear. She thought he was referring to the indifferent gazes from others, but little did she know that today she would be greeted by a direct summons from the director. Wendong blinked her sparkling eyes and nodded. "I'll go right away." With that, she tucked her work ID into the corner of her clothes. Just as Mo Li reached the door, she was pushed back in by Wendong, who grabbed Mo Li's arms and looked her up and down. "Sister, are you okay? What they said can't be true, right?" "You." Wendong paused, her face clearly mixed with surprise and worry. "You wouldn't really think about any at all, would you?" The reason she waited until now to ask was that Mo Li had ignored her numerous calls and messages. She was overjoyed to learn that Mo Li had returned yesterday. Mo Li frowned slightly. Was this some kind of joke? Her fight for life had somehow turned into a rumor of self-harm back home. "I knew it." Upon seeing Mo Li's expression, Wendong felt relieved. Although she knew her sister was not someone to do something foolish, she still feared that 1 in a million chance might become a reality. Wendong glared fiercely at the empty doorway, cursing those gossiping busybodies. Mo Li sneered, "Fame brings trouble." Just as she finished speaking, Wendong's eyes widened in shock. In the past, such arrogance would never have appeared on Mo Li's face. She felt a strange fear of this once quiet older sister. "Sister?" she called softly, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Let's go." Mo Li's demeanor shifted from solemn to brisk as she left the office without looking back. Chapter 8. Newcomer in the office of the director of the Aerospace Bureau, a man in a white coat was on the phone with his back to the door, the large space echoing with his deep voice. Holding a pressure spray bottle, He pressed it against a potted plant by the window. Sunlight refracted on the water droplets on the glossy green leaves, casting irregular halos on the white wall. This mission ended in failure due to unforeseen circumstances, which is not what we wanted to see. That's right. She has been following the project on terrestrial planets. All right, I'll have HR arrange it. Just as he hung up, a knocking sound came from the glass door. The man said, "Come in." After bringing Emily in, when Dong returned to her position, Montakti Vikatin, feeling somewhat nervous, unsure of why she had been summoned. Of course, she was worried about being dismissed, not the consequences of those idle rumors. Opportunities to meet the director were rare. Everyone usually worked independently, and even directives were typically communicated through Huang Qiming rather than directly to her. This was her first direct meeting since joining. She stood before the sofa, respectfully clasping her hands behind her, and called out, "Director." Bai Lingjun appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a well-proportioned figure, lacking the typical beer belly or baldness common in middle-aged men. He looked at Emily, walked over to the sofa, and pointed to the single sofa on his left. "Emily, right? Please sit." Emily complied. Bai Lingjun observed her for a moment before getting straight to the point. "I've heard about your bravery during the mission and the rumors circulating within the Bureau. What are your thoughts on sacrificing for science only to face slander from colleagues?" Emily's gaze momentarily paused on the coffee table. She met Bai Lingjun's eyes with a fearless expression. Her earlier tension dissipated and replaced with genuine openness. "I have no regrets and don't believe I did anything wrong. As for those rumors, their dark hearts are not worth my concern." Bai Lingjun's authoritative demeanor remained unchanged. Emily was a celebrity in the Bureau. Her willingness to sacrifice for her career had happened more than once, and her calmness now was expected. It was also her attitude that made him understand why Song Zikan specifically wanted to recruit her. He asked again, "Qiming told me you stayed in Antarctica because you found fragments of EPOCH?" "Yes." Mentioning something she felt guilty about made her gaze slightly evasive, returning to the coffee table. "How did you find it?" "Thanks to a benefactor's help. Not convenient to disclose." "Sorry." Emily thought to herself, just as police have informants, so can scientists. She felt a duty to protect Xiaoyu. Although she couldn't articulate why, she certainly didn't plan to betray Xiaoyu, at least not for now. Bai Lingjun didn't press further. Reflecting on the earlier phone call, he decided to play along. "We have a new recruit today. I've decided to have him assist you with your project." As he spoke, he glanced at his watch. "He should be here soon. Go to HR and bring him over. Also, help him get familiar with the environment." "Help him." Emily stared blankly at the figure already walking toward the desk. He clearly knew she would be swamped with work upon her return, and now he was assigning her a newcomer to train. However, this intense gaze of hers quickly averted. Bai Lingjun held a powerful position. She dared not voice her frustration. Emily stood up and walked out, no longer speculating about Bai Lingjun's true intentions. "Sister?" When Dong rushed over as soon as she saw her come out. "The director didn't make things difficult for you, did he?" Emily weakly waved her hand, her pace quickening. "I have things to do." Watching Emily disappear around the corner, when Dong couldn't help but shake her head with a sigh. Once the room was left with only Bai Lingjun, he opened the email that had just arrived. The earlier phone call was with Song Zikan, who was frustrated by the stagnation of the terrestrial planet research and the expenses of the EPOCH operation, resulting in a significant financial loss. Although this money was a drop in the bucket for him, he loathed being deceived and betrayed. To prevent the Aerospace Bureau from misusing funds, he demanded to place his own people within the Bureau. Otherwise, he would no longer provide research funding. Bai Lingjun reluctantly agreed. The resume appeared on the screen, and the name Ning Tianpei stood out. The seemingly resolute face and experience that belied his 28 years gave Bai Lingjun a sense of apprehension about the youth. Molly reluctantly descended to HR, intending to brush off the newcomer and get back to her work. However, upon arriving, she saw Huang Qiming there as well. The two were chatting happily, like long-lost friends, and Emily felt no curiosity about whether her uncle knew this person who was about to waste half her day. She steeled herself and stepped into their line of sight. As soon as Huang Qiming saw Emily, he immediately dropped his smile. Those who knew her character understood that she was about to take on a burden. 90 of his previous conversation with Ning Tianpei was likely to prepare him for the challenge of working with her. Emily, Huang Qiming said seriously. This is the new researcher. The director has already informed me. He will be under your guidance. He turned to the man who had maintained a smile throughout. This is your mentor for the next 6 months. Be sure to greet her. Hello, mentor, I'm Ning Tianpei. The man spoke with a warm tone reminiscent of summer. He was handsome, and although his demeanor was different from Xiao Yu's cheerfulness, his smile could evoke the laziness of a winter sun. Unfortunately, Emily felt irritated just seeing his face now. Molly tapped her work ID with her fingertips, her tone indifferent. She decided to clarify their relationship only when it was just the two of them. She was not his mentor, and she didn't want to waste her time on that. Ning Tianpei felt no surprise at her attitude. He had already done his homework on her. That said, he still showed slight astonishment and hurt. He looked at Huang Qiming beside him with a pleading expression, and Huang Qiming understood. The next moment, Huang Qiming pulled Emily aside and whispered reproachfully, "Are you the only one busy in the entire bureau? You ignored orders from above to take leave during this special period. And the director not only didn't he punish you, but also gave you the opportunity to train new recruits. It's enough to make anyone laugh, and yet you're sulking." Huang Qiming really felt he owed her from his past life. He thought it was a stroke of luck that she hadn't been reborn as his daughter. But fate had other plans, and she had become someone like his daughter. He couldn't determine if he was the only one busy in the bureau, but he knew those who gossiped about him must have been living comfortably for quite a while. She spoke loudly, causing passing staff to lower their heads and quicken their pace. Besides, what kind of learning opportunity is training new recruits? Hearing that last sentence, Ning Tianpei intentionally put on an awkward expression. Although he understood her implication, that there were so many idle people, why did they specifically ask her to train new recruits? There was nothing he could do. After all, Song Zikin had chosen her. Huang Qiming felt a pang of sadness. In his eyes, she was just a child. After she silently bore what she shouldn't have, he not only failed to show her care, but even blamed her for not understanding the ways of the world. He turned his face away, unconsciously loosening his grip on her arm. He hesitated to speak, but ultimately held back an apology due to pride, directing his gaze to Ning Tianpei instead. His tone now lacking the previous enthusiasm. You can go familiarize yourself with the environment with her. After saying that, he left without looking back at Emily, likely out of guilt. Emily watched Huang Qiming's lonely figure, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. You don't seem like someone who cares about others' opinions. As soon as she said that, Emily's gaze indeed fell on his face. What I mean is, why do you want to use this to hurt him? Emily slightly raised her eyebrows. Did he know about her relationship with her uncle? Ning Tianpei saw through her, but didn't he reveal it? He changed his previous sincerity and feigned casualness, saying, "I can tell that your relationship isn't just a simple superior subordinate one. That's all." As he spoke, he walked past her and then turned back to ask, "Aren't you coming? Aren't you busy?" Emily curled her lips in disdain, letting out a scoff from her nose. She had to admit that being seen through felt quite unpleasant. She quickened her pace and left him behind. Chapter 9. The giant rock watching her series of expressions and actions. Ning Tianpei couldn't help but chuckle, finding her somewhat interesting. He was a bait sent by Song Zikin to get close to Emily, obedient to all of Song Zikin's orders. He had become one of Song Zikin's subordinates because he had been saved from a pool of blood while on the brink of death. He knew well what kind of person Song Zikin, who was strict with laws and discipline, was, and he didn't mind doing something immoral for him since his life was given by Song Zikin. Ning Tianpei's presence didn't link him to the financial magnate in the eyes of the Aerospace Bureau staff, including Emily. However, their frequent appearances together provided plenty of gossip for the rumor mill. Emily led him into the space capsule access through iris recognition, coldly introducing him that this place specifically received signals sent back by space probes. Since 1957, humans have launched 156 space probes into the universe, and this facility preserves and receives data from 30 of them, covering aspects like the Earth's environment, outer space conditions, astrophysics, and life sciences. More than half of the projects we are currently working on are sourced from here. In the second half of the year, the Bureau will form a flight team to test the upcoming probes. If you have the chance, I suggest you apply to join. You can learn a lot. All right, that's enough. She thought she had done her part. even though she had shown him around a third of the Aerospace Bureau because she felt stuffy and needed fresh air. Now, she was ready to dive back into her work. Ning Tianpei closed his notebook, waiting for her next action. Emily took out her phone, which had been vibrating in her pocket. It was Huang Qiming. She furrowed her brows slightly, sensing something was wrong. The moment she answered the call, the other party urged her to gather in the conference room immediately, sounding anxious and flustered. She exchanged a brief glance with Ning Tianpei and said, "Follow me," before quickly walking out. Sure enough, bad premonitions always prove true. Breathless, she opened the door to conference room A, where she and Ning Tianpei were greeted by faces that looked ashen. Emily was shocked to see Bai Ling Jun sitting at the end of the long table. Someone she had just met not long ago. It seemed the situation was indeed dire. Huang Qiming glanced at the two who had just sat down, still catching their breath, then turned to Yi Yanyu, who held the remote control, and said, "Everyone is here. Let's start." Yi Yanyu nodded gravely, and as he pressed the projector remote, an image of a giant rock appeared on the white screen. This irregularly shaped rock was embedded with dark purple patterns. And in the lower right corner of the image was a police car, which looked like a toy car in comparison to the giant rock. Yi Yanyu's voice echoed in the silent conference room. "We just received an urgent report. This is a photo taken at a research waste disposal site in Antarctica. According to local scientists, it is the debris of EPOCH, which has now grown to 3 stories high and the width of a basketball court. And it is expanding at a visibly perceptible rate." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Who would have thought that the epic debris they had searched for tirelessly for days would re-emerge in such an alarming state, once again disrupting the world's peace? Yi and you pressed the remote again, and a video was played, filmed by local police from the air. Upon close observation, one could see that the rock was gradually expanding outward. Currently, this news has not been made public to avoid causing public panic. But the director of the local research institute hopes we can assist in the investigation and handling of the incident. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room erupted in discussions. Such a bizarre event was unprecedented in human history. A planet fragment capable of self-replicating would certainly instill fear, especially at such an astonishing rate. Chinyu, with malicious intent, pointed the finger at M.O. Lee, saying, "The debris was brought back by you to the local research institute, right?" At that time, when M.O. Lee reported the research progress to Huang Qiming, Chinyu had been lurking in the shadows and overheard their conversation. She had suspected that M.O. Lee's absence from the team had something to do with her, and now it seemed her suspicion was confirmed. With the situation now turned, M.O. Lee had become the eternal scapegoat, and Chinyu was overjoyed. Once these words were spoken, the surrounding murmurs gradually quieted, and all eyes turned to M.O. Lee. The implication of Chinyu's statement was that all of this was due to M.O. Lee's mistake, that her mishandling of the research waste had led to this situation. M.O. Lee naturally picked up on it. Faced with countless questioning gazes, she felt speechless, unable to even consider how Chinyu had found out about this. While desperately trying to sort her thoughts, seeing her face filled with anxiety, Chinyu felt secretly pleased and decided to intensify her slander, stating, generally, "Unidentified objects from space are destroyed after research." Who would have thought that the typically meticulous M.O. Lee would make such a low-level mistake? M.O. Lee, feeling despondent and speechless, recalled the events leading up to this moment, realizing that her earlier anxiety was actually a way to leave room for her mental state at that time. For a moment, her expression regained calmness as she stared directly at Chinyu, speaking decisively. "The samples were brought back by me, and they have already been destroyed according to normal procedures after the research was concluded." Chinyu not only was not discouraged by her firmness, but instead smiled. "Are you trying to shirk responsibility?" Who witnessed the destruction process? Emily furrowed her brows, looking at her with surprise, wondering what kind of conspiracy theory this was. With the increasingly louder discussions, Bai Ling Jun slammed the documents he had in hand onto the table, finally bringing some quiet to the room. Now is not the time to argue about who is right or wrong. Since the incident has already occurred, we should focus our attention on solving the problem. Everyone lowered their heads, and the previously aggressive Chin Yu dared not make a sound after the director spoke. After clearing his throat a couple of times, Huang Qiming said, We didn't find any of the fragments scattered around after EPOCH impacted. Now, they're most likely already grown into the giant stones shown in the pictures. Bai Ling Jun looked at Mo. Mo, you're the only one in this room who has come into contact with the fragments. Did you notice anything unusual during the research? Mo became the focal point of the room again. Named directly, Mo did not respond. She stared at the giant stone on the white cloth, and after a few seconds, as if waking from a dream, she spoke earnestly. The sea level is rising. It is well known that the center of EPOCH landed in an area covered with thick ice. So the fragments settled on the seabed are naturally more numerous than those that fell to land. If we assume that the fragments can also reproduce on the seabed, then the rising sea level will lead to increased coastal erosion, which will soon threaten the lives and property of people in coastal areas. Ning Tianpei, who was beside her, suddenly chimed in, this uninvited guest from the universe will ultimately consume every inch of land on Earth. Emoli suddenly stood up, looking at Bai Ling Jun, who was sitting at the end of the long table. I need to go to Antarctica again. Chapter 10 Aftermath. At the same time, at the Antarctic Research Waste Disposal Site, Xiaoyu was talking with a police officer. The image of the giant rock that had just been shown in the Domestic Aerospace Bureau's area, a conference room, was also present at the scene. He was carrying a toolbox, wearing goggles, and dressed in a uniform emblazoned with the Research Institute's logo. After receiving a sealed bag from the officer, he turned and walked out of the crowd's line of sight. The sealed bag contained small fragments cut from the giant rock, as instructed by him. Like Emoli, Xiaoyu thought of the possibility of rising sea levels upon receiving this news, and the serious consequences that might follow. Disguising himself as a researcher to obtain fragments of the giant rock was intended for subsequent comparative experiments with seabed samples. He planned to infiltrate the waters that had been marked as dangerous to investigate further. On the day of the EPOCH impact, the surrounding waters had been designated as a danger zone, and relevant departments had set up warning signs on the nearby land. Returning to the 3-story European-style building, Xiaoyu entered the secret laboratory. He took the sealed bag out of the equipment box and found that the fragments had grown to the size of a fist, and he could feel them wanting to expand in his hand. In the quiet space, the only sound was the rustling of the sealed bag. Xiaoyu took the stone out of the sealed bag and placed it into a prepared porous glass bottle, extracting the air. Another slightly smaller glass bottle on the table contained a sample from the initial state of EPOCH. He had saved it earlier after his research, thinking it might be useful in case something went wrong, and now it had indeed come in handy. Unlike the giant rock sample, the surface of the initial sample did not exhibit the dark purple patterns of the giant rock, which inevitably added a layer of doubt for Xiaoyu. The sun was still shining today, but the chill had not diminished. After leaving the guest house, Xiaoyu had changed into a wetsuit. This wetsuit could withstand temperatures as low as -30 degrees, more than enough for diving in the December seabed. He looked out at the white landscape. The impact site from over a week ago was no longer detectable from a distance. The sea was covered with a thick layer of ice, and everything appeared calm and peaceful, as if nothing had ever happened in this pristine land. He glanced at the ice drill next to him. Likely due to years of solitude, he raised an eyebrow and smirked at the empty air around him. Let us go, brother. After Mo Lee's grand ambitions. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Everyone looked at each other, most thinking her ideas were absurd. However, she was the first to break the silence. The fragments are what I brought back. To put it lightly, it's my responsibility that the samples appear at the disposal site in the form of the giant rock. Moreover, the Antarctic Research Institute has also requested our support. I must handle this matter regardless. Ning Tianpei admired her profile, feeling somewhat complicated. Although he had understood her thoroughly from one side, what was presented before him now seemed daunting in life. Whether it was her sense of responsibility, ambition, or this disregard for everything, it was overwhelming. The next moment, he stood up as well. I'll go too. His current situation was like a little follower, and the best way to gain her trust was to accompany her in her madness. Emoli turned to look at him, her expression suggesting, "What chaos are you adding?" Ning Tianpei not only did not sit down, but instead addressed the person at the end of the long table. Director, I hope you can broaden your perspective and consider carefully. If this giant rock incident is controlled with our support, the Aerospace Bureau will undoubtedly gain great fame. As he spoke, he cast his gaze onto Emoli, his tone unusually firm. I believe in my mentor's abilities and perseverance. Everyone can see it. Lee, without glancing sideways, was surprised and perplexed, thinking, what is this newcomer-esque background? Where does he get the courage to weigh the pros and cons in front of the director? Do we know each other for more than 2 hours? And you already believe in me? She slightly tilted her head and muttered through gritted teeth. How afraid are you that I will make things difficult for you in the future? Ning Tianpei pretended to be shy, lowering his gaze. He had spent nearly a week digging into everything about her, from her daily trivialities to her several selfless contributions to science. So from his perspective, it was clear that their acquaintance had lasted far longer than 2 hours. Yi Yanyu raised his hand holding the remote, seemingly influenced by the emotions radiating from the newcomer, and excitedly said, I'll go too. Huang Qiming pursed his lips and shook his head helplessly, pondering what kind of impatient juniors he had taught. He sternly reprimanded. Do you think this is elementary school students signing up for a spring outing? You too. As he spoke, he pointed at those who had signed up with his finger. It's your first day on the job, and you're already shouting about heading to the front lines? What is next? Are you going to directly ask the director to apply for a trip to the cosmos? Ning Tianpei felt that he could not lift his eyes for a moment. Huang Qiming glanced at Ning Tianpei and clicked his tongue, then abruptly changed the authoritative tone he had just used to scold his juniors. He turned to Bai Lingjun with a beaming smile. Oh, Bai, I'll go too. Everyone was left in a daze. Although everyone knew Huang Qiming's tough exterior hid a soft heart and deep affection for his juniors, calling him old Bai in front of so many people seemed inappropriate. Under Bai Lingjun's 3-second stare, Huang Qiming quickly corrected his posture and hurriedly changed his words. Director Bai, I'll lead the team. All right, I'll make arrangements now. You four go home and pack your things. Be ready to gather in my office at 2 this afternoon. After saying that, Bai Lingjun stood up and left the conference room. He believed that Ning Tianpei's cooperation with Li was probably instigated by Song Zikan. He did not want to risk offending Song Zikan. Li was surprised by Bai Lingjun's quick agreement. Clearly, the moment she said those words, she had already prepared to support at her own expense. Besides the four of them, everyone else was discussing how hasty and arbitrary the director's decision was, especially considering there was a newcomer who had just started today. In that brief moment of silence, Li thought of Xiaoyu. The sample had originally been taken from him, so the samples left in that building were likely. After leaving the conference room, she did not immediately go home, but instead ran back to her office, sat at her desk, and opened her email. Her hand rested on the keyboard, but hesitated as Xiaoyu's indifference flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. Forget it. A person as smart as him shouldn't be foolish enough to let the giant rock blow up his own house. Chapter 11 Email. Sunlight streamed through the circular opening that Xiaoyu had carved, casting hues into the tranquil ocean floor, which was momentarily infused with color. At a glance, there were rocks, seaweed, and endless coral clusters. The deeper he dove, the clearer the enormous figures became. No, it should be figures. It wasn't until the beam of his headlamp illuminated the familiar dark purple patterns on the giant that he stopped his descent. As he had suspected, the fragments of EPOCH had mutated, whether on the ocean floor or on land. The sight before him left him speechless, as if the ocean floor within a mile radius had lost all vitality. Strangely, there wasn't a single living creature around. Xiaoyu approached the dark, lifeless mass, took out his tools, and cut off a small piece to place in a seal bag, squeezing out half the seawater before sealing it. The fragments rushed into the bag, producing a stream of tiny bubbles. It seemed that now all that remained was a series of tedious experiments. Although Xiaoyu already had an answer in mind, he needed to confirm his thoughts. The world needed a reasonable explanation. He looked up at the light coming from the surface of the sea, paddling upward with his webbed feet. Upon returning to the 3-story European-style building, he locked himself in his secret laboratory until sunset when the moon hung high. The answer was out, and he celebrated quietly, relieved that it matched his expectations. By comparing it with the initial samples he had vacuum-sealed, he concluded that EPOCH could self-replicate. Before arriving on Earth, EPOCH was an anaerobic planet that would undergo self-mutation under the influence of oxygen, just as the earliest life forms on Earth were anaerobic microorganisms. It seemed to have arrived on Earth and completed thousands of years of evolutionary change in a short time. The universe lacks oxygen. So far, none of the asteroids that have reached Earth have been found to react with any elements on Earth, making EPOCH the first in history. As for why its mutated form would cause a disruption in the survival of organisms on the ocean floor, further investigation was needed. Perhaps the giant rocks on land could also disrupt the survival of organisms, but since the only giant rock found on land was in a plantless waste treatment facility, this was merely speculation. Xiaoyu contacted Mo Wei via email and shared all his findings with her. Now, it was her turn to give back to him. Just as Bai Ling-jun closed the door to his office, he received a call from Song Zikan, who immediately questioned his decision with severity. Bai Ling-jun could guess how the news reached him so quickly. It turned out that Ning Tianpei had a listening device on him, meant to keep Song Zikan informed of everything happening within the space agency. "Are you pushing away the person I just sent in?" The voice on the other end was furious, loud enough for Bai Ling-jun to pull the phone away from his ear. Bai Ling-jun glanced at the air around his phone with displeasure. If it weren't for the agency's huge financial expenditures, he wouldn't tolerate this rude tycoon. His tone was indifferent, and his expression calm. "I thought it was you who instructed him to do this." The other side fell momentarily silent. To be honest, when he heard Ning Tianpei's attitude, Song Zikan was also surprised. This puppet, whom he could easily manipulate, had for the first time expressed its own thoughts, yet he felt no trace of betrayal. Perhaps it was because Ning Tianpei had always handled his tasks cleanly. Song Zikan recalled Ning Tianpei's words upon connecting with Mo Wei. This unexpected guest from the universe will eventually consume every inch of Earth. He remained irritable. Is that stone really capable of destroying the world? Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Bai Ling-jun's spine. He had always been aware of Song Zikan's character and the true purpose behind his funding of the space agency. He feared that the other party would soon make unreasonable demands that could endanger the world. After hanging up, Song Zikan rubbed his forehead and dialed another number. That side picked up quickly, and his commanding tone sounded again. "When you return from Antarctica, don't forget to bring back that stone that can enlarge." To him, such unknown yet wondrous cosmic stones were weapons, tools to dominate the world. "Understood. Also, you only need to do what I instruct you to in the future." Although he trusted him, he did not want him to have his own ideas. He was merely a puppet on his strings, as he had been before, as he was now, and as he would always be. Ning Tianpei ended the call on the other end, turning his phone to silent mode. His pupils were pitch black, showing no hint of emotion, a stark contrast to Mo Wei's radical apprentice in the conference room. He stared at the silhouette of the person approaching the white car outside the glass window, only withdrawing his gaze after the person got into the vehicle and drove away. Mo Wei had gone home. It was time for him to get to work. During the lunch break when the staff went to the canteen, Ning Tianpei entered Mo Wei's office. After a fruitless search, he sat in front of Mo Wei's computer and plugged in a USB drive. Once the computer turned on, the password input interface appeared. He typed a few keys, and the desktop homepage opened directly. He knew Mo Wei's computer password because of the surveillance camera in the corner behind him. There were cameras everywhere in the space agency, except for the restrooms. Ning Tianpei quickly scanned all the files and materials on her computer, and the copying progress bar gradually increased. He opened the web browser to check the history, which showed that she had only opened her email today. With each click of the mouse, he came across Mo Wei's psychological assessment report, the email she had sent to approach Xiaoyu. There was also an unread email from an account that matched the recipient's email address, sent just half an hour ago. He hesitated, but ultimately did not click to confirm. Once the copying was complete, the pop-up window disappeared. He closed the computer, removed the USB drive, stood up, pushed the chair back to the desk, and returned the mouse to its original position, wiping the spots where his fingers had touched. After meticulously scanning the room, he took a long step, pulling his sleeve down to cover his hand as he opened the door and walked out. After leaving Mo Wei's office, he entered the staircase marked as a secure passage. Leaning against the wall, he took out a tablet and hacked into the main system of the surveillance room, erasing all traces of his recent actions. In the dimly lit, empty staircase, Ning Tianpei momentarily lost focus. The psychological assessment report he had just seen was clearly different from the one he had seen before, yet the date displayed was consistent with the one he had seen. This ignited his curiosity. Why did she send the modified report results to that person? Who was that person? Moreover, her written explanation in the email made it seem like she was actively catering to that individual. Chapter 12 Admiration. When M.O. Lee and her companions arrived at the Williams station, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Song Zikin ultimately spent the money and dispatched a private plane. It hadn't snowed today, and only the sound of the plane's engine echoed in their ears. The cold wind brushed against their faces, making them instinctively shrink their necks. The four of them headed straight to the local waste treatment plant after disembarking. Dressed in white, they seemed to blend into the surrounding whiteness of the snow. Emily had seen the email from Xiaoyu before boarding, and her respect for this highly intelligent man deepened. Due to her doubts, she hadn't mentioned Xiaoyu's views on the boulder from the email to anyone. It wasn't that she doubted him. She simply wanted to rely on herself this time. She had tried once to reap without sowing, and it was an addictive feeling that could lead one to despair. Xiaoyu's explanations in the email were logical and thorough. Emily couldn't help but wonder if he was not worried that she might take credit for his efforts. Of course, she wouldn't do that. She was just curious about why he believed in her so much. She should be a white-eyed wolf in his eyes. Emily shook her head, dismissing her thoughts. She decided to check the situation at the waste treatment plant with the team before seeking him out. Ning Tianpei had been paying attention to her expressions. Earlier, when she was checking her email at the airport, he had been right beside her and caught a glimpse of the interface on her phone. After she finished reading and turned off the screen, he stealthily accessed her email account using her IP address to view the email from this mysterious person. Ning Tianpei had previously checked her call records from the past month. During her time in Antarctica, she had only contacted one local number, and that was just once. Coupled with the time she sent the email, he had reason to believe that both the number and the email belonged to the mysterious person. Did she spend those few days in Antarctica with this mysterious individual? He had checked the number's registration, but unfortunately, due to insufficient permissions, he hit a dead end. He still couldn't grasp the identity of this mysterious person. He hadn't been so fixated on uncovering the identity before, but after reading that email, his interest in the mysterious person intensified. If Song Zikin learned of this mysterious person's existence, he would surely want to recruit them for himself, just as he did with M.O. Lee. When they arrived at the local research waste treatment plant, the boulder before them looked even more spectacular than in the video from yesterday. It seemed to have grown overnight. The boulder, with a black base covered in dark purple veins, resembled a stone from hell, urging the earth toward its demise. The entire surface of the boulder was uneven, and its base was unstable, surrounded by a caution tape. The police had left enough space to prevent the boulder's unpredictable growth from causing it to shift or collapse on any workers passing by. The local researchers informed them that since the boulder was discovered, they had been measuring its length and width every hour to compare data and identify any hidden patterns. Strangely, it was growing upward faster than laterally. Moreover, compared to the previous 2 days, both its lateral and vertical growth rates were faster today. Although the measured values weren't very obvious, changes that had yet to be understood could be seen. To Emily, this information was already clear. Compared to the ground, the oxygen concentration in the air above was purer, and there was no one suspended in this desolate wilderness. It had no competitors. In the days following the boulder's discovery, many researchers and law enforcement personnel had gathered here, and being close to it had depleted the oxygen necessary for its growth. However, from today onward, there were few people around it, allowing it to absorb as much as it needed to grow freely. As M.O. Lee silently sorted through this process in her mind, she couldn't help but feel a sense of achievement, like the exhilaration of solving a long-standing puzzle. However, she quickly began to score herself. If she hadn't read the email from Xiaoyu, would she have truly been able to grasp all of this upon seeing the boulder for the first time? She didn't know. With her self-doubt lingering, she suddenly felt anxious, likely due to her competitive spirit. She wanted to discover something that Xiaoyu had yet to notice. Meanwhile, as Huang Qiming conversed with the local researchers, Ning Tianpei kept an eye on her changing expressions, guessing that she was struggling internally. "Master, do you have any thoughts?" He couldn't hold back any longer and decided to test her. M.O. Lee pretended not to hear him and continued walking forward. What was she planning to do? Ning Tianpei furrowed his brow in confusion. Moving forward would bring her closer to the precarious boulder. Almost at that moment of doubt in his mind, she pulled up the caution tape and bent down to step into the restricted area. She kept advancing until she was just a meter away from the boulder. However, at this distance, the danger level was high enough to threaten her life. If the nearly 4-meter-high boulder were to fall in her direction in the next second, she would have almost no chance to evade it, only the risk of being crushed or worse killed. Her sudden action silenced everyone present. Huang Qiming rushed toward her as soon as he saw her, thinking, "What on earth is she doing?" Emily was pulled out of the restricted area. "What are you doing? Are you tired of living?" Huang Qiming's usual stern reprimand turned into a heart-wrenching shout. She must have wanted to scare him into meeting her mother. This time, she was rendered speechless by the fright. This was the first time Huang Qiming had spoken to her so loudly. Whether as an uncle or a superior, he had always treated her with patience. Of course, in the past few instances where she had risked her life, Huang Qiming had not been around. If he had been, this wouldn't have been the first time. With the two of them, there were a total of 8 people around, and the other 6 exchanged glances. They had all just broken out in a cold sweat over her actions. Where did this girl get the courage to walk toward such danger? Ning Tianpei retracted his foot that had been about to rush out to pull her back. He was also surprised. The stories he had heard about her dedication to science were one thing, but witnessing it firsthand added a few more layers of admiration to his impression of her, reducing her to merely executing a task. Huang Qiming pointed toward the exit, his authority undiminished. "You are to return to the Research Institute immediately. Before we go back home, I forbid you to set foot here again." He was furious, and luckily, she didn't argue back. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't be able to control his emotions and would end up teaching this niece who didn't value her life a lesson. Emily lowered her head and reluctantly turned around. The truth was, she had approached the boulder because she wanted to assess this perplexing stone from another angle. By its scent, she wanted to win. Chapter 13 Reunion being driven out, Emily thought it was just right, saving her the trouble of coming up with a reason to go out alone, considering that they wouldn't return to the Research Institute anytime soon. She drove to Xiaoyu's guest house, a journey of about half an hour. The idea of finding clues through smell still lingered in her mind. She had likely not been close enough before to detect anything, and the surrounding cold made it useless not to get closer. Xiaoyu didn't expect her to come, and when he saw her, he almost thought he was seeing a ghost. He had been monitoring her life, but that had paused briefly since the discovery of the boulder. Compared to her every move, he was more concerned about the large rocks that posed safety hazards. When Emily saw him, he was carrying a silver equipment box that presumably contained things she was also interested in. "Why are you here?" Xiaoyu reined in his surprise, his tone indifferent. He had just emailed her last night, and she had come early this morning. Emily also didn't expect that after their confrontation, she would walk into his territory on her own. After all, when she left here last time, her situation was no different from fleeing in panic. There were people from different worlds, and he was a high IQ individual who might have ulterior motives. However, in the face of disaster, he had issued a ceasefire to himself first. So she naturally wouldn't back down, even though she was afraid of him. "Didn't you ask me to come?" She didn't answer his question, but instead asked, "Where are you going?" Xiaoyu frowned slightly, glanced her up and down, then walked past her, coldly throwing out 2 words, "Up the mountain." He was going to conduct an experiment to see if the boulder would also inhibit biological survival like it did in the sea. Emily found it amusing. Wasn't he the one who had put on a long face to find her? Why should she, having complied with his request to come here, still have to face his sour expression? Xiaoyu got into the car, seemingly uninterested in continuing to engage with her. However, as the car started, the front passenger door opened. "I'm going too." She said this as she got into the car herself, fastening her seatbelt. Xiaoyu looked at her in disbelief, and after a moment, he spat out 2 words, "Get out." First of all, he didn't know how long he would stay on a mountain. Secondly, she was so weak that she could get knocked over by a stone while walking, and he didn't want to carry this burden. He really disliked her. Emily didn't realize that her current actions completely contradicted her determination to rely on herself. She couldn't articulate why. She just wanted to follow him, and her fear of him seemed to have disappeared. "I know you're going up the mountain because of the boulder. You came looking for me because you need help, right? I can help you." Her expression was sincere and her tone earnest. Xiaoyu turned his face to look out the window, his apparent helplessness impossible to ignore. She had indeed overinterpreted her own meaning. But he suddenly didn't want to explain anymore. Fine, you want to come? Just don't complain later that I 1T let you leave. Moments later, the off-road vehicle equipped with snow chains sped away into the snowy ground. Ning Tianpei looked at the moving red marker on the map on her phone, and with a sharp raise of his brow, he thought, this isn't the way to the research institute. Where is she going? Having understood the situation at the scene, Huang Qiming glanced at the time. It was just past 8, and the sky was already brightened by the rising sun. He said to Yi Yinyu and Ning Tianpei, let's go. The research institute is waiting for people to assist with the experiment. The two followed in his footsteps, but Ning Tianpei had the thought of providing cover for Emily. From the map's perspective, it was almost impossible for her to return to the research institute before them, especially since she was moving toward the unknown. He sent her a text. Master, Huang team is asking what the situation is at the research institute now. In the speeding off-road vehicle, Emily's phone in her pocket vibrated with a message, but she was too lost in thought to notice. They traveled in silence until the off-road vehicle stopped at the foot of a barren branch forest. Emily recognized this place. It was the starting point when she insisted on going up the mountain. However, compared to the snowstorm and fierce winds back then, it was surprisingly calm here now, almost warming her heart, likely due to the orange glow of the sun. She got out of the car with him, and the next stretch of the road couldn't accommodate a vehicle. They had to walk up. Xiaoyu broke the silence, but his tone remained as flat as ever. I mentioned in my email that the boulder inhibits biological survival at the seabed. Do you have any other opinions? Emily suddenly felt as if she was being called on in class. She wanted to say no, but that would make her seem useless. On the way here, she had been thinking about the issue of rising sea levels and the terrifying consequences that could not be quelled. Seeing her lost in thought without answering, he glanced at her, pulled out a tent he had prepared in the trunk. If it can inhibit biological survival at the seabed, then it can also do so on land. Emily looked at him with shining eyes. How great it would be if he were the same kind of person as her. However, in this vast snowy land, where would green plants come from? As if sensing her inner confusion, since she hadn't said a word to him yet, he looked as if he were talking to himself. Of course, this vast forest can also serve as a research subject, but considering the potential catastrophic losses if the theory is confirmed, it's more reasonable to look for smaller plants. Emily was momentarily stunned. He could read minds. Seeing the tent in his hand made her realize the seriousness of the situation. No wonder he had told her to get out of the car earlier. However, her thoughts turned in the next moment, and she asked, did you bring the stone? Yes. Now, besides the piece from the landfill and the one from the seabed, there are none left, right? Currently, yes. Saying this, he tossed the equipment box he was holding in his right hand into her arms, giving her a look that signaled her to share some of the weight. Emily reflexively caught the equipment box, her body slightly leaning back due to the weight in her arms. He was so fierce. He continued, the stone in the sea is quite large. I estimated it to be about 200 meters long. 200 meters? Montagne exclaimed, knowing that the piece on land was less than half its length. Just the piece on land had already mobilized outsiders in the local research institute. If the piece in the sea were exposed, wouldn't that throw the whole world into chaos? How could he say such a terrifying thing so calmly? Wasn't he afraid? He saw through her thoughts again. When the results come out, you can call someone to retrieve that stone from the seabed. She nodded. The air fell silent for a moment, and he continued, I don't know how other scientists will handle this matter, but I want to believe in you. Emily stopped in her tracks, her eyes suddenly losing focus. I sent that email simply because our objectives are aligned in this matter, not because I want you to help me. Chapter 14, Initial Intentions. The two of them locked eyes. The surroundings so quiet that even the sound of the wind was absent. After hearing his words, Emily felt a bit embarrassed and turned her face away. With nowhere to direct her gaze, she stood there blankly holding the equipment box, resembling a dazed Psyduck. It felt somewhat humiliating, yet her mind was blank. Xiaoyu thought that she indeed seemed to have flaws in her social interactions. That email clearly showed he was helping her. So how did she interpret it as him needing her help? Emily struggled internally, thinking she should say something nice, or at least say something, since there was nothing worse than the situation in front of her. Xiaoyu thought it was not a solution to remain in this stalemate, and besides, he was not a petty person. He cleared his throat, about to speak. Aren't you afraid I might take credit for your efforts? Emily regretted her words as soon as she spoke. She might as well have continued to be a silent bystander. She hadn't intended to think this way, but it seemed that now, asking directly had forced her into this mindset. She thought it would have been better to be crushed by a rock earlier. Xiaoyu seemed taken aback by her words, unsure whether to laugh or cry for a moment. Yes, I am. He paused, finally speaking with some emotion, sounding both teasing and self-deprecating. But your position is more credible than mine. However, the listener did not pick up on any of his emotions. She was surprised. Are you trying to use me? Yes. He did not shy away, generously affirming her question. Montag was confused. But doing this brings you no benefits. Why would you relinquish all your efforts? Xiaoyu scoffed. She just couldn't let him be wrong once. He disliked scientists because they always talked about benefits, at least the ones he had known before. He shifted his gaze away from her face, no longer looking at her. I know enough for myself. He didn't care about fame or fortune, nor did he need others' praise. Having said that, he took a long stride towards the seemingly endless expanse of white snow. Emily's gaze trembled. It was as if he had given her an invisible lesson. She could hardly remember her initial intentions. The sunlight filtered through the branches in the barren woods, and watching his gradually receding figure, she jogged to catch up, no longer speaking. The two of them maintained a tacit silence all the way until Emily's phone in her pocket began to vibrate continuously. Only then did she remember she was supposed to be at the research institute, not in this remote wilderness. Seeing the note displayed on the screen, she instinctively shivered. It seemed Huang Qiming had returned to the institute but hadn't found her. Noticing her movement, he turned around and was met with the complex expression on her face. Without thinking, he took the equipment box from her arms and immediately handed her his car keys, his tone returning to indifference. Drive my car back. Throw the keys in the third potted plant at the entrance. After I finish, I'll find a way to leave. She looked into his eyes, filled with fragmented light. He'd save her once again. Thank you. Watching her hurried figure retreating in the opposite direction, he felt a strange sensation in his heart. He clearly shouldn't have helped her. Back at the research institute, Emily hastily brushed off her absence with an excuse of getting lost. Huang Qiming was half skeptical, but said nothing further. Nearby, Ning Tianpei calmly watched her put on a performance. She must have gone to meet a mysterious person. Emily repeated the experiment using Xiaoyu's thought process and presented a report explaining the principles of how the boulder could reproduce autonomously, gaining unanimous approval. Faced with the praise and admiration she had always enjoyed, she couldn't bring herself to smile. Everyone thought she was being modest, but only Ning Tianpei could see the bitterness on her face. It seemed the mysterious person had prompted her to do this. That night, feeling uneasy about leaving Xiaoyu alone on the mountain, she called his phone, which was answered almost immediately. Speak. I took credit for your efforts. In the tent, his profile was sharply defined under the orange light. His eyes were slightly downcast, dim without a hint of light. Good. His calmness made her heart race. Is there anything else? How's it going over there? Do you need me to come pick you up? Still waiting. She leaned against the cold tree at the entrance of the research institute, her gaze directed at her toes. Out of guilt, she wanted to find him, but she didn't know how to start or what reason to give. If there's nothing, I'm hanging up. Almost the moment he finished speaking, there was a dead tone on the line. Emily angrily took her phone away from her ear and stood up straight, just about to curse when someone approached. Silencing her, she tucked her phone back in her pocket and immediately pretended nothing had happened. Master, Ning Tianpei nodded and smiled at her. He had just run an errand as per Huang Qiming's instructions, carrying a large bag of daily necessities. Emily was not interested in engaging with him, merely nodded in response and turned to walk inside. However, her arm was suddenly grabbed. She looked at her raised hand, then in surprise at him. Ning Tianpei was startled by her gaze and immediately released her hand, apologizing repeatedly. Next time, just speak up, don't touch me. She was solitary by nature and disliked unnecessary physical contact. Ning Tianpei feigned ignorance, looking down in disappointment. Sometimes he really felt her rejection was as if she knew he was intentionally getting close to her. He decided to flatter her to the extreme. Master, you are excellent. I really want to learn from you. Just like today, very few people can grasp the ideas so quickly especially since this is a problem that has never appeared in history. I've been. Emily raised her hand in a stop gesture. She was completely uninterested in what he was about to say, nor did she care about his past. I don't like you. I want to waste time and energy training you. I hope you can stay quietly in the bureau for half a year and then leave. If you can reflect to the director about replacing me as your master, that would be best. It will save both of us trouble. She pointed at herself and then at him. She had always been straightforward, saying whatever came to mind, which was also the main reason she was not well liked. After finishing, she didn't give him a chance to respond and turned to leave. The person behind her silently curled his lips. He had considered that the process of getting close to her would be difficult, but he hadn't expected her natural rejection of him to be this strong. He shouted after her, "Isn't your success rate in reflecting higher than mine?" As soon as those words were spoken, Emily, who had walked a few meters away, indeed paused. It seemed she had underestimated this parachute sent directly by the director. "I know you don't like me, but you're doing work for the people." As he spoke, he stepped forward, stopping half a meter away from her. He deliberately lowered his voice. Wasn't this attitude too selfish? Chapter 15. Receiving him, he was clearly aware that his words and actions at this moment were akin to a broken pot being smashed. Undeniably, he was relieved that she was a selfish person, which meant she only cared about her own interests. Thus, it became relatively easier to pull her to Songzeken's side. Emily slowly turned around, her gaze as cold as the extreme frost of December. She curled her lips in disdain and thought, how ridiculous. Isn't everyone selfish? Indeed, isn't everyone selfish? Just as Xiaoyu said, she was a person of little gratitude and loyalty. Watching her disappear behind the door, Ning Tianpei instinctively clenched his fists, the bag rustling in his grip. He was not. He was an emotionless tool. As night fell, Emily tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. She blinked her dark, grape-like almond eyes, staring out at the moon, her thoughts seemingly drifting to Xiaoyu. The phone beside her pillow emitted a light in the darkness. It was an emergency weather alert. December in Antarctica typically had clear or overcast skies, with little snow, but the arrival of EPOCH had completely changed the climate of this land. Another heavy snowfall was imminent. She suddenly sat up straight. She had a reason now, a reason to thank him. On the way up the mountain, she would pass by the 3-story European-style building with the gray-blue Cosmophobia sign lit up. The entrance was illuminated by 2 warm lights, but the building was completely dark. She focused intently and continued driving forward. Just as her car pulled away, a shadow emerged from the side of the 3-story building, elongated by the moonlight. The person pulled down the hood of their sweatshirt and quickly climbed through the window. Today, Emily had stopped here twice, and Ning Tianpei had come that night. He recognized the off-road vehicle that had just sped by. It was one of the vehicles assigned to them for this support operation. Since she didn't stop here, it indicated that the person she was looking for was not in this building, which also meant he could search the 3-story building at will, undisturbed by the outside world. The mysterious person who piqued his interest was about to reveal themselves. The off-road vehicle stopped in front of a grove of dead branches. As Emily got out of the car, she couldn't help but shrink her neck. The cold wind hit her face, and the temperature of the snow-capped mountains at night was about 10 degrees lower than during the day. With the heavy snowfall approaching, the wind would only grow stronger, until the large snowflakes fell onto the ground. For a brief moment, she regretted not staying in the warm dormitory to sleep. Emily turned on her phone's flashlight to illuminate her way, jogging between the dead branches. The wind howled in her ears, and the occasional snapping of branches made a crunching sound. Halfway through, she suddenly remembered that when she parted ways with Xiaoyu during the day, she didn't know where he was staying. How did this man manage to stay alone on the mountain at night, especially in the -20-degree snow? How daring could he be? Without hesitation, she dialed his number. The phone automatically turned off the flashlight due to being in call mode, leaving only the dim moonlight beside her. "Please pick up the phone. Please pick up." The white mist from her breath came in bursts, and her breathing gradually became hurried. The other end didn't answer for a second, and her unease layered upon her heart. Almost a minute passed, and just as Emily was about to turn back, "Hello." His indifference at that moment felt like a warm fire in the snow, comforting her. "Hello," she exclaimed, her voice rising in excitement. but it quickly returned to a trembling coldness mixed with fear. "Where are you?" There was a long silence on the other end before he finally replied, "Still on the mountain." He had just been observing a few green plants outside the tent, and his phone was on silent inside. When he returned and saw her call, his first reaction was an unexpected sense of anticipation. Perhaps it was because the solitude felt even lonelier in the harsh cold, he thought. "I'm at the place we parted in the morning. Where are you? I'll come find you." He glanced at the time on his phone, 0:02. His brows instinctively knitted. What was she doing at this hour? Due to the complex terrain, Xiaoyu had also spent a long time finding his current spot this morning. So, they continued talking on the phone. He would say a sentence, and she would walk a bit until Mo. spotted a source of light in the desolate mountains, aside from the moonlight. He stood in front of the tent, waving at her under the moonlight. Only then did she relax and smile, releasing the tension she felt when she couldn't reach him. Xiaoyu's gaze remained fixed on her, and when she approached within his line of sight, her face had completely lost its smile. "Are you here to pick me up?" He stood against the light, making it difficult for her to discern his expression. Emily understood he was simply asking an obvious question. Yet she couldn't help but feel a flicker of misinterpretation that he might be flirting with her. "Yeah." She turned her eyes away, pretending to search for the experimental subjects she had no concept of yet. "Did you find suitable experimental plants?" She asked a pointless question and scolded herself in her heart. Xiaoyu found it amusing. If I hadn't found them, why would I still be here? Am I supposed to spend the night waiting for dawn to continue searching? As soon as he finished speaking, his smile froze on his face. Had she just asked a question she already knew the answer to? Why did she need to ask? The way she looked at him just now seemed off. Lost in thought, his gaze unknowingly returned to her. But just as she turned her head back, he quickly averted his eyes, walking past her to the back of the tent. "I found two." Emily followed behind him, looking in the direction of his gaze. In the snow, there were two plants about 20 centimeters apart, both blooming white flowers, with two pieces of varying size samples placed by Xiaoyu at their roots. "This is dianthus." The two samples I initially placed were the same size, but as you can see now, the smaller dianthus is growing at a slower rate, while the other sample beside the taller plant is growing relatively faster. As Xiaoyu explained, she had already crouched down beside him, completely opposite to what I had anticipated. "Yeah, this is still an experiment without ruling out external factors." She observed the dianthus closely, noting that the flowers of the taller plant were not as vibrant as those of the shorter one. "I had considered what you mentioned, but you drove my car away, and I was afraid that by the time I walked back, they would all die, so I had to settle for experimenting here." Emily, squatting with her arms around her knees, looked up at him and said, "Sorry," before quickly turning her head away. Xiaoyu suppressed a smile, looking down at the figure huddled on the ground, his eyes filled with amusement. He had let her take the car, and he certainly wouldn't let that decision disrupt the experimental process. From the very beginning, he intended to conduct the experiment on site. He had merely teased her by following her line of thought. She reached for her phone, but paused before asking him, "Did you take photos?" Such experiments typically required recording the subject status every 10 minutes. "Yeah." He saw her nod lightly. "This is indeed unusual. Logically, the growth rate of the sample next to the taller plant should be slower." Xiaoyu shrugged. "There are still 2 hours until I can match the daytime experiment's timing. Let's check again in 2 hours. If it doesn't work, we'll collect it and try something else. It's only been 6 hours since the sun set. I started the experiment at 10 this morning." She pondered for a moment. Could it be due to the inherent characteristics of the dianthus? Chapter 16. Worry Xiaoyu sat back down in front of the tent, lost in thought. "This experiment isn't rigorous. I'm just testing the waters." Emomi followed him, and Xiaoyu shifted slightly to make room for her, allowing her to sit down. The entrance of the tent was neither too big nor too small, just enough for the two of them to sit closely together, but for two people who weren't very familiar with each other, it felt a bit too close. Strangely, Emomi didn't feel uncomfortable. Compared to the displeasure she felt when Ning Tianpei had pulled her hand earlier, it was like night and day. "Are you always so thorough in everything you do?" She hugged her knees and curled up, her face slightly turned towards him. He responded with a faint "Emma." It was freezing here, and she felt it wasn't worth spending the night on the mountain for an experiment that likely wouldn't change the current situation. Xiaoyu leaned back, stretching one leg out while bending the other, his hands resting on the soft blanket inside the tent, his fingertips moving slightly against the fabric. However, he didn't act on the fleeting impulse that crossed his mind. Let her be cold. It wasn't his decision to bring her here. Why did you settle here? Emomi asked, playing with her long fingers. The moment she asked the question, her expression relaxed. I always thought people couldn't live near glaciers. Because I have power and influence. Emomi turned to look at him in surprise, her eyes reflecting disbelief. She had assumed he was joking. He looked sincere, and his relaxed posture added a somewhat nonchalant air to his demeanor. Emomi turned back and smiled slightly. You don't seem like the type to come here to experience life. Although she was facing away from him, he noticed her shoulders tremble slightly. She was laughing. In the time he had known her, they had barely seen each other, and she had always maintained a cold demeanor. This was the first time she smiled in front of him, and he felt a mix of complicated emotions at having made her laugh. But it wasn't bad. I just discovered code in a brief history of time. After cracking it, I got the coordinates near Cosmophobia. He openly shared the reason for his presence here. From a moment he wasn't even aware of, he stopped being on guard around her. She frowned. This was an unexpected answer. You think something will happen here in the future, but you don't want to miss anything, so you just decided to live near those coordinates? The sound came from his nasal cavity, and it sounded quite lazy. He was tired. Do you have cosmophobia? She asked again. Cosmophobia was the name he had given to his guest house, and it literally translated to fear of the cosmos. After a pause, he replied, sort of, getting an unexpected answer. Emomi slightly turned her body. Because he had stretched out his leg, there was extra space, so she half-crossed her legs, looking at him with confusion in her eyes. The universe is so vast and full of the unknown. Aren't you afraid? She shook her head, her expression reminiscent of a teacher from the 50s or 60s, inspiring students to dream of the future. I think the universe is full of hope. Xiaoyu let out a muffled laugh through his nose, naive. The divergence in their views was suddenly brought to the surface. Emomi momentarily forgot that he was on the opposite side of her perspective. She abruptly stood up. It's been 10 minutes, right? After saying that, she walked toward the back of the tent. Through the shadow cast by her flashlight, he noticed she didn't squat down in front of the two dianthus plants. And he came after her, asking what was wrong, until he saw the answer with his own eyes. The taller dianthus had wilted even more than the shorter one, its flowers lying in the white snow, and its leaves, which resembled butterfly powder, were unrecognizable, dry and yellow, worse than flowers that had been sunbaked for a week. But the sample next to it had grown to twice the size it was 10 minutes ago. They exchanged glances, speechless at the scene before them. Emomi's throat inexplicably felt dry, and it took a while before she could utter a word. She was just about to bend down to squat in front of the dianthus when the person beside her abruptly pulled her up. Don't get too close. His tone was somewhat urgent. It was clear he was also flustered. He pulled her back to a distance of 2 meters from the dianthus, then quickly walked to the front of the tent, putting on a mask and goggles. He bent down and took out an equipment box from inside, then returned to her line of sight. Seeing his serious demeanor, Emomi instinctively took a step back, then quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose. She watched as he put on gloves and placed the 2 samples into 2 different size sealed bags, sealing them tightly and putting them in the box before covering it. Then he stood up and walked closer to her. Are you okay? While taking off his gloves and putting them in a prepared sealed bag, he asked, pulling it shut. He then took out a medical flashlight from his pocket, turned it on, and aimed it at her, opening his mouth. Emomi turned her face away from the bright light, instinctively raising the hand that was covering her nose to shield her eyes. But her head was quickly turned back by a strong hand. He pressed his hand against her chin. Open your mouth. Emomi had no choice but to comply. She had never imagined that just a day after being in her home country, she would be receiving an oral examination on a snow-capped mountain in the middle of the night by someone whose medical credentials she was unsure of, using a medical flashlight to inspect her eyes. Her throat showed no signs of redness or swelling. Fortunately, she was fine. He finally felt relieved and released her, then walked to the front of the tent to start packing up. Suddenly, he paused in his actions. No, I should accompany you to see a doctor. Emomi felt he was overreacting. I'm fine. I'm not worried about you. He stopped his movements, straightened up to face her, his gaze intimidating. You have come into close contact with mutated alien unknown substances without any protection and have experienced symptoms of a dry throat. There's a possibility you could become the first unknown case. After hearing his words, she felt a heavy weight in her chest. She stood in the snow as if the world had dealt her a powerful slap. He pulled out a brand new medical mask and handed it to her, commanding, "Put it on." Her hands trembled slightly, but she obediently took it and put it on. They walked down the mountain together, and Emomi occasionally lost her focus due to his earlier words, slowing her pace. Xiaoyu simply took her hand and pulled her along, and she dazedly forgot to resist. Until they passed through a forest of withered branches and reached the car, the sky began to sprinkle with fine snow. He released her hand, only to find her gaze fixed on his hand. "You walked too slowly. I didn't mean anything by it," he quickly explained. Emomi came back to her senses and awkwardly responded with a then walked past him to get into the car. Once seated, she realized she had opened the door to the passenger seat. She was taken aback and looked up at the window. Under the dim moonlight, snowflakes danced freely, and he was also looking at her. Chapter 17 Black Fish. Emomi Wei was momentarily stunned. After a moment, she reacted and opened the car door, intending to return to the driver's seat, but the door she had just pushed open was closed again from the outside. She watched as he put the heavy object in the back seat, then silently got in and sat in the driver's seat. "I'll drive. I know these roads better than you." Emomi Wei averted her gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Sorry for the trouble." The two arrived at the hospital. As soon as Xiaoyu entered, he began asking the nurse for someone by name. Soon, a duty doctor appeared before them, a blonde, blue-eyed woman. She greeted Xiaoyu warmly, kissing him on the cheek. Although their conversation revealed that they did not have any special relationship, seeing them smile at each other made Emomi Wei feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Xiaoyu briefly explained the situation to the female doctor, and Emomi Wei was taken into the imaging room. After a series of checks, she was informed that the results would be available in half an hour. The female doctor mentioned that there were other hospitalized patients that needed to be examined, and then she left. They arranged to have dinner tomorrow, initiated by Xiaoyu. Emomi Wei shot a disdainful glance at the tall figure of the female doctor as she watched her leave, but just before the doctor turned her face back, she quickly pretended nothing had happened. She pressed a cotton swab against the back of her hand where blood had just been drawn, looking down at her toes in silence. Xiaoyu thought that she looked incredibly fragile at that moment, invoking a protective instinct within him. He sat down beside her, leaned back, rested his head against the wall, and closed his eyes to gather his energy, exuding an aura of tiredness. He hadn't slept at all since the previous morning. He suddenly asked, "If what I said is true, would you donate your body after you die?" She looked up at him. "You really know how to comfort people." He opened his eyes, glancing at her, his tone still casual. "This way, you can contribute to humanity as you wish." She pursed her lips, not responding. He was wrong. It could be said he hit the nail on the head. She didn't know him at all, yet he seemed to understand her thoroughly. Xiaoyu's gaze drifted over her head to the snowflakes falling outside the glass door, and he couldn't help but recall the day they first met. "The first time I saved you, you knew a snowstorm was coming, yet you insisted on going up the mountain to find Depic fragments, didn't you?" "Yeah." After a brief silence, he couldn't resist asking, "Do you have any special obsession with things like the universe?" She got up to throw the cotton swab in the trash can, and upon turning her face, she noticed it was snowing heavily outside, and her eyes unconsciously lit up. "Because of love, so I go all out." Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. Although it was just a light laugh, it echoed through the quiet corridor. Such a textbook answer was so unoriginal. Surprisingly, Emomi Wei didn't feel displeased by this remark. She walked over to the vending machine nearby. "Coffee? Unsweetened, please." As she operated the machine, she felt a pang of helplessness when she realized she had no money in her pocket. She looked at him with an embarrassed expression, only to find that he had already gotten up and was walking toward her. She instinctively took a step back to make room for him to get his change. He paused his hand over the buttons, and she immediately said, "Unsweetened, please." After saying this, she wanted to rush into the nearby patient room and cover her face with a blanket. Xiaoyu laughed again. So embarrassing. The results came back. Her blood tests and various scans were normal, and the heavy stone that had been weighing on her heart was finally lifted. After dropping Xiaoyu back at the guest house, She returned to the research institute just as dawn broke at 6 in the morning. After a sleepless night filled with continuous anxiety, she was feeling quite worn out. After napping for an hour, she hastily washed up and left. Huang Qiming's first reaction upon seeing her was to ask if she had been out stealing last night. Her dark circles were almost down to her chin. She forced a smile. After a simple breakfast, the four of them dived into the laboratory, expecting to emerge only after sunset. As Xiaoyu got out of the car in front of the 3-story European-style building, he took out the car keys from a flower pot before walking inside. Upon entering, he couldn't help but shiver as a gust of wind blew in through the right window. He looked over and saw that the carpet in front of the window was soaked from the heavy snow that had fallen all night. He moved to close the window and sighed at the damp carpet, thinking he would deal with it later after waking up. With no one around, he was talking to the wet carpet. After a long 30-minute hot shower, he collapsed onto his bed, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already 5 in the afternoon. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretched, and walked out of the room into the secret room on the 3rd floor. Earlier that morning, while he was with Mo Li Wei, his phone had detected an intrusion alarm at the guest house. Although the timing coincided with her arrival, he didn't think the intruder was associated with her, considering she already had a general understanding of his identity. There were hidden cameras discreetly installed in the trees at all 4 corners outside the guest house. Xiaoyu had personally climbed up to install them when he first arrived. He was very cautious and prepared for any situation. The surveillance footage was being displayed on the main screen, and Xiaoyu lounged back in his chair, reviewing it, seemingly at ease despite the breach of security. Since Mo Li Wei discovered this fully equipped secret room last time, he had upgraded the security system, adding more hidden passages and employing the most advanced iris recognition technology. Thus, aside from this room, the entire building was just a regular guest house. As expected, the black-clad figure on the surveillance footage left the building in less than an hour. Unfortunately, no indoor cameras captured the intruder's image. He thought that no matter how agile the person was, they couldn't possibly evade so many intelligent eyes. It seemed that this person was quite skilled. He let out a cold huff. Getting up from the chair, he retrieved a device and put on headphones as he walked outside. He held a device capable of detecting any listening or spying devices, one he had made himself, and he was confident about it, being cautious and prepared. He thoroughly searched his 3-story territory and found 3 listening devices, 1 on each floor. During his search, he not only sang, but also amplified his chatter to 10 times his usual frequency. He decided he wanted to meet this black-clad figure and have a chat. He was curious about who had sent him and what their intentions were. He took his phone from his pocket and called the female doctor he had met at the hospital earlier. They arranged to meet at 8 o'clock in the town's restaurant, and Xiaoyu would drive to the hospital to pick her up on the way. While on the phone, he made sure to stand next to the listening device on the 1st floor. He hummed a little tune, feeling relaxed as he threw out the bait. All that was left was to wait for this black fish to take the hook. Chapter 18. Achieving success with the help of Xiaoyu and a reminder from Mo Li, she conducted toxicology experiments on the mutated boulder samples, using specimens retrieved from a waste treatment facility. Halfway through the experiment, she began to regret not keeping a backup of the sample she had stolen from Xiaoyu. She attempted to contact him, but he took a long time to respond. Since this experiment was merely to satisfy her personal curiosity, she had no reason to take leave, and the toxicology experiment had to be put on hold. Throughout the day, she assisted Huang Qiming with various seemingly useless research tasks. She had ideas but hesitated to voice them, as they were still in the phase of waiting for Xiaoyu to make a statement. She wondered how the enormous stone, now submerged at the bottom of the sea, had changed. They had gone off track, and the day ended without any gains as the sun set. Emily approached Huang Qiming alone, feigning a lack of clarity in her thinking as she proposed a hypothesis that the mutated boulder might release an unknown virus harmful to life through the air. Although her hospital checkup in the early morning showed everything was fine, she decided to remain cautious. She wanted to isolate everyone who had come into close contact with the boulder until the situation cleared up. However, Huang Qiming dismissed her concerns, claiming she had watched too many sci-fi movies. She felt both worried and angry, but there was nothing she could say to avoid unnecessary panic. When Xiaoyu contacted her, she had just finished dinner. "Are you at the Research Institute? Come with me to a place." "I am. Didn't you see the message I sent?" You haven't answered my question. Do you have a backup of the initial sample? Also, shouldn't you be having dinner at this time? With that female doctor. A hint of resentment surfaced in M.O. Lee's eyes. Let's talk when we meet. I'll pick you up. I'll be there in 10 minutes. After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone. M.O. Lee sensed an unusual atmosphere again. Xiao Yu's car was parked by the street, and during the call, he pretended to casually observe his surroundings, as if worried about being noticed. Although the man in black who had intruded into his territory last night would not blatantly follow him, after repeatedly reviewing the surveillance footage from the trees, he had become completely familiar with the black-clad man's movements, including his approximate height, build, and the lower half of his face. Now, he only needed to pay attention to any suspicious individuals around him, specifically Asian men or well-built Asian women. He got out of the car, lowered his head, and pretended to play with his phone as he walked down the street, appearing like an ordinary passerby. However, the display on his phone showed the scene behind him. When he moved, the image followed. He replaced the button on his jacket with a camera. He was just an innocent, normal person who happened to make some military-grade spy equipment. The first 2 minutes passed without incident until he reached an intersection, where a man suddenly stepped out from behind a car. The moment he saw the man, joy surged in Xiao Yu's heart. Finally, I've been waiting for you. After observing for a few seconds, he confirmed that the person behind him matched all his descriptions of the man in black. The Asian man walked openly behind him. Xiao Yu instinctively curled his lips into a smile. Showtime. Time to perform. Calculating the distance between himself and the Asian man, he ensured that the man could hear all the sounds he produced. He played a prepared ringtone and then answered the call, reciting a line of Japanese dialogue from an anime that he had prepared in advance. In the next moment, he abruptly stopped, and even though the man behind him could not see his face, his expression revealed tension and urgency, as if he had just heard some bad news. He quickly turned around and retraced his steps. As he quickened his pace back, he caught a clear glimpse of the Asian man's face. The man seemed caught off guard by Xiao Yu's sudden reversal, momentarily freezing and pausing his steps. This brief action, lasting 0.1 seconds, was captured by Xiao Yu, whose nerves were on high alert. He became even more convinced that this man was the intruder from last night. Back in the car, Xiao Yu triumphantly took off his glasses, looking at the retreating figure with a disdainful smile. Now that I have a face, I'm not afraid I won't be able to figure you out. After that, he picked up the tablet from the passenger seat, swiping until the screen displayed a high-definition image of the Asian man. Within seconds, he compared the image to the half-face captured in the surveillance footage. The green background that appeared moments later confirmed that the Asian man was indeed the man in black. The left side of the frame also had a pinhole camera installed. This once again proved his vigilance and preparedness. He returned with a wealth of information, feeling elated. So much so that when Emily got into the car, before she could say anything, he quickly began answering all her questions. I brought the initial sample. I thought you would need it. We're heading to a plant cultivation base in the neighboring town, which will take 4 hours to drive. You can take a nap. I'll wake you up when we arrive. In just a few words, he conveyed a wealth of information, leaving Emily unsure how to respond. He seemed to be in a good mood. Yeah, he smiled, still riding the wave of his recent success. As soon as Emily got into the car, she caught a whiff of a familiar perfume scent. He had just met with that female doctor. She cleared her throat twice to make her next question seem less deliberate. Shouldn't you be having dinner with that foreign doctor at this time? Her? I picked her up from the hospital, and not even 100 meters later, she was called back because one of her patients suddenly worsened. As he spoke, he stopped by a roadside CAF. So I haven't eaten yet. Do you mind returning the money for the coffee from this morning? He looked towards the CAF. Emily followed his gaze, then turned back to him, calmly getting out of the car. A little while later, she returned with a hamburger and a cup of cola. Thanks for your hard work. He took it with a smile, tearing open the packaging and taking a big bite, looking extremely hungry. No wonder he was starving. He hadn't had a drop of water since waking up, as all his time had been spent tracking the man in black. Emily noticed that he seemed to have returned to that cheerful and enthusiastic self from before he knew his true identity. What are you staring at? Xiao Yu suddenly asked, keeping his eyes straight ahead while chewing on food he hadn't had time to swallow. Haven't you seen someone who has been hungry all day eating a hamburger while driving? Emily quickly turned her face away, feeling guilty as she muttered, "Who is looking at you?" Xiao Yu didn't retort, whether he didn't hear or was pretending not to hear. There's actually a plant cultivation base here. Why didn't you go directly yesterday? Why did you have to go through so much trouble to climb the mountain? She asked, because I just remembered today that I once saved a useful person. Saved? M.O. Lee's gaze drifted back to his face at this sentence. She seemed to realize that he had always been a person full of mystery, just like his description of the universe. From the head of the plant base to her. How many people had been saved by him in between? She did not know, but it sparked her curiosity nonetheless. Chapter 19 Song Yun. Have you saved many people? She couldn't help but ask. Xiao Yu paused, finding the question quite fresh. After a moment, he replied, well, I guess so. It just happened that the situation arose, and the knowledge I learned happened to be useful. Emily nodded thoughtfully. Aren't you going to sleep? You must have been awake for a day, right? Wrong. It's been 2 days. M.O. Lee corrected him in her mind. Song Yun is probably the easiest person to talk to among the people I know. I just finished a call with her this afternoon. I only briefly mentioned our situation, and she straightforwardly said, the plants in the shed are free for us to use. Another woman? Could that female doctor also be one of the people he happened to save? Although she knew she was focusing on the wrong aspect, and that whether a person was a woman or not had nothing to do with her, she couldn't help but feel a bit unhappy. She responded with a good, then leaned back and turned her face away from him. Xiao Yu glanced at her, saw that she was about to sleep, and chose not to speak anymore. He knew she was tired. Before long, the sound of her light snoring filled the car. He turned his face in surprise, momentarily doubting his ears, then burst into laughter. It turned out that girls could snore too. However, in the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Shouldn't he be annoyed by her noise in this situation? Ning Tianpei, back at the research institute, lingered in the car, gradually realizing that he might have been schemed against. No, it must be an illusion. He had already handled the surveillance of his entry and exit from the building. Xiao Yu couldn't possibly discover him. He found Xiao Yu's name in the business card holder at the inn's front desk and was filled with doubt when he learned that the 3-story building was an inn. It wasn't just because someone could operate an inn in such a place, but also because each floor's usage space was quite unique. He always felt like he was missing something but couldn't figure it out. Like M.O. Lee at the beginning, he searched online for everything about Xiao Yu and this inn, but the information he found was very one-sided. Combining the files he illegally investigated, he discovered that this person had a wide range of interests, a rich life, and had traveled to countless places. This was not the state a 28-year-old should have. Generally, someone with such life experience would be at least 50. After much consideration, Ning Tianpei ultimately reported Xiao Yu's appearance to Song Zikan. However, Song Zikan's response was once again to criticize him for having his own ideas. He instructed him to focus on the situation with the giant stone and to quickly win over M.O. Lee, warning him not to get distracted. He agreed, but for the first time, he felt a desire to defy Song Zikan. Xiao Yu used one hand to steer the wheel while gently nudging her, again and again. M.O. Lee suddenly woke up and straightened her back, startling Xiao Yu as if she had come back to life. Are we there? Xiao Yu tilted his chin, indicating ahead. She turned her neck and rubbed her sleepy eyes. You've worked hard driving. Let me take over when we get back. He didn't argue, thinking that at least she had a bit of conscience. Just now, when you were sleeping, I suddenly realized a problem. If we conduct the experiment on site, you probably won't make it back before dawn. Emily glanced at the time displayed on the central control panel. It was just past midnight. Let's check the progress of the experiment. If we can't make it back, would you mind bringing the plans back to your place to continue? That's fine. The SUV stopped in the snow, and Emily saw a plastic tent the size of a basketball court a few meters ahead, with a faint white light shining from inside, likely left for them by the owner. After Xiao Yu took the equipment box from the trunk, he walked to the front, with Emily following behind. Your friend should be asleep by now, right? She asked. Hard to say. She's been living a nocturnal life for a while. It took 3 calls before she answered me this afternoon. He actually knew what kind of life the other person was living. Emily thought to herself. So he only looked busy. Emily didn't respond. Upon entering the planting base, she finally felt the lush greenery in front of her. It was only a 4-hour drive from the icy world at the pole, but the climate was drastically different. After getting out of the car, she had an impulse to take off her heavy coat and throw it back inside. Hey, you guys are here. I knew I heard some noise. Following the crisp voice, they saw a beautifully crafted woman slowly walking toward them with a white cat in her arms. A smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face. Long time no see. He then reached out to tease the cat in Song Yun's arms, his voice instinctively becoming soft and cute. You too, you too. He even shook his head along with the cat. Song Yun looked at the person who was bending down to play with the cat with a smile in her eyes. Watching the handsome couple in front of her, Mo Li felt awkward alone. Xiaoyu straightened up and explained, "This is the companion I mentioned on the phone. Her name is Mo Li, sent by the Domestic Space Agency to assist with the giant stone incident. This is Song Yun, the owner of this base." Mo Li was surprised at how intimate their relationship was, considering that the giant stone incident was still not public knowledge. Song Yun extended her hand with a friendly smile. "Hello." After saying that, she gave Xiaoyu a knowing glance. He quickly waved his hand, signaling her not to tease. Mo Li stared at the eye contact between the two, extending her hand in return and saying hello. She didn't like to smile, and this time she didn't either. Song Yun was not shy and directly joked, "Looks like this friend is a bit shy." Xiaoyu glanced at Mo Li and said, "You'll get used to it. I've known her for so long, and I've never seen her smile at anyone." After saying that, a scene flashed in his mind where her shoulders were shaking. That was the first time she smiled in front of him. He remembered that it was just a little lie he told to help her out. She blankly apologized to Song Yun. Song Yun laughed out loud. "Your friend is really interesting." Xiaoyu shook his head in mock helplessness. "You should go do what you need to. We won't be polite." As he spoke, he rubbed Mo Li's arm and said, "Let's get started." After Song Yun replied with a good, she smiled and left. Inside the tent were mostly plants that were not commonly seen in daily life. A rough glance estimated there were about a dozen types. Mo Li did not know much about plants, and to be honest, there were very few she could name. Moreover, in previous research, even if there were plants, they were referred to as samples with serial numbers or experimental subjects with serial numbers. Do you have any clues? Unable to make sense of it, she could only seek help from the person next to her, even though she didn't know if he had ventured into this field. Having found a spot to squat down, Xiaoyu looked up at her with a puzzled expression and answered her unrelated question. "Do you think the giant stone would kill all the plants in the tent?" Chapter 20. Mo Li squatted down next to him, and his concerns were indeed worth discussing. Although Song Yun said they could use them freely, what if they really ended up killing a large number of plants that someone had painstakingly cultivated? In fact, we already know that it can kill surrounding marine animals at the bottom of the sea. Plants are also living organisms, and it would surely have the same harmful effects on them. Mo Li couldn't understand why there was a difference in this matter when the living conditions for plants and animals were basically the same. Because at the bottom of the sea, the plants next to the giant stone are still alive, he said nonchalantly. "Oh, didn't I tell you?" "What?" Mo Li thought. "How many things do you still not tell me?" "The first time I dove to the bottom of the sea, due to the time spent cutting samples, the oxygen tank I brought down didn't have enough oxygen, so I had to rush back to the shore. Later, I went down again, and this time I dove to the bottom of the giant stone and found that the benthic algae there were actually safe and full of life." After hearing this, Mo Li really wanted to sit down in the mud. The road ahead was long and full of difficulties, and what was this strange characteristic? "So what should we do now? Go outside?" Xiaoyu looked outside, then turned back to gaze at the magical green area. "If we go outside, we'll have to pull them all out. I'm really afraid they will lose their activity and alter the experiment results." Mo Li pushed herself up on her knees and stood up, surveying her surroundings. She took a few steps forward until she spotted a row of potted plants in the corner. The two exchanged glances, and then they rolled up their sleeves in tacit agreement and started working hard. They moved 4 potted plants to the empty space outside the plastic shed, and Xiaoyu turned on the car lights for illumination. Learning from past experiences, Mo Li put on gloves and a mask, taking out the glass bottles with samples from the equipment box one by one and placing them into the pots. They were similar in size. In fact, Xiaoyu had already weighed them during preparation, so theoretically, they were the same size, just different in shape. When Xiaoyu returned, he was holding 2 rectangular transparent plastic bags that he had bought from the convenience store at the gas station. He opened the plastic bags and let Missouri Lee place the potted plants inside, then sealed the bags to block out the air. He bagged 2 pots, one tall and one short, while the other 2 remained exposed to the air. "How cruel!" Mo Li's voice came out softly. Putting the plastic bag on meant that the poor plant would be slowly deprived of nutrients until it withered away. Xiaoyu glanced at her lightly, saying, If you really think they are pitiful, I have bigger plastic bags. You can go in and get cozy with the boulder. I'll go get 2 chairs from her." After saying that, he stood up and took long strides toward the building behind the plastic shed. Emily unconsciously tilted her head to watch him as he gradually walked away until he stopped at the door and a woman came to open it. She took off her gloves and mask and walked to the front of the car, leaning slightly against it, muttering, "Why bother borrowing chairs when she could just sit in the car?" She pulled out her phone, only to find that it wouldn't light up no matter how she pressed it. After 2 days without proper rest, the phone had run out of battery and shut down. In the single dormitory at the research institute, the room was dark except for the light from the laptop on the desk, the sounds of typing on the keyboard and clicking of the mouse continuously overlapping. Ning Tianpei sat at the desk, turning on his phone to check the tracking software. 3 hours ago, the red marker had disappeared onto an unknown road, and he hadn't paid much attention to Emily's whereabouts tonight, only checking it occasionally. He thought that if he could achieve something before her, perhaps she would change her opinion of him. If that didn't work, he would have to be straightforward about his intentions. He was worried that she would expose his identity to anyone, whether it was Huang Qiming or by Lingjun. After all, under Song Zikin's pressure, the director probably had no solution. Besides, he had no reason to stay at the Aerospace Bureau other than to win her over. He returned quickly, and she had thought he was just going to borrow chairs. But, to her surprise, within 2 minutes, he indeed returned with a chair in each hand. When he saw her leaning against the car, he paused in confusion, wondering what he needed the chairs for. He could have just sat in the car. Emily walked over and took one of the chairs, saying, "Let us sit outside. It's stuffy in the car." As she spoke, the chair was already placed beside the car, maintaining a safe distance from the samples. Although the research results were normal, she still felt a bit uneasy about what he had said earlier. "Want some coffee?" After sitting down next to her, he took off the thermos he had slung over his shoulder because he didn't have a hand to carry it. "You were only inside for a short while. And you made coffee?" "Song-yin made it. I want to get the chairs from the tool room." He poured the coffee onto the lid and handed it to her. She thanked him as she took it. The coffee was steaming and warmth instantly spread through her palm. Although the temperature here wasn't extremely low, it still got cold enough at night to make one want to huddle up. Facing the sudden silence, she decided to find something to talk about. "How did you meet Song-yin? I thought you were a genuine egoist." Or, he paused deliberately, curling his lips with a hint of mischief. "Are you only interested in me?" A flash of panic crossed Emily's eyes as if he had seen through her. But since she was sitting close to the car in the dark, he couldn't see it. "She is a nice person." Emily slightly turned her face, tightly closing her eyes and secretly cursing herself for what she had just said. Xiaoyu let out a few muffled laughs from his nose. "I met Song-yin in the ancient city of Lulan. She was lying in the desert on the verge of death. Later, I found out she was actually the only daughter of the chairman of DM Group." Saying this, he feigned a regretful sigh, wishing he had a bad heart at that moment. Otherwise, he could have profited immensely. He joked, took a sip of coffee. "Do you know the DM Group in the country? I still don't know why she, as an heir, ran to this remote place to plant grass. Because of passion, I guess." She certainly knew about DM Group, the largest sponsor of the Aerospace Bureau, a company that had entered the global top 200 within 10 years of being listed. Song Zikin's current achievements were the dreams of all entrepreneurs. Remembering her word from last night, because of passion, so I am unwavering, and her teacher-like expression, he suddenly smiled. Emily frowned at him. "What is so funny? Don't you have dreams?" "Of course I do. To become the second Song Zikin and have endless money." He pretended to look sincere as he gazed into the distance. Emily couldn't help but chuckle at his grand ambitions, thinking if he wanted endless money, he could just marry her daughter. Xiaoyu didn't have time to swallow the coffee in his mouth before he let out that is really a shortcut." Emily's smile gradually faded. She had intended to test his views on Song-yin, but instead it backfired. Chapter 21, The Inside Man. Xiaoyu casually leaned back against the chair, stretching his long legs. The light from the car had disappeared, and like her, he was now in the dark. With this movement, his dark eyes caught a glimpse of her gradually dimming expression. At that moment, he felt his heart skip a beat next to her again. He was the first to joke, and he was also the first to feel timid. The surroundings were quiet and windless, and she didn't respond. He moved his thin lips, wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't. He lazily leaned back in the chair, gazing up at the twinkling stars in the pitch-black sky. In Antarctica in December, you can only see the stars at night if the weather is good. He bent his long legs, leaning slightly towards her, nudging her. His voice was very soft, as if he didn't want to break the tranquility. "Look up." She tilted her head back, and the star's light reflected in her eyes. Unconsciously, her lips curved into a smile, as if all her earlier emotions had vanished at that moment. This was probably the most romantic thing she had done so far, sitting under the stars with an unfamiliar man in an unfamiliar country. Xiaoyu quietly turned his face toward her. She was looking at the stars while in his eyes. It was her who smiled because of the stars. Instead of the car lights, the cold moonlight fell on the two of them. This was the first time he observed her so closely and quietly. Her almond-shaped eyes were bright, her nose was small and upturned, and there were shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth. When his gaze fell to her chin, she suddenly turned to him, meeting his unreadable expression. She froze for a moment. The sudden eye contact made Mo's smile vanish, and they both wore neutral expressions. But it seemed neither was willing to look away from the other's eyes. The moment she turned her face away, he forgot to dodge, so he looked at her openly. He found this feeling wasn't bad and unexpectedly comforting. Mo blinked, breaking the long silence first. "What are you looking at?" "Haven't you seen someone with dark circles under their eyes, after only sleeping 3 hours in 2 days?" Until she stood up and left him with her back. His gaze remained fixed on the spot where she had left, his expression calm, but the rising frequency of his chest was gradually accelerating. Little did he know that this ordinary night was the beginning of his fall into the abyss. Her expression was dazed as she walked toward the 4 potted plants, but her heart was in utter turmoil, a feeling she had never experienced before, strange and anxious. She felt uneasy about the unknown emotions within her. The 2 plants exposed to the air showed no obvious changes, but the inner walls of the 2 plastic sealed bags were coated with a layer of white mist, and the bag covering the slightly shorter plant even looked a bit shriveled. As she squatted down, frowning to inspect, she pulled out gloves and a mask from her pocket and put them on one by one. "Xiaoyu, come quickly." This was the first time she called his name. When Xiaoyu came to her side and saw the unexpected differences, he instinctively frowned as well. Having taken protective measures, he hesitantly opened the bag covering the slightly shorter plant. Just 10 minutes ago, the vibrant green plant was now reduced to a shriveled brown dead stem. All the leaves had wilted and scattered on the soil of the pot, leaving the stem bare. Faced with the stark contrast, both of their hearts sank. Xiaoyu glanced at the time, as per usual. Only 6 minutes and 27 seconds had passed since the bag was sealed. "Let's check the other pot." Mo's face was filled with unmistakable panic. He resealed the bag covering the slightly shorter plant, then opened the seal of the taller one. This pot was not as bleak as the other, but it was still similar. Only a few resilient leaves remained, not completely wilted yet. Xiaoyu looked troubled. "All we changed was to cut off their air supply, but if its role is just to absorb oxygen, the plants shouldn't have withered this quickly. Cutting off the air supply, while absorbing the oxygen from the plants, it must also be releasing substances that inhibit life." She interjected, "Toxic substances." He resealed the bag and said, "Let's go back now. You want to be able to rest for a while." The latter part of his statement, she wondered if it was a misperception on her part, but she felt that he was worried about her. Xiaoyu carefully stored the samples in sealed bags, and the other 2 exposed pots were also put into new sealed bags, all placed in the back of the SUV. After thanking and bidding farewell to Song Yun, the 2 retraced their steps. Mo took out her phone to contact Huang Qiming, only to remember that her phone had run out of battery and shut down. "Use mine." Xiaoyu switched his phone to the dialing interface, ready to input the number she was about to say. She shook her head. "I can't remember my uncle's phone number. Don't you have a charger?" He awkwardly replied, "No." The stone from the research garbage disposal site must be isolated immediately. The patroller there had been in close proximity to the boulder without any protective measures for so long. And since we haven't discovered it yet, we don't know if he has already encountered trouble. Don't panic yet. There is no direct evidence proving it will harm humans. But that is a toxic substance that can kill a plant in such a short time. Not to mention that the boulder in the garbage disposal site poses little danger while exposed to the air. Even the one on the seabed hasn't been sealed, and there's nothing alive around it. If the patroller at the garbage disposal site has really encountered something, I, as the first informed person, probably can't escape responsibility. She was so anxious that her speech became incoherent. Xiaoyu regretted not driving himself. He feared that if her emotions escalated further, she might confuse the accelerator with the brake. He can no longer sit still. Calm down, keep your mouth shut. I have a way to make the patroller move away from the boulder right now. She turned to look at him, surprised and delighted, but he stretched out his long arm to steady the steering wheel. She bit her lip, acknowledging her mistake, and then changed her previous impatience. What are you going to do? He ignored her and dialed a number. He contacted the police officer who had assisted him at the research garbage disposal site last time. They were not familiar with each other. It was merely a mutually beneficial relationship. He pays, the police do the job. Although he spoke English throughout the conversation, she understood everything clearly. He instructed the officer to rush to the research garbage disposal site to divert the patroller and anyone lingering around, and to extend the perimeter of the cordon around the boulder, putting up a danger warning sign at the factory's entrance. After hanging up the phone, she couldn't wait to voice her doubts. Is there an insider at the police station here? Don't judge me. I didn't. She just felt that he seemed to have too many connections. So far, the circle of friends she knew about him was already vast beyond her reach. Chapter 22. Manifestation. They drove into the nearest gas station, and the two switched positions. Mo Wei, sitting in the passenger seat, used Xiaoyu's phone to look up the phone number of the duty room at the research institute and dialed it. After identifying herself, she got through to Huang Qiming. It was now 5 in the morning. Anyone suddenly woken up at this hour would feel displeased, let alone dragging a tired body to the duty room to answer a call, only to hear her impractical remarks. Did you have a nightmare? Why are you asking me to go to the garbage disposal site before dawn? To put a bag over that stone? Where am I supposed to find a bag that big? Didn't you see how large it is? The duty room fell silent for a moment. Mo Wei on the other end was explaining while Huang Qiming's expression gradually darkened. All right, I'll bring people over right now. He finally realized the seriousness of the situation. The phone, which he didn't have time to hang up, was thrown onto the table. The next moment, he stumbled out of the duty room, wide awake and feeling dread inside. How could he have imagined that the reminder he dismissed yesterday would turn into the pressing issue at hand? When Mo Wei and Xiaoyu arrived at the research garbage disposal site, it was already 8 in the morning. The sky was dark, just like the faces of everyone in the factory. A crane was operating beside the boulder, and the top of the boulder was covered with wrinkled plastic bags, which so far had not even covered 1/7 of it. As they approached, Mo Wei had already taken precautions in the car. As soon as the car stopped, she opened the door and ran over. Xiaoyu didn't linger, but drove away. This process was just witnessed by Ning Tianpei, who thought to himself that they indeed stayed together. But then he worried whether Xiaoyu had mentioned the intrusion at the guest house to her. Huang Qiming was talking with local researchers, and when she approached, the first thing she said was, "Why isn't it covered yet?" Seeing Mo Wei, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After that phone call, he couldn't find her no matter how hard he searched. Is your phone just for decoration? The person on the crane covering the boulder was Yin Yu, who shouted at her from high above, Mo Wei, you finally made it. Where have you been this early in the morning? I went to knock on your door this morning only to find you weren't there. Mo Wei looked up. It seemed Huang Qiming hadn't told them that she was the one who remotely issued orders to them early in the morning. She waved at him, then spoke, my phone died. Has anything happened to the patroller? Huang Qiming was about to ask what patroller, but then realized why she would ask that. He looked around. I don't know. I just realized I haven't seen him today. Mo Wei immediately thought of the police officer Xiaoyu called. She scanned the surroundings. Apart from the researchers and the crane operator, there were only a few familiar faces left. No police officers, and even less the patroller whose fate was uncertain. She turned her gaze toward the iron gate outside, only to find that Xiaoyu and the car had long since disappeared. Without her phone, she couldn't find him, and she felt so distressed. Where did you come from? Where did you go out? Do you really have acquaintances here? Huang Qiming asked, his tone severe. Not long ago. He had dinner with Bai Ling Jun, and the latter mentioned the content of their conversation, revealing that his niece actually had an informant in Antarctica. While feeling that she was distancing herself from him as an uncle, He couldn't help but lament how formidable the younger generation was. He, now over 50, had never considered that this job would still require informants. Can we talk about this later? She looked up at a corner of the giant rock. The rock was so large, yet only one vehicle and one person were manually pulling the bags down. How long would this take? Why was the progress so slow? Was there no other vehicle? She referred to the crane as a vehicle. You're essentially asking us to cover a building nearly 6 stories high with plastic bags. Do you have any concept of its height? Huang Qiming felt uneasy just thinking about it. Do you know how many people I contacted just to get this crane? And that giant plastic bag? We spent 2 hours on that. It was made by piecing together hundreds of sealed bags. You make it sound easy, yet the progress is so slow. Where were you when we were sweating and piecing together the plastic bags? Huang Qiming's complaints, filled with grievance and loud enough to attract attention, drew the gaze of several onlookers. However, there were only about 10 people around the giant rock. As Mo Wei had suggested, fewer people were better. Although she had told Huang Qiming to bring people and to take precautions, she still had no idea whether masks and gloves would protect against toxic substances. Mo Wei lowered her head awkwardly, realizing that this was indeed a challenging task. In fact, the problem posed by the giant rock was nothing compared to the unmeasurable mutated stone at the bottom of the sea, which troubled her even more. How could they possibly retrieve it from the water? It seemed like an impossible task, due to the uneven surface of the giant rock. The process of bagging it was more difficult than it appeared. Each time Ning Tianpei pulled down, the crane moved forward a little, undoubtedly consuming a lot of time. In fact, aside from Ning Tianpei and the crane operator, the rest of the people were of no help, as the surrounding area fell silent except for the sounds of the crane operating and the friction of the plastic bags. The sound of a car engine came from behind the crowd, and a loader entered through the iron gate. Huang Qiming looked bewildered. Who called for this? Everyone looked at each other, but Mo Wei was the first to think of Xiaoyu. Who has such connections to bring these vehicles? When she saw the second vehicle, Huang Qiming was taken aback, both surprised and delighted. So this town actually has cranes? Ning Tianpei, who had been confused like everyone else, suddenly understood upon seeing Mo Wei's expression. It was Xiaoyu. He knew that someone who could operate freely in such a place was definitely not on the same level as him. This meant that his identity was likely exposed. The research waste disposal plant, usually ignored, now resembled a construction site, with all machines working around the giant rock. The continuous vibration from her coat pocket caught Mo Wei's attention. She frowned and reached into her pocket. Could her phone still vibrate if it was turned off? Until the sensation at her fingertips told her that it wasn't her phone that had been turned off long ago. She stepped away from the crowd without hesitation and answered the call, seemingly already knowing who the unlisted number belonged to. Hello, did you call for these vehicles? Or do you think it's some divine intervention? The phone was slipped into her pocket by him when she got out of the car earlier. Mo Wei chuckled at the thought, even though he couldn't see her. She quickly put on a serious face. Thank you. You're welcome, but I'm not helping you, he said, still prideful, but silently laughing on the other end of the line. Chapter 23. Familiar faces. The research waste disposal plant is located on the outskirts of the city. The continuous noise of machinery and the giant object that had already breached the walls caused a few passers-by to stop and stare, and even reporters appeared, having heard rumors from somewhere. With such a show of force, their concerns were eventually realized. A breaking news report swept across the globe, stating that an unknown giant object had appeared at the research waste disposal plant at the pole, and relevant personnel seemed to be attempting to cover up the truth. The internet was flooded with discussions from netizens around the world. Some cleverly linked this incident to the recent asteroid impact event, and his voice began to be noticed by more and more people, garnering agreement and even rebuttals. After hanging up, Mo Wei kept thinking about what Xiaoyu had said. Now is the time to disclose the existence of the stone at the bottom of the sea. Her troubled expression caught Huang Qiming's attention once again. He pulled her aside, despite her having done many admirable things so far. In his eyes, she was still a little girl who had lost her parents and needed adult protection. He worried that she was bearing too much, which would eventually overwhelm her. He sighed earnestly. Mo Wei, I know you're a grown woman now, with your own thoughts. I have no right to dictate your thinking or actions. Of course, your discoveries are a great help to us, and the achievements you gain in the future will be due to your hard work. But you must understand that we are a team. You are not fighting this battle alone." She first fell silent, then gritted her teeth, and soon made up her mind to go all out. There's an even bigger one underwater. "What did you say?" Huang Qiming doubted his ears. He pointed to the giant object beside him, which was already half covered by plastic bags, and became hesitant. You mean this stone? There's an even bigger one underwater." He was so shocked that his voice rose. The few people remaining on the ground all looked over, but aside from Ning Tianpei, the others had no idea what they were talking about due to the language barrier. Mo Wei glanced at them and inadvertently met Ning Tianpei's complex gaze. She quickly turned back to Huang Qiming and asked, "What should we do?" She genuinely didn't know what to do, despite knowing that even if Huang Qiming was informed, he would feel helpless about the current situation. They didn't even know how to handle the giant object in front of them, let alone the even larger one beneath the sea. Huang Qiming raised a hand to his forehead. Too many questions surged in his mind, leaving him unsure of where to start. Ning Tianpei walked over silently, and the local researchers looked equally puzzled, although they couldn't understand. Huang Qiming's tone and actions were enough to make them uneasy, especially since he had been pointing at the giant rock while speaking. Mo Wei remained still, having experienced such absurdity before, giving the others time to react. During this time, Ning Tianpei translated Mo Wei's earlier words to the local researchers, who were equally astonished into silence. "How did you know this? Did that informant tell you?" Huang Qiming finally calmed down. Mo Wei nodded. To make it clear to the local researchers, she decided to explain the whole story in English. Ning Tianpei noticed that she was deliberately avoiding mentioning Xiao Yu's identity. After listening, Huang Qiming still couldn't believe it. It wasn't just that the informant's identity was unclear. He firmly believed in seeing is believing. It wasn't until they were en route to the site of the previous asteroid impact that Mo Wei realized, when she first learned of this news from Xiao Yu, her immediate reaction was not like Huang Qiming's concern, but rather belief. Mo Wei drove. Huang Qiming sat in the passenger seat, and Ning Tianpei was alone in the back. When Huang Qiming learned that Ning Tianpei had a diving license, he was both surprised and delighted. He had initially wanted to call the director to ask for help, but found that someone right next to him was available. It was another moment of marveling at the younger generation's capabilities. Before departing, Mo Wei sent a message to that number using Xiao Yu's phone, informing him that they were heading over and asking him not to appear nearby to avoid raising suspicions among the others. Xiao Yu, unaware of his status as her informant, naturally found the message strange. What's wrong? Does she think he is unpresentable? At this moment, he was on the open balcony on the 3rd floor, holding a telescope and looking into the distance. A 4-wheel drive vehicle entered his line of sight, and he recognized it as the one Mo Li drove to find him. As the distance gradually closed, he saw that the driver was indeed Mo Li. Could the other two not drive? He murmured to the cold air. She was driving while fatigued, and today was already the 3rd day. 3 days, 72 hours, and she had slept for less than 4 hours. And that was in his car, bumping all the way. He took the telescope down from his eyes side and turned to walk back inside. On the other side, Huang Qiming, in the car, saw the distant building and instinctively frowned, asking, "Does anyone live in this place?" Emily's heart skipped a beat. A flash of panic crossed her eyes. Luckily, she was driving and not facing the questioner. Otherwise, her guilt would surely be noticed. She pretended to look over, then frowned and casually answered, "Not sure." However, Ning Tianpei, in the back seat, saw the reflection of her eyes in the rearview mirror and understood that the building was Xiao Yu's guest house, a place she was very familiar with. He suddenly began to ponder why she was so resistant to letting others know Xiao Yu's identity. Could it be? The exhaust pipe of the 4-wheel drive emitted wisps of white smoke as the vehicle stopped by the roadside. The road to the impact center was covered with a thick layer of ice. But worried that the ice layer wouldn't be as solid after the impact as it was before, they chose to walk over. At the same time, in the 3-story building, Xiao Yu had come to the floor-to-ceiling window on the 2nd floor, where he had been watching them. He had come down from upstairs earlier because of her words about being afraid of being discovered. A decision he couldn't find a reason for, but chose to agree with. Leaning against the window, with his left foot resting on his right, he looked very comfortable. This was probably the best posture for secretly observing. While observing their every move, he also noticed that Mo would occasionally glance in his direction, causing a sense of joy in being watched to rise within him. He even felt an impulse to greet her from afar. The ice hole he had drilled 2 days ago was still there, and Ning Tianpei, wearing a diving suit, was warming up for the dive. However, Xiao Yu, who had been focused on Mo, straightened up, and a look of confusion crossed his brow as he picked up the telescope. Though it was a distance observable by the naked eye, he felt that the person in the diving suit looked somewhat familiar. Ning Tianpei, dressed in a diving suit and wearing a diving mask, revealed only the lower half of her face, resembling the person in black who had infiltrated the guest house that night. Chapter 24. Trust Ye Yinyu, who had just come down from the crane, realized that Huang Qiming and the other two were missing and, upon inquiry, learned that they had gone to the sea area near the impact center. Now, the plastic bag had completely covered the boulder. Earlier, in the process of moving the boulder to ensure that the plastic bag could cover it completely due to miscommunication, the boulder had leaned against the high wall behind it unevenly, and under the immense pressure, the wall had collapsed directly. The top of the boulder now lay across the road behind the wall, blocking all passage. The road was now filled with vehicles that could not pass, and the police arrived upon hearing the commotion, creating a scene of chaos. It was still unclear whether the bottom of the boulder, after the change in contact surface, had damaged the plastic bag. Due to the previous mishap, the operators of the machinery were hesitant to act recklessly for fear of future accountability. Not knowing what to do next, Ye Yinyu called Huang Qiming. At that moment, the two on the ice surface were looking down into the ice hole in the same posture, and Ning Tianpei had been down for nearly half an hour. At this time, Huang Qiming's phone rang. Seeing it was Ye Yinyu, he put on speaker. As soon as the call connected, Ye Yinyu's disgruntled voice came through. Captain Huang, why didn't you tell me before you left? You left me all alone and lonely. How is it going over there? Is there really a bigger one at the bottom? No way. Does that one also need to be bagged? Huang Qiming closed his eyes, exhaled a heavy sigh. Xiao Ning went down half an hour ago and hasn't come back yet. Mo and I are waiting. If you have something to say, hurry up. Ye Yinyu then verbally presented the chaotic situation on site. Huang Qiming and Mo exchanged glances, realizing that their faces were both grim. They knew that the road outside the waste treatment plant was a one-way street and was the only way in and out of town. Now suddenly, a black boulder covered with a plastic bag had appeared, and one could imagine how chaotic the scene must be. Huang Qiming thought that now was not the time to assign blame. The problem created out of thin air still needed to be resolved quickly. If the plastic bag was torn, they could just patch it up. He instructed Xiao Yi and the others to buy more sealing bags as a precaution. They needed to figure out how to move the boulder off the road, and assured them that he and the director would take responsibility for what had happened, telling them not to worry. Okay, so what are we going to do about this boulder? We need to come up with a strategy before the bag gets torn. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he felt that after being bagged, it seemed to have become even more ferocious than before. Emoli quickly said, seal the bag and suck out the air. Huh? Ye Yinyu was surprised. Is that even possible? Huang Qiming rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied impatiently, otherwise, do you have a better idea? I'll go find a vacuum pump. After hanging up, Huang Qiming's gaze returned to the silent water surface, while Mo took the opportunity to glance at the distant building. It was very quiet there, and she was pleased not to see Xiao Yu's figure, but a sense of inexplicable disappointment surged in her heart. Why is it taking so long? Can he manage alone? The oxygen supply time should be reaching its limit now, right? Huang Qiming couldn't help but worry. Although young people could endure, staying in the sea for half an hour in such extreme cold weather was something he, as a middle-aged man, couldn't even imagine. Emoli also showed signs of worry, slightly shaking her head. After so many days, the boulder has probably turned into a small mountain. He might be trying to bring the entire boulder back. Before Ning Tianpei went down, she had fixed an underwater camera on her chest to support the data needed for processing the boulder later. Amid his worries, Huang Qiming suddenly had a clever thought. He solemnly said, Xiao Ning is very much like you. She is willing to work hard and take risks. You should nurture her well. He hoped she would accept this idea gladly and use it as an opportunity to change her reclusive personality. He didn't want her to end up like him, alone without family matters at this age. After a long time, she finally replied, "Got it." Huang Qiming noticed that she was unexpectedly agreeable today and didn't retort. So he prepared to give her a long lecture, only to swallow it back. At that moment, the calm water surface began to stir. Ning Tianpei surfaced. "Hey, Xiao Ning, you finally made it back." Huang Qiming quickly crouched down to help him up. Ning Tianpei grabbed his outstretched hand and quickly glanced at Mo Li. Noticing her gaze on the camera on his chest, feeling a bit uncomfortable. "Thank you." Once he stood steady, Huang Qiming picked up the coat, draped over his bag, and covered it around him. "It's very cold, Xiao Ning. You've really worked hard." "Iem Mifine." "Captain Huang." Ning Tianpei took off his diving mask. "How is it? Was there really stone down there?" Huang Qiming still held onto the last glimmer of hope. In fact, it was less about disbelief and more about unwillingness to believe. Ning Tianpei instinctively glanced at the slightly distant Mo Li before speaking, and he nodded heavily, very big, about twice the height of the one we already know. As he spoke, he took off the camera from his chest and handed it to Huang Qiming. "I shot from multiple angles, hoping it could help." Huang Qiming received the camera with a slightly stunned expression, then raised his hand to pat Ning Tianpei's shoulder, sighing. "Don't say such formal things. Your willingness to go down is already better than me." Ning Tianpei wore a humble demeanor, his current identity being a novice in the workplace, and his every move had to align with this characteristic. The three returned to the car, and Mo Li took out the memory card from the camera to insert it into the computer. As Ning Tianpei descended, the image gradually approached the underwater giant. Xiao remembered the man looked familiar and recalled the matter he had briefly delayed. He sat down at the desk, his long fingers tapping on the keyboard with defined joints. And after a series of operations, Ning Tianpei's personal profile appeared on the computer screen. It showed that Ning Tianpei had been employed at DM Group for the past 5 years. Xiao instinctively frowned, as it seemed that DM Group had been appearing too frequently lately. He turned sideways in his chair, casually resting his hand on the backrest. He looked out the floor-to-ceiling window, where only 2 silhouettes remained in the white snow. Glancing at the surveillance photo he had casually placed on the desk, he wondered why someone from DM Group would come to Antarctica to follow him. He pointed outside, then at the surveillance photo, continuing to speak to himself. "If you are you, shouldn't you be in the country at this time? Is it possible that your job information at the Aviation Bureau hasn't been updated in the records yet? Most importantly, why is this man with Mo Li?" He clicked the mouse and dialed a video call to someone. Soon, a woman's voice came from the computer. "I told you before that if you need anything, just let me know, but your frequency of seeking help is too high, right?" Chapter 25. Grasp help me investigate a person. He stated plainly and directly. Seeing he was not joking, Song Yin also became serious. "Okay, Ning Tianpei, who has been working at DM Group since 5 years ago, came to see me 2 nights ago while I was away." The reason he could boldly mention this name was because upon returning, he had disassembled the 3 listening devices that Ning Tianpei secretly placed here. He suddenly lost interest in playing games and began to anticipate a direct confrontation, tensing his nerves. Within a few seconds, the person on the other end of the call couldn't help but tease. "No way. That old man has taken a liking to you?" Song Yun. Okay. She quickly composed herself. "Let me take 5 minutes." As soon as she finished speaking, the video call was disconnected. Xiao scrolled through Ning Tianpei's personal profile again and again. He was the same age as him and looked like an ordinary office worker. But his actions were anything but ordinary. First, he trespassed and offended him. Then he illegally stalked him. He didn't even know how he had offended the boss of DM Group. He clearly had no connection with DM Group. Of course, if he had to say there was one, it was that he had saved his only daughter, Song Yun, but that hardly constituted a reason for being investigated, right? Soon, Song Yun's reply came. She said that Ning Tianpei had recently left his job and went to work at the Aviation Bureau, and because of the giant rock incident, her father, as a sponsor of the Aviation Bureau, had sent a group of people to Antarctica, including Ning Tianpei. It seemed that the man in the diving suit, revealing only the lower half of his face, was indeed the Ning Tianpei who had trespassed and stalked him. He gazed out the window, the ice surface empty. They had left. Although Ning Tianpei had inadvertently gotten involved with Mo Li, he still chose to trust Mo Li. He wanted to believe. However, just as the voice in his heart faded, the computer in front of him was ruthlessly shut. The sudden annoyance made him restless. Stepping out of the study, he picked up the cage containing 2 little white mice from the bar and walked upstairs. Upon entering the secret room on the 3rd floor, the heavy password door was shut with a click. When Mo Li and the other 2 returned to the town, the line of cars outside the waste processing plant had already stretched half a kilometer long, and most car owners had gotten out to check the situation ahead. They were at a loss. The cars couldn't get through, so they had to get out and walk back to the plant. As soon as Yi Yinyu saw them, he happily approached, his previously isolated grievances dissipating. His foreign language skills were poor, and apart from them, there was no one else to talk to. Although he had been darting around amidst the chaos after getting off the crane, he hadn't helped much. You guys are finally back. Are there really rocks at the bottom of the sea? Mo Li and Huang Qiming ignored him, while Ning Tianpei told him what he had seen. Yi Yinyu looked astonished. Just as he was about to say something else, he was interrupted by Huang Qiming, who looked displeased. Why is that rock still lying by the roadside? Huang Qiming quickly scanned the surroundings. Didn't I tell you to call the master to clear the site earlier? Next to the giant rock were 2 construction vehicles that had stalled, with 2 workers standing beside them, animatedly discussing with gestures, looking quite troubled. The master said this rock is too heavy. The machine can't lift it. Yi Yinyu stammered, appearing somewhat indecisive. The master said the only way to move it is to saw it apart, because the rock is really too heavy. Huang Qiming glanced at the enormous object in front of him and agreed. He hadn't considered this point before. The size of the rock was equivalent to dozens of construction vehicles. Thus, the efforts they had put in all morning had come to nothing. Just as Huang Qiming was about to make a decision and call for help, Mo Li suddenly stopped him. Huang Qiming looked confused, but he didn't want to ask her because he knew she must have thought of something he was reluctant to face. What's wrong? If we saw it apart, and the fragments scatter without being processed, it will be even more troublesome. Upon hearing this, Huang Qiming helplessly raised his hand to cover his face. For the first time in his life, he felt like crying without tears. Yi Yinyu looked at the bustling crowd outside the plant and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since the machine couldn't lift it, why not let people lift it? At least when he said this, he thought his idea was feasible. The other 3 Chinese people who understood his words responded with silence and stares. He maintained a smile. Is that not possible? Then he immediately became serious. Okay, if not, I'm sorry. Let's use ropes or chains to pull it apart. Just create enough space for the cars to pass. The speaker was Ning Tianpei. If 1 car can't do it, then 10 cars will do. The horsepower of 10 cars is enough. Mo Li nodded slowly. There was snow on the ground, so there was no need to worry about the giant rock scraping the surface and creating debris. Because of Yi Yinyu's earlier comment, the increasingly thick clouds on Huang Qiming's face finally dispersed. Let's do it this way. Although he didn't encourage a biased educational approach, he couldn't help but glare at the now more embarrassed Yi Yinyu, patting Ning Tianpei on the shoulder and encouraging, "You're great, Xiao Ning." Ning Tianpei humbly responded, not forgetting to save face for Yi Yinyu. "It's nothing. Brother, you must be too tired after a hard morning." As he spoke, he looked at the wall that had collapsed due to the giant rock to prevent the possibility of debris being created during the moving process. The wall here needed to be chiseled away and then covered with snow. All right, let's do it this way. After saying this, Huang Qiming pulled Yi Yinyu away, turning back to give Mo Li a knowing look. "Do you remember what you promised me earlier? It's time to officially accept your apprentice." Mo Li pretended not to see. At that moment, she indeed felt a bit guilty toward Ning Tianpei for her earlier rudeness. Although she thought this way, her expression remained unfazed. Even when Ning Tianpei proposed a solution and mentioned her, she still wore a cold face. Perhaps it was the competitive spirit deep within her that was at play. Now, she was merely the one posing questions, while he had taken her place as the one solving the problem. Seeing her standing there in silence for a while, Ning Tianpei moved closer to her. "Master, may I ask you a question?" Mo Li looked at him, silent, but her gaze was not as cold as before. Suddenly, he felt a sense of assurance in his heart. After experiencing those 2 moments this morning when he took the lead, He could confirm that she had definitely thought of him. Everything happened just as he had planned. He proved his worth in front of her, and in turn, she redefined his identity. Chapter 26. Protection. Do you know the owner of the building we just passed? Ning Tianpei's tone was indifferent, her gaze fixed on her, calm and unruffled. Emily instinctively furrowed her brows, but quickly relaxed, trying her best to appear casual and uninterested. Why do you ask? Upon hearing this, Ning Tianpei smiled, as if trying to reassure her. It's nothing. Just when Huang was asking you questions in the car earlier, I inadvertently saw your expression in the rearview mirror. It was a bit strange. Emily rarely smiled, but this time she suppressed her panic, her expression composed, perhaps due to not having rested well these past 2 days. After saying that, she walked away, feeling uncomfortable after the prolonged eye contact. Ning Tianpei watched the petite figure gradually walking away, slowly retracting his smile. What was he doing? He was indirectly conveying a message to her. Her enigmatic identity as an informant would soon come to light. By then, everyone would know that her discoveries were merely on behalf of the informant. She actually hadn't done anything. Her label of being resourceful would be torn apart under the scrutiny of those gossiping colleagues. She would be abandoned. After disappearing from Ning Tianpei's sight, Emily leaned against the wall outside the research waste treatment plant, feeling as if she had lost her strength, her breath quickening. She was panicking, worried that Xiao Yu's identity would be exposed. She didn't know when it started, but deep down, she wanted to protect him. She feared his anti-scientist identity would be laid bare before everyone, subjected to public scorn, and become notorious. He was excellent. He shouldn't be treated that way. From initially being grateful to him, fearing him, and developing a sense of awe towards him, she now wanted to protect him. She knew she was never the kind of fool who couldn't discern her inner emotions. It was just another part of her, driven by a defense mechanism that occasionally resisted. Huang Qiming, seeing that their conversation had ended, eagerly called Ning Tianpei away to confirm whether his and Mo Li's relationship was as he wished. She drove away directly, texting Huang Qiming to inform him. She falsely claimed to have new ideas that needed to be confirmed at the research institute. Before Huang Qiming could reply, he saw her car driving away. He didn't think much of it and let her go, putting his phone back in his pocket. He couldn't wait to throw a friendly smile at Ning Tianpei. So how about it, Xiaoning? Is Emily acting unusually towards you now? Ning Tianpei slowly nodded, pretending to think. Well, I guess so. She doesn't seem to dislike me as much now. After saying that, he scratched his head, revealing a bright smile that made people unable to help but feel joy. He had a cute appearance, full of vitality, presenting himself like a fresh university student, yet contrasting with a jaded demeanor. Huang Qiming excitedly pulled him in for a hug. Oh, that's great. The niece is saved. Ning Tianpei was taken aback by this sudden action, and becoming closer to Huang Qiming was also unexpected. But given the current situation, this was a piece that could help him, so he naturally had no reason to push it away. On the side, Yi Yanyu, who felt neglected, had a changing expression, unsure whether the emotion in his heart stemmed from Huang Qiming's new favorite or from the man's intuition. He always felt that the man in front of him definitely wasn't someone who had grown up in a good environment, harboring ulterior motives. Emily took the mountain road, turning a half-hour drive into an hour. She remembered this road from the last time Xiao Yu took her. Although it was winding and rugged, he had said that very few people knew about this road, and even most people living in the town thought that the road now blocked by a giant rock was the only way. When Emily stopped her car in front of the 3-story European-style building, it was already 1 in the afternoon. The sky was still shrouded in clouds and mist, and there had even been lightning across the sky on her way here. His car was parked in front of the building, so it seemed he was there. Emily got out of the car and walked closer. The door was ajar, and she came to return the phone he had secretly left for her. Xiao Yu was in the laundry room, holding a carpet that had just been drained of water, humming a tune as he walked out. Today was the day for a guest visit. Although he had already put up a notice of temporary closure, he couldn't refuse this guest. As he stepped into the first-floor living room designed like a hotel lobby, he was startled and froze in place, tilting his head and taking out the wireless earphones from his ears. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be too busy over there? He was visibly happy, unable to hide his joy, though he couldn't explain why. After saying that, he realized something was off and corrected himself. No, how did you come here? Did you clear that big rock so quickly? They're planning to pull it out with iron chains, she replied. As he walked to her, he tossed the carpet aside, which landed perfectly in its original position by the window. His gaze remained fixed on her, filled with warmth, joking lightly. I underestimated you. I thought you would be like the foolish old man digging through mountains, hoping to move it. Emily lowered her head, suppressing a smile. The worry she had felt for him earlier seemed to dissipate at that moment. His joke was not funny at all. It even carried a superstitious tone. Yet, she still couldn't help but feel happy. She smiled again. Xiaoyu felt a sense of fulfillment fill his heart. He averted his gaze and didn't look at her anymore. He walked to the bar, took out a light purple mug, and filled it with freshly ground coffee. He gestured with his chin towards a seat at the bar. Sit. Emily obediently complied. She took out the black case phone and placed it on the counter, sliding it towards him. Thank you. His smile remained unchanged. The 3 masters I called have already been compensated. Emily held the warm mug with both hands, still saying, thank you. He sat across from her, took a sip of coffee from his duck yellow cup. She slightly lowered her head, bringing the light purple mug to her lips. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and he found himself lost in thought for a moment. That night was the first time he had looked at her so closely, and it was the only time, but that moment lingered in his mind for 2 days and nights. Every time he shook off the thought, he would pretend nothing had happened, intentionally not thinking about it. Yet the more he tried not to, the deeper he sank into it. The moment she raised her gaze, he quickly looked away and coughed twice. I brought 2 white mice for an experiment today. Her eyes sparkled, unconsciously developing a mindset of tricking him. And the result? He met her gaze, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he took another sip of coffee. Were you planning to trade for it? Chapter 27. Turmoil trade for what? Emily was stunned. So he had been indulging and enjoying the fruits of his labor all along? Seeing her reaction, his gaze turned more intrigued. He had never thought of making her trade something else for the experimental results. He didn't even know why he wanted to give her everything. Perhaps he wanted to spoil her into a girl who couldn't think independently, to make it easier for him to manipulate her. Realizing this, he laughed at his own absurd thoughts. The first mouse lasted a full 2 minutes in the closed space, while the other one in the open space. He pointed his finger at her casually resting hand on the edge of the light purple mug. Follow me. Her gaze lingered on her hand for a moment. At the back of the 3-story European-style building, Xiaoyu pushed open the back door, followed by the bundled-up Emily. He turned sideways, and she finally saw the rectangular makeshift cage placed in the snow. The little white mouse was curled up in the corner of the cage, looking listless and sickly. At the opposite corner was a black stone inlaid with dark purple patterns, which had now expanded to occupy a third of the cage's volume. How long has it been? She stood still, not daring to approach. Probably about 2 hours. Looking at the little white mouse huddled in the corner, her sympathy surged again. She had never felt this way before. Noticing that she was staring fixedly at the cage, he tilted his head to block her view and said, "You don't feel sorry for it again, do you?" She snapped back to reality, denying it unusually quickly. No. She knew that if she admitted to her feelings, he would definitely make some creepy joke about he has a bigger cage or something similar. He smiled silently, standing up straight and ready to head back. He knew what she was thinking. It was strange. How had he never noticed his ability to see through people before? It's about to snow. If you don't go back soon, you'll probably get stuck on the mountain, he said. Yeah, let's go. She walked past him and headed forward. Xiaoyu's gaze followed her every move until she entered the warm room like a spring day. He closed the back door and asked her, "What do you plan to do with that big stone in the ocean?" She sighed softly, feeling melancholic. She didn't know either. Seeing her silent, he added, "Just get it out and climb the mountain." She stopped and glanced at him. Since he was close behind, she turned around and gently bumped her shoulder against his broad chest. Startled, she quickly stepped back. Sorry. He frowned and casually said, "It's fine." Why are you so startled? However, despite his calm demeanor, the moment she bumped into him, the organs beneath his chest had already gone wild. If she didn't leave soon, she would quickly see the blush creeping up his ears. He had intended to give her some advice before she left, but now, after being bumped, all thoughts had vanished. Only the brief moment of physical contact lingered in his mind, cycling endlessly. "No, I'm leaving. Thank you for these past 2 days." She spoke rapidly, striding out of the building. It wasn't until the car door slammed shut that she finally exhaled the breath she had been holding, burying her flushed face in the steering wheel, but was startled by the honking sound she had created. She quickly glanced at the half-open building door while hurriedly starting the car. It's over. This time, she really felt like she would be embarrassed back home. She estimated she wouldn't dare face him for a while. Just as her car pulled away, he stepped out to the entrance, hearing the deafening honk, and he guessed it was the result of her pressing her forehead against the horn. He felt a surge of joy when Mo.Li returned to the research institute. Huang Qiming and the other's car just pulled into the gate. Still in the car, she instinctively crouched down and opened the door to get out. As their car passed by her, she hid behind it, tensing up and sensing their movements, then dashed into the institute like a flash. She stood by the research room door, placing her hand on her chest to calm her rapid breathing. She perked up her ears, ready to act as if she had just completed an experiment. Soon, the three of them, having parked the car, entered the room, exchanging words. Mo.Li stepped into their view at the right moment. With a serious expression, she took the initiative. Team leader Huang, I brought 2 little white mice for the experiment. They were divided into 2 environments, one closed and one open. The mouse in the closed space died after 2 minutes of being exposed to the sample. The mouse in the open environment started showing shortness of breath after about 1 minute and 10 seconds and gradually stopped breathing as time went on. The plastic bag used for isolation was tightly pressed against the cage, causing the sample to stop growing due to lack of oxygen. The mouse in the open environment began to show shortness of breath after about 1 hour and 40 minutes, and the sample had already expanded to occupy 1/3 of the cage. She spoke as if she had participated in the experiment, clearly articulating the entire process without a pause. Her previous doubts about Xiao Yu had vanished. The 3 men exchanged glances, Huang Qiming and Yi Yinyu feeling deeply emotional. Ning Tianpei was the first to speak, asking, so now should we isolate everyone who came into contact with the giant stone? Mo.Li's expression was serious as she looked at Huang Qiming. Huang Qiming raised his hand to cover his face. Another wave has come. It seems we won't be going back for a while. Yi Yinyu's face was filled with uncontainable fear. So we are all in danger now, right? We are all infected with the giant stone virus? He regretted his earlier comment, thinking how nice it would have been if he hadn't said. I'll go too, in the meeting room. Ning Tianpei placed a hand on Yi Yinyu's shoulder to comfort him. Although the genetic sequences of mice and humans are quite similar, there are still discrepancies. Let's confirm the situation first before considering isolation. Huang Qiming nodded in agreement with Ning Tianpei's statement. Yes, what Xiao Ning said is correct. Then he turned to Mo.Li. What about those 2 little white mice? Have you dissected them for testing? If not, you should start now. It's a good opportunity for Xiao Ning to learn something. At this point, he didn't forget about improving his niece's character. As soon as he said this, Mo.Li momentarily panicked. No amount of planning could compare to fate. Where did she get the little white mice? She hadn't participated in the experiment at all. Okay, I'll go now. After saying that, she quickly walked out without giving the 3 of them a chance to react, even though the lab was right behind her. Her actions puzzled Huang Qiming, who called out to her, Hey, where are you going? She stiffened and turned back. The experiment was conducted elsewhere. After saying this, she continued walking. I need to hurry. Yi Yinyu thought something was off and stepped forward to grab Mo.Li, tilting his head in confusion. Wait, Mo.Li, if you did the experiment outside, then why did you just come out of the lab? She felt like crying, but had no tears, silently cursing herself for being foolish. Stepping out of the research room was truly unnecessary. However, Ning Tianpei understood instinctively, thinking, it seems she has already dug her own grave before I could intervene. Chapter 28. The guest Mo.Li. A somewhat distorted Chinese voice reached the ears of the 4. They turned around to see a Western man in police uniform standing at the entrance of the research institute, holding a cardboard box in his arms. Yes, how can I help you? She replied in fluent spoken language, though her thoughts were still jumbled. Where did this police officer come from? Why was he looking for her? You forgot something. Here. Saying this, the Western man walked towards her and handed over the box. Mo.Li took it with a bewildered expression, the weight in her hands doubling her confusion. She thanked him, and the Western man didn't linger, walking away directly. The 3 people behind her quietly approached, with Yi Yinyu leading the way. Startled police? Mo.Li, police? You didn't get into trouble outside, did you, Emoli? Why would the police be looking for you? Huang Qiming shot him a glare, and he immediately made a gesture to zip his lips. Emoli crouched down, placing the box on the ground, tearing off the tape, and the contents instantly filled her with mixed emotions. It was the little white mice. They were her lifeline, capable of rescuing her from this awkward situation. She suddenly understood the true identity of the police officer. He was sent by Xiao Yu, but she had only just arrived, and his delivery had followed her so quickly. She no longer knew how many times he had saved her. Her bright eyes trembled, and an undercurrent surged within her. Ning Tianpei looked down at the petite figure squatting on the ground, silently repeating Xiao Yu's name in her heart. She felt a sense of defeat, as if she had abandoned her armor and retreated before the battle had even begun. After seeing the contents of the box, Huang Qiming hesitantly asked her, "Did you do the experiment at the police station?" In fact, it was not just when those unidentified construction vehicles entered the garbage plant. Upon learning that she had conducted experiments outside, the first thing that came to his mind was her informant, whose identity was unknown but seemed omnipotent. He was extremely curious about the identity of this informant, even developing the illusion that there was a close relationship between the informant and his niece. If that were true, it would be great. Although the informant's identity was unknown, at least Emoli could open her heart to someone again. Emoli avoided his gaze, deciding to remain silent about any questions regarding her whereabouts. She picked up the cardboard box containing her lifeline and walked toward the laboratory, throwing a remark over her shoulder. "Let us do the dissection now. The sooner the better." Huang Qiming watched his niece, whose back seemed burdened, and couldn't help but think, she definitely has something to hide. His cerebral cortex inexplicably began to secrete dopamine. What was this inappropriate excitement about? "I'll help," Ning Tianpei said, then jogged to catch up. Left behind. Yi Yinyu looked at Huang Qiming, who was smiling, puzzled. Why is Captain Huang suddenly laughing? How strange. After Emoli left, Xiao Yu had been preparing to welcome guests, tidying up the guest room, preparing daily necessities, and getting dinner ready. Every task was accompanied by a light tune he hummed. His good mood was all thanks to the horn sound Emoli had made. At that moment, an old scholar with white hair and beard slowly walked in through the building door, carrying a backpack almost the size of half his body. The old scholar, with white hair and a ruddy complexion, appeared vigorous. Xiao Yu, who had just reached the corner on the first floor, couldn't hide his joy and longing upon seeing the visitor. He rushed down the stairs 3 steps at a time, as happy as a child running toward happiness. He immediately embraced the old man, calling out, "Old Lu, old Lu." The old man leaned back slightly due to the force of the embrace, letting out an ouch. He smiled kindly while patting Xiao Yu's sturdy shoulder. "You little rascal, you said not to let me come, but look at you. You're happier to see me than I am see you." Xiao Yu, standing tall, buried his face in old Lu's shoulder and spoke in a soft tone. Almost like a spoiled child, "I missed you." After this welcome ceremony that couldn't be seen by a third person, Xiao Yu finally released the embrace. He took the backpack off old Lu's back, which wasn't too heavy, but he still couldn't help but complain, "How many times have I told you? Why not use a suitcase? It will be more convenient. At your age, why are you still backpacking like a young person?" Old Lu suddenly straightened his face to retort, "It's not convenient." Then, with a friendly smile back on his face, he added, "And how many times have I told you? My hands are meant to save all things in the world, not to pull a suitcase." Xiao Yu couldn't argue with him, and had a smile as he led old Lu to sit down on the sofa. Old Lu was another enthusiast of cosmic civilizations that Xiao Yu met at the Tunguska meteorite crater in Russia. Xiao Yu traveled all over the world and met countless enthusiasts, but only old Lu left the deepest impression on him. Interestingly, despite their significant age difference, the two could agree on many matters, which became the reason they had been friends for 10 years. Before his retirement, old Lu was a professor in the physics department of a famous university in China, dedicating his life to the study of time and space, living without any attachments. 10 years ago, upon retirement, he once again shouldered his backpack and set off on a long journey to find traces of meteorites. He always wanted to witness the meteorite traces that fell in the Tunguska region of Russia over 100 years ago, the remnants of a comet fragment approximately 60 meters in diameter that entered the atmosphere. Witnesses claim to have seen a fireball streak across the sky from south to north, disappearing beyond the horizon, followed by flames rising on the horizon and a tremendous explosion. In the days following the explosion, the sky over the Tunguska region was shrouded in a sinister orange hue, and many areas experienced a phenomenon of continuous white nights. While feeling the vastness of the universe at this site, Old Lu encountered Xiao Yu, who was carrying an astronomical telescope. Old Lu regretted not being able to witness the entire process of the epic impact due to illness back in China. Now, having just recovered from a serious illness, he finally came to this extreme point to see his friend of 10 years. Although the epic did not leave a meteorite crater, but rather an unknown stone, he was still greatly intrigued. Old Lu rubbed his wrinkled hands with anticipation. "Quick, take out the stone for me to examine." Xiao Yu was amused by the child's demeanor of the old man. He stood up and went upstairs, returning with a glass-sealed bottle the size of a thumb, containing a black stone the size of a fingernail. Old Lu took the small bottle from his hand, adjusted his glasses, and then looked at him. "Is this it?" He had seen the news, which clearly stated that it was a giant stone several stories high. What was this tiny thing? Xiao Yu laughed at the old man's expression of disdain. "I can't just bring you the big one from the sea, can I?" Old Lu placed the small bottle aside, and, this time, adjusted his glasses while looking at Xiao Yu's face with sincerity. "Do you have someone you like?" Chapter 29. Professor originally looking at Old Lu, Xiao Yu suddenly averted his gaze, stood up, placed his hands on his hips, and cleared his throat twice. This was not a topic he should discuss with Old Lu. Besides, the two scholars had never talked about anything outside of academic matters. He turned back again. "Let us go. I'll show you the big stone. And by the way, let's see your sweetheart." After speaking, he walked to the bar and picked up his coat draped over a chair, putting it on. Perhaps he was belatedly sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere. Old Lu raised his hand to block his face and coughed twice. After all, such topics had never arisen between them. He slowly stood up, not intending to ask further. As an old scholar, he couldn't understand the matters of young people, and besides, he had remained single all his life. "Right, let's go see the stone. Let's go see the stone." When they arrived in town, the black stone that had been blocking the road was now moved to the roadside, and the construction vehicle Xiao Yu had called had not left yet. As they passed the garbage processing plant, Xiao Yu instinctively glanced inside. She should be at the research institute now, busy with the two little white mice he had sent. The off-road vehicle with anti-slip chains parked on the roadside outside the plant, and he got out of the car. Old Lu silently followed, opening the car door, his expression stunned. The black stone with dark purple veins in front of him was shocking. He had seen many strange things in his life, but this was the strangest. A small stone from the universe had, in a short time, grown into a high-rise, building-like existence. Xiao Yu walked up to Old Lu, helping him put on a mask, just in case. He had mentioned the two experiments he conducted to Old Lu, indicating that the giant stone posed a danger to humans, although there were no cases to directly prove it yet. In front of the crane, Yi Yinyu was talking to the construction foreman about something, his gaze floating down to the two men in front of the car. Originally prepared to look away, he focused instead, silently exclaiming in his heart, "Lu Shirun? Isn't that Professor Lu Shirun? This was Antarctica. How could he be here?" After hastily exchanging a few words with the construction foreman, he walked quickly toward the two with a mix of curiosity and surprise. As he approached, Yi Yinyu crouched slightly in front of the familiar old man wearing a mask. Squinting to confirm he wasn't mistaken, "Hello, Professor Lu. You are Professor Lu Shirun, right?" He had taken a semester of Old Lu's course in college, and he was a teacher he particularly admired and respected. Lu Lao took off his mask, and although he had taught many students, he immediately remembered who the person in front of him was. Back in the day, Yi Yinyu was famously known as a problematic youth. He was the most active student in every class, and what teacher wouldn't like an engaged student? Yi Yinyu? Lu Lao exclaimed his name, almost calling him by his other name, Yi-Wan. Lu Lao was surprised to see his former student here, feeling a bit delighted in his heart. Yi Yinyu sidestepped Lu Lao's outstretched hand and directly hugged him. Meeting a respected teacher in this unfamiliar place made him very happy. Initially dissatisfied with Huang Qiming sending him here to follow up on the work, he now felt grateful to Huang Qiming. His current state of mind was a world apart from before. After an excited hug, Yi Yanyu finally let go of the old man. But the joy on his face remained unchanged. "Oh my, after all these years, you still remember me." Lu Lao smiled kindly and said, "Forgetting you is not an easy thing, Yiwen." He ultimately called out Yi Yanyu's other name that was well known throughout the department. When reminiscing about the past, Yi Yanyu felt nothing but nostalgia and did not feel embarrassed. After all, it was a fact that he had many problems during his student years. He pointed to the giant stone behind him and asked, "Are you here to see the stone?" In his speech, he noticed the tall man standing next to Professor Lu. Although the man had been ignored during their reunion, his presence was hard to overlook. He glanced at Xiao Yu and hesitantly asked, "Who is this?" Lu Lao then remembered that there was someone else standing beside him, and he quickly made introductions. "Ah, look at my memory. This is my friend, Xiao Yu. This is Yi Yanyu, the problematic student from when I taught." The two shook hands and exchanged greetings. Lu Lao explained the reason for his visit, and the teacher and student began to chat about their recent circumstances. Eventually, it turned into Yi Yanyu offering to show Lu Lao around the research institute. Although that was the surface reason, in reality, Yi Yanyu noticed Lu Lao's great interest in the giant stone, and he wanted to repay his teacher's kindness using his connections. The giant stone, wrapped in a sealed bag, was moved without any damage. They used a vacuum pump to remove the air inside, causing the stone to stop expanding outward, and the workers agreed to prepare for withdrawal. Since the work year was almost finished, he thought of bringing Professor Lu back. Who knows, the knowledgeable Professor Lu might help them with ideas and strategies. In this way, he would be credited for his efforts. The person most pleased with Yi Yanyu taking Professor Lu to the research institute was none other than Xiao Yu. Everything was within his plan. He knew Yi Yanyu was a colleague of Mo Li and also knew that Lu Lao was Yi Yanyu's former teacher. By bringing Lu Lao over, Yi Yanyu just happened to be alone, and everything unfolded naturally. When Lu Lao said he wanted to visit him, he subconsciously envisioned the current scene. However, he was initially worried that Lu Lao wouldn't allow him to come, given Lu Lao's age and sensitivity to the cold. But he couldn't argue with him. There was no way around it. He understood how strong the desire for knowledge could be, allowing one to overcome all obstacles. It had always been her who came to find him, day or night. Even on the day she was trapped in the snow-capped mountains, it was still her who sought him out. He often recalled the first time he met her during that snowstorm, as if her stubbornness drew him in. Had she not abandoned the team and climbed the mountain due to her fearless nature, he would not have saved her, nor would the subsequent grievances and entanglements have occurred. He had always disbelieved in fate, but after meeting this ungrateful person, he began to shift his perspective. In the car, Yi Yanyu sat in the middle of the back seat, his hands resting on the backs of the front seats, leaning forward and speaking nonstop. He talked about all the new discoveries regarding the giant stone, all proposed by a colleague named Mo Li. He praised her, complimented her, and even expressed his affection for her, not treating Xiao Yu as an outsider and openly sharing his experience of being rejected in love. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu subconsciously smirked, feeling secretly pleased. Lu Lao unexpectedly listened with great interest. The girl named Mo Li sounded impressive and very smart. Yes, yes, Yi Yanyu echoed, suddenly recalling the past when they first searched for the epic fragments, and how she insisted on climbing the mountain despite the impending snowstorm. I really regret not being able to hold her back, which led to her going missing and perishing in the snow-capped mountains. He sighed deeply. Just as he was about to continue, another voice interrupted. Good thing you didn't hold her back. Xiao Yu's voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the confined space of the car. It wasn't until the other two's intense gazes made him feel uncomfortable that he realized he had unconsciously voiced his innermost thoughts. Chapter 30. Visit Yi Yanyu doubted his ears. What the other party said made him uncomfortable. What do you mean good thing you didn't hold her back? So, Emoli deserved to go up the mountain and suffer? His tone was not pleasant. What did you just say? Xiao Yu casually tilted his head, explaining without changing his expression. I just think that if your colleague hadn't gone up the mountain, the fragments would have been completely covered in the heavy snow, and you would have had no trace to follow. This mountain is rarely visited, and even if the fragments broke through the snow and turned into a giant stone, it couldn't be ensured that they would be discovered by the world in a short time. Overall, the current situation is still within a controllable range, thanks to her. Her insistence on this matter has contributed to humanity's early discovery of the disaster. So, her not being held back by you isn't necessarily a bad thing. If she had been held back, how would I have saved her? How would she have developed feelings for me? After this, Yi Yinyu's expression was one of shock and daze. Compared to this man whose name he only knew, he suddenly felt small and narrow-minded. He awkwardly cleared his throat, loosening the grip of his hands that had been resting on the chair backs, and unconsciously leaning back in his seat. He hesitantly agreed, "You might be right." Xiao Yu scoffed inwardly. Is this really how someone who likes her should react? What he said earlier was just to excuse himself in the awkward situation he had inadvertently created. His words only considered the greater good, not Mo Li. Lu Lao intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the now silent person again. Since Xiao Yu was always a logical and deep thinker, he couldn't articulate what was wrong with his earlier statement, but he felt something was off. It felt like he understood this matter far better than what Yi Yinyu had described. During the journey afterward, Yi Yinyu occasionally spoke with Lu Lao, but he no longer droned on, allowing Xiao Yu's ears some peace. Upon arriving outside the research institute's main gate, Yi Yinyu presented the temporary access pass prepared for them by the director, allowing Xiao Yu's car to pass. As soon as the car entered, Xiao Yu spotted a familiar figure in the hallway. She was wrapped in a white coat, seemingly just coming out of an experiment. After parking the car, the three of them got out, with Yi Yinyu leading the way. Perhaps because they had arrived at his territory, he shed the previous restraint from the car and opened up the floodgates of conversation again. At this moment, Emily had not seen Xiao Yu yet, but Xiao Yu's gaze never left her for a moment. When she finally noticed him, her first reaction would probably be one of panic. Just then, Ning Tianpei, who had just exited the lab, saw Xiao Yu and reflexively took a step back, frowning. How could he be here? Do he and Yi Yinyu know each other? Thinking this, he subconsciously clenched his fists. Emoli. Yi Yinyu waved frantically at Emoli, who was talking to a local researcher named Xiao Yi. Emoli raised her eyes and casually responded, "You're back." Just as she was about to re-engage in the conversation, her gaze froze at a certain spot. Yi Yinyu was walking ahead with an old man whose identity she didn't know, and Xiao Yu was right behind them, towering over them by half a head, staring intently at her. The moment she saw him, her heart rate began to accelerate infinitely, and she hurriedly averted her gaze, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Xiao Yu was talking, but she didn't catch a single word. Did he just walk in by himself? Why? Didn't he realize that she was on edge every day just to protect him and keep his identity from being discovered? She nodded in response, completely unaware of what she was saying. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he left, and she stood there like a telephone pole. Noticing her distraction, Yi Yinyu shook her arm and called out, "Emoli, Montakli." Only then did she come back to her senses and look at him. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Yi Yinyu asked with a worried expression. Emoli instinctively pushed his hand away. "I'm fine," but her gaze dared not go behind him. Yi Yinyu's smile returned. "Guess who I just ran into at the factory? My university professor." He quickly answered his own question, "Professor Liu. The colleague I've been talking about all this time, Emoli." "Hello," Emoli nodded. Although a polite smile appeared on her face, it looked a bit stiff. "Hello." Professor Liu smiled kindly. "This young lady is quite impressive at such a young age." Emoli looked down modestly and didn't respond. She wanted to turn and leave, but found she couldn't move her feet. If she didn't leave now, it would soon be Yi Yinyu introducing Xiao Yu to him. She felt like crying. Wait, how could he be with Yi Yinyu? Do they know each other? Yi Yinyu shifted slightly, his tone noticeably less warm than before. Likely still upset about what had happened in the car. "This is Professor Liu's friend, Xiao Yu." Emily glanced at Xiao Yu and said a quick hello, ignoring his outstretched hand as she turned and walked away. Xiao Yu's hand froze in the air, left hanging in solitude. He slightly lowered his head and quietly withdrew his hand, realizing that his sudden visit had probably startled her. Yi Yinyu and Professor Liu exchanged confused glances. "Don't mind her, Xiao Yu. She's just a shy girl." Yi Yinyu unexpectedly jumped in to smooth things over. But it was hard to miss the smug tone in his voice. "She's not someone you can just touch." "It's fine," Xiao Yu replied calmly. Yi Yinyu pretended to be regretful as he nodded at him, then turned to Professor Liu with a hospitable smile. "Professor, let me show you our lab." When I left, Mo Li and another colleague had just started dissecting the subject, and the results might be out by now. Just as he was about to walk in, Professor Liu pulled him back, looking a bit conflicted. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to go in? Yi and Yu seemed to be awakened and scratched his head. You're right. Then I'll go in and check the situation. You wait here for me. With that, he quickly walked into the lab. Professor Liu withdrew his gaze and turned to face Xiao Yu, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. He also noticed something strange. Xiao Yu wasn't smiling as much as he had at the inn earlier. Could it be because there were strangers around? That didn't seem right. He was such an optimistic and cheerful person with friends everywhere. But upon reflection, it seemed that these changes had begun when the girl named Mo Li was mentioned. Chapter 31. Worry, however, Xiao Yu, who was usually adept at reading people, failed to notice the uncertainty on Professor Liu's face. He clenched his phone tightly in the pocket of his coat, but it seemed he had no intention of taking it out. He pondered why Mo Li was pretending not to know him and acting so cold. Earlier, when she went to the impact center with those two, she texted him to keep a low profile, which he still didn't understand. The lack of understanding left him feeling somewhat stifled, as if there was some unspoken relationship between them. Now that he was here, her pretense of not knowing him only deepened his confusion. He was unaware that she knew he belonged to SETI. When he caught her in the secret room on the 3rd floor, the feeling of betrayal overwhelmed him, and he hadn't deliberately recalled those memories since, as she had been so harsh and unreasonable in them. Professor Liu's sudden voice snapped him back to reality. You know that girl, right? Xiao Yu met Professor Liu's gaze and instinctively glanced down the empty corridor before responding. He put a finger to his lips and shushed Professor Liu. She doesn't want others to know we know each other. Professor Liu instinctively shrank back, confused. But now that he had an answer to his earlier doubts, he felt somewhat relieved. Remembering the brief awkwardness at the inn, his curiosity filled his mind. That girl wouldn't be your crush, would she? A sound came from a distance, and he leisurely replied, I won't deny it. Just as the words left his mouth, the phone in his pocket vibrated, jolting his nerves. Almost immediately after sensing the vibration, he took out his phone. The fleeting moment on Xiao Yu's face was evident, even to Professor Liu, who had never experienced the warmth of companionship. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was indeed an enviable age, regretting not having experienced the most beautiful things among people. When he saw the message was from Mo Li, he smiled. However, that smile froze on his face as soon as he read the content. You need to leave now. Before he could click to open the message, her next text came in. It would be troublesome if they found out it was you who picked up all the rubble. After reading that, he chuckled softly, the gloom that had lingered in his heart dissipating instantly. She was indeed overthinking things. Earlier, Emily rushed back to her dorm, dug out her charger to charge her phone, and as soon as it powered on, she texted him to escape, as if he were a wanted criminal being chased by the world. Her anxious fingers repeatedly tapped the screen, waiting for a reply. With a ding-dong notification sound, she jolted in surprise. So that's what you were worried about. If you don't say it, I won't say it. Who would know? Are you afraid I'll blow your cover? Besides, I didn't do anything wrong by collecting the rubble. On the contrary, you've been accepting my help. Haven't you? After reading that, she flipped her phone screen down on the table, an unprecedented embarrassment flooding her heart. Her current wariness was likely due to the many deceptions that had occurred around her. After all, the previous Yu was just the tip of the iceberg. She disguised herself with indifference to avoid unnecessary harm. A couple of knocks on the door pulled her from her thoughts. She got up to open the door, and it was Ning Tianpei. Master, Team Huang is looking for you. Only then did Mo Li realize that in her rush to charge her phone, she had forgotten about the tasks she still needed to complete. She walked out without a word, leaving her charging phone on the table. After her figure disappeared around the corner, Ning Tianpei looked inside. He remained silent and ultimately did nothing, closing the door for her before following behind. The sky was gradually darkening, and due to the news of the boulder's exposure, the once peaceful town was busier than usual. Outside the research institute, several media cars with reporters were waiting, ready to report the headlines at any moment. After all, looking at the long term, this is the most peculiar and significant event in human history. After coming down, Emily noticed that Xiao Yu and Professor Liu had already disappeared when she passed through the hall. She felt a bit disappointed, yet also found herself troubled by an inner sense of comfort. Why does she always present herself in front of him in an awkward manner? Earlier, Yi Yin-yu, who had come out of the lab, informed them that the test results were not yet available. But it was confirmed that the small white mouse in the sealed environment had developed lung cell lesions. Since Professor Liu did not have a phone in Antarctica, he left Xiao Yu's number and said he would inform him once the results were out. At that time, when Xiao Yu replied to her last message, he was already in the car ready to head back. Upon returning to the 3-story European-style building, Xiao Yu personally prepared dinner, and the two of them, who had not seen each other for a long time, happily chatted. He also shared his experiences of getting to know Li with Professor Liu, but did not mention that the discoveries she referred to were actually his own findings. As the saying goes, surviving great adversity brings future blessings. Professor Liu leaned back against the chair, contentedly rubbed his slightly protruding belly, and couldn't he help but praise. "You little rascal, your skills are still so good." Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Are you implying that I am her blessing?" Professor Liu suddenly recalled that earlier conversation, deliberately coughed a couple of times while covering his mouth, and put on a serious expression. "I do not deny it." After saying that, he casually stood up to help clear the table, but the bowls and chopsticks in his hands were snatched away by the quick-witted Xiao Yu. "As a guest, how can I let you do this? You just stand there for a while. It will help with digestion." After saying that, he skillfully began to clean up the leftovers. Professor Liu watched his busy figure and couldn't he help but smile. "You are indeed a blessing for that girl, being cared for by such an outstanding person. It seems she must be a blessed angel with broken wings." After dinner, Li arrived at the courtyard of the research institute, her petite figure leaning against the cold tree, the chilly wind occasionally brushing her face. She sniffed her reddened nose and took out her phone from her coat pocket to light it up. The screen was still on the chat interface with him. It felt as if she could see his expression of laughing at her foolishness through the screen. After a brief pause, her heart was unsettled. In the next moment, her slender fingers suddenly tapped on the screen, editing a message, then deleting it. Looking up into the distance, she then lowered her head to edit another message, only to find the input box cleared again. She wanted to apologize, but felt unable to express the reason behind her sincere regret. She wanted to thank him, but thought the context didn't match. She should first respond to his words. Li hesitated for a long time, and the scattered footprints in the snow reflected her current state of mind. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of him anymore, whether in words, actions, or any thoughts he could easily perceive. At this moment, Ning Tianpei, who wanted to report progress to Song Zikan, also arrived at the courtyard. When she saw that familiar silhouette after dialing, she hurriedly hung up the phone. Very few people came here, especially since the temperature dropped sharply after nightfall. What was she doing here? The light from the phone illuminated her profile, and he stared at her, instinctively retracting the step he was about to take. Leaning against the tree, she suddenly squatted down, and his gaze shifted slightly, his breathing inexplicably becoming cautious. At this moment, he forgot that she was the person he needed to deal with. She was so ordinary, yet exceptionally ordinary. Li, who squatted down because she was tired, was now typing on her phone, more serious than when she wrote reports, fearing mistakes. She closed her eyes and finally hit send. Suddenly, the surrounding silence was shattered by the ringing of her phone, startling her. She turned her head sharply, her trembling voice unsure whether it was from the cold or fear. "Who?" She stood up, glancing around to find the source of the sound, but the dim surroundings offered little visibility, with only a streetlight casting a faint glow. And the sound abruptly ceased. She squinted at the entrance of the courtyard, just as a shadow flashed by the window, causing her heart to skip a beat. The shadow moved quickly, and she had no intention of pursuing it. She froze in place, frightened, when the entrance fell silent. She turned on her phone's flashlight and slowly approached. The snow blown in front of the door revealed several shallow footprints, hers and another person's. The footprints were noticeably several sizes larger than hers, and two of them were relatively deeper, pointing in the direction she had just been. It was clear that the person had stood there to observe her. Later, she wondered if the shadow was someone from the research institute. Why didn't they just come out, but chose to ignore her calls and escape? The only explanation was that the shadow had been observing her in secret, and she didn't know how long it had been. Ning Tianpei reached the entrance, staring blankly at the missed call from Song Zikan. inside the three-story European-style building. The main hall on the first floor was illuminated by an orange chandelier, creating a warm atmosphere. The two were chatting, laughter echoing occasionally. At this moment, Xiaoyu was distracted by his phone screen lighting up next to him, drawing Lu Lao's attention as well. Before picking up the phone, he glanced at Lu Lao, who had just averted his gaze, pretending not to see anything, then turned to gaze at the starless night sky, leisurely sipping coffee. The old man's reaction made him laugh, and he opened the message from Emily. "Thank you. I owe you again." It seemed that after a long hesitation, she had chosen to skip the awkward apology altogether. Xiaoyu closed the screen of his phone, not replying, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a smile. No matter how she viewed him now, he had already found a place in her heart, perhaps even before she realized it herself. After calming her emotions, Emily returned to the lab, bumping into Ning Tianpei coming from the direction of the hall. She had no intention of greeting him, glancing at his feet before entering the lab. A sudden thought caused her pupils to dilate. Although it was only a brief glance, the edges of his shoes clearly bore the damp marks of melted snow. Thinking of this, she abruptly stopped and turned around, and he followed closely behind. She stopped, and he stopped too. Emily sized him up slightly before speaking. "Where have you just been?" Her tone was somewhat cold, as if reverting to her past attitude toward herself. Facing her sudden question, he didn't flinch, but took out his phone, feigning confusion. "I just had a call with my mom at the door." Emily frowned, noting that the time at the South Pole was set to New Zealand time, which belonged to UTC 12. This meant that the time at the South Pole was just past 8 in the evening, while it was already 1 in the morning domestically. He seemed a bit suspicious. Seeing her gaze gradually sharpen, he quickly added, "My mom got sick yesterday and is still in the hospital." After seeing the news, she couldn't sleep at night because she was worried about me, so she called. Emily nodded slightly, somewhat skeptical, although his explanation didn't entirely dispel her doubts. She ultimately said nothing more. The long-awaited test results finally came out. The lung cells of that small white mouse in the sealed space tested positive for adenovirus AD17. After pathological analysis, it was determined that the cause of death for this small white mouse was due to the continuous inhalation of the virus in a short distance for an extended period, leading to the loss of lung function and death. However, since the adenovirus was only lethal to rodents, they could not jump to conclusions and had to apply for isolation for all those who had come into contact with the boulder. Emma Wei was constantly browsing through information in front of the computer in the lab. She was unfamiliar with the virus, but was acutely aware of its dangers. After learning the results, Yi Yinyu became anxious. But if we don't issue a statement, what if a serious infectious disease breaks out later? Wouldn't we be the ones to blame? Moreover, he grabbed Huang Qiming's arm. "When I was bagging that stone, I was so close. Am I already?" Huang Qiming rarely pushed him away. Instead, he patted Yi Yinyu's arm, his tone unexpectedly gentle. "Don't worry, you'll be fine. None of us will." Ning Tianpei also patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Senior Yi, you don't need to worry too much. Adenoviruses are generally spread through the air and contact. We took precautions when we handled the giant stone, so there shouldn't be any major issues." Yi Yinyu looked at Ning Tianpei with wide eyes, momentarily forgetting his previous biases against him. "I checked." Mo Wei suddenly spoke up from the computer. "Adenoviruses can infect the respiratory tract, gastrointestinal tract, eyes, and liver, with respiratory infections being the most severe and potentially causing pneumonia. The mortality rate for adenovirus pneumonia in young people is between 8 and 10. "What? 10 is so high?" Yi Yinyu exclaimed, already scared to the point of trembling. Huang Qiming wanted her to stop talking. Yi Yinyu was already timid, and she kept frightening him. But unfortunately, she had her back to him and couldn't read his expression. Mo Wei continued her explanation. "Once adenoviruses enter the human body, their particles adhere to host cells, placing their genes into the host cell nucleus to selectively alter the early genes. This process typically takes 6 to 8 hours. Following this, the cells replicate the viral genome and express late adenovirus genes, ultimately releasing mature infectious particles. This process is even faster, taking only 4 to 6 hours." She then stood up from the computer, looking serious as she faced them. 10 to 14 hours after contact with the giant stone is its incubation period in the human body. For safety's sake, She paused. I suggest that everyone who has come into contact with the giant stone go to the hospital for a checkup, just to be safe. Chapter 33. Pretending to sleep. Hearing what Mo Wei said, Yi and Yu impatiently pulled Huang Qiming, wanting to rush to the hospital immediately. Let's go, let's go. Huang Qiming had no choice but to let himself be pushed along. After all, there was no reason to refuse the checkup, and being someone who had been in close contact with the giant stone, he was also scared. Just as they were about to step out of the lab, Mo Wei called them back. Huang Qiming felt a surge of unease again. Couldn't she not always do this? She lifted her gaze from the ground to look at Huang Qiming, her eyes filled with anticipation. Did this indirectly confirm that Tepe came from a planet with life? The two, who were very close, exchanged glances, each with different thoughts. Ning Tianpei watched her silently. Huang Qiming's expression was complicated. He had just started to say something when a person suddenly rushed in, interrupting him. Mo Wei dashed past them and said, "I'll be back in a moment." The three of them looked at each other. Shouldn't they all be going to the hospital for checks to rule out infections? When Huang Qiming finally reacted and went out to stop her, he saw an SUV driving right past him. She drove out of the gate without hesitation, speeding away. The media vehicles parked in front of the research institute were still there, and one of them, seeing the situation, started its engine and followed her without any hesitation. Huang Qiming raised a hand to his forehead, wondering when she would change her impulsive nature. He didn't even know where she was going or what she was doing. Wasn't she just giving the media an opportunity to fabricate stories? She must be going to find that informant. Ning Tianpei's voice came from behind. Huang Qiming turned around and realized he was right. Seeing Huang Qiming lost in thought, Ning Tianpei respectfully clasped his hands in front of him. "Sorry, Captain Huang. Earlier, when we were at the waste treatment plant, I inadvertently heard your conversation." Huang Qiming looked up at him, then turned to gaze at the quiet, endless snowfield as he replied, "It's fine." He turned back to Yi and Yu, who was standing aside, looking confused. "Let us go to the hospital." At this moment, the first floor of the three-story European-style building was still lit, but inside, there was only Xiao Yu and one other person. Old Lu had gone to rest. He was wearing a padded jacket, his head resting on the soft hood, leaning against the sofa with his eyes closed, his long legs stretched out casually. At night, the dusk was dim, and two beams of light appeared on the horizon, gradually moving closer to the guest house. Mo Wei had indeed arrived. The car that had been following her had taken quite a few detours and was finally shaken off. She came to find him, to take him to the hospital for a checkup, and to share her thoughts with him, hoping to gain some insight from his wise mind. Hearing some movement outside, Xiao Yu perked up his ears but didn't move. He had an idea. Mo Wei parked in front of the building, peered inside, and cautiously honked the horn. But no one came out for a long time. She got out of the car in confusion. She had already called him to wait for her before coming, and since the lights were still on, he shouldn't have gone out. Could he be asleep? The door was still ajar, and she gently pushed it open, the wooden door creaking in protest. It was very quiet around her, and she felt like she could hear her heart pounding violently for some unknown reason. She stood outside the door, her head slightly leaning in. He was leaning against the right side of the door on the sofa, looking very tired, with less youthful vigor than when he was awake. Only then did she step inside. She carefully shut the door again, worried that the cold wind would come in and chill him. She hadn't slept well for several days, but she knew he was even more exhausted than she was. Mo Wei steadied her bright eyes and, after entering, found herself even more hesitant to move. His breathing was calm and rhythmic, his handsome features slightly tired, and his short hair shone faintly like black jade under the warm light. She just watched him, not knowing how long had passed. Finally, she gathered her courage, walked up to the sofa, poked at his soft padded jacket like cotton candy, and softly called his name. This was her first time waking a man from his deep sleep. "Xiao Yu, wake up." Her voice was very soft, afraid to be loud, as if he were a beast that would eat her upon waking. After she called him for the third time, he finally pulled himself from his feigned slumber. Xiao Yu slowly opened his eyes, looking at her with deep, calm black eyes. His voice was low and hoarse, yet gentle like water. "You're here." As he spoke, he pretended to be tired, propping himself up slightly, rubbing his sleepy eyes and asking her, "When did you come? Did you just arrive?" "Just arrived." She answered quickly, avoiding his gaze, feeling shy. Remembering how long she had been staring at him, her cheeks gradually flushed. Seeing her exaggerated reaction, he lowered his head and pressed his lips together, trying to suppress a smile. He was very happy. However, when he looked up again, his facial muscles were completely under his control, and he asked with confusion, "What did you mean by something important in your phone call?" He genuinely didn't know why she had come to find him, as the eavesdropping device in her phone hadn't been turned on for a long time. Although keeping it wouldn't lead her to discover anything, he suddenly had the urge to delete the program. Speaking of this, Mo's thoughts finally returned to the main topic. She turned to face him, a slight blush still lingering on her face. She told him about the test results and expressed her intention for coming to find him late at night. If possible, she wanted to save him once more, as a way to repay his kindness. "What about the other one?" he asked. "What? Montag-Vi-Zodenli realist. Do you only perform dissections and tests on the little white mice in closed spaces?" She let out a surprised, slightly nodded in response, indicating that the one was still alive. This result surprised Xiaoyu. He furrowed his brow and confirmed again, how could it still be alive? "Are you sure?" She was uncertain. At that time, Tom did not allow for it, and she was anxious. Seeing her remain silent for a long time, he guessed the general situation. Logically, it should have died. It was just a long time interval. Otherwise, the claim that the giant stone released a lethal dose of adenovirus would not hold. Emily looked at him eagerly, feeling embarrassed once again. He was the first person to crush her IQ in reality. Every time she faced him, she didn't know where her strong competitive spirit had gone. Recalling her cough that night, he said, after coming down from the mountain that night, "You should have been infected. You just didn't do the right test to check immediately." He stood up, walked closer to her, and raised his hand to rest the back of his hand against her forehead. His hand was warm. Her mind went blank due to this unexpected physical contact. Chapter 34 Infection. The two were close enough to hear each other's breathing. When Emily came to her senses, his hand had already been taken away from her forehead. She hesitated. What are you doing?" "You have a slight fever," he said, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and walking out, shutting the heavy wooden door behind him. Although the distance to the car was not long, she had no intention of pushing him away. His broad arms were reassuring. Having rushed over from the research institute, she never expected that she had come to take him to the hospital for a checkup. But now she had become the one needing care. After pulling open the passenger door, he pushed her into the car before taking the driver's seat himself. They were in the car she had driven over. Once the car started and the engine roared to life, he began to explain his actions. "You know, adenovirus can cause respiratory infections, and you not only have a flushed face, but also a fever. There's a high chance you've been infected." Initially, he thought her flushed face was due to him, but the more he looked at her, the more he felt something was off because her complexion looked much worse than yesterday. Seeing her remain silent, he realized he was inadvertently scaring her again. But it could also be due to her not resting well these days, leading to a cold and fever in such extreme cold conditions. Emily's lips were tightly pressed together, her hands clenching the seatbelt. Even her fingertips were straining. The off-road vehicle with snow chains sped through the snow until they arrived at the hospital, and only then did sounds return to the cabin. Xiaoyu turned to look at her. "Are you still scared after checking those materials?" She had been searching for something on her phone the entire way and occasionally let out soft sighs. Emily met his gaze, her tone carrying reproach. "You're not concentrating on driving." He withdrew his gaze from her slightly haggard face, unbuckled his seatbelt, and said, "Let's go." After getting out of the car, Emily realized this was the same hospital he had brought her to last time. There were two hospitals in town. This one was smaller with less foot traffic and located in a more remote area. She felt inexplicably relieved, thinking that Huang Qiming and the others must have gone to the other one. If they were to run into her and Xiaoyu together, his identity as an informant would definitely be confirmed. Although she thought this way, she still instinctively looked around. Seeing her gaze darting around like a startled bird since she got out of the car, he felt a wave of amusement. "What? Do you have acquaintances in the hospital?" "My captain and colleagues also came to the hospital for a checkup." "Are you worried I might get taken away?" She paused, not saying anything further. Once inside the hospital, she noticed that Xiaoyu didn't ask the nurse to find that female doctor, but followed the procedures to register and wait. Although it was nighttime, there were still a few patients ahead of them. He looked like a mature and steady adult, and Emily obediently followed behind him, quietly observing his every move. Just before Xiao Yu turned around, she cleverly avoided his direct gaze, instinctively blurting out, "Why didn't you look for that female doctor today?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she tilted her head, tightly closed her eyes, and cursed herself for being nosy. "Today she isn't on duty." Emoli glanced at him. "You seem to be quite clear about other people's whereabouts." In an instant, he met her gaze, his eyes calm and gentle. "Don't worry too much. Nothing will happen." After the tedious consultation and examination, it was already past 1 in the morning. When the doctor stood in front of them with the examination report, Emoli's palms were damp with cold sweat from nervousness. "Molly?" The male doctor was a middle-aged man, robust like a professional boxer. He turned his gaze to Xiao Yu and asked in English, "Are you her guardian?" Xiao Yu nodded without hesitation. "What are the results? Is she okay?" The male doctor glanced at the examination report and spoke with a serious expression, based on her red eyes, sore throat, and the clinical results. "I suspect she has mild pharyngoconjunctival fever." Pharyngoconjunctival fever is a viral conjunctivitis characterized by acute follicular conjunctivitis, accompanied by upper respiratory infection and fever. As he spoke, he looked at Emoli and continued with confusion. "However, this disease mostly occurs in children or adolescents aged 49, and she looks quite grown up. How could?" He couldn't help but associate it with the stone that had been sensationalized by reporters in town, plus the patient in front of him was a rare Asian. He speculated that this rare case might be related to that stone. After hearing this, Xiao Yu turned around, only to find that the person beside him had disappeared. Earlier, Emoli had felt uncomfortable being scrutinized by the male doctor and had hidden behind him. He maintained a calm expression. "What's the treatment? Is there any danger to life?" The male doctor shook his head. "There won't be any danger to life. However, since pharyngoconjunctival fever is a highly contagious disease caused by adenovirus, there are currently no specific medications. It was correct for you to wear masks for protection. The main thing now is to bring her temperature down to normal. Also, the test results show that the patient's white blood cell count is elevated, so antibiotic treatment is necessary." Saying this, he took out a bill from the report. "You should first go to the payment counter and pay, then come find me." Xiao Yu took it. "Okay, thank you." After saying that, he turned around, instinctively placing his hand on her shoulder, gently saying, "Let's go. Looks like you'll be spending another night out." He added, seemingly trying to cheer her up. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, he heard a soft laugh from her side. Her tense nerves relaxed, but she felt a bit lost when his hand left her shoulder. In the patient room, the male doctor finished his work and walked out. Emoli leaned on the bed, receiving in foredrip, while Xiao Yu sat by the bed, looking out the window at the stillness. This was a single patient room, and only the two of them remained. "Why didn't you get checked too?" Emoli asked. "I'm fine. Do I look like I'm not?" Emoli looked him up and down upon hearing this. His complexion was rosy, and compared to her pale face, he indeed didn't look like a patient. "Aren't you going back?" Emoli asked again. "I drove the car away. How would you get home?" Emoli lowered her head, realizing she had asked a pointless question again. However, thinking that he would stay with her until the 4 was finished, she felt a bit happy. Besides, in this unfamiliar place, having someone accompany her while sick wouldn't be so uncomfortable. He got up from the chair, reached out to check her forehead, and after testing her temperature, he sat back down. He tried his forehead with that same hand, murmuring softly, "Why does it feel even hotter than before?" Staring at his every move, she hesitated and moved her thin lips. After a struggle, she decided to ask the question. Her voice was soft and surprisingly. Her gaze did not waver. "You don't dislike me, do you?" Chapter 35. Reminder: the hospital room was small and dimly lit, with only the weak orange light from the small bedside lamp. She sat with her back to the light, but the confusion in her eyes was clearly visible to him. Her question took him by surprise. He couldn't help but recall the email she sent him when they first met. It seemed that when it came to social interactions, she really was a bit clueless. Xiao Yu gazed at her, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. "I don't dislike you." He glanced at the 4 drip beside the chair, and then got up, pulling the blanket over her. "If you're tired, you can sleep. There are still 2 bottles left. We won't be able to leave until the middle of the night. I'll go buy a cup of coffee." After saying this, he walked out but stopped after a few steps. "Oh wait." He turned back after this. "You'll need to have another checkup to confirm if your white blood cell count has returned to normal." Also, do you have anyone who knows you're out here at this late hour? Just in case, you should let them know you're safe. Otherwise, they might worry if they can't find you in the morning. Watching him leave the room, warmth still filled her heart. She looked up at the forebag, recalling what the male doctor had said earlier about pharyngoconjunctival fever being a viral conjunctivitis that presents with acute follicular conjunctivitis, accompanied by upper respiratory infection and fever. She took out her phone to search for this condition and found that it was highly contagious and could lead to pneumonia if left untreated. She felt fortunate to have been discovered in time and silently thanked Xiao Yu once again. But why did that female doctor say she was fine the last time she visited the hospital? Lost in thought, she dialed Huang Qiming's number. The other end picked up quickly. Earlier, Huang Qiming, Yi Yin-yu, Ning Tianpei, and other researchers had come to the hospital for checkups, but due to the number of people, the results were still pending. Hello, Emily, where have you been? Huang Qiming's impatient voice rang out, drawing the attention of Yi Yin-yu and Ning Tianpei. Yi Yin-yu leaned closer to Huang Qiming, trying to catch the conversation on the other end. Ning Tianpei quietly sat by, maintaining her gaze. Huang Qiming nudged Yi Yin-yu with his body, but instead of moving aside, Yi Yin-yu pressed closer. He had no choice but to put the phone on speaker. I'm at the hospital. I've been diagnosed with pharyngoconjunctival fever and am currently undergoing antibiotic treatment. You guys are at the hospital too, right? Is everyone okay? M.O. Lee's weak voice came through the speaker. What? Pharyngoconjunctival fever? Are you okay? Is it serious? We're at the hospital. Which ward are you in? We'll come right over. Concerned, Huang Qiming stood up, ready to rush out. Yi Yin-yu did the same. Meanwhile, Ning Tianpei was confused about the situation. She had rushed out so anxiously. But it wasn't to find Xiao Yu. I'm fine. As long as my temperature goes down, I can leave. No, you. Her weak voice interrupted him. Pharyngoconjunctival fever is highly contagious, so you don't need to come over. She paused, likely due to the medication making her drowsy, and asked with some effort. How are things on your end? Is everyone okay? Huang Qiming sighed, not wanting to argue with her further. He understood her concerns. If everyone got infected, then no one would be able to work. We're still waiting for the results. As he spoke, a doctor walked into Huang Qiming's line of sight, prompting him to say to M.O. Lee, wait a moment, it seems the results are coming out. M.O. Lee fell silent, holding the phone as she sat up in bed. At that moment, Xiao Yu returned with 2 cups of coffee. Just as he was about to speak, she raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. He nodded lightly in acknowledgement and instinctively softened his footsteps as he walked in. Listening to the conversation on the phone, M.O. Lee learned that they were all fine, including Yi Yin-yu, who had been in close contact with a large stone for most of the day. Later, Yi Yin-yu snatched Huang Qiming's phone, insisting on coming to see her. She casually brushed it off and hung up. How is it? He asked, handing her a cup of coffee. She took the coffee, and the warmth instantly enveloped her cold palm. They're all fine. Despite her pale face, a reassuring smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Xiao Yu nodded and sat down beside her bed, leaning back against the chair with his long legs propped against the bed frame. I think if conditions allow, you all should contact the press to issue a notice, urging anyone who has been in contact with a large stone to get checked. I asked the doctor earlier, and those infected with adenovirus could develop pneumonia in the worst-case scenario. His words struck home, and Emily recalled her earlier concerns. She stopped making calls and instead sent a text message to Huang Qiming as a reminder. Soon, Huang Qiming replied with a message saying, we'll arrange that right away. Xiao Yu, who had been quietly watching her, noticed she turned off her phone screen. He continued, now that the situation is becoming clearer. The only thing left to do is deal with the large stone. Emily was puzzled. You make it sound like the remaining task is an easy one. Actually, bringing that stone back as a mountain to climb on isn't a bad choice either. He joked seriously, almost catching her off guard. She shifted on the bed to face him, hugging her knees, her chin resting against them. Her head bobbed as her lips moved. But what if in the future, it grows to a height that can break through the atmosphere? Xiao Yu smiled, but did not respond. He noticed that she had become bolder, daring to stare at him openly. Her gaze was earnest as she said, I had thought about sealing that stone at the bottom of the sea in a bag, vacuuming it and leaving it there. But considering that a vacuum pump wouldn't operate underwater, I dismissed that idea. Another option is to seek approval from superiors to fund the construction of an underwater vacuum chamber to move the stone inside. keeping it at the bottom of the sea. And when technology advances enough in the future, we can bring it back up. She sighed. But I think the feasibility of this idea is even lower than the previous one. He stared at her, seemingly intrigued. Why? She shrugged, nonchalantly replying, because a while ago, there was a project in the Bureau that cost a fortune. I doubt the higher-ups would be willing to allocate funds again. He was somewhat surprised. You don't know that your Bureau has the DM group backing you, do you? He found the money issue amusing. As soon as he said this, Emily finally averted her gaze. So what? What I care about and what they care about are on entirely different levels. Xiaoyu straightened up, intrigued by her words. What do you care about, and what do they care about? Chapter 36. Celebrity. She shook her head, seemingly not wanting to delve deeper into the topic. She realized she shouldn't have speculated about her leader's thoughts in the first place. Whether good or bad, everything would ultimately reach their ears, which was a major workplace taboo. She stretched her legs, lay back, and mumbled, "I'm so tired." Then she pulled the blanket over her head, a perfect way to avoid the issue. Seeing her like this, he didn't press further, thinking she really was tired, especially with the foredrip. The night wore on, and she truly fell asleep, unaware of the 2 times the nurse came to change the 4. After the infusion, a middle-aged male doctor checked her again, and her white blood cell count had returned to normal levels, and her temperature had dropped. When she received permission to be discharged, Emily looked refreshed, while Xiaoyu appeared to be the complete opposite. He had tossed and turned all night, waking up repeatedly just to monitor her 4 and prevent blood from flowing back. Looking at his panda-like dark circles, Emily felt a surge of guilt. She slightly lowered her head, adopting a posture of someone who had done something wrong. "I'm sorry to trouble you." Then, blinking her black grape-like almond eyes at him, she tugged at his clothes and stepped forward. "Let's go. I'll take you back to sleep." Xiaoyu was taken aback. She was becoming increasingly casual with him. He didn't resist and allowed her to pull him along. On the way back, he said to her, "If I can't think of any other solution, I'll kidnap Song Yun and make Song Zikan pay to build the cabin for you." She was once again amused by his exaggerated joke. When Emily returned to the research institute, it was just past 8 in the morning. However, the front gate of the research institute was bustling with activity, incredibly noisy. There were reporters, members of the public, and even police who had just arrived in response to requests for crowd control. However, the off-road vehicle equipped with anti-skid chains hadn't even reached the intersection of the research institute when it was suddenly stopped by Yi Yin-yu, who appeared in the middle of the road. Accompanied by a harsh screech of brakes, Emily's forehead nearly hit the steering wheel. After seeing who it was, she leaned out of the car window and angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" Unexpectedly, Yi Yin-yu gestured for her to be quiet while anxiously approaching her, not forgetting to press her head back inside the car. "You're now the public enemy. Keep your voice down. Why is your phone off again? Team leader Huang woke me up early this morning to come watch over you, and you have no idea what's happening outside. My God, if they find you. Whether you can come back in one piece is a question." "What? Public enemy? Come back in one piece." Thinking about this, she finally noticed the crowd noise not far away. How could there be so many people at the Research Institute's gate at this time? Putting aside the time of day, even if it were noon or evening, it shouldn't be this crowded, right? While she was confused, Yi Yin-yu had already taken the passenger seat beside her, and with an impatient expression, he raised his hand to direct her. Turn around, we'll go in through the back door." Emily was still unclear about the situation, but obediently did as told, until the vehicle was driving in the opposite direction. Yi Yin-yu occasionally looked back, as if something was chasing them. It turned out that after she had Huang Qiming find reporters to issue a statement last night, the news had fermented overnight, and she had suddenly become the culprit of this incident. The news that the giant rock sample was left here by a Chinese researcher spread quickly, and the basic information and photo of this Chinese researcher were dug up and posted online by netizens. Emily had overnight become a notorious figure. Most netizens blamed her for the recent chain of negative events. If it weren't for her negligence, the giant rock wouldn't have appeared, and the highly contagious infection wouldn't have emerged. Among the most malicious were the residents near the extreme point. They were already at the Research Institute's gate before dawn, just to catch her. The clinical manifestations of conjunctival fever are similar to those of a common cold or fever. Most people, upon noticing a fever or sore throat, would instinctively think it was just a cold and assume taking medicine would make it better. In reality, delaying treatment could lead to lung infections and result in pneumonia caused by adenovirus infection. Now on the internet, some netizens even claimed to have contracted pneumonia. Whether it was true or not was uncertain. Huang Qiming, who had a habit of waking up early to check the news, was completely awakened by the shocking news. Just a moment ago, he was still drowsy and half asleep. They all knew that Westerners like to protest, but they never expected that by 7 in the morning. People were already gathering at the Research Institute's gate. When he called Emomi, her phone was off, and he had no idea where to find her. While praying that she hadn't been discovered by the citizens, he sent Yi Yinyu out to intercept her. Luckily, she was successfully stopped by Yi Yinyu before the public could find her. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After hearing all this, Emomi was momentarily stunned. She never expected such a situation. She had indeed become famous, but the reputation was the complete opposite of what she had imagined. Reality had played a huge joke on her. At this point, the off-road vehicle had stopped in the parking lot at the back door. Montauk M.E. was speechless, her face blank. Montauk M.E. Yi Yinyu raised his hand and gently shook her arm, trying to pull her thoughts back from thousands of miles away. She turned her head in response, but her pupils remained motionless. Seeing Emomi, who normally seemed unfazed, so scared, Yi Yinyu felt a bit of pity. He raised his hand and patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. We will protect you." Team leader Huang is discussing with the director to issue a statement confirming your innocence. This physical contact finally elicited a reaction from her. Coming back to her senses, she instinctively turned her shoulder to avoid his hand while opening the door to get out. "You go ahead." Yi Yinyu looked at his hand that was now suspended in the air without support, feeling a mix of emotions. He had thought that comforting her when she was at her weakest would elicit some response, but she still resisted him so much. Even though he was now the only one left in the cramped space of the vehicle, he still felt a sense of embarrassment. He sighed and got out of the car, jogging to catch up with the already distant Emomi. Upon seeing Emomi, the heavy stone that had been hanging in Huang Qiming's heart finally fell. He rushed forward, his tone anxious. "Are you okay, Mimi?" In his urgency, he even unconsciously called her by her nickname. The doctor said, "I'm fine now." Emomi's voice trembled, clearly still shaken from her earlier panic. Huang Qiming gently patted her head, his brows still furrowed. "Don't be afraid. With your uncle here, no one can hurt you. We will definitely support you and clear your name." Beside them, Ning Tianpei gazed at the panicked figure in front of her, feeling a complicated mix of emotions. It was clearly herself who had turned her into this. Chapter 37. Mockery. The chaos in front of the Research Institute's gate escalated, and the closed gate was nearly broken through amidst the pushing and shoving. Sharp-eyed police officers struggled to push the emotionally charged protesters aside, blocking the entrance. After issuing the first verbal warning, they raised their guns, firing a shot into the clear blue sky. After the loud bang, the protesters fell silent for a moment, but soon murmurs resumed. It seemed that the police's actions did not intimidate them. Yi Yinyu walked into the conference room, observing the chaos outside through the transparent glass. The scene made his heart pound uncontrollably. Due to the reflection of the glass, those outside couldn't see inside, although he occasionally met the gazes of those outside. He imagined the gate being breached and all the protesters rushing upstairs to cause trouble. Those trampling incidents that had harmed countless people began like this. Yi Yinyu returned to the director's office, which was right next to him. At this point, Emomi was already sitting on the sofa, her face blank, her eyes vacant, appearing calm on the surface. Ning Tianpei sat opposite her, looking troubled, occasionally glancing at her. Huang Qiming had his hands on his hips, discussing countermeasures with the director. When he saw Yi Yinyu enter, he lowered his hands and asked, "Still so many people?" Hearing the gunshot earlier had startled him, and he thought it was terrifying. After all, the protesters hadn't really done anything wrong. Why would they shoot directly? The director stopped him from rushing out, explaining, "The police here act like this in the face of protesters to maintain order." Huang Qiming finally realized and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Such unrest was uncommon in the country, and since he rarely watched Western movies, he naturally didn't understand the law enforcement processes here. Yi Yanyu nodded gravely. Huang Qiming raised his hand to his forehead, glancing at Mo before sighing. I'm really afraid that if someone steps out now, they will get even more agitated. Suddenly, Ning Tianpei stood up from the sofa, suggesting, aren't there reporters downstairs? Let's find a way to contact them. Ye Yanyu snorted dismissively. Even with a hint of mockery, what is the use of contacting the reporters? Even if they can publish the news now, those protesters have to see it. You should have seen how fierce those people are. Ning Tianpei glanced at Yi Yanyu and then walked towards Huang Qiming. My idea is to have the reporters and police down there calm them down, the content of the reassurance. He paused, switching to a different language for the sake of the director who spoke a different native language, and continued. Let them believe that the research institute is now a serious infection area. Huang Qiming's eyes lit up and he snapped his fingers, quickly responding. That way, they won't think about breaking in anymore. After saying this, he, like the protesters outside, became emotional and gave Ning Tianpei a tight hug. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yanyu's face turned pale, then green. He had been so happy to mock others just a moment ago, and now he felt so awkward. Mo finally raised her face, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. She felt that this plan was not appropriate. But there seemed to be no better way to make the protesters leave in a short time. The director and Huang Qiming went out to handle the issue, and Yi Yanyu looked around, feeling he couldn't face his junior brother Ning Tianpei anymore. Ning Tianpei turned around to face her, and he had naturally considered her doubts. He reassured her, Master, don't worry, we can clarify things together later. This situation was created by him, and he naturally had a way to resolve it. As the saying goes, the one who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. While ruining her reputation, he could also gain her trust. From the beginning, this was a win-win strategy. Emily looked up at him, her thin lips moving as if she wanted to say something but stopped. The first person she thought of when this matter was exposed was Qinyu, who had pressured her with words in the meeting room at that time. Soon, the sudden sound of chaos from downstairs startled the two of them. Emily and Ning Tianpei exchanged glances and walked into the conference room, diagonally opposite. They saw that the group of protesters downstairs was dispersing in a frenzy, all covering their mouths and noses, fleeing this place of trouble and panic. Ning Tianpei's suggestion worked. An excited voice approached from behind, and Yi Yanyu ran out from the end of the corridor, exclaiming, They're leaving. Those burly foreigners are finally gone. It's finally quiet. At this moment, Mo Li and Ning Tianpei happened to walk out, and Yi Yanyu stood in front of them. Mo Li glanced back at the empty space behind him, feeling weak, likely due to the effects of the medication in her body. She turned to Ning Tianpei and spoke in a weak voice, I have a bit of a headache. I'll go rest first. Please help me tell Team Huang. Thank you for what happened just now. After saying this, she slowly walked out of their sight, passing by the two. Yi Yanyu felt displeased. He silently glared at Ning Tianpei, who was looking ahead. Why didn't she let him help deliver the message? Could it be that after so many years of friendship, it was not worth as much as this newcomer who had just started working? Ning Tianpei's voice interrupted his thoughts. She must be scared, just back from the hospital. She has already faced such a blow. I don't even know where that news came from. Sigh. Ning Tianpei expressed deep regret. Hearing these words, Yi Yanyu focused on the word she. Do you know Emily well? Why did you use she instead of calling her master? His gaze at Ning Tianpei suddenly turned suspicious, and he said irritably, Yeah, I wonder who is so malicious. Because of an inexplicable jealousy in his heart, he baselessly suspected Ning Tianpei. Ning Tianpei naturally picked up on the implication in his words, but since he thought Yi Yanyu had no reason to suspect him, he had no intention of making any denials. He feigned innocence and changed the subject. Brother Yi, based on what you know about the master, will she request to return to the country early because of this incident? After all, given the current situation, she is practically restricted from entering and exiting. The whole world knows what she looks like. Yi Yanyu thought about it and found that it was indeed the case. He subconsciously touched his chin, frowning deeply. Based on my understanding of her, she wants to withdraw from the project temporarily until the large stone issue is resolved, of course. This is based on the premise that she hasn't been doxxed by internet users. He lowered his hand, scratching his head in confusion. It's hard to say right now. After all online violence can destroy a person's virtual reputation. After hearing this, Ning Tianpei couldn't help but agree in his heart. Yes, online violence can severely damage her mental state. She will probably end up like him, living like a puppet, devoid of blood and tears. Chapter 38. Pain. At this time in the country, it was noon, and Qinyu was having lunch with another colleague, Su Huihui. Su Huihui looked outside and couldn't help but put down her chopsticks, exclaiming while picking up her phone to take a picture of the view. Winter is great. No need to sweat while looking for shade during missions. Last night, it snowed heavily until morning, and the view outside the window is pure and comforting. Qinyu dismissed her comment. Your department doesn't go out as often as we do. Su Huihui pouted, muttering, "Tch. Just because you go out more often doesn't mean you're capable." Qinyu was looking at her phone, so she didn't hear this complaint. The two were just ordinary colleagues. Qinyu looked down on Su Huihui because she worked in the sample collection group, which had simple and undemanding tasks. Su Huihui didn't have much malice toward Qinyu. She just thought she was a bit arrogant. Qinyu had invited Su Huihui to lunch, and she had no reason to refuse. Most people in the bureau didn't like Qinyu because her gossip targeted almost everyone in the bureau. In her 1 year of employment, there was hardly anyone who had been gossiped about by her, with Mo Li being the most severely affected. Everyone in the bureau knew about the triangular relationship between Qinyu, Yi Yinyu, and Mo Li. Qinyu liked Yi Yinyu, but Yi Yinyu was always with Mo Li. This was also the reason why Qinyu targeted Mo Li at the beginning. Su Huihui noticed that the person opposite her had put down her chopsticks and was staring at her phone, occasionally showing a seemingly mysterious smile. She couldn't help but feel restless and asked, "What are you looking at? So serious." Qinyu quickly concealed her expression and turned her phone screen towards her. Montag liebes attacket in Antarctica. No, I should say she was attacked by the whole world. Su Huihui, going forward, took her phone and quickly skimmed through the content on the screen, becoming more and more surprised as she scrolled down. The matter of the rubble left by Mo Li at the Antarctic waste treatment plant had already become widely known in the bureau after that meeting, thanks to Qinyu's big mouth. Now that it was in the news, she found it unsurprising, but Mo Li, as a respected researcher, was actually doxxed by unknown internet users. Su Huihui's expression darkened as she returned the phone, honestly feeling really sad for Mo Li. She looked at Qinyu with a suddenly timid gaze, fearing that one day the other party might also target her, and cautiously asked this. "This was done by you, right?" Qinyu looked down on everything with an arrogant expression. "Don't say, I actually wish it were me." Saying this, she picked up her chopsticks again, happily eating her food. Su Huihui couldn't help but shiver, feeling a chill run down her spine, her gaze darting around with nowhere to land. In the next moment, she picked up her plate of food, suddenly stood up, and said, "I just remembered I have something to do. I'll leave first." After saying this, she hurriedly left the table, until she turned her back to Qinyu. She tightly closed her eyes in regret, wondering why she had to eat at the same table with such a person. If it came down to it, Mo Li's current situation was still thanks to Qinyu. If it weren't for her big mouth spreading rumors, Mo Li wouldn't have ended up in the current situation of being publicly denounced. Qinyu looked at Su Huihui, who was fleeing in a panic, and coldly dismissed her with a sneer from her nose. As soon as she exited the restaurant, Su Huihui took out her phone and called Wendong. She and Wendong had joined the company at the same time. Not only were they colleagues, but they were also roommates. So she naturally knew that Wendong had a good relationship with Mo Li. Thinking about how Wendong would react to that news, she felt even more upset. Su Huihui turned back and looked at Qinyu, who wore a smug expression in the restaurant, and suddenly had a malicious idea. Why not let Qinyu experience that kind of pain that comes from nothing? "Hello, Donghua." As soon as the thought crossed her mind, the other end picked up the call. She averted her gaze, not wanting to look at that venomous woman for another second. "Where are you? I need you urgently." Chapter 39. Entrustment. Huang Qiming returned to the director's office alone and bumped into two people heading downstairs. He peered past them, anxiously questioning, "Where is she? Where did she run off to again?" She had only just returned, and the group of demonstrators probably hadn't gone far yet. How could she have gone out again? Ning Tianpei quickly revealed her whereabouts. She went back to her room to rest, just as Huang Qiming was about to say something else. He recalled that Mo Li had returned from the hospital that morning. He let out a long sigh. She should indeed rest well. She had been tired these past few days. Speaking of which, he raised his hand to check the time. The people from the Geological Bureau were arriving soon. You guys tidy up the materials. We'll meet in the conference room in 10 minutes. The upheaval caused by the stone at the bottom of the sea had stirred the entire scientific community, and scholars from all over the world came, eager to lend their expertise to this global puzzle. Now that the institute had been labeled as an infection zone, would they still dare to come? Yi Yinyu stopped Huang Qiming, glancing meaningfully at Ning Tianpei, wondering about the bad idea she had come up with. Huang Qiming sighed again. The news is probably all over the place. I'm worried about how to communicate this to them. Ning Tianpei suggested, it's probably inappropriate to issue 2 statements in one day. Let's first carry out the disinfection and isolation work. This will correspond to what we said in the statement, and besides, we can't rule out that this building indeed has safety hazards. Huang Qiming nodded in agreement. That's true. I'll go discuss with the director and see if the meeting can be held elsewhere. You two go prepare the meeting materials and be on standby. The two of them nodded and went to work. Emily lay sprawled on the bed with her coat still on, feeling as if everything that had happened these days was a dream. She was somewhat unable to accept it, yet had to face it. The once ordinary and mundane life had now become what she longed for. The phone on the table buzzed, pulling her from her thoughts. She opened her eyes and propped herself up on her arms. It was Wendong. It seemed that the news of her being the culprit had already reached the country. Senior sister, Wendong exclaimed, initially not holding out hope that her senior sister would answer. Senior sister, are you okay? Emily was silent for a moment, then sighed as she rubbed her forehead. Perhaps it was because of her junior sister's loud concern. She felt a pang in her nose. She tried to appear calm, but her voice trembled uncontrollably. I clearly did nothing wrong. Senior sister. Wendong on the other end was completely stunned, momentarily doubting her own ears. Emily had always given the impression of being invulnerable, never showing any weakness in front of anyone. The impact of this incident on Emily was immense, and her hatred for Qin Yu was equally strong. Faced with such a Emily, Wendong panicked, even feeling like crying alongside her, feeling wronged on her behalf. Senior sister, please don't be sad or discouraged. We believe in you. We all know it's not your fault. Wendong comforted her repeatedly, recounting what Su Huihui had told her with anger. Emily moved the phone away from her ear, turned her head, and sniffled, not wanting the other party to hear. She took a deep breath to calm herself before saying, Wendong, I'm fine. Wendong was filled with anger, resolutely stating, Senior sister, we will help you get back at her. Emily's eyes were vacant as she recalled the moment she found out she was being doxxed. The first person that came to mind was Qin Yu. With Wendong's words, she felt even more convinced of her initial instinct. She said coldly, if what you said is true, then when I return, she will pay for what she has done. Right now, she needed to focus all her negative emotions on one person, without any rationality or consideration of motives. That person naturally became Qin Yu. She could overlook the bad things Qin Yu had said before, but this time she had really gone too far, to the point where it could not be ignored or tolerated. Are you coming back, senior sister? Wendong's voice held a moment of anticipation. Soon. Just as she said that, Emily's phone suddenly vibrated. She looked down to see it was a call from Xiaoyu. She hesitated for a moment, a glimmer of expectation rising in her heart. Wendong, I'll talk to you later. I have something else. After hanging up with Wendong, she answered Xiaoyu's call. Before she could speak, the voice on the other end came first. I just saw the news. Where are you? His tone was less steady than usual, and it was clear he was concerned about her. I'm at the research institute. Those people have already left. What are you doing? I'm in the dormitory. I told the captain I had a headache and needed a rest. She answered honestly, with no intention of hiding anything. Okay. He paused before saying, let's go for a drive. I'll come pick you up. What did you say? She doubted her hearing, suddenly surprised by the suggestion of going for a drive. I said, let's go for a drive. I'll come pick you up. She hesitated, but finally agreed, and he hung up the phone. After hanging up, Xiaoyu started the car. He wanted to take her out because he knew that in such a situation, staying alone would lead her to overthink, feel abandoned by the world, and sink into the depths of depression under heavy psychological pressure. Emily reconnected her phone to the charger and turned to look out at the white expanse outside the window. Who knows? Maybe going out this time would bring her new inspiration when she returned. Then she could leave this place successfully. The thought of leaving caused her eyes to dim instantly. Leaving also meant she would fade out of that man's life again. That man who was, at this very moment, rushing toward her for no apparent reason. Chapter 40. Comfort Xiao Yu brought Mo Li to the seaside outskirts, where a guest house stood across from them. As far as the eye could see, the sign of cosmophobia glowed blue, with two dim orange lights lit up in front of the door. It was daytime, and they were still lit, indicating that the owner had probably forgotten to turn them off. The sea was frozen over, calm and still. In front of the car stood a solitary cold tree and a wooden bench. Xiao Yu got out with a blanket, and Mo Li followed behind. He brushed the white snow off the bench with his gloved hand. After sitting down, he draped the blanket over her head. He sat on one side of the car, and beside him, it was as if a snowman had taken a seat. Mo Li was bewildered by the blanket covering her, and just as she raised her hand to push it away, his steady voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Whether you want to cry, yell, or... He coughed twice. Hit someone. Just let it all out. You'll feel much better. Mo Li's hand, which was clutching the corner of the blanket, suddenly stiffened and then fell limply between her legs. She felt a pang in her chest, followed by an overwhelming sense of grievance rising from who knows where. A sour feeling filling her nose. She held back until her throat ached, and even her tightly clenched teeth could not control her lips, which began to tremble violently. In the deep winter night, all that could be heard was her childlike sobbing. Xiao gently stroked her, constantly heaving back over and over again. At first, his arm rested on her left shoulder, but as she cried harder and harder, he had no choice but to pull her into his embrace. Even if it was just silent comfort, he wanted to give it to her. He didn't know how long it had been, but eventually, she quieted down and instinctively pulled away from his broad, solid chest. Under the blanket, her expression was awkward, and she suddenly felt embarrassed. Although she was too shy to speak, after releasing all her emotions, her first reaction was to thank him. Yet, she suddenly didn't want to take off the blanket. She must look utterly disheveled right now. In the next moment, she heard his gentle laughter. What kind of you haven tea I seen? Now you know what shyness is. The person under the blanket lowered her gaze, biting her lip, unwilling to say a word. Sometimes she really felt that he could read minds. He clearly couldn't see her expression. After struggling in her heart for a long time, she finally spoke with a hoarse voice. Thank you. And I'm sorry for showing you such a ridiculous and messy side of me. He reached out to remove the blanket he had covered her with, but at that moment, she abruptly tugged it tighter. No. At that moment, she was like an agitated cat, her nerves tensed up. Although she couldn't see his expression, she knew he was definitely laughing at her. Xiao slightly raised the corners of his mouth, knowing but not speaking, smiling but silent, just lowering his gaze and quietly watching the small lump in front of him. He saw her turn her body to the other side. Her voice was very soft, with a heavy nasal tone, but it couldn't conceal her current shyness. I'll wash the blanket clean and return it to you, because the originally clean and soft blanket was now stained with her unavoidable physiological products during her emotional release. She couldn't let him see or touch it. That was her last shred of dignity. Are you going to keep covering yourself like this? He asked seriously, pretending. She replied with a wronged mm. He silently smiled, finding her current voice akin to that of a 3-year-old child, overly cute. He pressed his lips together, taking a deep breath to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Even though it was -10 degrees and wouldn't be hot. How are you going to walk like this for a while? I can lift it a little to see the way, he said, oh, and then stood up from the wooden bench. Sensing his movement, she turned back, anxiously asking, where are you going? He casually replied, nowhere, just standing up after sitting for too long. Only then did she relax her spine and lean back against the chair. She fiddled with her fingers, her expression under the blanket a bit hesitant, and after a while, she finally spoke. When you called just now, I was on the phone with a colleague. Saying this, she recounted everything she had heard from Wendong. Rather than venting, it seemed more like seeking help. Now that she had regained her rationality, she clearly knew that she couldn't judge Qin Yu solely based on Su Hui's word. During this time, she sensed him sitting down beside her again. He unconsciously nodded to show he understood the situation, even though the person under the blanket couldn't catch his every move. I'll go back tonight and look it up for you. She tilted her neck, instinctively lifting the blanket, her tear-red apricot eyes suddenly exposed to his gaze. But at that moment, her heart was filled with confusion, so she didn't pay much attention. She hurriedly asked, "How will you check?" Her tone seemed full of expectation. Seeing her finally reveal herself, his mouth involuntarily curved into a smile, and he even let out a sigh from the corner of his mouth. She was taken aback, then quickly realized and pulled the blanket down to cover her tear-streaked face. She had to put on makeup, but with tears all over, she certainly didn't look good. Her actions made him unable to hold back his laughter. "If all goes well, I'll reply to you tomorrow morning." "Among the people you saved, were there any reporters?" After thinking for a moment, he replied cheerfully, "No." "Then how will you check?" He found it amusing. Even if there were reporters, they wouldn't be of any use in this situation. She fell silent, once again feeling the awkwardness of being uneducated in front of him. His gaze turned to the blank ice surface, a sudden doubt filling his mind. Strange, what's wrong? He stood up and walked forward. "The hole you guys drilled on the ice last time seems to still be there." Upon hearing this, the person under the blanket furrowed her brows, not caring about anything else, and directly took off the obstructive blanket to follow him forward. Looking out, the pristine ice surface indeed showed that flaw. Chapter 41. The conclusion, generally speaking, according to the extreme temperature, the ice hole drilled on the sea surface would freeze over within 2 days. But now, after so many days, the hole remained, indicating that something was obstructing the reformation of the ice surface. Xiao took out anti-slip shoe covers and masks from the trunk, and after both wore them, they walked onto the ice. The closer they got to the ice hole, the more they could vaguely see unidentified objects pressed against the bottom of the thick ice layer. Emily paused and squatted down to take a closer look, hesitating. "These can't be fish, right?" Due to the thickness of the ice layer, they couldn't identify the unknown objects beneath the ice surface. But knowing that large stones inhibit the survival capabilities of organisms, these unidentified objects were most likely the corpses of marine creatures. Xiao looked at the ice hole not far away, his expression somewhat dark. "Let us go check it out." Upon reaching the ice hole, the situation indeed matched their expectations. The hole was filled with floating marine creature corpses. They exchanged glances, feeling uneasy about what they saw. They had left the most troublesome problem for now. Although the ice layer was thick, it couldn't bear the weight of several machines working simultaneously. Moreover, there were only 5 engineering vehicles that could be called. Immediately Xiao looked at her, his brows furrowed deeply. "This stone underwater, even if we brought 10 vehicles, we wouldn't be able to move it at all." Emily's fingertips were anxious. She tentatively suggested, "What if we break the stone into smaller pieces and transport them up separately?" Xiao immediately shook his head to deny her suggestion. "A vacuum pump can't work underwater." "Do you think a cutting machine can?" Emily wanted to hit her forehead. He continued, "You should tell your team leader about this. After all, the more heads there are, the more ideas we can come up with." She complied and hurriedly hung up after a few simple exchanges, returning to his side, pulling his arm to force him to face her. "Helicopter!" she exclaimed, and the moment she hung up the phone, an idea suddenly struck her. Since machines used on land wouldn't work, why not use those in the sky? She hadn't felt such joy in a long time. The relief of solving a long-standing puzzle felt as if everything could be easily resolved from the moment the idea was born. In the conference room, Huang Qiming was completely distracted after receiving Mo Li's call. He had initially wanted to criticize her for running out alone at such a critical moment, but she had cut off the call first. Moreover, the bad news she brought back after going out originally. This meeting aimed to help scholars from all over the world understand the giant stone more quickly, so they could each come up with solutions to various current problems. Now, Mo Li's phone call had stirred up the entire conference room. They all understood the chain reaction that was about to occur and the potential harm it would bring. Marine creatures dying frequently. As for the range of the toxic substances causing the deaths, they had no way of knowing. Therefore, for a long time to come, seafood would not meet the safety conditions to be served on human tables. Many rare animals surviving at the poles are also on the brink of extinction. Insects that have come into contact with the corpses of marine organisms or that sea area could bring deadly toxins into every corner of human living space, endangering human safety. As a result, The responsibility for not promptly and thoroughly sealing off that sea area fell on the research institute. Faced with the numerous scholars before them, each voicing their opinions, the three, including the director, exchanged glances, unsure of how to calm their unstable emotions. Yi Yinyu worried that the emotions of these scholars could gradually evolve into the savagery seen in previous demonstrators, and he timidly hid behind Huang Qiming. He mumbled, "A wise man learns from his mistakes, Captain. You shouldn't have revealed the latest bad news to this group of outsiders." After saying this, he felt like running away, packing his bags to escape, even if it meant taking a train back home slowly without a flight. Huang Qiming's face darkened in difficulty. He never expected that one day he would actually agree with Yi Yinyu's cowardly thoughts. Yi Yinyu continued to sound the alarm. What if they get worked up, and we end up as the ones with no bones left? Huang Qiming couldn't help but slap him across the face, muttering under his breath, "Shut up, you crow." Just then, his phone on the table vibrated again, and the meeting room fell silent as everyone turned to look at the phone that was ringing. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Huang Qiming quickly picked up the phone and turned to leave the meeting room. The director, Ning Tianpei, and Yi Yinyu tacitly blocked the door, maintaining smiles. Due to the ice cave being filled with marine organism corpses and considering that the surrounding air might be filled with unknown viruses, Xiaoyu and Emily had already returned to the car. The blanket had unknowingly returned to its original owner's hands. As if to quickly deny her suggestion, the moment she mentioned the helicopter, he nodded frantically and gave his affirmation. He leaned against the car, staring at her petite figure. She was on the phone, occasionally tugging at her clothing with her slender fingers, worried that her proposal might be rejected. When he saw her looking at him with a smile, his previously anxious heart also relaxed. "All set?" he asked. She nodded with a bright smile, feeling a long-lost happiness from being acknowledged. She pointed to the location of the guest house and said, "Take me there. That's where they will pass through." After saying that, she started to walk to the passenger seat, but paused after taking just 2 steps. She looked down at her empty hand and suddenly realized, turning back. In his hand, he was holding the blanket, soaked with her tears and snot. She shifted her gaze from the blanket and met his blazing gaze, which was also fixed on her. Chapter 42. Changing perspectives, Mo. Lee watched his expression and quickly stepped forward to snatch the blanket from his hands, then swiftly turned around, nonchalantly opening the passenger door and getting into the car. She saw in the rearview mirror that he stood frozen in place, smiling. Taking advantage of the time it took to get in the front, she hurriedly pulled down the sun visor to check her makeup, looking at her slightly swollen eyes, feeling like crying without tears. How could he not laugh at this face? Just before he got into the car, she sat upright like a statue. Seeing her sitting posture was very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but tease, "Is this how you sit when your boss scolds you?" In an instant, she relaxed her nerves, leaning back against the seat while suppressing the urge to cross her legs. Emily called for a stop when they were about a kilometer away from the guest house, choosing to get out here to avoid drawing attention. As she opened the car door, he spoke up. "Isn't this just making it more obvious that you have something to hide? Are you going to say you walked here if they ask? Or are you planning to say your car was stolen? Oh wait, they should know whether you drove or not." Emily hesitated and retracted her hand that was about to open the door, turning to him with a pleading look. Then Xiaoyu shook his head helplessly. "Your brain's database might have lost its automatic update function." Her inexplicable protective instinct came out again, worrying that others would discover his identity. She chuckled softly at her instinctive protectiveness, but then her face tightened again as she grasped the door handle. "But I pretended not to know you in front of my colleagues before, and now they see me with you. That's not appropriate, is it? Can't we just say we got to know each other after that?" Xiaoyu looked sincere as he replied, "Besides, they're just your colleagues. You don't need to report your private life to them." He emphasized the words private life. Her ears turned red under her black hair. "Thank you today. I'll wash the blanket and return it to you. Bye, see you." She spoke quickly and got out of the car. Watching her flee, he smirked and pressed the accelerator to leave. He didn't intend to wait for her either, knowing that his identity would complicate her position, because their captain was her uncle, her only remaining relative in this world. It wasn't until her figure shrank to the size of a green bean that he withdrew his gaze from the rearview mirror. The smile at the corner of his mouth already faded, and his dark eyes filled with depth. Not long after, Huang Qiming and the others arrived. When Emoli was asked why she was there, her answer was that she had hitched a ride with a stranger. This earned a gasp from Yi Yanyu. That person isn't a hermit, is he? With your photos all over the internet. How could he not recognize you and still be so kind to give you a ride? Before Emoli could respond, Huang Qiming slapped the back of Yi Yanyu's head, silencing his gossiping. Emoli thought it was just right. As she wouldn't have to rack her brain to concoct a lie. They had already formulated a preliminary action plan in the car on the way there. Since they couldn't know the exact size of the underwater boulder, they decided to send someone down to measure it first, and then calculate the area of the ice surface that needed to be carved based on the measurements. They also contacted a plastic manufacturing factory, instructing the workers to be on standby, so that once they had the measurement results, the workers could produce a specially designed plastic sealing bag large enough to cover the underwater boulder in the shortest time possible. Hearing that there was still no news about the airplane, Emoli's heart tightened even more. Is there any news about the plane? Should we contact Song Zikin from the DM group? She asked. Huang Qiming replied, the director is still negotiating. It should be fine. Yi Yanyu echoed, definitely no problem. This is a matter of safety for 7 billion people around the world. I think military planes might even come to follow our orders. Just thinking about it made him feel good as he looked up at the currently cloudy sky. Little did they know, the next day, it would turn into a prophecy. What was originally just a careless joke from Yi Yanyu unexpectedly came true. When everything was ready, a huge roar approached from afar, and everyone on land looked up. 5 military planes appeared on the endless horizon. Everything that followed went smoothly, thanks to those 5 military planes. The underwater boulder was lifted out of the water in front of everyone, fitted with a specially designed plastic sealing bag, and the air was sucked out. It was now placed on a desolate mountain, guarding that patch of snow along with a boulder found at the waste treatment plant. The local government planned to surround them with electric fences and decided to send multiple people to patrol the area daily to prevent unauthorized individuals from having ill intentions, so that the world would not face another crisis. The temporary team, led by Huang Qiming, successfully completed its mission and withdrew. The Research Institute issued another statement the next day, clarifying M.O. Lee's incident while announcing this plan and mentioning that M.O. Lee was the one who proposed this plan. The success of this operation changed the views of most people towards her, but many still believe that the Research Institute was playing tricks to clear her name. News returned to the domestic front, and Xin Yu's face turned pale and then flushed. She couldn't believe that M.O. Lee would once again win the affection of the crowd. Her distracted appearance was a great relief to Wen Dong and Su Huihui. Another person dissatisfied with the course of events was Ning Tianpei. He had tried his best to pull her down into the abyss, but she only took one morning to rise again, full of vitality as if she had never experienced online violence. This outcome served as a warning to him that from now on, he needed to be cautious of someone named Xiaoyu. Chapter 43. Sending off the helicopter preparing for takeoff at the Williams base broke the surrounding silence, swirling the snow on the ground into the air. Even after boarding the plane, M.O. Lee still couldn't return the blanket to him. The schedule for this trip back home was extremely tight. On the night the plan was completed, a helicopter was sent from the country for her return, leaving her no chance to sneak out. M.O. Lee's hand rested on her bag, which contained a blanket that seemed to still carry his scent. With her long eyelashes slightly lowered, the heaviness in her heart couldn't even be described as regret. Instead, it was mixed with hope for a reunion with him, although even she didn't know if there would be any more interactions with him in the days to come. With complicated feelings, the sound of the airplane engine grew louder, but it couldn't drown out Yi Yanyu's exuberant voice as he said he could finally go home, that he wanted to eat hot pot and missed having afternoon tea and chatting in Chinese with his colleagues. Huang Qiming expressed his dismay, rolling his eyes at him before his gaze drifted out the window. Ning Tianpei remained silent, looking at the troubled M.O. Lee. This journey had changed his view of M.O. Lee time and again, but no matter how much he changed, he still chose to follow Song Zikin's orders to harm her. Yet, it was with M.O. Lee that he first entertained the thought of going against Song Zikin's wishes. Accompanied by the loud sound of clap-clap, the helicopter lifted off the ground, gradually distancing itself from this pure, snowy land that held many complex memories. On the rooftop of Cosmophobia, a man looked up at the helicopter entering the clouds. His dark eyes were deep, filled with reluctance. He had resumed monitoring Mo Lee, and it was thanks to the listening device he hadn't had time to remove that he came to the rooftop at this moment to see her off. Until the plane disappeared from view, he lowered his eyes and whispered to the empty air, "See you next time." Those who didn't say proper goodbyes would surely meet again. After nearly 20 hours of flight, the helicopter landed on the roof of the A block of the Aviation Bureau, where a group was waiting for the hero's triumphant return, led by director Ling Jun, with a few colleagues holding welcome banners behind him. Once down, Emily spotted a stranger in the crowd, someone she had only seen in photos on the news. Song Zikin, dressed in a suit, looked less bloated and oily than most of his peers, standing among the crowd. He exuded an undeniable aura of authority that made people lower their heads involuntarily. Ling Jun embraced Huang Qiming, patting his back while expressing his longing. "Welcome home. You've worked hard." The two had a good relationship and had been friends for decades. During Huang Qiming's absence, it had been difficult for Ling Jun to find someone to drink with after work. "Not hard at all. It's for the people. It's what I should do," Huang Qiming replied with a smile, as if he finally felt the sense of returning home at that moment. "We must have a drink tonight," Ling Jun whispered in his ear before letting go. If anyone were to blame, it would be Song Zikin, the wealthy man, for constantly putting pressure on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager for a drink. The rush to return home from the Southern team, this time, was Song Zikin's intention. Upon seeing the news report that the plan's proposer was Mo Lee, Song Zikin became even more eager to recruit her into his team. This was also why he personally appeared here now. As colleagues expressed their warm feelings of missing each other, Mo Lee planned to take the opportunity to escape, but was unexpectedly called by the director, who praised her in front of everyone. "Mo Lee, you've made a great contribution this time. After work, we'll have a celebration banquet." Ling Jun waved his hand, declaring that the world's problems have been solved. Just as Mo Lee was about to refuse participation by claiming she was unwell, Huang Qiming interrupted her. Huang Qiming patted her on the back and exchanged glances with her, then turned to respond for her, "Of course we'll go." As Yinyu stepped off the plane, he spotted Song Zikin. Although surprised that the wealthy man would personally come to greet them, he didn't dare to ask, leading him to gossip quietly with his colleagues. "Isn't that Chairman Song? Why is he here?" "I don't know. We were both shocked when we met in the elevator earlier. It's a big shot we usually only see on TV. Yeah, although everyone knows he's the big financial backer of the Bureau, it's our first time seeing him in person. Haven't you seen the news? It said that the DM group is planning to establish a research lab, and Song Zikin is probably here to poach someone. See, he is so eager to call you all back. He must have set his sights on one of you." Hearing this, Yi Yinyu immediately thought of Mo Lee and wanted to continue gossiping, but Ling Jun began the introduction. "This is Chairman Song of the DM group. As you all know, he is a strong supporter of our Bureau. Without his support, we wouldn't have today's achievements." Everyone greeted him warmly, and even Mo Lee, who wore an unhappy expression, was no exception. She naturally knew little about Song Zikin, a man who had built a vast empire by the age of 50. In her eyes, most of his seemingly noble and selfless actions had ulterior motives. If he were truly a good person, his unique and precious daughter would have gone to the other side of the earth to grow plants. But ultimately, regardless of whether he was a good or bad person, as long as he didn't harm her, she didn't care. There is no need to be polite. We're all our own people. I'm honored to contribute to the research cause, and I must also thank Director Bai for giving me this opportunity. Song Zikin spoke humbly, but only Ning Tianpei knew he was a smiling tiger, kind in front of others but cruel behind their backs. "Ah, Chairman Song, you're too kind," Ling Jun said with polite words, but in his heart, he was unwilling. He knew Song Zikin was deep and calculating, yet for the development of the Aerospace Bureau, he had no choice but to accept his kindness. During this time, Emoli noticed Wen Dong standing at the side. Her eyes filled with surprise and comfort as she looked at her. Emoli smiled and walked over. Earlier, since Emoli had been the center of attention, Wen Dong, who had quietly followed, didn't dare to approach. But upon seeing her senior sister return unscathed, she felt completely relieved. Although she knew her senior sister didn't like unnecessary physical contact, she couldn't help but embrace the person walking toward her. She was half a head shorter than Mo Lee and suddenly fell into her embrace. Senior sister, you're finally back. When Dong's voice was excited, but had to be kept low, Emily rarely raised her hand to touch the other's back, her eyes smiling, silent, but responding gently by patting her back. She didn't know when she had begun to value these unnecessary physical contacts. Perhaps it was because these unnecessary physical contacts came from important people. As everyone chatted and laughed while descending the stairs, Emily was called into the director's office. Chapter 44. Refusal. As the heavy wooden door closed, Emily felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. There were only 3 people in the director's office, her director Bai Lingjun and the renowned Song Zikan. Before she could think much, Bai Lingjun beckoned her to sit in front of him. Montak-Li, you've been with the bureau for 3 years now, right? Bai Lingjun smiled, maintaining the politeness of a superior toward a subordinate. Yes, this month marks exactly 3 years. Emily responded lukewarmly, unwilling to speculate too much on the other party's intentions. After all, he couldn't possibly dismiss himself. Song Zikan sat comfortably in the host's seat, legs crossed, and had been staring at Emily since she entered. However, Emily never gave him a proper glance. Bai Lingjun observed Song Zikan's expression and nodded in tacit agreement, though he was reluctant in his heart. After all, one is short-handed when accepting favors. It was not appropriate for him to directly refuse a request made by a wealthy patron. The purpose of Song Zikan's visit was to recruit Emily, publicly claiming he wanted to form a research team, but he was likely up to something behind the scenes. With his hands clasped, elbows resting on the sides of the sofa, Song Zikan said, Emily, I have long admired your name. He paused, lowered his hands to his lap, and sincerely continued. Thanks to Director Bai, I have gained some understanding of you. I won't waste time on pleasantries. I plan to establish a research team specifically focused on terrestrial planets. And, as I understand, you have considerable expertise in this area. I hope you can join my team. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Lingjun seamlessly interjected, Of course. Your willingness is the most important. With that, he deliberately avoided Song Zikan's gaze, knowing that Song Zikan was certainly glaring at him at that moment. Emily was indeed a rare talent, and to be honest, he did not want her to leave. However, if Emily was unwilling, Song Zikan would have no way to force her. At least that was what Bai Lingjun thought. Emily's gaze remained fixed on the glass coffee table until Bai Lingjun finished speaking. Then she finally looked up, but her focus was not on Bai Lingjun. Thank you, Director Song, for your appreciation. I currently have no intention of leaving the Aerospace Bureau, she replied straightforwardly and without pretense. She did not expect that Director Bai actually had plans to dismiss her. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingjun secretly rejoiced, while Song Zikan's expression shifted from calm to somewhat displeased. He was surprised that she gave him no face and directly rejected his proposal. Who did she think she was? She was just a girl who knew a thing or two. Noticing Song Zikan's expression darkening, Bai Lingjun had to put on a mask of false persuasion. Emily, you really can't. Emily interrupted. If I were pursuing fame and fortune, I wouldn't have chosen to work at the Aerospace Bureau in the first place. She then stood up, adding, This recent trip to the south has delayed many of my tasks. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Sorry. After saying this, she turned and left without giving the 2 men a chance to react. Bai Lingjun watched her every move until she exited his office. To be honest, any subordinate who acted so independently and ignored their superior would not be welcomed by anyone, but he felt very satisfied with his subordinate's actions. Song Zikan looked at him sideways, happy. Bai Lingjun immediately straightened his face. No. As soon as Emily stepped out, she met Wendong's gaze. Since Emily entered, Wendong had been restless, glancing at the heavy wooden door every minute. It was not only unusual for such a prominent figure as Song Zikan to appear at the Aerospace Bureau, but he had also specifically come to see Emily. This was highly unusual. Senior sister, Wendong sprang up from his seat, casting her a terrified and worried look. You coming here ISNT because of the rumor spread by Chinyu, right? The director and others didn't make things difficult for you, did they? No, it's not that. Song Zikan wants to recruit me, and I declined, she replied casually. Wendong was momentarily taken aback, as Emily stated such explosive content without changing her expression. Emily gently patted her shoulder, smiling warmly. I have to go now. Watching her gradually disappear, when Dong finally closed his half-open lips. This was probably why she admired her so much. After leaving the director's office, Emily arrived at the observation capsule for monitoring space detectors. With the completion of iris recognition, the hatch opened. This was where Molly spent most of her working hours. As the terrestrial planet project, she was focusing on required long-term tracking and investigation of hundreds of space detectors. Although the computer had the capability to receive information, the analysis of that information still needed human processing. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Ning Tianpei, frowning but not approaching him. Instead, she went to another colleague and asked if there had been any unexpected discoveries during her absence. Ning Tianpei's focused gaze was caught by his colleague Zhang Qian, who nudged Ning Tianpei's arm while teasing. "No way, you just got here and you're already trying to steal Yi Yinyu's person?" Ning Tianpei snapped back to reality, and Mo Li's sudden gaze made him flustered, and he hurriedly averted his eyes, denying that's not true. "Senior brother Zhang, don't talk nonsense." He realized that there wasn't a single person in the bureau who wasn't gossipy. Zhang Qian looked skeptical. "You better be prepared. Yi Yinyu joined at the same time as you and has spent 3 years without success, so you can see how hard it is to deal with her." His voice was not quiet, and Emily naturally heard it. However, she had grown accustomed to such situations. Ignoring them was better. Engaging would only make them more lively. So she chose to continue ignoring their comments. After communicating with her colleagues, she picked up a stack of documents and headed out. Just as Emily stepped outside, a sudden and piercing alarm sounded like thunder. Everyone in the observation capsule was jolted awake by the noise. Emily quickly walked to the computer to investigate. The alarm was coming from the farthest detector from Earth. The sound came from Zhang Qian. That was a signal from the space probe that had traveled to the edge of the solar system. It detected a small asteroid with a diameter of 98 meters. It was approaching Earth at a speed of 12 ms, pulled by the gravitational forces of various planets. And the final destination of this asteroid was determined to be Earth, leaving humanity with only 3 months to respond. If such a large asteroid were to collide with Earth, it could flatten a city in an instant, releasing energy equivalent to 80 million tons of TNT. The resulting tsunamis, earthquakes, and other natural disasters could potentially wipe out half of humanity on Earth, and that was a conservative estimate. Chapter 45, Dark the celebration banquet that Mo Li resisted ultimately did not take place. After that hellish alarm, the entire Bureau entered a state of combat readiness. Mo Li discovered through reviewing the data from the farthest space monitoring device that this 98-meter-wide asteroid had suddenly emerged from the depths of the universe, just like EPOCH, leaving everyone bewildered. She informed Bai Lingjun and convened an emergency meeting. When she presented the footage captured from the space detector, everyone in the conference room fell silent. Due to its implausibility, Emily even faced skepticism. Thus, the Aerospace Bureau held meetings for 2 consecutive days and nights to devise a feasible evasion plan. The existing underground shelters on Earth could not accommodate the over 7 billion people worldwide, not to mention that such a large-scale asteroid impact could likely damage the Earth's crust. 3 months was far too short for humanity to have any means of self-defense in the face of disaster. The conference room, the research lab, and the observation capsule were all filled with a sense of despair, as if shrouded in dark clouds, and no one could muster any spirit. Everyone was buried in work, searching for any possible glimmer of hope. However, after 2 days of sleepless efforts, the situation still seemed to have entered a dead end with no countermeasures. No one had anticipated that before finding a habitable planet, Earth would once again come under attack from the universe. The perpetually pessimistic Yi Yinyu proposed that since they couldn't think of a solution, they should quickly announce it to the world, giving people enough time to do the things they had wanted to do, but had postponed for various reasons in their final moments. This time, everyone tacitly agreed. Just as the space agency was about to announce this grim news to the world, an unknown lifeline appeared. It was an anonymous signal from Antarctica, which contained information indicating that the sender could prove the existence of white holes, thereby preventing Earth from suffering this disaster. Since this was an unannounced message, everyone was astonished at how this person had learned of the matter, yet they were eager to know more. At that moment, Emily suddenly thought of the owner of the blanket when she saw the coordinates of Antarctica. He always seemed to appear with hope when she was at her most desperate. For now, the people at the space agency could only take a dead horse for a live one. In the meeting room, Bai Ling-jun removed his hands from his face, looking as if he had aged 10 years after 2 consecutive days of stress. He said, "Let's first see what this person is up to." The person sending the signal to the space agency was Xiao Yu. In order to save his life, after discovering that Mo Li was from the space agency, he had installed a listening device on her phone. Therefore, when she took the samples back to study, reported to superiors, and her initial thoughts on EPOCH, he heard everything clearly. This had greatly inspired him in his long-standing attempts to turn the concept of white holes from an ideal celestial body into reality. EPOCH was born from nothingness. At that moment, the white cloth in the conference room fell into darkness, and then suddenly, Xiao Yu's face appeared. Not only Mo Li, but also Huang Qiming, Yi Yanyu, and Ning Tianpei, who had seen Xiao Yu before, were all shocked. In an instant, he became the host of this meeting that was about to disperse. Xiao Yu returned to the country the day after Mo Li went back, intending to create an opportunity to casually ask for the blanket back, but unexpectedly, the event of an asteroid visiting Earth occurred again. At this moment, he was in a hotel room just a mile away from the space agency. He hacked into the conference room's computer. The signal was sent by me. A deep and steady male voice echoed throughout the large conference room. Everyone was guessing about the sudden appearance of this face, but only Ning Tianpei's gaze fell on Mo Li. She looked restless, indicating that she was completely unaware of the situation. Xiao Yu seemed to hear the commotion in the conference room as he said seriously, "Please be quiet and listen to me." Everyone tacitly closed their mouths, and Bai Ling-jun didn't even have time to question the space agency's security responsibility. Looking at the person on the screen with a hint of eagerness, "I believe everyone already knows that this asteroid, like the last EPOCH, was born from nothingness." Hearing the words "born from nothingness," Mo Li's confusion deepened, as he had spoken words she had once said. It didn't just appear out of thin air. As soon as the male voice fell, the conference room was met with another round of chaotic discussions. Let's put it this way. The universe is like a carved wooden board, with the main carved image being what we now call the observable universe. The observable universe only accounts for 4% of the total universe. So the remaining 96% is dark matter and dark energy that humans cannot observe, but can interfere with signals and forces from celestial bodies. The hollow background corresponding to the carved main image is the unobservable universe composed of dark matter. Everyone listened attentively, the earlier confusion gradually dissipating, and they seemed no longer curious about his identity. A white hole is a celestial body that is completely opposite in nature to a black hole. Black holes absorb all visible matter, including light, while white holes only allow matter to enter but not exit. The only reasonable explanation is that the matter entering a black hole will emerge from a white hole belonging to the unobservable universe. Mo Li couldn't help but interject. These 2 asteroids were sucked into a black hole hundreds or thousands of years ago and have now returned to the observable universe from a white hole, which is why there is this illusion of appearing out of nowhere. As she spoke, the person on the screen looked towards her position. "Yes, that's right," he agreed. And the bridge connecting the black hole and the white hole, which is not controlled by time, space, or dimensions, is another ideal celestial body, a wormhole, a one-way passage. However, the universe is so vast, there's not just one black hole, and the same applies to white holes and wormholes. Mo Li, coming back to her senses, slightly nodded and continued, "If we stay on Earth, we will definitely die, but entering a black hole at least gives us a chance of survival." "Are you crazy?" Yi and you jumped up in shock. "What did you just hear? Enter a black hole? What an absurd joke. I don't know if I would die staying on Earth, but entering a black hole is definitely a death sentence." He turned to look at the person on the screen, still furious, raising his finger in a questioning tone. "And you? I don't know how old Lou became friends with you, but do you really think what you just said makes sense? Who are you? You think just because you say a few words about an unproven ideal celestial body, it becomes a reality?" He then looked at everyone. "If you believe him and are willing to follow him to death, that's your business. I have no intention of going along." With that, he stood up to leave, as if he couldn't bear to stay a moment longer. Huang Qiming retracted his gaze from the door and glanced at the expressionless person on the screen, then at Bai Ling-jun before following him out. Although it wasn't as extreme as Yi Yin described, he didn't fully agree with Xiao Yu's statement either. Yi Yin was someone he had nurtured. Now that he had lost control, he needed to intervene. As the two left one after another, the remaining people exchanged glances, unsure how to react. Xiao Yu glanced at Mo, and then the screen returned to the way it was before his appearance. Chapter 46. Captain in the Hotel Suite. The orange light fell on the man's chiseled profile as he closed his laptop. Just as he was about to get up, the phone on the coffee table rang. The words "little leg" made him smile. This nickname was just a momentary whim, and he never expected it would last this long. He didn't have quirks. Not everyone he saved was treated this way, but she was special. As soon as he answered the phone, before he could speak, her questioning voice came through. "You're back in the country? When did you come back?" He let out a muffled laugh from his nose. "You're not from the Immigration Control Bureau, are you? Don't joke around. Hacking into the space agency's security system is illegal. Did you clean up your IP? If you get caught, I might get implicated." But that wasn't what she was worried about. "Your director didn't say anything, yet you're so excited." His words were still filled with amusement. "The day after you returned, I came back too. I still have something with you. If you don't take the initiative to return it, I'll have to come and ask for it myself." There was silence on the other end of the line for a while. He could almost see her lowering her head, looking embarrassed. "Are you listening?" he asked. We should meet soon." After saying that, he seemed unwilling to let it go, adding, "in front of everyone." With that, he hung up first. Emily crouched down, hiding in the bathroom stall, taking down the suddenly disconnected phone, filled with suspicion. What was he talking about? Did he really want to come into the agency openly to be her colleague? That afternoon, his appearance directly confirmed her thoughts. Since Yi Yin had shown signs of knowing Xiao Yu at the meeting, the director asked him for Xiao Yu's contact information. Naturally, Yi Yin was unwilling, but in front of the director, who was just a minor player, he couldn't resist for long and ultimately had to give in. Reluctantly, he used several connections to find old Lu to get Xiao Yu's phone number. Bai Lingjun took the note with Xiao Yu's name and number, looked at Yi Yin seriously, and said, "In times like this, we need to unite even more. If you don't have a better way to save humanity, then stop all complaints and doubts, and contribute your strength." Huang Qiming saw his gradually lowering head, patted his shoulder, and echoed, "The director is right. Your actions in the conference room were really too childish." What that young man said also made some sense. At least his words left us without room to refute, didn't they? Perhaps his points are indeed unreasonable. But the terrible situation we are facing forces us to cling to that last glimmer of hope. Ning Tianpei walked into the line of sight of the three as he spoke. The moment Bai Lingjun saw him, he couldn't help but think, "Here comes another one to make trouble." Seeing that he had someone to speak for him, Yi Yin instantly straightened his back. "That's exactly what I mean. Think about it. A black hole. It's a mystery that has puzzled humanity for so many years. He says we should jump in, and he wants all humanity to go with him. Is he more powerful than Hawking?" The more he spoke, the more excited he became. "And besides, we don't even know who he is. Why should we listen to him? What if he has some antisocial personality and wants humanity to perish early?" "Director Bai, let me tell you." As he looked at Bai Lingjun's increasingly dark expression, Huang Qiming knew he couldn't let this kid continue. Huang Qiming cursed in his ear. "You brat. Enough is enough. Do you think you can teach the director how to do his job?" After saying that, he quickly looked up. "Director Bai, we'll take our leave now." He then pulled one and disappeared down the corridor. In the meeting room, Xiao Yu sat next to Director Bai. When those who had been notified walked in one by one, their expressions were all surprised. The person who had proposed bold ideas through illegal means just this morning was now sitting openly in front of them, right next to the director. Mo Mai was the last to enter. Only after seeing Mo Mai did Bai Lingjun begin to speak. "Everyone is here. The meeting will now begin." Mo Mai paused for a moment. The only empty seat was directly opposite Xiao Yu, which was to Bai Lingjun's right. This was a small meeting room, and counting Bai Lingjun's leadership position, it could only accommodate 11 people. The rest were seated facing each other, and she felt embarrassed to break the formation. So she could only harden her resolve and walk over to sit down, completely ignoring someone's intense gaze that felt like it could burn her clothes. If she sat far away on the edge, it seemed more like she was trying to hide something. Everyone knew that the asteroid detected this time was not to be underestimated. If it really came to Earth 3 months from now, human civilization could very well come to an end. We held back-to-back meetings for 2 days and nights, discussing until we were exhausted. But we still couldn't come to a conclusion. This morning's meeting had everyone present, and I believe you can guess what I'm going to say next. With that, Bai Lingjun glanced at Xiao Yu. Let me formally introduce this young man who hacked the Space Agency security network this morning. His name is Xiao Yu, and he is a member of the SETI Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence program. Upon hearing this, the meeting room erupted into chatter. Everyone was surprised by his identity. This unexpected guest was one of their own. Anyone involved in space-related work knew very well what the SETI program was. The SETI program was established in the 1980s by the world's largest space enthusiast organization, the Planetary Research Association. This program lasted for over 20 years, but since the data needed for analysis had almost all been processed, it was announced at the beginning of this year that it would be put on hold and enter a dormant phase. As a next step was to focus on the back-end research and publication of results. He is also the captain of the upcoming Dual Universe project. As soon as Bai Lingjun finished speaking, the discussions in the meeting room resumed. Yi Yinyu mustered his courage for one last struggle. Director Bai, I still think this decision is too hasty. Although the revelation of Xiao Yu's identity greatly reduced his hostility towards him, it did not change his belief that the idea of entering a black hole was very undesirable. Bai Lingjun pretended not to hear and did not linger his gaze on him. This is a gamble. None of us can guarantee the plan will succeed. But right now, there is no perfect solution. As he spoke, his gaze swept over everyone present. Xiao Yu, Mo Mai, Huang Qiming, Ning Tianpei, Yi Yinyu, Su Huihui, Qin Yu, Zhang Xian, you will become the initial members of the Dual Universe Project. Chapter 47. Fog. And so, under Mo Mai's anxious heart, Xiao Yu entered the space agency with a legal identity to assist in the progress of the Dual Universe Project. If anyone has objections, bring them up now. Once we leave this meeting room, I won't listen to anything. Bai Lingjun leaned back his chair, arms crossed. Yi Yinyu was just about to raise his hand when he was interrupted by 2 knocks on the door. Bai Lingjun seemed to remember something and straightened up. Come in. Everyone turned their attention to the door. Just as he finished speaking, the meeting room door was pushed open and a curious little head poked in. Bai Lingjun had asked Wendong to enter the meeting 10 minutes after it started. She had been waiting outside since the beginning, counting down the time. Director Bai. Wendong respectfully placed her hands in front of her. Bai Lingjun nodded and said, This is my secretary, Wendong. During the execution of the Dual Universe Project, she will follow all your arrangements. Before speaking, Wendong exchanged glances with Mo Mai and Su Huihui. Hello, I'm Wendong. I look forward to working with you. When Yi Yinyu saw a sweet-looking girl suddenly appear in the meeting room, he immediately forgot he hadn't raised his hand to voice his objections earlier. Sitting near the door, he quickly stood up, reached out a hand to Wendong, and smiled brightly. Hello, I'm Yi Yinyu. Wendong hesitated for a moment, but politely shook his hand. After Yi Yinyu kindly introduced everyone one by one, Wendong was finally able to take her seat. During this time, Zhang Qian couldn't help but lean over to Qin Yu and gossip. Yi Yinyu really doesn't know when to stop. He loves everyone he sees, but why is he so uninterested in you? It's so strange. Qin Yu shot him a sidelong glance, annoyed but said nothing, her gaze returning to Yi Yinyu and Wendong. Yi Yinyu knew Wendong was Mo Mai's junior sister, and knowing that made him enthusiastic. He thought that perhaps his actions could earn him some points in Mo Mai's eyes. If a fool could move mountains. He didn't believe he couldn't impress her. All right, since no one has objections, I'll be off to work now. With that, Bai Lingjun quickly got up and left the meeting room, giving Yi Yinyu no time to react. As soon as Bai Lingjun stepped out, Xiao Yu withdrew his gaze from Mo Mai and stood up from his chair, taking long strides toward the leadership position. He pulled out a USB from his pocket, plugged it into the laptop in front of him, and then the white cloth behind him displayed the image. The strategy of the Dual Universe Project is to transfer all humanity from the visible universe to the invisible universe to avoid this asteroid impact on Earth. Xiao Yu's clearly defined hands operated the remote for the projector and the PPT on the white cloth switch screens. This time, Zhang Qian leaned towards Su Huihui. This guy is really interesting. He doesn't waste words and goes straight to the point. Although his voice was not loud, it still successfully caught Xiao Yu's attention. Zhang Qian, having been introduced by Ling Jun and Yi Yinyu consecutively, had completely memorized the names of everyone present. He was unrelenting, coldly asking the person with a smile on their face, "Do you have something to share with everyone right now?" Li instinctively tensed up. He had a blank expression but was as cold as an iceberg. She had never seen him this serious. Zhang Qian felt like a student caught daydreaming and publicly criticized by the teacher in front of the whole class. He immediately fell silent, feeling ashamed, and lowered his head involuntarily, muttering 2 words, "No." Qin Yu felt secretly pleased, glancing at Zhang Qian with a sense of triumph, thinking, "Serve you right for talking too much." At that moment, her attention was once again focused on Xiao Yu. She believed his ideas had certain feasibility, so she intended to delve deeper into his speech. Just as she was about to stop Zhang Qian's impolite behavior, the person in question acted even faster than she did. Xiao Yu withdrew his gaze, showing no signs of displeasure from beginning to end. He continued, "Of course, these are just my ideas so far. In order for the plan to be realized, I hope one of you will accompany me on the spaceship to explore the nearest black hole. If the theory holds, then the spacecraft we are on will also come into existence from nothing, just like EPOCH, the upcoming asteroid." Upon hearing this, Yi Yinyu felt his head buzz as if it had gone blank, repeatedly thinking, "Please don't let it be me. Please don't let it be me." Li also thought this approach was too hasty. There must be more than one way to prove the existence of 2 universes. This was too dangerous, and the chances of survival could be said to be non-existent. Gazing at Xiao Yu, she slightly shook her head, her eyes filled with anxiety. She worried that if he continued, he would announce the implementation of the plan and suggested sending an unmanned probe first. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a serious male voice. "Do you really not think this is a death wish?" The voice came from Ning Tianpei, originally facing away from everyone. Xiao Yu slowly turned around and met Ning Tianpei's gaze. His dark eyes were cold and devoid of warmth. He ignored the question, but did not shift his gaze away. Whether he would appear near Earth like these 2 asteroids remained unknown. He was still in the fog regarding Ning Tianpei's identity and did not understand why he had such a strong interest in him, to the point of breaking the law by trespassing. "You." Everyone's gaze followed Xiao Yu's. He paused, then tilted his head in a feigned recollection. "You look a bit familiar. Have we met somewhere?" Ning Tianpei's heart skipped a beat, feeling slightly guilty as he averted his gaze. The image of that night, when he followed Xiao Yu and bumped into him, flashing through his mind. Moreover, the way he looked at him earlier was not how one would look at a stranger. Could it be? Yi Yinyu suddenly jumped in, nonchalantly saying, "Didn't we see each other when we were at the Antarctic Research Institute? With Professor Liu." Ning Tianpei sighed in relief. Although he tried his best to suppress any changes in his facial expression, sharp-eyed Xiao Yu still caught it. He raised his hand to scratch his dazzling black hair under the sunlight, looking as if he had just realized something. "Oh right, I forgot." He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This was the psychological burden that someone who had done something wrong should bear. In the coming days, he would make sure that every day would be filled with anxiety for him. In the entire conference room, only Li sensed the strange atmosphere between Xiao Yu and Ning Tianpei. Chapter 48. Lost Ning Tianpei steadied himself, raising his eyes to question again. "Since the plan was proposed by you, it should naturally be executed by you." But, as he spoke, he stood up from his chair. "You shouldn't put others' lives at stake too." Huang Qiming sensed the atmosphere was off. He thought if he didn't step in, these 2 hot-headed young men would start fighting. All right, you both sit down." He then looked at Ning Tianpei. "Xiao Ning, don't be so impulsive. What do you mean putting lives at stake?" Xiao Yu was just sharing his thoughts. "We are a team, all striving towards the same goal. Until we reach that goal, let's not disrupt our own rhythm." Yi Yinyu mumbled. What he said is indeed correct. Whoever proposed it should be the one to go. Why drag us into it? Wen Dong, sitting beside him, heard everything clearly, and the good impression she had of Yi Yinyu shattered in an instant. Since they didn't work at the same level, she had heard little gossip and naturally didn't understand Yi Yinyu's character, only knowing that he liked his senior. Now she understood why his senior would look down on him. Although Ning Tianpei felt unsatisfied, he had to give Huang Qiming face and reluctantly sat back down. It was only after sitting down that he realized he had unconsciously overstepped. Clearly, This approach would not help him achieve his goals at all. Just as he sat down, Lee's sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. You guys are quick to distance yourselves, but when it comes to actually doing something, you don't seem so eager. She let out a scoff from her nasal cavity. If you want to go, you shouldn't send only high IQ talents. Right now, those who have the greatest impact on humanity's survival aren't necessarily who you think. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked surprised. Lee had always been the type to remain aloof. And who would have thought she would make such a pointed remark, especially after two men had just argued? Their eyes seemed to say, even she has started a gossip? Or is she doing it in front of people? Yu felt guilty about what he had said seconds ago and naturally took the hint, thinking he was the selfish person she referred to. He leaned toward Lee, pleading, Lee, please don't misunderstand my intentions. I really didn't mean any harm. I just think this plan should be discussed further and not rushed to a conclusion. This is a matter of life and death. Lee glanced at him indifferently, quickly looking away without saying a word. Su Huihui turned her gaze toward Qinyu, as if she had spotted the focal point of gossip for the next few days. She feared that once the meeting ended and they walked out the door, within 10 minutes, the entire bureau would know about this matter. And it would definitely have gone through a completely revised version. Huang Qiming raised his hand to support his forehead, thinking it was really hard to watch. Even his usually taciturn niece had been led astray. The room was filled with nothing but young, impetuous people, both competitive and eager, always talking more than doing. He tapped on the table. As the only adult in the room, he needed to manage the deteriorating situation. His tone was somewhat impatient. All right, this is a meeting, not a debate. If there are disagreements, let us sit down and discuss it amicably. No need to act like you're about to fight any second. Yi Yanyu, seeing the look in his eyes, straightened his back. Then the conference room fell into a dead silence for the first time, everyone staring at each other, afraid to speak. Xiaoyu sighed lightly. I can't manage to drive the spaceship and collect information at the same time, so I need a companion. Do you really want to take this risk yourself? Lee's emotions were somewhat agitated. She had intended to ask him this privately. He turned to look down at her, his expression gentle yet puzzled, as if to say, what else could it be? I don't support this approach, Lee said firmly, her bright eyes filled with determination. There must be more than one way to prove that a white hole exists in the invisible universe. Previously, we felt short on time because we had no direction. Now that we have a direction, we still have time to think of other solutions. When Dong noticed that Xiaoyu and Lee were clearly discussing a solution, yet they looked like a couple arguing. In the top-level office of the DM group, Song Zikin sat on the sofa, looking distressed. Upon learning that Earth would face another asteroid impact in 3 months, and that it would be close to catastrophic, his heart sank. He demanded that Bai Lingjun prioritize saving himself. Otherwise, he would announce this news to the world, which would lead to chaos before they found a solution. The voices of multiple participants were coming from the phone on the coffee table in front of him, relaying the real-time situation in the space agency's conference room. The more he listened, the more satisfied he became with a young man named Xiaoyu. He picked up his phone and opened the chat with Ning Tianpei, quickly editing a message. This young man has great ideas. Bring him back. He then ended the call, just as he was about to get up from the sofa. He suddenly remembered the person beside Lee that Ning Tianpei mentioned while in Antarctica. Song Zikin returned to his desk, and after a phone call, Xiaoyu's personal profile and immigration records appeared on his computer screen. As he scrolled through the information, he noticed that the date Xiaoyu went to Denmark coincided with the date Song Yun first ran away from home. Unconsciously, Song Zikin's gaze shifted to the window, and his tightly furrowed brows revealed a hint of weariness. That period of his life, which he had always been reluctant to recall, flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Over the years, he had given the impression of a successful entrepreneur, which he had always dreamed of. It seemed he had everything. Whatever he desired could be easily obtained. But only he knew that those things he once wanted to hold on to were lost without him realizing it. Forever lost. That year, Song Yin had just turned 20, while his career was on the rise. Due to his busy work schedule, he had not been home for a long time. He never visited his wife as she went from sick to critically ill. Instead, it was his daughter, who had dropped out of school due to her mother's illness, who cared for her day and night. While he earned respect in the industry, he lost his wife and daughter. Even though he publicly declared that Song Yun was his precious daughter, it was of no use. He was well aware that he could never be accepted by her again. Chapter 49. Target after the meeting, when Dong eagerly followed Mo Lee, wanting to know if the ambiguous feelings she had sensed earlier were true. Sister, do you know Xiao Yu from before? Wen Dong blinked her big, sparkling eyes, looking like a curious child. I've seen him a few times, Mo Lee replied, not hiding the truth. Although it wasn't just a simple acquaintance, her description was accurate enough. Was it when you were working in Antarctica? Yeah, Mo Lee answered absent-mindedly. Her feet seemed glued to the floor in front of the conference room door, her gaze casually peeking inside. At that moment, when Dong seemed to realize something, she bit her lip and quickly asked, Sister, are you waiting for him to come out? Waiting for who? Emily was taken aback, a hint of panic rising in her heart. Her subconscious response had completely betrayed her. When Dong glanced at Xiao Yu, who was leisurely walking out of the conference room, and with a clever thought, she dropped a line, "You two chat." She then grabbed Su Hui, who was behind her, and ran off. Emily looked at Wen Dong's hurried departure, somewhat confused, and turned back to see Xiao Yu just a step away from her. She instinctively took half a step back. Their gazes met. One was at a loss, the other calm. "Where's my office?" he suddenly asked. Emily furrowed her brow. What a strange question. How would I know? You didn't ask when Bai was here. It seemed he only knew how to act aloof in front of others, now asking me things I don't know. He looked around, as if genuinely searching for his office. Then where's your office? Take me there. Emily fixed her gaze on him. What do you want to do? He met her gaze, appearing somewhat hesitant, with an uncertain tone. I want to talk to you about something. Talk about something? Did he change his mind? Sure enough, this tactic worked on her. The next moment, he was whisked into the office marked with Mo Lee's name. Before closing the door, she cautiously scanned the surroundings, looking like she was hiding something. This made him chuckle. What are you worried about now? He asked, making himself comfortable in her chair, casually observing her space. Okay, now you can talk. What is it? She stood on the opposite side of the desk. Why does your office have surveillance cameras? He tilted his head, pointing to a corner, lamenting that the space agency was too disrespectful of employee privacy. It was the first time he had seen surveillance installed in an office. That's the rule in the agency, she replied earnestly, seeming overly sincere in front of him. Nodding in acknowledgement, he continued to scan the room with his shifting gaze. What you wanted to say? His hand rested casually on the desk, his long fingers tapping rhythmically, looking quite at ease. Just as Mo Lee was about to change her expression, he spoke up. Ning Tianpei, do you know anything about him? In fact, he felt conflicted asking this question, as he had already decided to trust her. Why do you ask? Although confused, she answered truthfully, I don't know much. I heard he's a parachutist. He just started this month, and the director assigned him to me, but I wasn't keen on it, so I naturally had less contact. As she spoke, she moved to the side of the table, leaning against it with her arms crossed. However, after interacting with him during these 2 trips to Antarctica, I have an inexplicable aversion to him. At first, I thought it was just my personality, but later I noticed that Yin Yu also seemed to harbor hostility towards him. Do you remember that day when I was doing the boulder comparison experiment on the mountain, and you came to find me in the middle of the night? Mo Lee turned to look at him, puzzled. I remember. Why do you bring this up suddenly? That night when I returned, I found 3 listening devices in the guest house. She sprang up from the desk, standing upright in shock, her voice momentarily raised at the unexpected content. Listening devices? After all, such things wouldn't normally appear in everyday life. So her surprise was understandable. Seeing her react this way to just the mention of listening devices, he instinctively averted his gaze. He couldn't imagine how she'd react if she found out she had also been monitored. Clearing his throat, he changed his earlier discomfort to a calm demeanor. After my investigation, I found out that it was Ning Tianpei who installed them. Hearing this, Mo Lee's brows furrowed even deeper. She couldn't make sense of the connection. What grievance did he have with Ning Tianpei? He had to admit that seeing her shocked expression reassured him. I later reviewed the surveillance footage, and he was waiting outside the guest house before you came to find me. Mo Lee's gaze fell to the ground. It seemed her intuition was correct, and her unfounded aversion to Ning Tianpei was not baseless. She suddenly recalled that conversation in front of the Antarctic Research Institute, the way Ning Tianpei had approached her and lowered his voice. I know you don't like me, but you're doing work for the public good. Isn't that attitude a bit selfish? Did he really say that? Xiao Yu wore a slight smile. Emily nodded, asking, what are you laughing at? Nothing, it seems I guessed right. Guess what? Suddenly, she clicked her tongue, revealing a look of disgust on her face. She stomped her foot in frustration, while he remained calm and composed. Can you stop being so vague? She exclaimed. He sighed, straightening up and no longer sitting casually. His target is you. The reason he is monitoring and tracking me is also because of you. His vagueness stemmed from the fear that if he spoke out, she would be scared. The scene of us together must have been witnessed by him. Otherwise, at this point, he suddenly paused, a thought flashing through his mind. The air momentarily froze, and Lee's expression became blank, her tongue tied, as an unknown fear surged from deep within her. Xiao Yu turned to look at the surveillance camera in the corner, lost in thought. After regaining her focus, Emily followed his gaze and felt a bit uneasy. She hurriedly asked, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? If he just happened to see me with you, he wouldn't have been able to find the guest house. Saying this, he opened Lee's laptop without waiting for her response. Seeing this, Emily quickly asked, what are you going to do? I want to see if someone has tampered with your computer. He continued typing on a keyboard, his expression serious. He had hacked into the Aerospace Bureau's security system before, which wasn't too difficult. If Ning Tianpei could even obtain a listening device, then perhaps he could do what he claimed he could do. The computer screen displayed green text on a black background, continuously switching as he typed. He knew the way to the guest house was not through tracking. As he spoke, he paused his actions, his fixed gaze seemingly finding the answer. Emily leaned closer to see, but unfortunately, she couldn't see anything. She eagerly asked, what's going on? Did you find something? He didn't answer, but reached out to her. Give me your phone. Though Emily didn't know what he wanted to do, she obediently handed it over. Just as Xiao Yu lit up the screen, there was a knock at the door. Both of them looked up alertly at the door. Master, came Ning Tianpei's voice. They exchanged glances, and Xiao Yu silently signaled her to see what he wanted. Guomin, Master, Director Bai asked me to find. Ning Tianpei started but stopped when he saw Xiao Yu inside. What are you looking for? Lee's eyes were filled with vigilance. Him, Ning Tianpei pointed at Xiao Yu, then said to him, Director Bai wants you to go to his office. Xiao Yu glanced at Lee, handed her back the phone, and said to Ning Tianpei, let us go. However, Ning Tianpei's heart skipped a beat at the sight of Xiao Yu returning the phone to Lee. He was worried that the location tracker he had installed on Lee's phone would be discovered. Do you have anything else to do? Emily asked unfriendly. While Xiao Yu had already left, but Ning Tianpei still leaned against the doorframe, showing no intention of leaving. Ning Tianpei shook his head, saying no, before finally stepping back to close the door. It wasn't until she saw him disappear around the corner through the transparent glass that Lee hurried over to pull down the blinds, letting out a sigh of relief. Her chest rose and fell erratically, still in a state of fear. As she walked back to her desk, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. What kind of person did Director Bai insert into this? With this thought, another idea emerged in her mind. Could it be that everything Ning Tianpei did was directed by Director Bai? Why? Her gaze landed on the computer screen, where an unknown program indicated that her email had been illegally accessed. A chill ran down Lee's spine. She checked the calendar, comparing the date and time on the screen, her pupils instinctively trembling. In the elevator, both Xiao Yu and Ning Tianpei were silent, watching the button for the basement floor light up. Xiao Yu felt a wave of doubt rising within him. With his keen perception, he sensed something was off. Who are you taking me to see? He asked coldly, feeling no fear at all. Chairman Song Zikan of DM Group. Ning Tianpei finally dropped his disguise, his gaze toward Xiao Yu becoming cold and devoid of warmth. Since you already know, there's no need for me to hide my identity any longer. Xiao Yu looked at him with interest. If it weren't for Ning Tianpei's self-revelation seconds ago, he wouldn't have guessed he was one of Song Zikan's subordinates. That public opinion was orchestrated by me to drag her down. Who knew that after she met you, all my efforts would be in vain? Looking at this person who ruined his plans, Ning Tianpei felt a deep resentment, but he couldn't do anything to him due to Song Zikan's direct order. Are you so sure she met me at that time? Xiao Yu was somewhat surprised by Ning Tianpei's certainty. Ning Tianpei didn't answer but asked, what is your relationship with her? Are you still lovers? I saved her life. Ning Tianpei scoffed, and didn't he reply? What do you want from him, Oli? You will know when you meet Chairman Song. Ning Tianpei said no more. The elevator reached the parking lot on the basement floor, and he got in the car and started it. As soon as Xiaoyu took his seat, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Just as they exited the parking lot, Xiaoyu received a message from Mo Li. He accessed my email. He must have seen the email you sent me and found the guest house coordinates through your login IP. Xiaoyu smirked. She wasn't too dumb. Did you find the location tracker he installed on your phone? He didn't know why, but he wanted to scare her. In her office, Emily was so frightened by the message that she threw her phone to the ground. Staring blankly at the floor, she mechanically stood up and walked out of the office. Her destination was the director's office. When Wendong, who was daydreaming, looked up, he encountered a pale-faced Emily. She jumped up from her chair. Senior sister? Emily didn't respond and walked straight to the director's office door. Senior sister. Senior sister. Wendong chased after her, grabbing her arm with a worried face. The director isn't in there. What's wrong? Did something happen? Right now. She just wanted to confront the director. If the director couldn't give her an explanation, then this matter would have to be investigated by the police. With both listening devices and trackers involved, her understanding of the world had been completely overturned and her personal safety was threatened. In the past, she couldn't do anything because she was entirely unaware, but now that she knew everything, she couldn't remain indifferent to these criminals. Where did he go? When did he leave? I don't know. He asked the big one. I'm the small one. He can't report to me every time he goes somewhere. Looking at Emoli like this, Wendong was somewhat stunned. The current Emoli looked like a small wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. Emoli looked at the tablet on Wendong's desk, knowing it contained by Lingjuan's schedule. Following her gaze, Wendong quickly understood what she wanted to do. Just as she was about to reach out to stop her, Emoli had already taken the tablet into her hands. Senior sister, this isn't appropriate. Wendong looked troubled, but Emoli's fingers were already sliding across the screen freely. A few seconds later, the tablet was returned to the desk by a dazed Emoli. Wendong helplessly said, "The director has no schedule for this afternoon. I don't know where he went." She was worried that Emoli's emotions hadn't calmed down. Senior sister, what happened? Emoli didn't answer, leaving behind the words "call me when he returns," and hurriedly left. In a daze, she returned to her office, leaned against the door after closing it, and her gaze fell on the phone lying on the floor. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She recalled every moment Ning Tianpei had appeared in her life, realizing that all his flattery had ulterior motives. Where did Xiaoyu go? And why did the director send Ning Tianpei to look for her? Could it be that Xiaoyu is also a pawn in the plan between Ning Tianpei and the director? At that moment, the phone lying face down on the ground suddenly rang. She jumped in fright and didn't dare to approach. Chapter 51. Counterintelligence. It wasn't until the phone on the ground fell silent that she cautiously moved forward and bent down to pick it up. The screen displayed an unknown number. She furrowed her brows, unable to think of who it might be. Emoli was about to call Huang Qiming to ask if he knew the whereabouts of Bai Lingjun when the unknown number called again. Her heart sank, and her fingers trembled slightly as she swiped to answer. She held her breath, waiting for the voice on the other end. "Hello, are you Emoli?" It was a female voice. Emoli's nerves remained tense as she asked warily, "Who is this?" "I'm Song Yun. Do you remember me? We met in Antarctica when you came with Xiaoyu to find me." Song Yun's tone sounded casual, without a hint of restraint. Upon recognizing the caller's identity, Emoli relaxed her grip on her clothing, realizing it was her. The tension in her heart was replaced by discomfort. Although they were speaking over the phone, they were ultimately strangers to each other. How could you have found her? Besides, she had never given her contact information. Did Xiaoyu give her the number? Why? "I remember you." She paused. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Laughter came from the other end. "Well, I just returned to the country today, but I can't reach Xiaoyu, so I wanted to ask if you know where he is." She had also returned. Was it specifically to look for him? As if remembering something, Song Yin continued. "Ah, he gave me your number. He said if you couldn't find him, you could call you." Hearing this, Montag lief us momentarily stunt. What was this operation? How could he think he could keep track of his whereabouts at any time? Recalling her earlier suspicions about him, she suddenly felt that idea was absurd. "Hello, are you still there?" Emily finally realized she had been silent for a long time. I don't know where he is. She genuinely didn't know. She wanted to know where he had been taken by Ning Tianpei. I see. Do you have time now? It's mealtime, and I'd like to find someone to have dinner with. We're old acquaintances. How about we have a meal together? Sorry, I have something to do. Let's arrange another time. She really didn't have the heart to eat now. Her mind was already filled with suspicions enough to last her until evening. On the other end, Song Yun's voice sounded regretful. I see. Then I won't disturb you. After hanging up, Song Yun casually tossed her phone onto the sofa. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, she raised the binoculars to her eyes, focusing on the tall building that was the headquarters of the DM group. In the chairman's office on the top floor, Xiaoyu was talking to Song Zikan. From the moment he entered until now, she had not seen him say a word. It was all Song Zikan talking. The atmosphere seemed to suggest that Song Zikan was proposing some irresistible scheme to him. Song Yun had left everything behind to return to the country because her informant beside Song Zikan had informed her that he had been restless and oppressive towards his subordinates since returning from the Aerospace Bureau 2 days ago, and even planned to create some major disturbance. Feeling uneasy, she decided to return home to investigate. Little did she know that on the day she returned, she would stumble upon the scene of Xiaoyu being summoned for a discussion with Song Zikan. The sight before her inevitably led to her imagination running wild. As far as she knew, although Xiaoyu knew that Song Zikan was her father, they did not have a familiar relationship. If this assumption were overturned, would Xiaoyu save her in a critical moment also be part of Song Zikan's arrangement? Could it be that Xiaoyu was actually sent by Song Zikan to protect her in secret? In reality, surviving that accident was not due to her luck or coincidence. Thinking of this, Song Yun glanced at the phone on the sofa. She had a feeling that Emily knew something. In the chairman's office on the top floor of the DM group, after bringing Xiaoyu in, Ning Tianpei stepped outside to wait. Before Song Zikan spoke, he couldn't help but size up the young man he deemed promising. Xiaoyu, not to be outdone, boldly met his gaze. Unexpectedly, his defiance was met with a burst of laughter from the middle-aged man. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You have guts. Xiaoyu felt bewildered. The thoughts of wealthy people were indeed unusual, as a single glance from him could provoke such a reaction. Do you know why I sought you out? Song Zikan asked. Xiaoyu shrugged and leaned back on the sofa, crossing his long legs, seemingly not taking the high-ranking Song Zikan seriously at all. The only reason he came here was to find out why they were messing with Mo Li. Those who moved against Mo Li were enemies. Song Zikan watched his every move, but he was not at all displeased or angered. He picked up the document beside him and handed it to Xiaoyu. Are you interested in working with me? Xiaoyu looked at the document in his hand and had no intention of taking it. He just stared silently without moving. Song Zikan smiled and placed the document on the coffee table in front of him. He looked at the young man with interest, saying each word slowly. This document was originally meant for Mo Li. Just as he had anticipated, upon hearing this, he caught a slight tremor in the young man's dark eyes. He was right. The girl named Mo Li was Xiaoyu's Achilles heel, the only weakness that could make the arrogant young man bow his head. In his investigation, he found that the young man had no relatives. The people he feared the most were those who had nothing to lose, as they would naturally not obey his orders. However, fortunately for him, he guessed correctly. Xiaoyu expressionlessly picked up the document from the coffee table and began to flip through it. Song Zikan said, "As long as you can ensure my safety, that girl will naturally not fall into danger." As he flipped through the document, Xiaoyu finally understood Song Zikan's intentions. He was not seeking safety, but rather the power to control the world. He sought Mo Li to make her the scapegoat that would plunge the world into crisis. Xiaoyu set the document down, his expression indifferent, glancing towards the door before speaking. "Director Song, your reputation is well-deserved. You would go to any lengths to achieve your goals. I just want to know why her? Why her?" Song Zikan repeated the young man's question, feigning contemplation before bursting into laughter. "You know her so well. You should understand better than I do, right? But it doesn't matter whether we use her now or not. Thanks to her, I've learned that there's an even greater figure than her." Saying this, he leaned closer. "I think you're more suitable for this position than she is." Xiaoyu sighed. "I agree to your terms." The next moment, the large space echoed with Song Zikan's applause. Good. Good. Chapter 52. Save you. When Xiaoyu returned, he saw Mo Li with her hands on her head, face down on the table. making it hard to tell if she was asleep or pondering life. After sending that message, she hadn't replied. He wondered if she had thrown her phone away. He tiptoed quietly to the desk, slowly leaned in, and just as he opened his mouth, her head lifted. However, the sudden appearance of a face did not startle her at all. Instead, it added a layer of light to her eyes. He was immediately taken aback, feeling as if he had been caught off guard. He hadn't succeeded in scaring her, but her expression left him with mixed emotions. "Where did you go?" Her voice sounded quite aggrieved, like a little child who had just lingered a bit too long in kindergarten. Xiaoyu stood up and came to her side, looking down at her from a height. His gaze so gentle it seemed to squeeze out water. "I want to save you." Unable to understand his words, she became somewhat exasperated, her voice instinctively raised. "What are you saying?" He sighed, not feeling uncomfortable despite her impatient tone. He leaned down and turned her chair around, forcing her to face him. During this time, everything Ning Tianpei did was under Song Zikin's instruction. Song Zikin wants you to take over his research lab, intending to have you help him do bad things. He succinctly laid everything out for her without a hint of concealment. After hearing his words, she suddenly looked dazed. She stammered, taking a long time to squeeze out a sentence. "Why me?" Xiaoyu let out a muffled laugh from his nose. "Coincidentally, that's the same thing I asked." He turned and sat on the table. "Maybe it's because your fearlessness has become well known, right? Someone like Song Zikin, a business tycoon, needs someone heartless and unfeeling." Originally, he said she was heartless to make her laugh and relax, but unexpectedly, it earned him a fierce glare. Her expression still wasn't good, and the sorrow on her face seemed to deepen. "On the day we returned to the country, Song Zikin mentioned bringing me into his research lab, but I refused without hesitation. I thought that would be the end of it, but I never expected he would come to you." Xiaoyu quietly listened, his attention focused on her tightly knitted brows. In his fantasy world, he had smoothed out her furrowed brow with his fingertips. But unfortunately, in reality, he had no right to do so. "So when you said you saved me, you mean you took on Song Zikin's arrangements for me?" He nodded vigorously, openly admitting it. Emoli stared at him, complex feelings filling her heart. She didn't know whether to thank him or to stand up for herself and no longer be a helpless person in need of protection. Seeing her head hanging lower and lower, he guessed her concerns. He couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to gently ruffle her dark hair. "I know what you're worried about. I won't really listen to him and do bad things." After hearing this, Emoli understood in an instant, suddenly raising her face to give him an expectant look, counter-scheme. "I'm just pretending to agree with him." He paused, deliberately pulling out his phone and waving it in front of her. Emoli had to admit that his expression at this moment resembled the cunning villains in Hong Kong movies. Looking at the phone in his hand, she tentatively asked, "Did you buy me a new phone?" That was her first reaction. Without a second thought, he looked around, unable to find her phone. "Where's your phone?" "You didn't really lose it, did you?" "I didn't lose it. It's just turned off." "As long as you didn't lose it, it's fine. I'll help you delete the programs later. Don't worry. I'll do it now. It won't take long." After saying that, he took the phone she handed over and quickly completed the operation before returning it. "Done. What I wanted to say is, I installed a listening device in Song Zikin's office." She looked at him suspiciously, but remained silent. "Why are you looking at me like that?" He felt uncomfortable under her gaze. "Why do you know so much about these things?" "Self-taught," he answered nonchalantly. "But these are all illegal. I don't need them to do bad things." Emoli lowered her eyes, thinking that he wasn't wrong, seeing that she was convinced by his words. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. "Let's go, it's time to eat." Speaking of eating, she suddenly remembered the call from Song Yun and the questions she wanted to ask him. As she stood up and followed behind him, she asked, "Why did you tell Song Yun to call me if she couldn't find you?" He turned back in surprise, almost bumping into her. "How did you know I said that to her?" Emoli took half a step back to look him in the eyes, "Not long after Ning Tianpei called you away. She called me." "What did she say?" "She immediately asked for someone. When I said I didn't know, she still invited me to dinner." He observed her actions, capturing even the fleeting melancholy on her face, and the previous joy surged back in his heart. It seemed he could smell the sourness in the air. "Do you smell something?" "I wonder who knocked over the vinegar jar." He couldn't help but tease. Emoli looked momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her usual calm demeanor, muttering, "Crazy. I think you've lost your sense of smell." Xiaoyu smiled and caught up. "So, Should we invite her out for dinner together? After all, you owe her a favor, right? You ask her, and I'll treat you twice. Arriving at the elevator, she pressed the down arrow with her delicate finger. Only twice? You owe me more than just 2 meals, right? Emily was speechless, unable to refute him, as he was indeed stating the facts. Watching the faint figures in the elevator, she suddenly had 1,000 thoughts. For some reason, such daily bickering made her feel at ease. She slightly turned her face and could feel all of his presence. Suddenly, she thought of something and turned to look at him, only to unexpectedly meet his deep, abyss-like black eyes. She had no idea since when he had been looking at her like this. He was also startled by her sudden action, hurriedly turning his face away to avoid her gaze, instinctively running his hand through his black hair, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Emily was taken aback, her speech becoming a bit stammered. Was Director there when you met with Song Ziken? Director Bai? No, it was just me and Song Ziken. After Ning Tianpei brought me in, she left by herself. He tilted his head to look at her, confused. What's wrong? Why the sudden mention of him? Her gaze was distant, as if her thoughts were still far away. Ning Tianpei was brought in by Director Bai. Didn't this mean he was also involved in the whole matter? After hearing this, Xiao Yu seemed to ponder, not necessarily. Considering Song Ziken's identity as the largest sponsor of the Aerospace Bureau, perhaps letting Ning Tianpei join was simply director by returning a favor to Song Ziken. But when Song Ziken proposed it to me, Director Bai was also present, and she tilted her head, feeling puzzled about her inner thoughts. When I rejected Song Ziken, Director Bai seemed very happy. He smiled and casually replied, "Not strange. Who wouldn't he want you? Someone with your dedication is rare to find." After hearing his words, Molly felt something strange in her heart, even though it sounded like a compliment about her responsibility at work. The elevator arrived with a ding, and the doors opened. Coincidentally, Qin Yu was right inside. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, her eyes lit up, but when she saw Molly, her gaze immediately turned unfriendly. The two entered the elevator in silence, Molly standing in front and Xiao Yu behind her, level with Qin Yu. Qin Yu's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she opened her mouth, seemingly preparing to say something next. She hadn't directly told Xiao Yu her opinion of him yet. She wanted to get closer. However, why was Xiao Yu appearing with Emily? And just now, Emily seemed to be smiling when she saw him. Did Emily know Xiao Yu from the start? Before speaking, Qin Yu had already secretly glanced at Xiao Yu several times. Xiao Yu, I didn't get a say in the meeting room earlier, but I really admire your ideas. She spoke fluently, and the tension from just a few seconds ago dissipated immediately. As Xiao Yu glanced at Qin Yu, he also noticed the subtle movement of the person in front of him, slightly turning her face away. She was curious. However, when she entered earlier, she hadn't greeted Qin Yu, indicating that she hadn't fully come to terms with that matter. If he and Qin Yu chatted and laughed next, it was likely to provoke jealousy again. So he decided to remain indifferent and just politely nodded to Qin Yu. Emily saw his action through the reflective surface of the elevator and felt a trace of unknown pleasure in her heart. Perhaps it was because she found comfort in seeing the self-righteous Qin Yu being met with cold words. However, Qin Yu didn't sense anything wrong. She thought that Xiao Yu was probably a taciturn person in daily life, and his calmness when facing Ning Tianpei's emotional questioning in the meeting had somewhat moved her. Instead of feeling disheartened, she desperately tried to get closer, hoping to leave a good impression. She held her hands respectfully in front of her, looking sincerely at the indifferent man. If the plan is ultimately decided to be implemented, I am willing to be your companion. Xiao Yu admitted he was somewhat surprised when he heard this. Emily was also surprised. Out of curiosity about Xiao Yu's next reaction, Emily nervously grabbed her own arm and rolled her eyes, waiting for his response. Thank you for your support. I will consider it, Xiao Yu said calmly. He ultimately used words to distance himself from Qin Yu. Emily felt an invisible sense of victory. Qin Yu's expression was momentarily dazed, but she still politely nodded and smiled in response. No worries, take your time. When the elevator reached the first floor and the door opened, Xiao Yu and Emily stepped out, while Qin Yu remained frozen in place. As the elevator doors slowly closed, she raised her hand to block her exit. She gritted her teeth and glared at Emily's back, feeling a layer of hatred towards her thickening inside. Just before Emily stepped out, It seemed she intentionally wanted Xinyu to hear, as she asked Xiaoyu, "What do you want to eat?" "Whatever works." Although the other person's answer was just 2 words, it was a completely different attitude compared to when he spoke to her. This atmosphere was apparent even to a fool. It was clear they knew each other. Xinyu frowned, wondering what was so good about Xiaoyu that everyone revolved around him. After walking a distance, Xiaoyu impatiently asked, sounding like a child waiting for praise, "So, how was it? Are you satisfied with my performance just now?" She tilted her head and glanced at him, pretending not to know, then knowingly asked, "What reaction?" He raised an eyebrow, playing dumb. Emily pursed her lips, replied irritably, "Her approval is her business. I don't approve." Xiaoyu then remembered her attitude in the meeting, where she denied his thoughts. Recalling what she had said, he suddenly had an idea. He looked at her, and out of curiosity, he asked, "Are you against it because you can't bear to see me die early, or do you really think this plan is foolish?" "Both," she answered straightforwardly. As soon as she finished speaking, she got into the car, and since her expression was hidden, Xiaoyu hurriedly circled around and got in as well. He spread his hands and gestured with curiosity. "So which concern is greater? Worrying about me or thinking the plan is stupid?" Emily shot him a glare as she started the car, not answering. "Just say it. Did you hear me speaking? Hello, have I become transparent?" His repeated urging was met only with silence. Although her ears were not at peace, it didn't stop her emotions from gradually improving. Across the street, in an SUV, a man dressed in black was holding a DSLR camera, repeatedly clicking the shutter at them. Every action they made, from walking out to getting in the car, including all their expressions, was captured by the camera. At the top floor of the DM Group's parent company building, in Song Zikin's office, a middle-aged man in a suit was leisurely looking at the computer where real-time photos were being transmitted. At this moment, he clicked on one photo and zoomed in. The picture featured 2 smiling faces, Emily and Xiaoyu. Song Zikin leaned back in his chair, revealing an inscrutable expression. "Since your little girlfriend is safe, it's time for you to start working." He snapped his fingers, and soon a tall, fierce-looking man walked in. Song Zikin turned the computer towards the man, displaying a photo of only Emily. "Have someone follow this woman 24/7. If anything unusual happens in the lab, bring her to me immediately." Chapter 54. Emily led Xiaoyu into an old small street, where the surrounding buildings exuded a sense of age. Lush vines covered the stone walls, and a few shops had red lanterns hanging in front of them. Although it was daytime, they still radiated a vibrant red light. The two walked side by side, with her appearing particularly petite next to him. Emily walked with her hands behind her back, occasionally stopping, her willow-like eyebrows lightly furrowing as if she was recalling a route from memory. Xiaoyu found her demeanor amusing. She was the one who brought him here. Yet she seemed lost. As she paused frequently, he instinctively slowed his pace to follow her. "I estimate you must be too scared to run around here at night," he said quietly. Emily shot him a glance. "No way. It's livelier at night here." The January wind was slightly cold but gentle. Her black hair was blown up by the wind and then fell again, and he found himself mesmerized. "Still haven't found it? Your stomach should be growling." She scratched her head, looking around. "I haven't been here in a long time. The last time was when I graduated from elementary school to middle school. I don't even know if that shop still exists. Is that shop really good?" Her bright eyes dimmed for a moment, and she simply responded with a faint Xiaoyu noticed her unusual mood, but he thought she was just feeling down because she couldn't remember the route, so he didn't dwell on it. "If it's so good, why haven't you come in over a decade?" She fell silent. This street belonged to the old town. Although it was in a developing area, as Emily said, it became incredibly lively at night, with plenty of delicious and fun things to enjoy. However, due to long-buried memories, she had been unwilling to return, but today she suddenly remembered this old street. While controlling the steering wheel, she drove here without a second thought, and she even brought him along. This was a place her mother often took her to as a child. Her father never allowed her to eat street food, but her mother couldn't resist little Emily's pleading eyes, so every time she wanted to come, her mother would sneak her out without her father knowing. Over time, the mother and daughter became familiar with the owner of the snack shop. Emily could still vaguely remember that the owner of the snack shop was a kind and cheerful grandmother. When she was a child, she was chubby and soft, and every time she came, the grandmother would smile and call her little Jasmine, little Jasmine. Later, that accident happened, and this place filled with beautiful memories of her mother gradually faded from her mind. The future was filled with uncertainty. Now there were only 3 months left on Earth. Even if it was just one last time, she wanted to come and take a look to try to re-embrace the memories she had buried in her heart. Xiaoyu raised his hand and waved it in front of her, but she was still lost in thought. What are you thinking? When she snapped back to reality and looked at him, her gaze was still dazed. Never mind. I'll take you to eat somewhere else. After saying that, she turned around and walked back. Compared to her steps when she came, each step now was filled with determination and a hint of what seemed like an urge to escape. He silently caught up with her, and only now did he realize that her earlier reaction must have been due to something unhappy she had thought of. As they exited the intersection, they unexpectedly ran into a familiar face, who instantly recognized them as well. Old Lu. Xiaoyu was surprised to see him in such a place. Old Lu was also taken aback. He was carrying a heavy shopping bag and still looked quite robust. With a kind smile, he asked, "What are you doing here?" "Hello," Emily politely greeted him. "Hello there, young lady. It's nice to see you again." Seeing Emily reminded Old Lu of Xiao Yu's awkward expression when he was questioned earlier. It was evident something was off. Now that he had returned to the country and happened to catch them together, he had a sense of what was going on. He said to Xiao Yu, "I came here to find my younger sister. She has a small snack shop here, and she has been running it for decades. She often asks me to run errands for her. It's remote and desolate here with no way to drive in, so every time I come, I have to walk a long way. She refuses to move even if I ask her to." Saying this, he lifted the shopping bag in his hand, his wrinkled face filled with a doting smile. "Look at this old bone of mine being sent on errands again. Have you eaten? If not, why not come with me to her place? The food she makes is delicious." What a coincidence. Xiaoyu glanced at Emily, realizing she was also looking at him. She had come here to find the snack shop, but couldn't remember the way. "If you're really looking for my sister's shop, then it must be fate." When he said the last sentence, Old Lu specifically glanced at Xiaoyu, who understood but didn't dare to say anything, especially since the other party was still unaware of their feelings. The old man cheerfully said, "Come on, I'll lead the way." Xiaoyu and Emily exchanged a glance and followed him. At that moment, her desire to find the snack shop was reignited thanks to Old Lu. Along the way, Old Lu led them around several turns. The architectural style of this old street was almost uniform, making it hard to find their way without being familiar. Xiaoyu nudged Emily's arm and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder you couldn't find it earlier. You haven't been here for so many years." It must have changed somewhat. Although he didn't know what had caused her to suddenly change her mood earlier, he wanted to show her some understanding no matter what. Emily gently nodded. She could hear the comforting tone in his words. Old Lu, who was in front of them, chimed in, "Yeah, when I first started running errands, I wasn't used to it at all. I often took the wrong routes. I was just short of making a landmark. Now that I've been doing it for decades, it's hard to forget." Xiaoyu responded, "Yeah, after such a long time, it's enough to form muscle memory." As soon as he said this, not only did Emily turn to look at him, but Old Lu in front also stopped and turned around to look at him. It had to be said that he really had the ability to make conversations awkward effortlessly. Xiaoyu scratched his head, awkwardly flashing a smile. "Forget I said anything." Before long, Emily suddenly recognized the old-style building made of stone walls not far away. The wooden sign of the old building hadn't changed. It looked the same as it did over a decade ago, only now it bore many marks of time, with cracks extending into the words in the middle. "This is it." As he spoke, Old Lu looked at Emily. "Young lady, is this the snack shop you were looking for?" Xiaoyu noticed Emily's gaze becoming dazed again. Emily gently nodded, "Yes, this is it." Before speaking, Old Lu glanced at Xiaoyu again. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Saying this, he walked inside while calling out his sister's name. "Lu Yue, Lu Yue, the dishes you want to have arrived. Hurry up and come out to receive them." Xiaoyu watched the old man's back and couldn't help but laugh. His playful demeanor made him feel like a big child. He then looked at the person beside him, noticing the fleeting loneliness in her eyes reappearing. Chapter 55. January. After putting down his things, Old Lu saw that the two young people hadn't followed him in. So he poked his head out from a small window and asked, "What are you two doing standing outside? Come in." Xiaoyu responded with okay, and then his gaze returned to her as he gently grasped her arm, softly saying, "Shall we go?" Only then did Emily move, allowing him to lead her inside. The snack shop had a wall covered with Polaroid photos. Although it looked densely packed and hard to manage, not a single photo had a trace of dust. There was a photo of little Emily and her mother on that wall. As soon as she entered, her gaze locked onto that photo, just as Xiaoyu had mentioned about muscle memory. Even though she hadn't been here for a long time, she clearly remembered the location of the photo of her and her mother. After Xiaoyu led her to a seat by the window and released her hand, he followed her gaze, seeing several photos in front of him, but he couldn't tell which ones were related to her. Old Lu seemed to notice something was off with Emily. He pulled Xiaoyu aside and asked quietly, "What is wrong with this girl? Did you upset her?" Xiaoyu looked innocent. "No, I didn't. Then why does she look so gloomy?" Xiaoyu shrugged. "I want to know too." Lu Yue slowly came over with the menu and glanced at Emily for a long time before approaching her. She couldn't pinpoint why it felt familiar, but she had a very warm feeling. "Young lady, what would you like to eat?" She smiled as she handed over the menu, her tone gentle and kind. During this time, Xiaoyu and old Lu stood with their arms crossed, filled with curiosity, at the kitchen door, their gazes fixed on the old and young pair. Their movements perfectly synchronized. Emily raised her eyes to look at her, her brown eyes misty with tears, and the lump in her throat made it hard for her to say a word. Seeing the girl's expression that seemed like she would cry any second, Lu Yue was instantly taken aback. She anxiously turned around and shot a pleading look at her brother, but he showed no intention of helping, remaining indifferent with his arms crossed. Although Xiaoyu felt heartbroken seeing Emily like this, he was even more curious about her connection with his grandmother. Lu Yue shot her brother an annoyed glance, mentally noting this debt. She quickly turned back, her wrinkled hand gently resting on the girl's right shoulder, leaning down slightly. Her tone soft yet panicked. "What is wrong all of a sudden, young lady? Did that young man bully you? Tell Grandma, and I'll have my brother take care of him." When she mentioned the young man, she even shot a glare at the two in the kitchen. Although her words meant to take care of Xiaoyu, old Lu felt she was glaring only at him. As a brother who had been bullied by his sister since childhood, he felt a chill run down his spine. Emily's slightly trembling lips indicated that she could no longer hold back, even for a second. The next moment, a girl who was sobbing uncontrollably found her way into Lu Yue's embrace. The shop was not large, but it was enough for her cries to echo. Xiaoyu was stunned, and old Lu was also taken aback. They exchanged glances, and both lowered their arms in confusion, unsure of what to do. However, the most bewildered was Lu Yue. For the first few seconds, she didn't react. Although she could somewhat guess from the girl's expression that she would cry, she never expected her to hug her and cry. Her hands hesitated for a moment, but then gently rested on the girl's trembling back, patting her repeatedly to comfort her. She murmured, don't cry, be good. If your eyes swell from crying, Grandma will laugh at you." For a moment, Emily almost broke into a smile. It had been a long time since she had heard such teasing words from Grandma, eager to stop her from crying. At times like this, her mother would join Grandma in teasing her until her sobbing completely ceased before they would stop. "I really miss her." The unclear voice mixed with sobs entered the ears of the three, Grandma. These four words made Lu Yue pause her comforting hand. Lu Lao was also stunned after hearing the voice, and it took him a moment to realize. For more than a decade, his sister had occasionally mentioned the little girl who called her Grandma Yue. This title was only used by that girl whom he had only heard about in his sister's memories. He had always wanted to see this little girl in person, to understand what kind of child could make his sister miss her so much during the days they hadn't met. However, now the girl crying in his sister's arms, with tears streaming down her face, fulfilled all his curiosity in an instant. Countless memories flashed through Lu Yue's mind like a revolving lantern. She gently pulled the girl in her arms away, her face filled with disbelief, her voice trembling unconsciously. "Xiao Moli?" Moli looked up at Lu Yue with tearful eyes, nodding pitifully while wiping her tears with her hand. "I am sorry, Grandma Y. It took me so long to come see you." Her tears continued to fall uncontrollably, like a faucet that had broken. Before she could raise her hand, Lu Yue gently wiped them away with her fingertip. The old woman's eyes sparkled with starlight as she pulled her back into her embrace. She had never blamed her, only an increasing sense of longing day by day. Oh, silly girl, Grandma doesn't blame you. Molly held Lu Yue's waist tightly, as if letting go would make her disappear. The kitchen duo finally dared to breathe deeply. The earlier scene had made it impossible for them not to hold their breath and watch quietly. Xiaoyu nudged the old man beside him, who was watching with great interest, and quietly said, "Let's go outside." He felt the two needed a bit of personal space to catch up. Perhaps these two people from different centuries could cry again. However, the old woman wanted to walk over and sit down. She had intended to do that earlier. After all, she was getting old, and her senses had somewhat declined. No, I still want to listen. Lu Lao reluctantly insisted, his steps firm. But no matter how firm his steps or strong his legs, he was still a 70-year-old man, and how could he resist the vigor of a young man? As Xiaoyu steadied himself, he opened his arms. Since they were embracing over there, why not have a hug here to strengthen their bond? In the next moment, he effortlessly lifted the old man off the ground, carrying him like a tree trunk. Lu Lao didn't react at all until he came to his senses and found himself carried out of the shop by the strong young man. After putting the old man down, Xiaoyu pretended to dust off his hands and squeeze his shoulders, making it seem like he had just finished a heavy task. Lu Lao stared at him in disbelief, thinking, was I really just carried out like a tree? Chapter 56. Best friend Xiaoyu ignored Lu Lao's astonished gaze, looking around with an expression that suddenly turned excited. Lu Lao, you must be very familiar with this street, right? Show me around? As soon as he finished speaking, he spotted a familiar figure not far away. Song Yin? She was walking closer to him. What a coincidence, you're here too. Xiaoyu moved to face her, and Lu Lao shifted his gaze to the young woman, quietly sizing her up. If Xiaoyu was indeed quite fortunate, it was because he was surrounded by such naturally beautiful people. He sighed inwardly. After living to this age, it was useless to regret not getting further into the world. Yes, I came here to find someone. Song Yun's smile didn't fade. In fact, she had followed them here. What a coincidence. I'm also here to find someone. But I'm with Molly. Xiaoyu pointed to the shop behind him. Song Yun followed his gaze. And although the shop's decor was not as bright as the current snack shops, it had an old yet cozy feel. She nodded, then recalled the scene she had seen earlier that day, and asked curiously, "Where have you been today? You didn't answer your phone, and said if you couldn't find you, I should look for Molly. I was in a hurry to go out today, and forgot to inform her," he replied casually, unilaterally asserting his claim over Molly. "Is there something you need from me?" Although Song Yun was surprised by his response, she pretended not to know. She didn't want to distance herself from him so soon, as he still held considerable value for her, such as helping her figure out what her father intended to do. She smiled nonchalantly. "What's wrong? Can I look for you if there's nothing going on?" Lu Lao observed the subtle atmosphere between the two, and his curiosity grew. It seemed that Xiaoyu showed no interest in the girl named Song Yun, while she appeared to desperately want to get closer to him. It looks like there's probably a love triangle here. Seeing Xiaoyu looking at her with a questioning expression, she immediately reined in her smile and said seriously, "You two carry on. My friend is probably looking for me. All right, see you next time." As soon as she finished speaking, she politely smiled and nodded at the old man beside Xiaoyu, then walked past them. Xiaoyu seemed unwilling to linger on her for even a moment, probably because he knew Song Zikin's intentions. Even though it had nothing to do with her, she was still Song Zikin's daughter. With that thought, he looked at the figure inside the snack shop. They were now sitting side by side, talking and holding hands. "Do you want to go in? Let's go." Lu Lao took the opportunity to slip away, but unfortunately, his slow movements were no match for the nimble young man. Before he could even start to return, his attempt was already thwarted. The old and the young walked on the less traveled yet quaint old street. Lu Lao occasionally sighed, clearly intending for Xiaoyu to hear. Xiaoyu finally couldn't hold back anymore. Chuckling, "You can stop thinking about the story. Let your sister tell you later. It will be fine." Lu Lao unhappily clicked his tongue, turning his face away to ignore him. Since he wasn't allowed to think about the story, let us talk about the young people's affairs. "Who was that girl just now?" Lu Lao turned back, casually expressing his guess. "She seems to have some interest in you." Xiaoyu stared at Lu Lao. Sometimes he really felt that the old man in front of him was not an ordinary elder. Although he looked like an old man, He was actually governed by the spirit of youth. He smiled helplessly. It was the same when we were in Antarctica. I noticed you've changed a bit. Upon hearing this, Lu Lao raised an eyebrow with a questioning expression. What is different? You're getting more gossipy, like a middle school girl. Not thinking about studying every day, but only caring about which girl in the next class was confessed to by whom. After hearing this, Lu Lao not only did not deny it, but boldly admitted, I sent it, just that I find it fresh. Which of my friends around me would still be caught up in such dilemmas like you? Besides, as your friend, isn't it reasonable to care about your lifelong matters? Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing every point was valid, and he couldn't find a rebuttal. For a moment, he truly felt that the person standing in front of him was a young and vigorous guy. He replied flatly, she is Song Zikan's only daughter. Song Zikan? Who is that? Lu Lao looked puzzled. He had dedicated his life to science and was unaware of worldly affairs. The fact that even a business tycoon was unknown to him surprised Xiaoyu. After Xiaoyu's concise explanation, Lu Lao nodded in understanding. So what if she is a rich man's daughter? Can she be better than that girl who has been on my sister's mind for over a decade? Yeah, not at all. Although it was only a short 4-character sentence, Lu Lao, who had never been involved in romantic relationships, still understood the pride reflected on Xiaoyu's face. His expression seemed to say, look at the person I like, how outstanding she is. I did something bad. His sudden confession caught Lu Lao off guard. Lu Lao stopped his slow pace and looked at him, asking, was this bad a decision you were forced to make? Xiaoyu nodded. Indeed, a true friend is all that is needed. Lu Lao glanced at the snack shop in the distance, and at that moment, he seemed to have clarity in his heart. It must be related to that girl, right? He nodded again, once more lamenting how fortunate it is to find a confidant. He pulled Lu Lao to sit on a stone bench by the tree and began to recount the events of recent days. After listening, the gloom on Lu Lao's face gradually faded, although it was replaced by a considerable amount of worry. He sighed. Who wouldn't be alarmed and distressed when told that doomsday is approaching? You did nothing wrong. Does that girl know you did this for her? She knows. Does she support you in doing this? How could she? He still vividly remembered the worry and regret on her face when he told her. Lu Lao sighed deeply, looking up at the blue sky above. Speak. What do you need me to help you with? He understood that Xiaoyu wouldn't bring this up with him for no reason. After all, such matters are better kept among fewer people. I need fake data. Leave it to me. In the midst of their conversation, Lu Lao suddenly thought of something and asked in confusion, if I remember correctly, that girl works at the Aerospace Bureau, right? Why not just ask her for this small favor? Xiaoyu smiled, because I prefer to trouble you. Lu Lao looked at him expressionlessly, his gaze seeming to sternly demand the truth. At this, Xiaoyu immediately stopped smiling, because I don't want her to be too involved in this matter. Chapter 57. Alien Planet. When Xiaoyu and Lu Lao returned, the gossiping duo had moved from the table to the kitchen. They were cheerfully preparing food, or at least it looked that way. Emily was clumsy in cooking and had just accidentally broken a bowl, but Lu Yue smiled and told her it was fine, knowing the reason for their long separation. Her affection for little Emily deepened. Hearing some noise at the door, Lu Yue turned around, and upon seeing who it was, she lifted the kitchen curtain and scolded. Where have you been? There are a pile of things waiting for you to do in the shop. Trying to slack off, are you? Lu Lao looked aggrieved. I wanted to stay too. I meant to stay, just not to help. At my age, still being bossed around by you. Don't you think something is wrong? He tentatively opened his mouth, but didn't wait for an answer before quickly accepting the dishcloth his sister handed him, as Lu Yue's fierce gaze reappeared. Taking advantage of the two elders' bickering, Xiaoyu entered the kitchen. Looking at the flustered face in front of him, he wanted to laugh but dared not. What are you doing? Her hands and face were covered in traces of her clumsiness. His sudden entrance startled her, and she positioned herself in front of the counter, trying to hide the chaos behind her, but unfortunately, she was too short to block anything from his view. Embarrassed, she said, I rarely eat home-cooked meals now. And Grandma Yue insisted on teaching me. And then you blew up the kitchen? Get out. She was furious. This is a serious kitchen. No outsiders allowed. He laughed as she pushed him out, and as he stepped outside, he met the curious and gossip-filled gazes of the two elders. Xiaoyu feigned nonchalance, pretending he hadn't just been kicked out of the kitchen. After a flurry of activity, The four of them finally sat down to eat. Lu Lao and Xiao Yu looked at the table full of unappetizing dishes and swallowed in tacit understanding, while only Lu Yue's eyes were filled with encouragement. Taking a bite, Xiao Yu felt that he should never have saved Emoli back then. Not only was it salty to the point of bitterness, but there was also a burnt, pungent smell. He wanted to cry without tears. On the way back, Xiao Yu told Emoli that he had just run into Song Yan. With her hands on the steering wheel, she murmured, "What a coincidence. She came here to look for someone too." Leaning against the back of his seat, he turned to look at her. "Do you think she was called here by Song Zikin?" Emoli tilted her head to glance at him briefly. "I suspect Song Zikin doesn't even know about my relationship with Song Yan." Her light brown pupils trembled at the sound. "What do you mean he doesn't know your relationship with Song Yan? What relationship do you have with her?" Realizing her silence, he quickly realized he had misspoken. "No, I don't have any special relationship with Song Yan. I meant that Song Zikin doesn't know what has happened between Song Yan and me." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately regretted his words. His gaze darted around, wishing he could take back what he said. Emoli caught sight of his panicked expression and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Stop explaining. The more you explain, the worse it gets." Xiao Yu pursed his lips. "All right, I'll shut up." The car fell silent for a moment, and an air of hesitation appeared on Emoli's face. Sensing her inner thoughts, he said softly, "No need to thank me." Emoli shot him a glance, wanting to retort, but reason told her to let it go. After all, being able to see Grandma Yue again was indeed thanks to him. If it weren't for his connection with Lu Lao, they would have gone straight back. And 3 months later, she would leave this world with the greatest regret. "Are you going to use the car later?" Xiao Yu suddenly asked. "I'll be at the bureau until the evening. If you need it, you can take it now." "Okay." Guessing where he was headed, she didn't ask further. He looked at her profile, lost in thought, and Lu Lao's words echoed in his mind. You did nothing wrong. Even if there was just one person, at least his choice was acknowledged. After dropping Emoli off at the Aerospace Bureau, he drove her car to the DM Group's parent company building. The research lab was on the top floor next to Song Zikin's office. A space opened up from 3 conference rooms large enough to hold 50 people. In the center of the vast space stood a framework the size of a civilian aircraft, which, from its shape and structure, resembled a spaceship. Seeing Song Zikin walk out from behind the framework, Xiao Yu took his steps inside. Song Zikin quickly noticed him. He seemed to be in a good mood. "You're here." He then called out to everyone in the room. "Everyone stop what you're doing. I have an announcement." Soon, dozens of staff members in white lab coats and goggles gathered, standing straight with their hands respectfully behind their backs, waiting for orders, moving in unison like robots. "This young man is Xiao Yu. From now on, he will be the head of this research lab, leading you to complete the construction of the alien star." The middle-aged man's words carried an undeniable authority. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "Alien star? I will make you stop at the Earth's atmosphere." "Yes." This group of robots replied in unison, their voices booming. Song Zikin patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder with satisfaction. "Let us begin." Xiao Yu nodded and walked towards the control computer beside the framework. As Song Zikin watched his back, his smile faded. To be honest, he was still wary of this young man, but having gotten used to walking alongside risks, how could he give up on such a high-intelligence individual over a little suspicion? With that thought, he turned and left the lab, where the burly man from last time was waiting outside. Where did he come from? He and Emoli were at a snack shop in the old street on the outskirts of the city for 3 hours. Our people even caught him communicating with Miss Song there. Hearing this, Song Zikin abruptly stopped in his tracks, shocked. "Xiao Yu knows Song Yan?" He was well aware of his daughter's whereabouts. He knew she had returned today, but he never expected that she would know Xiao Yu and that she would go to see someone else before coming to see him, her father. The burly man said, "I'll investigate right away." Song Zikin's displeasure deepened, and he said sternly, "Is this your first day working for me?" The burly man was so frightened that he immediately bent at a 90-degree angle and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Song. Get out of here." "Yes." Back in the office, Song Zikin leaned back in his chair, feeling unsettled. He looked at the photo frame next to his computer, which held a picture of him with his late wife and daughter, and a fleeting sense of melancholy washed over him. They looked so happy in the photo, a past he longed to return to. Chapter 58. Slap. As Emoli approached the entrance of the Aerospace Bureau, she ran into Yu, who seemed to be looking for trouble. Without raising her eyelids, Yu walked past her. However, her arm was suddenly grabbed with brute force. Stopping in her tracks, Emily turned back with an annoyed expression and blurted out, "Good dogs don't block the way." She was truly tired of being treated as a thorn in others' eyes. Yu let out a cold laugh and applied more force. With her arms crossed, she asked defiantly, "How do you know Xiaoyu?" Emily lowered her gaze, thinking to herself how nosy Yu was. She stepped forward to face her, her gaze sharper than usual, with a tone that sounded like an interrogation. "What? Are you jealous of my relationship with him?" "You." Emily's words hit a nerve, and Yu couldn't help but feel a mix of embarrassment and anger. However, her pride wouldn't allow her to show too much emotion, so she pretended to be indifferent and sarcastically said, "I really don't know what kind of tricks you use to make them revolve around you every day." As she spoke, she arrogantly tossed her hair behind her ear, deliberately sizing Emily up. "In terms of looks, you can't even compare to half of me." Indeed, Yu was heavily made up, wearing a dress that accentuated her figure, and her every move exuded the elegance of a well-bred lady. In contrast, Emily wore a conservative shirt and trousers, with her shoulder-length hair casually tied back. She felt that Emily had nothing feminine about her, and even had a hint of a tomboyish vibe. Yu sneered, "Don't get too proud. The reason they revolve around you is probably because you remind them of their sister, giving them a sense of familiarity." However, Emily took all of this as a joke. "You spend every day meddling in my and other colleagues' private lives. Yet I don't know how you got into the Aerospace Bureau." As she spoke, Emily lifted her hand and tugged at Yu's collar, exposing her cleavage. "Using your body?" Emily's tone was flat, yet it carried a sense of regaining the upper hand. A few colleagues who had gathered during their conversation couldn't help but murmur in anticipation at her bold move. Caught off guard by this action, Yu was furious and tried to pull down her blouse to cover herself. She glared at Emily and gritted her teeth, saying, "Just wait and see." With that, she angrily walked out of sight. Emily shot her a faint glance before continuing to walk inside, as if the confrontation had never happened. On the second floor, Ning Tianpei watched the entire exchange from above. He turned to lean against the glass railing and took a sip of coffee, only moving when he heard footsteps approaching. As Emily came upstairs, she caught sight of his back. She glanced at Ning Tianpei, who was facing away from her in front of the elevator, and walked towards her office without a second thought. She no longer felt the anxiety she had previously had regarding Ning Tianpei. Once inside her office, the moment the glass door closed, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Regardless of whether Ning Tianpei's inappropriate actions were meant to harm her or for other purposes, she felt confident facing him now and decided not to hold back any longer. Emily sat down at her desk, transferred the evidence she had saved on her computer to her phone, and boldly stepped out of the office again. In the restroom, Yu looked at herself in the mirror, feeling humiliated after being publicly insulted. She bit her red lip angrily, instinctively clenching her fists, even though it was all her own doing. She was surprised to see such a significant change in the usually low-profile Emily. In the past, no matter how much she provoked her, Emily wouldn't even look her way, but now she could publicly humiliate her in front of their colleagues. While she was curious about why Emily had become so bold, she also felt a fighting spirit rising within her. Straightening her clothes, Yu walked out, only to bump into Wendong and Su Huihui, who were laughing and chatting as they entered. Wendong was holding a phone that was currently playing a video. Yu shot them a glare and arrogantly walked past, unaware that the screen was showing her embarrassing moments. It wasn't until she heard her own voice that she suddenly stopped, mechanically turned around, and snatched the phone from Wendong's hand. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Wendong exclaimed angrily. Yu looked at her flustered self on the screen, feeling extremely ashamed. In a fit of rage, she screamed and smashed the phone against the wall. It turned out that every move she made with Emily had been recorded by their colleagues and posted online. Seeing the phone drop to the ground, Wendong's anger skyrocketed. The usually gentle and sweet Wendong stepped forward and slapped Yu hard. "You owe me a phone." Not only was Yu shocked by the slap, but Su Huihui behind her was also stunned. After knowing Wendong for so many years, she had never seen her lose her temper like this. Yu turned her side-turned face, which was stinging from the slap, and looked up at Wendong, who was half a head shorter than her. Before speaking, she glanced at the phone on the ground and pointed at her already reddening cheek. Let's call it even. With that, she turned and walked away, her high heels clicking sharply against the marble floor, giving off a crisp sound. Although the situation seemed disheveled, her stride remained proud. Wendong wanted to chase after her, but was stopped by Su Huihui. Forget it, forget it. What if she goes crazy and accuses you of intentional harm? That will be a hassle. Su Huihui hurriedly advised. It must be said that this was the best outcome after Wendong lost her composure, especially since the phone only had a cracked screen and the situation wasn't serious. Once Qin Yu disappeared from sight, Wendong's expression brightened. That slap was so satisfying. Huihui, did I look cool just now? Su Huihui looked at Wendong, who was rapidly changing emotions, with a dazed expression. She hesitated and said, "So you weren't really angry? You were just pretending to be angry?" Wendong laughed joyfully. "Oh, it's just a phone. If it breaks, I'll just replace it." As she spoke, she picked up the innocent phone that had been caught in the crossfire and, after examining it, felt even happier. One tempered glass screen for one slap on that BTCH. What a deal. Su Huihui was at a loss for how to respond to her. "Aren't you afraid that vicious woman will bite back at you? Then I'll bite back again." As soon as she finished speaking, Wendong playfully made a biting gesture. She looked around and said, "It's a pity that such a satisfying scene wasn't recorded. You should be grateful that no one recorded it." Su Huihui tugged at Wendong's arm and whispered, "That's evidence of you harming someone." Upon hearing this, Wendong blinked her large, grape-like eyes and thought about it, realizing that it was indeed the case. She then cautiously scanned her surroundings. Su Huihui was also searching for any possible evidence in sight. "Huihui, there's a camera in the corridor across from us," Wendong said quietly. Su Huihui followed her gaze and saw a camera flashing red not far away, angled directly at them. Chapter 59. Father, after learning about his daughter's relationship with Xiaoyu, Song Zikan reevaluated their collaboration. He sent someone to investigate Xiaoyu again, but the results were basically the same as the first time. Song Zikan flipped through Xiaoyu's file repeatedly, trying to find clues that connected him to his daughter. It wasn't until he compared his daughter's immigration records that he discovered that Xiaoyu was also at the same place when his daughter first left home. Since his daughter had been spending cash during her outings, Song Zikan couldn't trace any connection between her and Xiaoyu. He pulled out his phone. The screen paused on Song Yun's contact card. His fingertips hesitated, knowing that even if he called, she might not answer, let alone tell him anything. After a series of sighs in the office, a heavy wooden door was knocked on. Song Zikan looked up and impatiently shouted towards the door, "Come in." A well-dressed, burly man entered and walked straight to Song Zikan. When he reached him, he handed over a tablet, saying, "Mr. Song, this is the surveillance from the entrance on the first floor. We captured Song Yun just entering the coffee shop diagonally across." Upon hearing Song Yun, Song Zikan's eyes lit up, and he immediately felt energized, thinking that she must be coming to acknowledge him as her father. However, another thought quickly crossed his mind. Xiaoyu. With a grim expression, Song Zikan took the tablet and looked at the familiar face he had missed for years. He felt somewhat comforted, although he knew his daughter was not there to find him. This was, after all, the first time in years she had stepped into his territory on her own. At the same time, Xiaoyu received a call from Song Yun. Seeing the caller ID, Xiaoyu was puzzled. It seemed that after returning to the country, she had been reaching out to him quite frequently. Xiaoyu walked to the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, where the sky was darkening, and the city was adorned with countless lights. However, the face that surfaced in his mind was Mo Li's. "Hello, where are you, Xiaoyu? I have something to discuss with you." In a coffee shop, Song Yun sat by the window, looking up at the high-rise building across from her. The building was the tallest in the city, 62 stories high, and she couldn't see him on the top floor. "Now?" Xiaoyu asked, glancing back at the robots behind him, who were orderly executing his orders. To be honest, he didn't want to stay there too long. "Now would be best," came the cheerful reply from the other end. "Okay, send me the address. See you soon." After hanging up, Xiaoyu walked out and knocked on the door of the chairman's office next door. After receiving permission from the owner, he pushed the door open and bumped into the burly man who was walking out. He stepped aside and called out, "Mr. Song." Upon recognizing the visitor, Song Zikan quickly stood up, smiling warmly. "What's the matter, young man? Is there something wrong in the research lab? I've arranged the workload until tomorrow night. I have something to attend to now, so I plan to leave directly after I'm done," Xiaoyu replied calmly. his tone not sounding like he was speaking to someone he respected. "No problem," Song Zikin said with a patient smile. "All right." Xiao Yu nodded and turned to leave, but was called back by Song Zikin. "Young man, wait." Xiao Yu turned around, his expression calm, seemingly not at all curious about why he was called back. "Mr. Song, please speak." Song Zikin noted the young man's composure as he walked around the desk and leaned back, crossing his arms, his fingertips tapping lightly on his arms. "What do you plan to tell me that you know my daughter?" Song Zikin asked with a forced smile. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow, slightly, showing no sign of panic as he casually replied, "You never asked me, and I didn't think our relationship was close enough to warrant telling you." Hearing this, Song Zikin nodded slightly and asked, "How did you two meet?" Xiao Yu didn't hide it, honestly stating, "I saved her." At this, Song Zikin straightened his posture, looking directly at the young man with surprise. "What happened to her?" "It seems you're not a very responsible father," Xiao Yu remarked. Song Zikin was momentarily taken aback. Rather than feeling angered, he felt a deep sense of sadness. Xiao Yu continued, "Since Mr. Song is so well-connected, why not investigate it yourself? I'm in a hurry, so I'll take my leave." After Xiao Yu left, the vast space was left with only Song Zikin. He stood still for a long time without moving. All along, he had thought he was well aware of his daughter's whereabouts, yet he had learned about her past injuries from an outsider's mouth. As soon as he entered the coffee shop, Xiao Yu spotted Song Yun waving at him. He nodded and walked over. "So soon? Are you nearby?" Song Yun asked with a smile. Xiao Yu replied with a faint hum, seeing that he didn't elaborate. Song Yun bit her lip, thinking to herself that it seemed he didn't plan to tell her that he had just come from the building across. "Xiao Yu." Song Yun suddenly lost her smile, her expression becoming earnest as she stared intently at him. "Are we friends?" Xiao Yu took a sip of the coffee she had ordered for him and met her gaze, saying of course. Considering that he wasn't sure about the future and that she might still be of use to him, he chose not to jeopardize their relationship for now. Song Yun lowered her gaze, feeling sweat in her palms. After taking a deep breath, she looked up again. She had already thought it through on her way there. She believed that the Xiao Yu she knew was not someone who would be swayed by money, and he must not have known her identity when he saved her. "What is your relationship with Song Zikin?" Xiao Yu looked at her in confusion, wondering if today was some confession day, or if the two of them were colluding to trick him. "A mutually beneficial relationship." These 4 words pierced Song Yun's heart like sharp needles. She was somewhat taken aback, but didn't show too much. "It's none of your business." The same 4 words evoked completely different feelings upon hearing them. These seemingly cold words soothed her heart like a tranquilizer. In just a few seconds, her emotions were like a roller coaster, rising and falling. What? Is this what you wanted to discuss with me? What do you mean by a mutually beneficial relationship?" she asked, determined to get to the bottom of it. Xiao Yu's face turned serious as he replied, "It's adult matters. Children shouldn't ask." Song Yun was momentarily stunned, as this long-lost image of a caring older brother reappeared. When he had just saved her, he had continuously cared for her for a week. During that week, he had been nothing but warm and sunny. Chapter 60. The gamble. "Don't look at me so affectionately. Emily will get jealous if she finds out." He suddenly blurted this out, and Song Yun realized that her thoughts had drifted far away. She hurriedly averted her gaze and then smiled at his words. She was genuinely happy for him, as this was the first time she had seen him have someone to care about since they met. Although her doubts had only received ambiguous replies, her mood surprisingly lightened considerably. "Haven't you confirmed your relationship yet?" she asked with a smile. Xiao Yu shook his head awkwardly and then looked out at the bustling market outside the window, saying it's not important, because he had the certainty of being able to be by her side every day. Moreover, this was not the time to discuss personal matters. Considering that the next 3 months were full of uncertainties, it was possible that once the deadline arrived, everyone's time would be reclaimed by fate. He said, "Although I shouldn't meddle in your family affairs, I have also experienced the pain of losing loved ones. Some things, if you can let go of, just let go while you still have the chance." Song Yun's expression darkened for a moment as her gaze unconsciously glanced to the right. She replied faintly, "Okay." After being slapped, Qin Yu left in anger and appeared in the monitoring room of the Aerospace Bureau. She coldly sneered at the empty space behind her, thinking that only a fool would clear things up with you. She was aware of Mo Li's relationship with Wendong and understood that once someone had a weakness, they could be exploited. The video of Mo Lee tearing Chin Yu's collar spread throughout the bureau, and many colleagues who had heard Chin Yu gossiping expressed their delight, leading to many approving glances directed at Mo Lee wherever she went. She responded with a smile because she was in a good mood. After all, she had endured in silence for so long and finally vented her anger. Who wouldn't feel relieved? However, when all this reached the upper management, the atmosphere changed completely. Everyone thought that Chin Yu, who had lost face and couldn't come to work, was now called into the director's office along with Mo Lee. As they passed Wendong before entering, Chin Yu not only held her head high, but also let out a cold snort, afraid the other party wouldn't hear. Wendong was puzzled and disdainfully glared at Chin Yu, muttering a curse under her breath, wondering what she was so proud of, forgetting about yesterday's incident. With her face still looking swollen, although she came in after Chin Yu, Wendong and Su Hui had already made arrangements with the person on duty in the monitoring room. And the monitoring in the Aerospace Bureau wasn't something anyone could access at will. Wendong naturally didn't expect Chin Yu to have a trick up her sleeve. In Bai Lingjuan's office, Emily stood with her hands behind her back, dressed formally and wearing a serious expression. In contrast, Chin Yu casually crossed her arms, as if she were the director. Bai Lingjun observed all of this. He didn't like Chin Yu either. Although he regretted his earlier decision, if time could turn back, he would probably make the same choice again, as research requires funding. Moreover, at that time, how could he have imagined that Chin Yu was a troublemaker who liked to gossip about others? Emily, Chin Yu, I believe you both know why I called you here. Bai Lingjun clasped his hands on the desk in front of him and was about to continue when he was interrupted by someone bursting in. Huang Qiming rushed in, panting, and shouted without reservation, "Old Bai." Initially, he was shocked to hear that his niece was called to the director's office. Until just now, he didn't even know about the existence of that video. After seeing the video, he was brought to tears. The content was extremely satisfying. He was convinced that Emily had stepped out of her closed world. Everyone in the Aerospace Bureau knew of Chin Yu's character. But since she was brought in by the director himself, even those who had been slandered by Chin, you could only turn a blind eye, fearing that her relationship with the director would affect them and not daring to take action against her. Now, Emily was practically a hero to everyone. Just earlier, when Huang Qiming was watching the video on Zhang Qian's phone, he was informed that there had previously been a betting pool in the bureau. It was created by those who had been gossiped about by Chin Yu, and whoever could bravely stand up against Chin Yu, the meddlesome troublemaker, would receive the highest votes. Little did they know that it actually happened the day before, right under everyone's eyes. Bai Lingjun shot Huang Qiming a glare. He knew he would come to save his niece. He sternly said, "How many times have I said it? There are rules in the bureau." When Huang Qiming saw Emily, he deliberately put on a surprised expression, asking, "What are you doing here?" He then turned his gaze to Bai Lingjun, knowingly asking, "Did she do something wrong?" Bai Lingjun truly wanted to stand up and applaud his old friend's acting skills, but his position as the bureau chief restrained that desire. This time, he stood up and directly shouted at his old friend, "Get out." Huang Qiming flinched and took a half step back. He thought to himself, with such a temper, his sister-in-law must not have been treating him well lately. Before leaving, Huang Qiming patted Emily's hand to reassure her, saying it's okay. "If anything happens, Uncle will handle it. You must be strong." Although Emily didn't understand the meaning in his eyes, she still quietly nodded in response. After Huang Qiming left, Bai Lingjun cleared his throat and continued, "Can one of you explain the background of this video?" Saying this, he turned the computer screen towards them. Pausing the video at the moment Emily grabbed Chin Yu's collar, a position that could easily be misunderstood. Chin Yu glanced at Emily while sneering, then quickly put on a different expression when looking at Bai Lingjun. With a pitiful look on her face, she took a step forward and said, "Director Bai, as you can see in the video, I didn't do anything. She made the first move. She grabbed my clothes." She gestured as if to recreate the scene. Bai Lingjun truly felt embarrassed to watch. He looked at Emily with a blank expression and asked, "Emily, do you have something to say?" In fact, from a humanitarian perspective, Director Bai was also on Emily's side. Before Emily could speak, Chin Yu stepped in front of her first, saying, "What is there to hear from her, Director Bai? The truth is just as shown in the video. She attacked me first." Bai Lingjun's face showed displeasure as he raised his hand to signal for her stop. He had already wanted her to shut up as soon as she opened her mouth. "I'm asking her question," he said, staring at Chinyu, word by word. Only then did Chinyu lower her head and close her mouth. "The fact is just as you see in the video." Chinyu interrupted. "See, I told you." A loud slap startled Chinyu, making her shudder, followed by an annoyed look from Bai Lingjun directed at her. Emily slightly turned her head, but did not look directly at her. "Do you really like talking so much?" Chapter 61, Mad Dog. Chinyu looked sideways at Emily, showing no shame at the other party's cold words. "It's my mouth. Why should you care what I say?" Bai Lingjun sighed behind the desk, truly baffled by what Chinyu was trying to achieve. Just like Emily said, why did she always have so much to say? "Director Bai, I am willing to accept punishment." Emily suddenly spoke up, knowing that she couldn't resort to violence no matter how unhappy she was, even if she hadn't caused Chinyu any physical harm. Chinyu scoffed and smugly said to Emily, "If you had said that earlier, we wouldn't have wasted time." Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Emily's heart. Her face remained calm, but the fists behind her back were tightly clenched. Bai Lingjun shot a glare at Chinyu. Although her words were quiet, he could still hear them from a short distance. "According to regulations, actions like yours should result in suspension. However, since we are currently in a special period, and you are both members of Double Universe, the punishment will be temporarily withheld, if you still have the opportunity to be punished." At this point, Bai Lingjun's gaze instinctively dimmed a bit as he looked at Chinyu and continued. "Chinyu, for the time being, I hope you can focus all your thoughts on your work. If I hear your name from other colleagues again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Emily silently waited for Bai Lingjun's release notification. Such a result was within her expectations. However, as the instigator, Chinyu showed a face full of unwillingness, believing that Emily, who had grabbed her collar, should immediately be suspended, preferably never to appear in the bureau again. No one was competing with her for Yi Inyu, nor was anyone stopping Xiaoyu from pursuing all the beauties. Just as she was about to say something, Bai Lingjun quickly stood up and cut off her words. "All right, you both go back to work, adjust your mindset as soon as possible, and fully commit to your jobs." His tone was icy, and his expression radiated an undeniable authority. Without saying another word, Emily turned and left, while Chinyu's feet seemed to be nailed to the floor, unable to move. "Get out." After sitting down again, Bai Lingjun spoke sternly without looking up. Only then did Chinyu angrily turn and walk out. As soon as Wendong saw Emily at the door, she jumped up from her seat and hurriedly approached with concern. "Senior sister." However, before she could finish her sentence, Emily interrupted her, saying, "It's nothing. I'm busy, I'll go first." She didn't want to breathe the same air as Chinyu for even a moment. "Hey, senior sister." Wendong wanted to ask further, but Emily had already walked past her quickly. Although she was worried, she temporarily believed Emily's words of nothing. Turning around, she unexpectedly faced that arrogant and annoying person who always acted high and mighty. After giving Chinyu a glare, Wendong returned to her seat, secretly cursing. "I really don't know what she's so proud of every day." Thinking of this, Wendong's peripheral vision caught sight of her approaching. Sure enough, the sound of high heels grew closer until she stopped in front of the desk. Chinyu deliberately knocked on the table, trying to get her attention. Wendong pretended not to hear and continued with her work. Chinyu, unfazed, began to speak her mind. "Does your hand still hurt?" Her tone remained incomprehensibly arrogant. As expected, she was met with disregard. Chinyu raised her hand to touch her cheeks, which she had deliberately made slightly red with makeup, and said in a feigned aggrieved tone, "My face still hurts and feels a bit numb." Without looking up, Wendong coldly replied, "If you want to pursue this, it's just sheer negligence." Chinyu looked at her with interest, mocking, "Is that so?" Wendong let out an impatient sigh and reluctantly raised her eyes to look at her, retorting, "Isn't it? Do you really understand the law, little sister?" Although this acknowledgement was only 2 words, it was enough to energize Chinyu. Wendong suddenly realized that she shouldn't have responded to this matter from the beginning. Not even with a facial expression. She averted her gaze, intending to ignore this mad dog that might start biting again at any moment. Chinyu pouted, just about to say something else when the sound of the door opening behind them forced her to straighten up. At that moment, Bai Lingjun's authoritative and angry voice rang out. "Why are you still here? Are you so idle?" As he spoke, He had already stood beside Chinyu. "Should I suspend you immediately?" Only then did Chinyu leave reluctantly, like a mouse that had seen a cat, watching her flee in panic. Bai Lingjun instinctively shook his head, regretting once again that he had brought this troublemaker into everyone's lives. This thought immediately brought a trace of guilt to his heart. If it weren't for him, the atmosphere in the Bureau over the past few years would definitely have been more harmonious than it is now. "Postpone tomorrow afternoon's dinner with the branch director to the evening," he instructed when dawn. "Okay, Director Bai. Are you familiar with Chinyu?" "I hate her." Bai Lingjun nodded in realization. This answer was correct. He also disliked her. Emoli did not return to the office, but went to the atrium of the 8th District building, having come with Ning Tianpei. Earlier, she had wanted to confront him with evidence, but couldn't find him anywhere. Just as she came out of the director's office, she spotted Ning Tianpei walking with his back to the crowd. It wasn't tea mealtime yet, and the atrium was in the same direction as the cafeteria. Emoli looked at the person who had stopped not far ahead, tightened her fists, and resolutely walked towards him. Ning Tianpei. The person called turned around, and upon seeing her, immediately smiled. "Master, what are you doing here?" she said lightly. Ning Tianpei raised his phone. Looking innocent, "I was about to call my mom." He had known she was following him from the beginning. "You?" She wanted to ask directly, but the courage to speak slipped away at the last moment. Changing her tone from her superior's usual voice, she asked, "Has the data comparison for the observation module been completed?" "I'm waiting for Zhang Qian to pull up the historical data," Ning Tianpei replied timidly, his demeanor reflecting that of a workplace novice, who would shrink back at the slight coldness of his superior's tone. "Hurry up." She simply dropped those 4 words and turned to leave, even though another part of her mind urged her to stop, turn around, and say everything she had just wanted to. It wasn't until she reached a corner where he couldn't see her that she stopped and leaned against the wall. She closed her eyes, although she hadn't said anything. The rhythm of her heartbeat was unusually intense. Ning Tianpei looked at the shadow cast on the ground at the corner, lost in thought. What was she about to say to him? Chapter 62. Save him, as Xiao Yu just got out of the car at the Aerospace Bureau. He immediately saw Emoli hurrying out the front door. Although they were facing each other, she seemed completely unaware of his presence and didn't pause for a moment. He instinctively frowned, feeling a displeasure at being ignored. Where's she going? He didn't call out to her, but silently followed at a quick pace. Emoli was clutching a document, her expression appearing somewhat anxious and uncertain. She was holding the analysis report sent by the Space Wave Source Testing Group 5 minutes ago. The results showed that the signal wave Emoli had sent 2 days ago, due to her anxiety, had been returned to Earth intact last month, precisely when they were dealing with the problems caused by the giant rock in Antarctica. This indicated that there was some device or substance in the universe capable of reflecting signals, or perhaps it was returned under the operation of unknown advanced civilization beings. Regardless of which possibility it was, it represented a potential opportunity for rescue given the current tricky situation. Emoli was now heading towards the paper data management room in the B District building, where she intended to confirm the written records herself. Xiao Yu followed her into the paper data management room, moving quietly to avoid detection. She walked on the left side of the bookshelf, while he trailed on the right. Her eyes were filled with confusion, while his were solely on her. Emoli stopped in the middle of the bookshelf, and Xiao Yu quietly stood behind her, watching her seriously review the materials. At that moment, the paper data management room was very quiet. Only the rustling sound of paper rubbing against each other could be heard. So focused was she that as she attempted to sit down with the heavy materials in hand, his gaze followed her downward trajectory. Just before she touched the ground, he swiftly stepped forward, extending a leg. She ended up sitting on his foot. The unexpected weight on his foot caused his brows to twitch instinctively. Emoli suddenly looked up, and in that instant, her gaze collided with his gentle eyes that resembled the soft spring breeze of April. She froze for a moment, and when she came to her senses, she hurriedly averted her gaze and got up with one hand bracing against the ground. "What are you doing here?" she asked, a bit embarrassed, not daring to look him in the eye while speaking. He glanced at the thick materials she had left on the ground and bent down to pick them up, asking, "What made you rush over here?" Only then did Emoli break free from her awkward emotions, her eyes lighting up again with excitement. She shared her new discovery with him in detail. explaining that it could very likely become a breakthrough for the dual universe plan. If either of those two theories was confirmed, they wouldn't have to take risks, and they could all continue living. Looking at her sparkling eyes, he felt a pang of guilt in his heart. Indeed, the device in space that could reflect signal waves was his doing. He had once opposed any actions that exposed Earth's coordinates or signs of human civilization, firmly believing in Hawking's theory. If they are not of our kind, their hearts must be different. Thus, he had been trying to intercept those signal waves through radio waves. That device was the product of years of his research. Not just Z country, but including other countries, no matter where it is. As long as it is a signal wave sent from Earth to space, it can be intercepted by this device. Mo Rue looked at him strangely. Why do you have that expression? Shouldn't you be happy about the new discovery? His expression of distress was akin to having just eaten a bug. Xiao Yu's gaze continued to evade hers, and under Mo Rue's questioning stare, he stuffed the heavy documents in his hands back onto the shelf. If this really came from aliens, then why didn't they respond directly, but instead return our message unchanged? He spoke the flaw out of guilt, trying to cover up his previous careless action. Mo Rue thought about it and realized he was right. Doesn't this mean they don't want to pay us any mind? Although this sounded somewhat absurd. He couldn't think of a better excuse to stop her from questioning him about the truth. Mo Rue's eyes dimmed instantly. This hope in her heart hadn't survived long before being crushed. His analysis was indeed reasonable. If they sent a distress signal to unknown beings again, not to mention being rescued, it was very likely to lead to an unprecedented war. Unfortunately, the number of humans living on Earth was as numerous as the stars in the sky, and it wasn't as simple as saying save. Watching her expression gradually ease, his heart felt a bit lighter. After all, the aliens he spoke of didn't exist, and there was no need for him to overly condemn himself. He secretly comforted himself. If the signal wave was really received by unknown extraterrestrial beings and deciphered, who knows if they would still be at peace now? So, is this all useless? She raised the report sent by the testing team, tentatively wanting to make a last-ditch effort. He took the document from her hand. His eyes filled with comfort, clearly indicating that this couldn't serve as a breakthrough for the Dual Universe project. He lifted another hand and patted her shoulder. Let us think of other ways. I don't necessarily have to go to space to validate my thoughts. Hearing his words, she slightly turned her head, seemingly not wanting him to notice the sadness rising in her heart. She didn't want him to go to his death, of course. She had told him this more than once. But she couldn't think of anything, nor could she do anything for him. Xiao Yu glanced out of the window. The sky was dark, and the back of the B district building was a desolate mountain, occasionally accompanied by unidentifiable animal sounds that sent shivers down one's spine. Let us head back. You've been tired all day, and your health is important, especially if you still want to save me. After saying this, he smiled gently, emphasizing the word save, trying to lighten her tense mood with a joke. Only then did Mo Rue lift her gaze to meet his. Her light brown eyes shrouded in mist without her realizing it. She huffed, "Who wants to save you?" After saying that, she walked past him. He caught up, the smile on his face unconsciously deepening. "Can you give me a ride home? I don't have a car in the country. It's quite inconvenient." His voice was light-hearted, devoid of the heaviness from before, and even the seriousness was gone. She chuckled. "How long do you plan to hitch a ride? You have the ability to run a guest house in Antarctica. Buying a car in the country shouldn't be too difficult, right? Buying a car is such a hassle. Anyway, you and I are on the way, and I'm a captain now, so I'm also half your boss." Mo Rue shot him an eye roll, not bothering to argue further. The two walked one after the other in the warmly lit corridor, and she thought to herself that she must do everything she could to save him, even if it was just once. In the following days, Xiaoyu reported to Song Zikin every night, and as a result, he and Ning Tianpei frequently crossed paths. Both were simultaneously playing two roles during the day. They were serious employees of the Aerospace Bureau, working together to devise a plan to evade asteroids. At night, they acted as pawns for Song Zikin, engaging in some underhanded dealings. Due to their shared stance and the continuous friction of academic theories over these days, they transitioned from initially disliking each other to smiling upon meeting. Aside from work, they occasionally exchanged casual pleasantries. Although they appeared to be ordinary friends on the surface, neither had a favorable opinion of the other. Song Zikin observed everything with keen eyes and ears. However, Ning Tianpei kept her guard up and didn't express her inner concerns to Song Zikin. After all, he didn't believe that Xiaoyu would open up about genuine feelings with someone who had stalked him. After all, Xiaoyu was not an ordinary person. He possessed sharp insight and cautious logic. They both wanted something from each other, but neither had yet begun to test the waters. That day was no different from usual. It was just past 6 o'clock, and the deep blue sky already faintly revealed the brightest morning star. The air in early February still made one involuntarily shrink their neck, probably due to the cold brought by melting snow and ice. After finishing work at the Aerospace Bureau, Xiaoyu arrived at the research room on the top floor of the DM group. He had just arrived when Ning Tianpei followed closely behind. To avoid drawing attention, they didn't choose to enter together openly. Today was the day for the first progress check of the exoplanet project. Song Zikin had stipulated that every week from the start of the plan, there would be a progress briefing to ensure he could understand the exoplanet as much as possible. After all, this was a spaceship he would personally pilot in the future. Once Song Zikin arrived, Xiaoyu glanced at him and promptly turned off all the lights in the room. This action raised Song Zikin's suspicions. Was he planning a coup? Until the model in front was illuminated by several beams of light. These beams were emitted from the model's shell. The surface of the exoplanet was made of multimolecular materials that could ensure the interior of the spacecraft was unaffected by atmospheric pressure under immense stress, thus achieving the goal of safely breaking through the atmosphere and entering space. Song Zikin's emotions brightened along with the flickering lights before him. Seeing the exoplanet, which was merely a design blueprint, presented in such a splendid form, he felt an urge to hug Xiaoyu without regard for his image. Under Xiaoyu's lead and Ning Tianpei's assistance in the progress explanation, Song Zikin nodded in immense satisfaction, and the applause filled with praise echoed in everyone's ears. Good, good, good. Song Zikin laughed widely, raising his hand to pat Xiaoyu's arm, ultimately suppressing the impulse to embrace him, especially since besides the three of them, there were several Tool people present, and that well-dressed strong man was also there. You really didn't disappoint me. Xiaoyu didn't even lift his dark eyes, snapping his fingers to turn the lights back on in the room. You flatter me, he said in a calm tone, his face devoid of any emotion other than tranquility. Although Xiaoyu responded coldly, it didn't diminish Song Zikin's excitement. He began to tour around the exoplanet with shining eyes. Xiaoyu ignored him, turned away, and glanced at his watch. It was almost 8 o'clock. Mo Rue should be heading home now, he thought. Should I go pick her up? The voice of Ning Tianpei approached from behind. Recently, he had been using Mo Rue's car to commute, thus actively taking on a role of a driver every day. Previously, when Ning Tianpei saw him driving Mo Rue's car in the parking lot, she thought they were preparing to confront Song Dongming, but to her surprise, only Xiaoyu got out of the car. She even asked him, "Does she know you're working for Song Dongming?" He replied, "No. I just told her I borrowed the car. She didn't ask why, and I didn't explain." Xiaoyu turned back and smiled at her. Yeah. These past few days, Mo Rue seemed to be busy with something, keeping it from him. Every day, apart from eating, she was buried in the laboratory, not coming out at all. Then you go ahead. I'll talk to Song Dongming. In the conversation, Ning Tianpei glanced at Song Zikin, who was overjoyed around the alien star. He didn't linger, placing the remote control in his hand down and walking straight out the door, his steps appearing somewhat hurried. The confrontation that Mo Li had fantasized about ultimately did not occur in reality, all because of Xiaoyu's words, "Let me handle it." In the past, she would have certainly swallowed her pride, regardless of whether she had the courage to do what she wanted, as there were many ways to make Ning Tianpei confess and hold him accountable. She could have handed over the evidence to the police or retaliated in kind. But having calmed down, she chose to trust him. Because he was a commander, he had the ability to make someone like Bai Ling Jun believe in him. At that moment, the space agency's laboratory only had Mo Li alone. Dressed in a white coat, she sat at the lab bench, unmoved, her light brown eyes glimmering slightly. A pile of crumpled paper balls was scattered on the floor. Another experiment had failed in her attempt to save him. She propped her head up with both hands, feeling as deflated as a balloon, as if she had lost the strength to sit up straight. At that moment, she felt a sense of unease about the future. With no expectations left, only the need to grit her teeth and face it. The crisp sound of knuckles tapping on the glass door pulled her out of her aimless contemplation. She turned around lethargically and met his sunny smile. She paused slightly, then forced out a faint smile. After leaving the laboratory, Xiaoyu asked, "Not going well?" Although he didn't really know what he was asking. She replied lightly, "MHM." He sighed softly, seemingly unwilling to transfer the low pressure onto her. Worry was evident on his face, but the caring words stopped at his throat. He had asked her what she had been busy with these past few days no less than 10 times, but she had never given him a straightforward answer. And he felt helpless. If only he had the superpower to read minds, he thought. "You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll take you to eat something good," he said cheerfully, wanting to lift her mood, but the response he got was still a forced smile and a okay. In the car, Xiaoyu chatted incessantly from the passenger seat. Initially, she listened to him casually talk about the situation with Song Zikan, but when he mentioned Alien Star for the 3rd time, she suddenly realized something. She slammed the brakes hard, stopping the car abruptly in the middle of the road. Startled by the sudden stop, Xiaoyu turned to look at her with wide eyes filled with fear. Yet, she wore an ecstatic smile on her face. Chapter 64. The deal. Although Xiaoyu was puzzled by her actions, his first reaction was to nervously look around. The continuous honking from the cars behind expressed strong anger. Clearly the driver behind had also been startled by Mo Li. "Are you crazy? Why did you stop the car in the middle of the road? Do you even know how to drive? Did you buy your driver's license, or what?" Questions came one after another, and in an instant, a long queue formed on the road. However, the person in the driver's seat seemed to have lost her hearing, still wearing a joyful expression. "I get it. I know how to save you." At that moment, Xiaoyu felt a mix of anxiety and urgency, fearing that her sudden stop would lead to a chain reaction of accidents. "Just pull the car to the side," he said, his gaze still darting around. Mo Li came to her senses, finally pulling away from her inner joy as the continuous blaring of horns echoed in her ears. A wave of guilt surged in her heart, and she quickly pressed the accelerator to move forward. Once the car was parked safely by the roadside, she swiftly pulled the handbrake, then turned half her body toward him, eager to share her thoughts. "A robot. We can use robots with human-like senses to prove the dual universe theory." Her light brown eyes sparkled. If her idea was feasible, then Xiaoyu wouldn't have to risk his life in space. After hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression did not immediately brighten. He turned to glance at her before focusing straight ahead again, lowering his voice and saying seriously, "Do you know how dangerous that was just now? If the driver of the car behind was fatigued or distracted, they may have already met their end, and it wouldn't even take 3 months." Emoli was somewhat taken aback. It had been a long time since Xiaoyu had shown such coldness towards her. She instinctively averted her gaze from him, her voice unconsciously turning soft and meek. "I was wrong earlier. I'm sorry." Xiaoyu sighed lightly, feeling a bit angry but unable to continue scolding her. Seeing her hang her head in silence, her 2 hands stubbornly scratching each other on her lap, his heart softened immediately. "What you said earlier, write me a detailed report at home tonight. I'll notify them to hold a meeting tomorrow morning." With that, he unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. "You go back first, drive safely, and don't get distracted again." Only after the passenger door was gently closed did Emoli finally snap out of her daze and smile broadly. "Great." She looked out the car window and noticed Xiaoyu was staring at her. Her smile froze for a moment, then widened even more. Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile back at her, raising his hand to wave, signaling her to hurry home. In high spirits, she nodded vigorously, ready to go home and write the report. Xiaoyu watched her car drive away until it disappeared from sight before taking out his phone and dialing Lu Lao's number. Her idea was indeed worth trying. The next morning, Emoli arrived early at the space agency, and only as she stepped through the door did she remember that she had forgotten to pick up Xiaoyu, who had no car. Just as she hesitated, her phone in her coat pocket chimed with a new message. She took it out to see a shallow character forming between her brows. It was a video from Chinyu. What does this woman want to do now? She thought. She had no intention of responding to her, and just as she was about to turn off her phone, another message came in, struggling to maintain her good mood that had been ruined so early in the day. She reluctantly reopened her phone. "Chinyu, give me your new idea or your little junior sister will soon be in trouble. Mo Lee felt an immediate urge to run to Qin Yu and tear her mouth apart. How did she know that it was her who provided the new idea in this morning's meeting? Xiao Yu had sent a notification in the group chat yesterday that didn't mention anything at all. Mo Lee's gaze returned to her phone, and a fleeting thought suddenly sent a chill down her spine. Could it be I'm being monitored again? She felt an overwhelming desire to throw her phone away. Yet, Qin Yu's threatening words occupied all her curiosity, and coupled with concern for Wendong's safety. She hurriedly swiped her fingers to open the video. In the video, there were 3 people: Wendong, Su Huihui, and Qin Yu. Not long after the video started, Wendong unceremoniously slapped Qin Yu across the face. Following that, Wendong grabbed Qin Yu by the collar, said something, and then slapped her on the other side of her face. Qin Yu staggered back a few steps, but Wendong seemed unwilling to let her go and stepped forward to push her hard to the ground. Since Wendong was facing away from the camera, Mo Lee couldn't gauge what was being said from the lip movements or expressions. The more she watched, the tighter her brows furrowed. How is this possible? Wendong was gentle by nature. There was no way she would do something like this, even in the unlikely event that she did. Su Huihui couldn't possibly just stand by and watch. Suddenly hearing her colleagues' voices nearby, Mo Lee quickly turned off her phone, fearing they would see the video. She turned around and exited the gate of the space agency, stepping into the deserted corridor outside. She dialed Qin Yu's number, and, as expected, it was quickly answered. In the next moment, Qin Yu's disdainful laughter reached her ears. "What's wrong? So eager to call me?" Mo Lee forced herself to sound calm and said, "The video quality is blurry. I can't determine from this video whether the person who acted is Wendong." Qin Yu laughed on the other end, ignoring her doubts. Her tone still arrogant as usual. "If that's the case, I can only hand the video over to the police. At that time, who knows if your little junior sister can escape the pain of imprisonment." The more she spoke, the more excited she became, her expression turning wicked to the extreme. Wait. In the distance, in the outdoor parking lot, Qin Yu watched Mo Lee's figure, smiling triumphantly. "Change your mind?" she asked knowingly, which was infuriating. Mo Lee closed her eyes for a moment, breathing heavily as she tried to suppress her inner rage. She glanced reluctantly at the report she had rushed to prepare overnight, her tone less firm than before. "Give me some time. I'll reply to you before noon." Qin Yu scoffed. "That's not acceptable. Do you think I'm a fool? Or didn't you hear what I said? My condition is to exchange for your new idea. If you only reply to me after the meeting, why should I make a deal with you?" Mo Lee gritted her teeth, trying to buy time to confirm the situation with Wendong. But the other party showed her no leniency. Amid her frustration, she fell into contemplation. Did she really have to hand over her efforts to someone else? But she was unwilling. The air froze for a moment, and Qin Yu impatiently said, "Haven't you considered it yet?" After saying this, she couldn't help but sneer internally, wanting to see whether you would choose benefits or friends. Mo Lee closed her eyes and bit her teeth, comforting herself in her heart. "Forget it. After all, my goal is to save Xiao Yu. This disgusting deal only seems to benefit Qin Yu. As long as he knows I am working hard to save him, that's enough." Mo Lee closed her eyes in the corridor, although she felt somewhat relieved inside. Her expression did not reflect it. She feigned indifference and said, "You can come to my office directly later. I'll give you the report." She tried her best to pretend that she didn't care about the report in her hands. In the car, Qin Yu displayed her malicious glee to the fullest, her tone still arrogantly unyielding. "All right, see you later." After hanging up, Mo Lee looked at her phone with disgust. Her expression dimmed as she steadied herself, her anger dissipating. Probably because she had come to terms with it. As long as Xiao Yu didn't take risks as originally planned, that would be enough. The meeting was scheduled for 8:30. Members of the Double Universe Project Group had arrived at their posts. As soon as Xiao Yu arrived, he knocked on Mo Lee's office door, but upon opening it, he saw no sign of her. His smile turned to confusion as he murmured, "Could she be late with the report?" Moreover, she hadn't called him today either. While pondering, he took out his phone and dialed her number, waiting a long time before it connected. "Hello, have you come to the office yet?" Xiao Yu asked hurriedly, his tone filled with worry. In the paper data collection room of Building B, Mo Lee was sitting on the floor where she hadn't managed to sit last time, with a thick stack of documents on her crossed legs. She feigned a confused voice sounding as if she had just woken up. "Ah, I'm still at home." Hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a pang of guilt. Was it because he made her rush the report that she slept through the morning? "What time did you sleep?" She looked dim, having made up her mind to lie to him. She had a headache when she got home last night and went straight to bed after taking medicine. She didn't mention the report. She thought if he didn't ask, she wouldn't say anything, even though she knew that when Qin Yu brought out the report in the meeting, Xiao Yu would be filled with suspicion. But after all, Xiao Yu didn't know Qin Yu well. He might think Qin Yu had this ability and that it was just a coincidence that she and Mo had similar ideas. "And now, is your head still hurting?" His tones sounded plain, but his steps were moving in the opposite direction. He wanted to find her. On the other end of the phone, Mo sighed silently, responding softly, and continued to lie. "I've asked my uncle to help me take a leave of absence. Sorry, I can't attend today's meeting. Are you at home? I'll come find you." He didn't care about the meeting anymore. His only concern at that moment was her health. "No need. Let's leave it like this for now." After saying this, Mo hurriedly hung up the phone. She gazed blankly out the window. She just wanted to hide for a while and calm down. However, not long after her phone screen went dark, Xiao Yu's call came in again. She ignored it until the screen darkened again. Then she took out her phone, deliberating whether to send that video to Wendong to hear his explanation. Xiao Yu stopped at the entrance, confronted by Huang Qiming, who was walking toward him. Upon seeing him, the other party smiled and greeted him. But Xiao Yu had a serious expression. "Uncle Huang, did Mo take leave?" He always felt she was lying to him. "Yes, she just called me and said she had a headache." Xiao Yu frowned. "She took leave over the phone?" Huang Qiming continued. "I don't know what's wrong with this child lately. She's been absent from work for no reason. But looking at it from another angle, it might not be a bad thing. She was too hard on herself before. Aren't you and Mo living together?" Xiao Yu asked in confusion. "Oh, I drank with old Bai and the others last night, and since it got late, I just stayed at a friend's place. Is there a problem? I'll step out for a bit." After saying that, he turned to leave quickly, while Huang Qiming called after him, Hey, aren't you all supposed to have a meeting soon? Who's going to host the meeting if you leave?" However, until Huang Qiming finished speaking, Xiao Yu had no intention of looking back. He shook his head and turned to leave, but suddenly thought, could it be that something happened to Mo? Thinking this, he looked back and hurriedly followed in the footsteps of the person ahead, calling out to the already disappeared figure, "Xiao Yu! Xiao Yu! Wait for me!" In the small meeting room on the 6th floor, the members of the Double Universe Project Group had basically settled in, except for Mo and Xiao Yu. Yi Yinyu's gaze occasionally drifted to the door, and finally, he couldn't help but ask, why hasn't Mo arrived yet? And where's Xiao Yu? Zhang Xin quickly scanned the other people with a smile and gossipingly said, maybe they both played late last night, and coincidentally. As soon as this was said, it not only earned Yi Yinyu's eye roll, but also caused Qin Yu's expression to turn unfavorable upon hearing it. Wendong ignored Zhang Xian's joke, glanced at the time, and then at the door. Senior sister is usually very punctual. Why is she late today? I'll call her. Saying this, she reached for her phone to dial. But Qin Yu immediately slammed the table and said loudly, why wait for these people who have no sense of time? Let's start directly. I have important news to announce. Everyone exchanged glances, and after hearing the voice, Wendong was also pulled down to sit back down by Su Huihui. Su Huihui whispered in her ear, let's see what trick this woman wants to play again. Anyway, our boss is not here. Whatever she says is useless. Zhang Xian couldn't help but gossip quietly to Yi Yinyu beside him. What's up with Qin Yu today? She's so proactive? Yi Yinyu shrugged. How would I know? I'm not familiar with her. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, disdainfully looking at Zhang Xian. Do you have an opinion? Zhang Xian quickly raised his hands in front of his chest and shook his head. No. After saying this, he quietly made a startled expression at the person beside him. Qin Yu, oblivious, plugged her USB into the computer at the main position, and soon the PPT appeared on the white cloth behind her, showing the changed speaker's name. When she hurried back to her seat after receiving the report from Mo, she had to secretly go through someone else's mental work to smoothly explain her new idea in the meeting. Before it started, she didn't forget to give others an arrogant glance, as if to say, look at you bunch of low IQ wastes who are no help to the organization. Chapter 66. Fighting Xiao Yu quickly walked to the roadside, but the Aerospace Bureau was located in the suburbs, and there were very few passing vehicles, let alone taxis. He glanced at his watch, feeling anxious, realizing how inconvenient it was to have no car. Just when he didn't know what to do, Huang Qiming's call came in. Uncle Huang? Xiaoyu, I'm in the parking lot. I see Li Li's car here. Strange, didn't she take a leave? Did she not drive her car home after work last night? After hearing this, Xiaoyu felt something was off. After he got out of the car last night, she should have gone straight home to work on the report, right? Most importantly, why did she lie to herself that she was sick and resting at home? I haven't gone far, I'm going back now. She should be at the bureau, he said, hanging up the phone and turning back. His intuition told him that she wasn't sick at home, and the report was not as she said, unwritten. Last night, when a new idea popped in her mind, she was so excited that she parked her car in the middle of the road. How could she possibly miss this meeting because of that so-called headache? The only possibility was that she had suddenly encountered some trouble she didn't want him to know about. In the parking lot, Huang Qiming hung up the call. Looking puzzled, he murmured, "Still at the bureau? Then why did she ask for leave?" Saying this, he took the elevator back upstairs to start looking for someone. He knew that Xiaoyu was definitely searching for Mo Li's figure throughout the Aerospace Bureau. Mo Li, in the paper data collection room, had been in a daze since hanging up Xiaoyu's call. She tried to find another way to save Xiaoyu from the materials in front of her, just in case. Although she believed that the plan to replace humans with robots had a very high success rate, she couldn't focus at all, her mind completely scattered. Mo Li sighed towards the empty air around her, stood up with one hand on the ground, wanted to go out for a walk since she had already taken leave. "What are you doing here?" A low male voice suddenly rang out as she turned her head. Mo Li looked at him in shock, frozen in place, her pale lips trembling slightly. Only when he approached did she see his black hair damp with sweat. It was mid-February, during the snow melting period, and anyone living in northern cities knew that it was much colder during the melting than during snowfall. Yet in such temperatures, he had worked up an inappropriate sweat just to find her. "How come you didn't know I was here?" She dare not raise her voice, lowering her head as if she had done something wrong. Since Xiaoyu agreed to work under Song Zikan, he secretly installed a tracker on her phone out of concern for Mo Li's safety, without her knowledge. Of course, he couldn't tell her. "I asked what you were doing here." His voice sounded a bit stiff. Mo Li briefly raised her eyes. Her long lashes trembled, and her lips were tightly closed. Unable to utter a word for a long time, she felt that he seemed angry. Before speaking, Xiaoyu glanced around the empty collection room. "Is this your home?" Mo Li pouted, shook her head gently, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. "No." Xiaoyu stared at the person in front of him who was sincerely admitting her mistake, and all the accumulated anger dissipated just like that. He sighed helplessly, reached out to grab her wrist, as if he would lose her if he wasn't careful. "Come back with me to the meeting." Mo Li wanted to break free, but didn't dare to use more force. "Do you still want to save me?" As soon as the words came out, she indeed fell silent, allowing him to pull her away. Initially, she refused to attend the meeting because she was worried that Yu would think she was two-faced and would eventually go and sue Wendong. But now, thinking about it, as long as neither of them said anything, no one would know whose idea the new concept really was. The only problem now was, on the way to the meeting room, Mo Li had a look that said she had something to say, glancing at Xiaoyu's face every minute. But he completely ignored it. She felt troubled, and he felt even more helpless. He really didn't understand why. With her personality, she would be dying to gather people for a meeting as soon as the idea appeared last night, immediately preparing for the plan. But now she was being passive, letting him drag her to the meeting room, which felt all wrong. In front of the meeting room door, he suddenly stopped, and the person behind him almost bumped into him. "When you go in, say whatever you want. It doesn't matter if the report isn't prepared. As long as your thoughts are clear, that's fine," he instructed, and after saying that, he released her wrist and reached for the doorknob, only to be unexpectedly grabbed by the other party. He saw her looking at him in confusion. She released her grip, looking troubled as she said, "Once I go in, I won't say anything." Xiaoyu turned his head away with a sigh, but quickly turned back to look her in the eye, patiently asking, "Why?" After the question, her little head, which was already a headache, drooped again. At that moment, a continuous commotion suddenly erupted from the other side of the door. The two outside exchanged glances, and without thinking, they decisively opened the door. What came into view was the scene of Wendong and Yu fighting, with others rushing forward to intervene. The The sound of Wendong's painful screams echoed in their ears as Qin Yu tugged her hair. Wendong's eyes were misty with tears from the pain, yet she still fought back, saying, "You crazy woman. I've tolerated you long enough. Am I crazy?" Qin Yu laughed sinisterly. "Humph. Today, I'll let you see what crazy really is." As the two newcomers exchanged glances, seeing Wendong like this, Emily was so surprised that her movements became a bit stiff, but she quickly joined the group, trying to separate them. Just a few minutes before Emily and Xiaoyu arrived, Wendong had just seen the video Emily sent her. This made her anger surge to the top. That crazy woman Qin Yu actually framed her. She could no longer hold back, regardless of what major issues Qin Yu was discussing, and directly slammed the documents on the table with all her strength. The sharp edge of the folder left a shallow cut on Qin Yu's cheek, and blood began to ooze out the moment it broke the skin. Before Qin Yu could react or scold her for being hit, Wendong had already pushed her hard on the left shoulder. Qin Yu, who was inexplicably hit and pushed, was not the type to endure silently. Although she and T figured out why Wendong suddenly attacked her, she still retaliated at the first opportunity. At that moment, all she could think was that she couldn't just take those 2 hits without doing anything. Amidst the chaos, Wendong yelled. This new idea was exchanged from senior sister with a forged video, right? Chapter 67. Her despite being in the midst of chaos. Wendong's words were wrapped up in various noises, but Xiaoyu still clearly heard that sentence. This new idea was exchanged from senior sister with a forged video, right? His originally irritated gaze fell on Emily, and in that instant, his irritation turned to heartache. Emily was hugging Wendong from behind, dragging her back while continuously calling her name. "Enough, stop it now." Xiaoyu's gaze swept over the documents on the table. He quickly walked to the table, slammed the documents down twice, and coldly said, "All of you stop." His command was like turning off the master switch for everyone's voices, and the conference room instantly fell silent. A few people halted their movements. The disheveled Qin Yu collapsed onto the floor, and both Yi Yinyu and Zhang Qian, who were holding her, simultaneously let go of their grip, though she still shot them a fierce glare. The two pretended not to see it. Emily frowned tightly as she looked at Wendong, noticing the varying lengths of bloody scratches on the back of her hand and neck, clearly indicating how viciously Qin Yu had attacked her. Just looking at it made her feel pain. In contrast, Qin Yu, aside from her messy hair, showed no visible injuries on her skin. She had indeed protected herself well. She looked at Xiaoyu, hoping he would stand up for Wendong, but found him staring expressionlessly at Qin Yu. Emily couldn't help but frown in confusion, wondering what he was thinking and why he was staring at her so intently. Just now, she had been too focused on stopping the agitated Wendong to catch what she had said. Xiaoyu slammed the folder he was holding onto the table and asked coldly, "Do you all think this conference room is a dojo?" Wendong remained silent, lowering her head in a tone full of remorse. "I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now." However, the other party showed no signs of repentance. Qin Yu let out a cold laugh, then got up from the ground, pointing at Wendong with an air of superiority as she complained to Xiaoyu. She started first. As she spoke, she picked up the folder that Wendong had thrown at her earlier. "She hit me with this without any explanation." This time, Xiaoyu didn't even glance at Qin Yu or the item in her hand. He turned to Wendong and asked, "Is what she said true?" Wendong's head drooped even lower. During Xiaoyu's questioning, Qin Yu had already tidied her hair. She suddenly changed her attitude, putting on a victim's facade, deliberately getting close to Xiaoyu, tugging at his sleeve, and speaking in a soft, aggrieved tone, with so many eyes in the conference room, of course. "I'm telling the truth." Seeing this version of Qin Yu made Yi Yinyu feel nauseous while also relieved that he had escaped her targeting. Now, Qin Yu's target was Xiaoyu. Su Weiwei beside them was stunned, realizing that this woman was playing the green tea bitch role to perfection. Did she think everyone was blind? The injuries on Wendong's arm were all from her nails. Mo Li's gaze had been fixed on the hand that Qin Yu was holding on to Xiaoyu since the moment she grabbed him. Why hasn't he shaken it off yet? Seeing that Xiaoyu didn't shake her off, Qin Yu glanced at Mo Li, feeling a surge of triumph in her heart. She continued in a whiny tone, "I was bullied for no reason. Team leader Xiao, you must seek justice for me." Xiaoyu curled his lips in indifference. "Do you take me for one of those brainless fools?" After saying that, he swung his long arm in a dismissive gesture, not forceful, but seemingly heartless, easily shaking off Qin Yu's hand. This shake caused Qin Yu to freeze, and before she could react further, Xiao Yu spoke again, but not to her. He stepped up to Wendong. The statement you made earlier, what is the basis for it? With her head down, Wendong saw his toes pointing at her and looked up in confusion. What statement? Xiao Yu pointed behind him without looking back. Her new idea was exchange for your senior sisters. At this, Qin Yu's face turned pale instantly. When did Wendong ever say such a thing? How come she didn't hear it? Zhang Qian, what is her new idea? Xiao Yu asked again, suddenly called out. Zhang Qian was still recalling the earlier chaos, but quickly responded. Qin Yu mentioned in the report that we could use robots equipped with all human senses to replace Team Leader Yu in the cosmic practice of the dual universe theory. He paused, hesitating as he glanced at Yi Yin Yu. We all thought this idea was very novel and had high feasibility. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the discussion, they started. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, displeased, questioning. What do you mean we started? She started first. I was just defending myself. Defending yourself? Emoli stepped in front of Wendong, speaking firmly. She is hurt worse than you. Xiao Yu glanced at the bloodstains on Wendong's hand and neck. What you call self-defense has clearly exceeded the legal limits. You two were fighting each other. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu turned her face away in defiance. As for the robot idea, Xiao Yu looked at Qin Yu. Are you sure it originated from you? Qin Yu's pupils trembled slightly. She turned back, feeling guilty. How could it not be mine? If it's not mine, whose could it be? Xiao Yu tilted his head slightly towards Li's position. It's hers. What does that have to do with her? Qin Yu exclaimed. Have you all been drugged by her? Why do all the men side with her? Qin Yu was agitated. This is my idea, my report, mine. Yi Yin Yu, Zhang Qian, and Su Huihui all looked bewildered, wondering why Xiao Yu was so adamant that the new idea belonged to Li. Xiao Yu stopped looking at her and directed his gaze at the others. The first time I heard this idea was last night when Li mentioned it. And from Wendong's words, I learned that this report was exchanged for a video from Li, and it was a forged video. Qin Yu refused to admit it. I don't know what you're talking about. The report is mine, and the one you should be grateful to is me, not her. Xiao Yu turned away from her and faced Li, his gaze landing on her side waist. Following his line of sight, she raised her hand and discovered a cut had appeared on the back of her hand at some point, with blood already coagulated. Only then did she feel the pain registering. I'll take you to the medical room to treat your wound. Here, I'll contact Chief Bai to handle it. After saying this, he didn't give her time to react and wrapped his arm around her shoulder to lead her away, as if she had sustained a serious injury that rendered her unable to move by herself. Su Huihui looked at Qin Yu with disgust and turned to Wendong. Let's go. You should quickly deal with your wound too. If it festers, it won't be good. Qin Yu was furious. Chapter 68. Apology in the director's office. The surrounding air was overshadowed by the gloom emanating from the owner. Bai Lingjun sat in the main seat, looking serious, with his hands clasped on the redwood desk in front of him. Qin Yu didn't dare to breathe. The usually docile Wendong was also bowing her head, waiting for the verdict. As the team leader, Xiao Yu calmly narrated the incident. Bai Lingjun sighed heavily. Qin Yu, it's you again. The difficulty in your tone was gone. How long has it been since the last incident? And now you're back here, because of a dispute with other employees? Qin Yu became anxious upon hearing this. Quickly trying to clear her name, Director Bai, this time it really wasn't my fault. She started it by throwing things at me without any explanation. She stomped her feet in frustration, clearly not as composed as last time, losing the confidence of having the upper hand. Xiao Yu glanced at her indifferently, stating in a low voice, this morning at the meeting, Qin Yu proposed a new idea regarding the dual universe plan, and I can confirm that it was obtained through illegal means from Li. What? How can you prove that? Qin Yu exclaimed, nearly losing her mind. Couldn't it be that she heard it from me? How can you be so sure that I stole her idea? Wendong glared at Qin Yu with disdain. You're just a stubborn duck. Shut up. Who do you think you are to speak here? You little secretary. You're nothing but a lackey. Qin Yu's words were completely merciless. Who knew that this scolding would completely ruffle Bai Lingjun's feathers? He slammed the table, stood up, and angrily pointed at Qin Yu. Shut up. Wendong was after all one of his subordinates, and scolding him was tantamount to not giving him face, which was no different from directly insulting him. We're doing scientific research. How can you act like this? He had completely lost patience with Qin Yu and didn't want to endure any longer. Qin Yu wanted to argue further, but was silenced by Ling Juan's furious shout. Enough. Xiao Yu said, I've watched the video you sent to Mo Li. The editing is poor, not to mention the shooting technique. Although an average person might not see the flaws at a glance, I can assure you that if this continues, I won't let you off easily. Qin Yu, who felt indirectly threatened, fell silent, her anger bubbling under the surface, finally daring to be furious but unable to speak. She turned her face away, unwilling to look at anyone, as if she could ignore the threat if she pretended she hadn't heard it. Ling Juan shivered at Xiao Yu's last words. Although his expression was unchanged, the unknown potential behind those words was even more frightening. To be honest, he truly believed that if Qin Yu dared to make any unwritten moves against Mo Li again, that young man would really make her regret it. After all, this was the second time, and even he, as an ordinary superior, couldn't stand it, let alone Xiao Yu. The air thickened for a moment as Ling Juan deliberated internally, wondering if he should just fire Qin Yu. This was already the second time, and there were injuries involved. If he continued to endure, who knows what might happen. But the pressure from above. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was really too difficult. He felt like he wasn't human at all. I'll put out there today. Ling Juan cast a stern gaze at Qin Yu. This is the last time. If there's a next time, even the King of Heaven can't save you. Qin Yu didn't want to retort any further and angrily turned to leave. Wait, Ling Juan said sharply. Did I let you go? Qin Yu closed her eyes, bit her lip tightly, and reluctantly turned back. Ling Juan glanced briefly at Xiao Yu before saying, You still owe Mo Li an apology. Seeing her unwillingness to comply, Ling Juan looked at Xiao Yu, who twitched his lips and quickly added, If you want to keep your job, go apologize. Qin Yu wasn't stupid. She caught the look Ling Juan gave Xiao Yu, although she didn't know why. Even Bureau seemed to show some respect towards him, so she had no courage to provoke someone who had threatened her not long ago. But out of concern for her pride, since when Dong was still watching, she replied with an unfriendly tone, I know. After saying that, she turned to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened the door, the person she was about to apologize to was waiting outside. Qin Yu cursed silently in her heart, while steeling herself to walk towards her. She stopped only when she was about a meter away. The moment she stood still, she heard uneven footsteps behind her. She knew they were definitely supervising her apology. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. I apologize. I shouldn't have taken credit for your work. I'm just not as lucky as you to have a capable and powerful backing. Although her tone was not sincere, sounding casual and even a bit sarcastic, she managed to get through it without being called back by Ling Juan to apologize again. Mo Li tilted her head slightly in the direction Qin Yu was leaving. Her attitude was hard to accept, but for now, to avoid further escalation, she suppressed her feelings. Encountering someone like that was like being bitten by a mad dog. Next time, she would definitely repay her tenfold and let her see the King of Hell. When Dong, behind her, looked at Qin Yu's back and snorted coldly, Bad woman, she won't end well. Although when Dong spoke very softly, Ling Juan still heard it. He hissed and clicked his tongue at her, Don't randomly insult people. I haven't dealt with you yet. The small Wendong lowered her head, realizing that she hadn't yet faced the consequences for her mistake. You're still so young and learning to fight. You might as well endure it. Bureau, I'm sorry. I just couldn't help but feel wronged when someone slandered me, which is why I got overly emotional. Xiao Yu didn't listen any further, but instead walked briskly towards Mo Li. Does your hand still hurt? He lowered his head slightly to look at her. The atmosphere around him completely different from before in the director's office. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Her gaze fell on Wendong, her brows slightly furrowing. The one who got hurt worse is still over there being reprimanded. Is the meeting still going on? She asked. Let's talk about it tomorrow. We're going home. He naturally wrapped an arm around her shoulder, only to be instinctively blocked by her. Home. She momentarily doubted her hearing. What home? Who has a home with you? I'll take you home. He didn't feel anything wrong, looking at her as if it was the most natural thing in the world. You must have stayed up all night finishing the report. Go home and rest. As the team leader, I'm giving you a day off today. Mo Li then directly pushed his hand away, her little expression so sincere it made him laugh. You not only question my work efficiency, but also force me to skip work? Then can you come back in the afternoon? It's not good for you to be exhausted, and it's not good for everyone either. Just your idea is enough to make me feel hopeful for the future. You're very important. Chapter 69. Frustration in a small conference room in Building B of the Aerospace Bureau. Due to a previous war that sparked everyone's imagination, the rest of the people became curious and gathered around after Xiao Yu and the others left, leading to a disarray that still remained in the room. Zhang Qian and Yi Yinyu entered with a cup of coffee each. After a sigh, Zhang Qian's voice followed. I really didn't expect this. I thought Yu just liked to gossip behind people's backs, but who knew she would do something like this and be publicly humiliated by the newly appointed team leader? Yi Yinyu snorted, recalling the years he had been harassed by her, feeling resentful that Xiao Yu hadn't appeared sooner to deal with her. She deserves it. If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. They both placed their coffees on the table and began to clean up the mess in unison. Hearing Yi Yinyu say that, Zhang Qian looked a bit surprised. Really? She's so heartless? At least she pursued you for so long. Even if you're not interested, shouldn't you feel a bit sorry for her? Public humiliation, he said, making a fearful expression. Although Qin Yu has a thicker skin than a city wall, she is still a girl. TSK, TSK, TSK. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to handle it. But I'm not the kind of person who would steal someone else's intellectual property. Yi Yinyu rolled his eyes at him as he set down his chair. Just because she pursued me, I have to feel sorry for her? Do you think it's great to have her chase you? Stop talking about it. I'm annoyed just recalling it. Zhang Qian pouted and didn't say anything more. He wasn't unaware of Qin Yu's tricks. It caused quite a stir, and as the person involved, even if he did nothing, he would still be subjected to various gazes and hear all sorts of unwanted comments. After cleaning up a bit, they both sat down, and Yi Yinyu looked around the empty seats in front of them, suddenly frowning. But why does it feel like someone is missing today? Zhang Qian noticed and pouted. Oh, right. I remember the new girl, Xiao Ning. His connection with Ning Tianpei was neither deep nor shallow. He had mostly been the one to guide her when she first joined the bureau. As for why the new girl was assigned to him, he still hadn't figured out. Was T had said that she was under Mo Li's supervision? Right, Ning Tianpei. Whenever Ning Tianpei was mentioned, a vague discomfort surged within Yi Yinyu. At first, it was just a bad impression due to Mo Li, but later it was because of Ning Tianpei's inscrutable subtle expressions and his instinctual seventh sense as a man. Although they had nearly zero conversations since returning from Antarctica, they were still in the same group, seeing each other every day. During these days, he occasionally paid attention to Ning Tianpei, even though he didn't know why he was doing so. To be honest, after secretly staring at Ning Tianpei several times, he felt that something was wrong with him. It was one thing to look at women, but why was he constantly fixating on a man? Seeing Yi Yinyu lost in thought at an inappropriate moment, Zhang Qian's inner gossip instinct kicked in. He leaned over the table, nudged him with his arm, and raised an eyebrow with a smile. What are you thinking about? Yi Yinyu flinched suddenly from the contact, as if pulled abruptly from his thoughts. What did you just say? Upon seeing Yi Yinyu's reaction, Zhang Qian felt there was definitely a story to uncover. You have no interest in Qin Yu. Could it be because of... Zhang Qian exaggeratedly covered his mouth, his raised eyebrows seemingly questioning Yi Yinyu's sexual orientation. Initially, Yi Yinyu looked confused, but once he realized, he instinctively punched Zhang Qian without thinking. This punch not only demonstrated his masculine toughness, but also earned Zhang Qian a howl of pain. You're crazy. I'm perfectly normal. Zhang Qian exclaimed in pain, then asked, then why did you look so deep in thought when I just mentioned Xiao Ning? You look like you were heartbroken or something. Yi Yinyu glared at him and clicked his tongue. Heartbroken my ass. If you lose your job one day, you definitely can't go tell fortunes. You'd get beaten to death. Jobless? Whether I can live to 3 months later is another matter, Zhang Qian said casually, without a hint of sadness or reluctance. Perhaps it was because he was unburdened and used to solitude. After hearing this, Yi Yinyu slowly turned his head and looked at him, feeling that this was quite a roller coaster of a conversation. He gazed out the window at the dark clouds and said flatly, I believe Mo Li. Zhang Qian looked at him. His earnest expression was reminiscent of a melancholic, non-mainstream look from a 45-degree angle, which made Zhang Qian chuckle. Stop thinking about Mo Li. She didn't like you before, and now that she has team leader Xiao, Your chances are practically zero. Yu suddenly turned back and glared at him. Shut up. No one thinks you're mute if you don't talk. This guy had a real knack for provoking others, although he didn't want to admit it. What Zhang Qian said was indeed hard to refute. Zhang Qian cheerfully took out his phone. I'll call Xiao Ning. Go ahead, but don't tell me anything useless. Yu replied irritably. Why are you so angry? Do you have a grudge against him? Zhang Qian paused for a moment while operating his phone, then looked up with suspicion. Hey, is there really something going on between you and Xiao Ning? Why do you act so out of character when I mention him? Yu nonchalantly shrugged. Don't make things up. I'm targeting you. Zhang Qian pursed his lips, speechless. Just as he was about to put the phone to his ear, the conference room door was pushed open. You're still here, came the voice of Xiao Yu. Perfect timing. Let us continue the meeting. Behind him were Mo Li, Wen Dong, and Su Hui, with Huang Qiming also arriving. Team leader, did Ning Tianpei ask you for leave? Zhang Qian asked. Ning Tianpei didn't come? Did something happen in the lab? A brief thought flashed through Xiao Yu's mind, but he quickly replied, no. Oh good, I was just about to call him. Let me ask. Sure. Yu looked at Wen Dong. The scratches on her arms were too conspicuous, causing his heart to tremble. He hurriedly asked, are you okay? Junior sister? Qin Yu is really ruthless. Wen Dong smiled politely. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Where's Qin Yu? He climbed onto the table, lowering his voice intentionally. She should be fired this time, right? Wen Dong cautiously glanced at Mo Li, but said nothing. Yu, who was perceptive, stopped speaking because he sensed another unfriendly gaze directed at him, coming from Xiao Yu. To avoid the impending disaster, he quickly turned to Zhang Qian, who had just finished the call, and shifted the topic. Did Ning Tianpei answer the phone? What did he say? Zhang Qian shrugged. It rang for a long time, but no one picked up. Let us handle the absenteeism, Xiao Yu said indifferently, looking at Mo Li, his gaze softening and a faint smile appearing. Let us begin. Mo Li nodded, got up from her seat, and approached the podium, while Xiao Yu returned to his seat. She didn't touch the computer or take the projector remote. She just started speaking. After all, she wasn't like Qin Yu. Her report was all materialized from her brain. I don't know where Qin Yu's left off in my report, so I will start from the beginning. With that, she picked up a marker and stood next to the whiteboard. She wrote robot with all human sensory nerves with an arrow pointing to substituting Xiao Yu to validate the dual universe theory. The idea for the robot came from a conversation with team leader Xiao last night. The reason I oppose the plan mentioned by team leader Xiao at the first meeting is that I believe it is not well thought out. Not only is it unfeasible, but also carries considerable risk. She paused, then self-rejected. No, it shouldn't even be called a plan. She criticized Xiao Yu for lacking consideration and being foolish. Hearing this slander, everyone exchanged glances, seemingly thinking, as expected of Mo Li, fearless and willing to risk her life as the leader of the Aerospace Bureau. When they looked at the criticized person, they found that he showed no displeasure. Instead, he was warmly gazing at the person on the podium who was scolding him. Seeing this scene, Yu felt a deeper sigh in his heart. As she circled the word sensory nerves on the whiteboard, she continued, to ensure Earth's survival from the asteroid impact in 3 months, we must first verify the dual universe theory proposed by team leader Xiao. Before we can validate this theory, we must clarify our thoughts and decide what actions to take to practice it. The conference room fell silent. Perhaps it was from the moment she began speaking. A serious atmosphere permeated the air, and everyone held their breath to listen. Computer technology and aerospace technology emerged almost simultaneously. They were like two legs propelling humanity into the future. However, due to multiple factors, these two legs showed a significant developmental imbalance. Mo Li wrote computer technology and aerospace technology on the whiteboard and drew a greater than sign between them. We all know that computer technology has developed to a high level, such as artificial intelligence, allowing robots to directly replace human work through commands input by humans. The only gap between them and humans is that they cannot think independently. In other words, we can replace the humans in Team Leader Zhao's failed plan with robots equipped with human senses, so that data can be transmitted back to Earth through the robots to determine if the dual universe theory is merely a hypothesis. This substitution is not only effective and safe, but most importantly, we 1T struggle in vain and die like headless flies after losing team leader Xiao. After listening, everyone turned their gaze again to team leader Xiao, who had been criticized several times. His expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of displeasure. The person involved spoke up, and the others discreetly averted their eyes. He said that everyone could raise any doubts they had. Emomi gave him a faint glance and continued. That concludes my general explanation of the proposed replacement plan. After the meeting, I will return to the office and send you the analysis report I worked on overnight for your consideration. It contains detailed information, as well as similar experiments of robots replacing humans that were previously proposed but not implemented, which can help you better understand my ideas. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Yinyu, who had been staring at her since she started talking, began clapping his hands, his face unable to hide his admiration. Indeed, this was someone who could be both liked and respected by him. Good. Great idea. Emomi, you are amazing. His praise, accompanied by applause, reached Emomi's ears. After this, the others couldn't help but join in the applause. When Dong quietly gave Emomi a thumbs up, and she nodded and smiled in return. Once the applause subsided, Zhang Qian said, "This is a proper explanation. Earlier, Qin Yu spoke so hesitantly that anyone listening wouldn't know if she had a speech impediment." At this remark, everyone looked over. Yi and Yu kicked him under the table. "You really know how to pick the wrong moment." Zhang Qian shrugged. "What's wrong? I'm just indirectly praising Emomi." "Hey, let's not bring up unhappy things," Huang Qiming interjected. "Lili, your idea is really good. It's much better than Xiao Yu's." Xiao Yu silently pulled a long face, feeling injured multiple times in just half an hour. However, Emomi's expression showed hesitation. "What's wrong?" Xiao Yu was the first to react. She glanced at everyone, silently returned to her seat, and placed her hands on the table in a respectful manner. "I've roughly estimated that this plan will require a significant amount of funding. Just for the robots alone, it has already. Moreover, it's not just a funding issue. The future workload will also be quite heavy. If we decide to start implementing this plan, we will need to bring in more team members. And this plan will also have the risk of being made public." Upon hearing this, everyone gradually realized the limitations that this matter would bring. "We shouldn't have to worry too much about funding, right?" Zhang Qian said. "Don't we have a big backer?" "The big backer seems very enthusiastic about public welfare. If the director communicates with him, it shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, if we don't implement this plan, the Earth will likely face extinction in 3 months. He has money but no life to spend it on, right?" Xiao Yu glanced at Zhang Qian. Unfortunately, he thought the big backer is only thinking about self-preservation. What's wrong? Noticing Xiao Yu's gaze briefly on him, Zhang Qian straightened his back instantly, feeling he might have said something wrong. Emomi looked at Xiao Yu, thinking that Zhang Qian wasn't entirely wrong. Instead of raising funds through donations from society, it would be better to directly ask Song Zikan for help. After all, from a time perspective, this is the fastest way. If the robots cannot be successfully developed in a short time, then they need to leave enough time to research the next solution to save the world. Huang Qiming noticed Xiao Yu's hesitation and thought he was too shy to bring this up with Director Bai. So he quickly said, "Let me talk to Old Bai about this." Seeing Xiao Yu remain silent, Zhang Qian called out, "Team Leader Xiao?" Only then did Xiao Yu raise his eyes to look over. His concern wasn't about face, but rather that he felt Song Zikan would not agree to fund their plan. "All right, let's leave the funding to Uncle Huang to communicate. If he doesn't agree, we'll have to think of other ways." Additionally, regarding manpower, he glanced at everyone. "Do you have any recommended candidates? They must be discreet enough to minimize the risk of information leaks." At that moment, Yi Yinyu suddenly snapped his fingers, excitedly saying, I know. We can have those newcomers sign confidentiality agreements. ISNT that how they do it in movies." After saying this, he looked proud, waiting for praise. "Confidentiality agreements absolutely need to be signed," Xiao Yu replied. "But did you not see in those movies that right after signing a confidentiality agreement, someone on the other side betrays the organization for personal gain?" Yi Yinyu lowered his head. About that. "I have an idea," Xiao Yu said. "Does anyone know Professor Liu Shirun? I believe his approach to handling matters is very similar to mine, and his experience could help us avoid pitfalls in many unknown areas." At that moment, another person who knew Professor Liu Shirun spoke up excitedly. Upon hearing the name, Yi Yinyu couldn't help but smile, clapping his hands in delight. I wholeheartedly support this. Professor Lu Shirun was my university teacher, and he is truly admirable. His thirst for knowledge is definitely among the best in our group. I met him once in Antarctica, and even though he is older, he traveled all the way to Antarctica just to see that giant rock from outer space up close. This is probably the highest realm of a researcher. I doubt that when I grow old, I could do what Professor Lu does. Trekking through mountains and rivers just to see a broken rock. Zhang Qian beside him couldn't help but joke, "You might not even live to be old." This remark naturally earned him a fierce glare from Yi Yinyu. Emomi pondered before speaking. I have interacted with Professor Lu Shirun a few times. She glanced at Yi Yinyu and smiled with acknowledgement. I also hope to have the opportunity to work with this respected scholar. She paused, hesitating. Will he agree to come? Before she finished speaking, her gaze fell on the person who brought up this topic. Responding to her gaze, Xiao Yu smiled lightly. Didn't Yi Yinyu say that Professor Lu is a person with a strong thirst for knowledge? I estimate that as soon as he hears about the situation here, he'll be eager to come help. The others were taken aback. Team leader Xiao always had a good expression when looking at Emomi. Thanks to Emomi, Yi Yinyu's name was also mentioned with a smile by team leader Xiao. As if sensing the peculiar gazes from others, Xiao Yu's smile faded at that moment. He continued calmly. If no one has any objections, I will formally extend an invitation to Professor Lu Shirun to join our organization. Everyone shook their heads, indicating they had no objections. They all understood Professor Lu Shirun's status in the scientific community. It would be a great thing for such a respected scholar to join. Who would refuse? Actually, Emomi looked up at everyone, hesitating to speak. Putting everything else aside, Qin Yu is quite efficient in analyzing and comparing data. Her implication was that she hoped Qin Yu could return to the team, which everyone could naturally understand. When Dong whispered in dismay, "Sister, why are you still thinking about that crazy woman?" Emomi gently patted Wen Dong's hand to comfort him, while also feeling embarrassed for bringing up Qin Yu's name, as no one in the room wanted to hear that name. Huang Qiming cleared his throat twice. Let's each observe the manpower situation first and discuss nominations at the next meeting. How about that? Everyone nodded in agreement. Although they had worked together for many years, it was difficult to fully understand each other, making it hard to immediately trust one another. Yi Yinyu slowly spoke. You guys say if we could grab someone's handle like in the movies, then that person would be utterly devoted to the organization. Zhang Qian beside him rolled his eyes. What a pity you don't have any handles in our hands. What if one day you betray us? Am I that kind of person? TSK. People's hearts are hard to read. Who knows if you are or not? Stop saying nonsense. Zhang Qian turned his ear. Quickly leave a handle to save your life. Yi Yinyu immediately kicked over the chair of the other person, shouting, "Get lost." Xiao Yu watched all this, not because he wanted to reprimand them for maintaining order, but because he himself was the one who had been caught by a handle, forced to do things for conspirators. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Forget it, anyway. That cunning old fox-song Zekin couldn't outsmart him in terms of intelligence. At this moment, Zhang Qian's phone suddenly rang, and the same alarm could be heard in the observation cabin. This sound made everyone who had been in the observation cabin alert. The last time they heard this sound, it was to inform them that human civilization only had 3 months left to live. But soon they realized this was not the observation cabin. Yi Yinyu hurriedly cursed, "Damn, are you sick? Why use this ringtone of all things?" Emomi expressed that he also wanted to curse, feeling a false alarm after which only eye-rolling remained. Under the angry glares of the crowd, Zhang Qian took out his phone, and before he could explain that it was because his phone was connected to the observation cabin's computer system, the message displayed on his phone interrupted his thoughts. Geological activity has occurred in the largest active volcano on Io. After saying this, he raised his eyes towards Emomi, only to see her straightening up, and by the time others reacted, her figure had already disappeared outside the conference room. Io, another name for it, is the closest of Jupiter's 4 Galilean moons and is the most geologically active moon in the solar system, with nearly 400 active volcanoes. The surface environment is extremely harsh, with frequent supervolcanic eruptions and strong earthquakes, resulting in a relatively short surface morphology shaping cycle. The news sent back from the observation cabin is also closely related to the robotic plan proposed by Emomi. In the conference room, several people had rushed out, leaving only Wendong and Su Huihui. Su Hui's usual work scope was limited to Earth, and although she understood why they were so nervous after hearing the alarm, she couldn't empathize with their feelings. After all, she could only be anxious if she went over, and she did not have access to the observation cabin. So ultimately, she really couldn't help much. Hence, they were now slowly waiting to walk out with the even more clueless Wendong. Just as all these events unfolded, it unknowingly reached lunchtime. Hui, Wendong said, while hugging the tablet, recording the meeting minutes. Do you think they are in such a hurry to get there because the disaster came earlier than expected? She tilted her head and speculated, but just now, looking at their expressions, besides surprise, they seemed to have a bit of joy. Is there hope for us? Let's not discuss things we are unsure about. Su Hui said, placing her finger on her lips in a gesture. At this moment, they had already stepped into the corridor, and two colleagues were approaching them. Wendong obediently pursed her lips and fell silent. After the two employees passed them, they began to mutter, especially noticeable due to the purple medicine on Wendong's skin. The incident of her fighting with Qin Yu in the conference room had spread throughout the entire Aerospace Bureau in less than a morning, and various differing versions had emerged. Wendong turned around in displeasure to teach them a lesson, but fortunately, Su Hui was quick to stop her, deliberately raising her voice. Don't bother with those gossipers. The two immediately fell silent and unconsciously quickened their pace. After giving them a glare, Wendong complained, it's so annoying. When did our bureau become so gloomy? It's all Qin Yu's fault. You can see gossipers everywhere. All right, don't be angry. We have nothing to fear with a clear conscience. Those gossipers will get their comeuppance. Su Hui patted her back to comfort her, asking with concern, does your wound still hurt? Wendong pouted, feeling wronged it hurts. Su Hui found it amusing to look at Wendong. Her figure and personality made Su Hui feel that she was a little sister who needed protection and love. However, this little sister sometimes acted like a little devil when provoked. I'll buy you extra pearls in your milk tea later, and it won't hurt anymore. Wendong's smile became rich and vibrant, clearly having just been frowning in pain a second ago. Let us bring them lunch too. They probably don't have the mood to eat right now. Wendong happily made an okay gesture. Her sincere expression as if she had just taken on the heavy responsibility of saving the country. No problem. Meanwhile, in the observation cabin, Mi was confirming the information sent back from the space monitor, while Xiaoyu, Yu, and Zhang Qian followed closely behind. Huang Qiming had gone to discuss funding issues for the plan with Bai Lingjun. Xiaoyu looked at Mi, who was frowning, and quickly asked, has it started? As an unofficial researcher, he had some understanding of Io. Although volcanic eruptions were frequent on Io, according to records, during one inconspicuous eruption, an energy not present on Earth was detected. Unfortunately, humanity currently cannot set foot on Io to study its energy, and can only analyze it through the wavelengths sent back by the monitor, hoping that this energy could be captured once more by the monitor. Currently, this space monitor cannot send real-time data back. When this monitor was sent into space, humanity's space science and technology were not advanced. So the information they saw now had taken a day to return to Earth. This is similar to how people always see lightning before they hear thunder. There are limitations to the speed of propagation for any material, including sound and light. Many historical records document meteor showers, some of which began occurring tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. But what humanity can see with the naked eye or an optical telescope is often only visible tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years later. The information data they're seeing now actually pertains to events that occurred a day ago. This means that at this moment, the largest active volcano on Io may have already erupted. The data shows it has not. After carefully confirming the data, Mi finally sat down. Zhang Qian and Yu also inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Qian curiously asked Mi, I never understood why you were so nervous about those volcanoes on Io. Although I know about that unknown energy, it has been decades since then, and there hasn't been another occurrence of the same energy. Is there any special reason for your concern? Mi remained silent, her tightly knit brows seemingly telling them not to attempt to interrupt her thoughts. Xiaoyu focused on the data on the screen, then glanced at the person on the chair, suddenly having a brainwave. You're not thinking about the possibility of energy replacement, are you? She raised her eyes, her expression full of unmistakable joy, as if to say, only you understand me. You think it's possible, right? Yi Yin and Zhang Qian exchanged confused glances. Indeed, their intelligence levels were not on the same wavelength, making communication a challenge. How could this be related to energy replacement? It was not acceptable. Who would have thought that Xiao Yu would veto it outright? The two members of the drama-watching duo, Chi, curled their lips, revealing their specialized expressions for watching plays. Not to mention that we can't reach Europa. Even the monitoring devices that are supposed to keep an eye on it are transmitting delayed data, making it difficult to follow up in real time. Xiao Yu also didn't want to let her disappear directly. His tone was soft, like a consolation, saying that energy replacement was almost impossible. Mo Li's joy on her face didn't diminish at all. She suddenly stood up, but due to her height, she still had to look up at him. Of course, I thought of that, but we can create a device to absorb energy, something similar to solar panels. This distance. Yi Yin and Zhang Qian exclaimed in unison, both showing surprised expressions. Mo Li quickly glanced at them, thinking that one must always have ideas. What if it becomes a reality? If Song Zikan doesn't agree due to funding issues, we at least have a fallback, right? She pointed at the computer screen, which was completely free resources. Yi Yin poured cold water on it, saying, compare to this unknown energy that may not appear again for who knows how long. The probability of Song Zikan directly giving us money is obviously greater. Zhang Qian quickly echoed, and you don't even know if that energy can be used reasonably and safely. Chapter 73, Itinerary. After listening to their words, Mo Li wasn't discouraged. She looked at Zhang Qian and asked, your phone is connected to this computer system, right? Help me connect mine too. I want to keep up with everything happening on Io. As she spoke, before the other party could respond, she handed over her phone. Zhang Qian glanced at the other two men, actually focusing on gauging Xiao Yu's reaction. Ever since he noticed the ambiguous relationship between Xiao Yu and Mo Li, he told himself to be cautious with every interaction with Mo Li to avoid becoming an innocent victim of the situation. It's a small matter. I'll arrange that for you. After taking the phone, Zhang Qian sat down in front of the computer and started operating it. Mo Li stood behind him, waiting. Yi Yin turned back to his seat, thinking, it's over, there's no show to watch now. Xiao Yu lightly patted Mo Li's shoulder. The moment she turned around, she met his towering gaze. Let's go eat first. Food. Yi Yin perked up, glancing at the time. He realized it was already that time. I'm not hungry. You guys go ahead. As she spoke, she took back the phone Zhang Qian handed her. I want to look through the previous data on Io again. Let us eat first. I'll look at it with you when we come back. Did he just tacitly agree with his own thoughts? He had been denying her in various ways just moments ago. She shifted her thoughts, okay. Xiao Yu smirked. This time she agreed quickly and decisively. Indeed, women need to be coaxed, he thought. On the way, Yi Yin and Zhang Qian naturally followed behind the two, with Xiao Yu and Mo Li walking side by side in front. Mo Li turned her head to look up at him and asked, why did you suddenly change your mind and decide to go along with me? To trick you into coming to eat. She paused in her tracks, glaring at him while considering turning back. So you didn't change your mind at all and have no intention of helping me? Seeing her reaction, Xiao Yu couldn't help but laugh. Fearing she might really turn back, he quickly grabbed her arm and continued walking forward. He said confidently, you hope to get my advice. I want to take you to eat. It's a win-win, no problem there. The people behind them exchanged eye rolls, thinking, what is this, a dog slaughter scene? They shouldn't have come out. In the staff canteen, they merged with Wendong and Su Huihui, who had arrived earlier. Soon after, Huang Qiming also joined them with results in hand. Among them, Mo Li was the most worried about the outcome. Before Huang Qiming could sit down, with chopsticks still holding food, she hurriedly asked, how did it go? Did he agree? Old Bai called Song Zikan. It was the secretary who answered, and the secretary said he went abroad for a meeting. Huang Qiming placed his meal on the table before sitting down, using his detective mind. But I think he is deliberately avoiding us, isn't it? Usually the itineraries of such big figures are all transparent. I just checked online. As he spoke, he leaned in and waved his hand, signaling them to come closer, pretending to be mysterious. The whole table of people didn't want to miss out and leaned in to cooperate with him. Then he said in a low, firm voice, Song Zikan has no overseas schedule for the past week. Xiao Yu's expression darkened. It was indeed as he expected. To be honest, if Song Zikin had really agreed to this matter, he would have felt something was off. Mo felt a wave of disappointment, but soon thought of the IO she was trying to reach, and her mood brightened again. Upon hearing this, Yi Yinyu angrily slammed his chopsticks on the table, exclaiming, "Wow, that old fox is going too far." Zhang Qian couldn't help but chuckle and teased him. "When did you give people nicknames, Comrade Yi? Old fox, huh? Why not say it in front of him? You wouldn't dare say a word in front of him, but now you directly call him old fox." Yi Yinyu glared at him, quickly retorting, "It's just like I wouldn't directly call you an idiot in front of you." Su Wei, eating her meal nonchalantly, said, "There are always people who only think of themselves. In fact, anyone with eyes can see the truth." Although the famous director Song has been very generous towards the aerospace agency before, times have changed. She continued, "When disaster strikes, everyone flies their own way. We also don't have enough reason to condemn him." Hearing this, Yi Yinyu immediately became unhappy. "No, he can't escape Earth just with money, without our help. He is nothing. We are just suggesting mutual assistance. If he doesn't appreciate it, he will regret it." His arch-rival Zhang Qian raised a questioning voice again. "There are others who can help him besides us." I somewhat agree with Su Hui's statement. To be honest, in the years he has been funding us, we really haven't achieved much. All along, the receiving party has been us, and the funds he provided for various research were merely to shape his own image. Yi Yinyu angrily scolded, "You cold-hearted thing, can't you keep your elbows from turning outward?" Zhang Qian pursed his lips and continued eating in silence. During this time, Huang Qiming, as the elder, quietly listened to the children's discussion. "If you all put the excitement of your current discussion into serious matters, we might really be saved." As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. Yi Yinyu looked at him sincerely and promised, "Don't worry, Captain Huang. We'll bring this energy into serious matters." Huang Qiming shrugged off his hand, saying disdainfully, "Speak without touching, please." Mo was quietly and intently eating, seeming out of place at this table. While they were chatting and joking, she was constantly turning her mind, trying to come up with new funding plans. Completely unaware of Xiao Yu brushing against her arm several times. "Don't get distracted, just eat." Mo had rice grains at the corner of her mouth while looking at him. "I said I'd look at it with you after dinner. I wouldn't lie to you. Wouldn't it be better for you to think alone than for me to join?" Mo pondered. It made sense. Sitting across from them, Yi Yinyu felt a pang of bitterness. Why? Why can't this man with feelings be with Mo? Why did a high IQ, good-looking Cheng Yaojin suddenly appear out of nowhere? His gaze froze on Xiao Yu's face while chewing his food. At that moment, the delicious meal lost all its flavor. When Dong suspiciously rested his chopsticks against his mouth, "But isn't our plan supposed to be conducted in secret? Haven't we not yet communicated with Director Song? He might really have something going on." Hearing this, Xiao Yu thought of Ning Tianpei, who had not appeared until now. Yes, maybe this is not a coincidence. Could something really have happened? Chapter 74. New doubts. After when Dong's questioning voice fell, the air froze for a moment. "Junior sister, you are wrong to think that way." Breaking the silence was Yi Yinyu, who put down his chopsticks, seemingly about to make a long speech. "Look, through our Huang team's detective skills, we found that Song Zikin hasn't had any overseas travel this week. However, her secretary has a different story. We all know that a secretary's job is to follow the orders of their boss. They wouldn't risk losing their job to lie unless someone instructed them to do so. Therefore, we can conclude that Song Zikin has a motive to evade us. Furthermore, as the president of a multinational corporation, what can such a ruthless character not obtain? Whatever it is, if he wants it, he can definitely get it, including this operation that we all thought was a secret." At this point, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Leaning back in his chair, squinting his eyes, he unconsciously pointed at everyone one by one, his voice sounding somewhat anxious. "There aren't any undercover agents among you, are there?" Upon hearing this, everyone relaxed and rolled their eyes at him. Zhang Qian said, "We shouldn't expect you to spit out any useful information." Yi Yinyu was unconvinced. What? He pouted and picked up his chopsticks to eat again. Anything is possible. After dinner, everyone dispersed, and Xiao Yu and Mo walked side by side in the same direction. Mo turned her head up to look at him and said, Just now, when Yi Yinyu mentioned undercover agents, I paid special attention to Zhang Qian's expression. Are you suspecting Zhang Qian? Mo Li sighed and shook her head. Not now. In contrast to Mo Li's serious expression, Xiao Yu smiled. Trusting Zhang Qian, he said lightly, you're overthinking it. I think Yi Yinyu has a point. Song Zikin directly had his secretary refuse us, which likely means he knows the difficulties we are facing. He didn't refuse. As he spoke, he stopped in his tracks, his smile fading, replaced by a hint of worry. Ning Tianpei still hasn't shown up. I guess there must be something wrong in the research lab. Only then did Mo Li remember that there was still a person whose life and death were uncertain. She hesitated and said, shouldn't you go back and check? Even though she knew his working hours were only at night, she hoped his answer would be no, even if she was just asking out of politeness. However, the sudden thought that emerged made her shiver. If something happened in the research lab, why haven't they contacted you? It wouldn't be that they discovered you, would it? Xiao Yu gave her a relaxed smile, patting her head. No. Mo Li swatted his hand away, her face anxious. Song Zikin is someone who can do anything. Don't joke about it. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Mo Li stood there staring at him, her eyes seeming to tell him to stop smiling and joking. She was really scared. Seeing this, Xiao Yu quickly reined in his smile and, imitating her serious face, said, I'm serious. I'm such a meticulous person. I won't expose any flaws for others to take advantage of. Seeing that he was no longer joking, she felt a little relieved, but the previous chill had not completely disappeared. It probably wouldn't until they received a response from over there. Xiao Yu fulfilled his verbal promise and accompanied her to go through data for the entire afternoon. Even though he felt that the hope was slim, he still wanted to grant her a wish. Who knows, maybe luck would really come their way. From time to time, Xiao Yu would glance at the phone placed on the table, seemingly waiting for someone else's call. Mo Li, not blind, naturally noticed this. She tried to concentrate all her attention on the documents in front of her, but unfortunately, more than half of her thoughts were on who he was waiting for. At that moment, she elegantly closed the documents with a thud and said frankly, otherwise, you should go see what's going on. I can't concentrate with you here. Xiao Yu was taken aback, clearly startled by her sudden reaction, and blurted out instinctively, where to? To where you're needed. Xiao Yu glanced at the messy table covered in documents in front of him, a smile creeping onto his face. Clearly, they need me more here, right? You go ahead. I won't blame you. After saying this, she buried herself back into the pile of documents. Facing her seemingly comical back of the head, Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He coughed twice, pretending to be serious. If something really happens, wouldn't it be like a sheep entering a wolf's den if I go find Song Zikin myself? As soon as these words left his mouth, Mo Li raised her head in shock, her eyes filled with fear. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I said nothing will happen, so I definitely won't let anything happen to myself. Saying this, he stood up. Her gaze followed his movements upward, unconsciously shifting her feet onto the table, as if in the next moment he walked out, she would follow. I'm going out to make a call, he said. Mo Li remained silent, staring blankly as he walked out into the corridor, stopping and turning his back to her to take out his phone. Before Xiao Yu raised the phone to his ear, the contact displayed on the screen was Song Yin. He thought that after their last meeting, Song Yin would probably know Song Zikin's whereabouts better than he did. This call was to probe, even though he had not connected Ning Tianpei's absence with being discovered. Before he could think further, a woman's voice came from the other end. Song Yin was also surprised that he would contact her. This was their first conversation since that candid discussion. Where are you? Song Yin replied, at home. Although she felt a bit uncomfortable with him asking about her whereabouts right off the bat, considering Xiao Yu was a straightforward person, she didn't dwell on it. Has your father gone abroad? Yes. Song Yin was puzzled. How did he know? As far as she knew, Song Zikin's trip had not been made public. Realizing this, she suddenly understood. Xiao Yu was probably the one who knew her father best at this moment since he worked for him. Hearing this response, Xiao Yu was not surprised. This also explained the doubts raised by that phone call. Do you know what it's for? I'm not close with him. Song Yun's tone was indifferent, and she didn't seem unhappy. After obtaining the information he wanted, Xiao Yu politely thanked her and hung up. He looked out at the boundless sky, feeling new doubts arise within him. Why did Song Zikin suddenly go abroad? What could be more important than overseeing the construction of the exoplanet? Just as he was about to turn back, his dark eyes suddenly darkened as he thought of something. Chapter 75. Ready-made, Xiao Yu quickly returned indoors, bumping into M.O. Li's intense gaze. He candidly said, "I called Song Yun. Song Zikan does indeed have a trip abroad." M.O. Li frowned immediately upon hearing this. Going abroad at this time? Isn't he worried that while he's away, you might be doing something behind his back? Xiao Yu twitched his mouth. I'm very curious about what this matter could be that is more important than the exoplanet. Saying this, he began to operate his phone. He thought of the listening device he had secretly installed in Song Zikan's office. M.O. Li stared at his every move, filled with confusion, until Song Zikan's voice echoed in her ears. She exclaimed in surprise and fear, "You are illegally eavesdropping on Song Zikan?" The bigger picture is at stake. M.O. Li thought for a moment, and it made sense. She silently lowered her head, listening to the conversation coming from the phone. Mr. Song, the young master of the Min family, said that this cooperation can only be achieved if you visit in person. Such a tone, through the screen, both can feel the imposing manner of Song Zikan when he said this. The young master of the Min family has always been like this. Anyone who has a request of him must show up in person to prove their sincerity. The speaker is also unwilling to back down, guessing that this person should be someone sent by the young master of the Min family. After a moment of silence, Song Zikan's voice sounded again. "I will take care of domestic affairs and go to the United States to meet him tomorrow." Xiao Yu pressed her phone down on the table and asked M.O. Li, "Do you recognize this voice?" He shook his head, but the young master of the Min family he mentioned should be Min Yu, the only son of Min Xing, a giant in the underworld of M country. Min Yu? Xiao Yu looked at her with some surprise. M.O. Li clearly did not know this figure, but it was understandable. With her personality of being oblivious to the outside world, it was already surprising that she knew who Song Zikan was. Almost all cities in M country are filled with Min Xing subordinates. They have a large influence, and even the police respect them. I stayed in M country for a while before, and there was a rumor at that time. All potential criminals must get approval from Min Xing before committing a crime. Min Xing does this to divide the spoils and expand the family business. Potential criminals do this to avoid police threats after committing a crime, allowing them to evade the law. M.O. Li listened, dumbfounded, and couldn't help but feel grateful that she lived in a country ruled by law. It was such a fortunate thing. What about the government? Are they turning a blind eye to this? Xiao Yu nodded, otherwise. How could they have expanded from one city to occupying the entire country? M.O. Li sighed. Though it didn't concern her directly, she still felt sad for those oppressed and pitiful people. However, Min Yu seems to have no involvement in the family business, and Min Xing does not seem displeased at all, just allowing him to do what he wants. So now, Min Yu is a mechanical engineer focusing on aerospace research. Upon hearing this, M.O. Li immediately reacted, Song Zikan looking for Min Yu. Could it be that he has already suspected you? Xiao Yu glanced at her indifferently. It shouldn't be. He emphasized again, I am very careful. To be honest, he felt somewhat despondent inside. After all, this was not the first time she had questioned his methods. He did not want to be doubted, especially by her. M.O. Li seemed to realize that she had said something inappropriate. She cautiously pressed her lips together. I'm sorry. Xiao Yu looked at her with some surprise, but his dark eyes quickly returned to their usual calmness. Pretending nothing happened, he is likely looking for Min Yu to involve him in the construction of Alien Star. But I can't understand why he is in such a hurry. According to the current progress, it can be completed beyond expectations. M.O. Li was about to say something when Xiao Yu raised a finger to her lips. It's not because he suspects me. She silently pushed his hand away. I was going to say, it also doesn't rule out the possibility that he wants to complete it in a shorter time. So he's looking for ways to recruit high-tech personnel. Xiao Yu thought for a moment before speaking, his gaze falling on the clutter in front of him. In any case, he probably won't invest to assist the Aerospace Bureau anymore. It seems we can only rely on ourselves now. Xiao Yu noticed the dimness in her light brown eyes. He knew the hope was slim, but he still wanted to accompany her in searching for that one-in-a-million possibility. Do you think Ming Tianpei will go along? M.O. Li suddenly asked. Not sure. After saying that, he seemed to suddenly think of something and slowly said, at present, compared to Song Zikan, we can say we have no progress, only ideas, but we have not started taking action. M.O. Li glanced at him with a hint of sadness. Who doesn't T want to start? What I mean is, we can take what is readily available. What? Montag Li exclaimed. looking around vigilantly before leaning close to him and whispering, "Are you planning to steal Song Zekin's alien star?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu looked more surprised than she was. Only after seeing his expression did she realize she had misunderstood. She felt inexplicably embarrassed. "Didn't your bureau have a plan to launch a probe before?" "As far as I know, the testing experiments have been delayed for various reasons and haven't even started yet." Emily quickly nodded in agreement, and she soon realized, "You don't mean you want to directly replace the ship with this probe, do you?" Xiaoyu gave her a consenting look. "But the probe is still just a probe. There is so little space inside. No matter how you modify it, you can't fit a person in. Moreover, aside from the space issue, it technically isn't sufficient to replace the ship. Modifying it is faster than building it from scratch, right?" Xiaoyu patiently explained. "The robot you proposed is just a concept. We don't necessarily need a robot. The key is to have human-like sensory capabilities to help us analyze data and verify theories." Emily was instantly enlightened, her expression brightening in the next second. Unable to contain her excitement, she was about to stand up. "It seems we can start now." However, before Xiaoyu could respond, an urgent alarm sounded again. The two looked at the computer on the table in surprise. Detected very active geological activity. Emily looked at him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiaoyu rested one hand on the table, supporting his head, and said helplessly, "Does it have to use this alert tone? It sounds unsettling." Emily focused intently on the data popping up on the computer. At this moment, she could hardly hear anything else. "Aren't we starting?" Xiaoyu nudged her arm, puzzled. Just seconds ago, she had been lively, insisting on starting, but now it was as if she was nailed to the chair, waiting by that almost hopeless I.O. Emily glanced back at him. "This will definitely be useful." Chapter 76. Compromise miraculously during this volcanic eruption on Io. Energy that had only been detected once in decades appeared, just as Emily had hoped. However, what was even more unexpected was that this energy, which Emily briefly named graphene-2, released an amount second only to hydrogen sulfide during this eruption. Graphene is currently known as one of the materials with the highest mechanical strength, and graphene-2, this energy from a lifeless planet, surprisingly has a similar internal structure, which is why Emily chose to name it graphene-2. The optical response of graphene can tune electricity, and if a supercapacitor based on graphene can be manufactured cheaply, then the future issues of energy storage will no longer be a problem. After listening to Emily's explanation, Xiaoyu remained confused about the situation in front of him. The greatest advantage of electricity is that it can drive electric motors, which are much simpler and more reliable than internal combustion engines, and have high conversion efficiency. Electricity can also power electronic devices, which are irreplaceable in today's world that relies on computers and various chips. But electricity also has drawbacks, the biggest being that it is difficult to store. Upon hearing this, he finally understood why Emily was so obsessed with the volcano on Io. The supercapacitors made from graphene are extremely expensive. They could not possibly consider them in their plan. But now, an extremely large and seemingly inexhaustible similar product has appeared, and he could suddenly understand her concerns. "What you mean is, this planned voyage may last an unknown amount of time, so sufficient electricity is needed to ensure that data can be retrieved in a timely manner, right?" She looked at him with bright eyes and nodded. He smiled, then immediately put on a serious face. "I have a more practical question." He raised his chin and pointed to the computer in front of him that was constantly generating new data. "How do you plan to collect and utilize that energy that you can barely reach?" "Not needed right now." She still had a bright expression, as if this were not a difficult problem. "What do you mean?" "I know there is a device that can achieve this effect." As she spoke, she operated her phone and handed him the adjusted interface. This remote collection device had never been put into actual use, so who knew if it was really useful? What she showed him was just a paper on remote collection devices in the universe. And although the author was a well-known professor, someone he knew and had previously collaborated with on this paper, it was still just theory. It was useful, theoretically completely reasonable, with no flaws at all. The reason it had not been put into use so far was due to lack of funding. It couldn't be manufactured. He sighed deeply, patiently as if teaching a child how to do a math problem, saying that there is no completely reasonable theory. A theory is just a theory because it lacks practical experience and there is no data to reference. Moreover, the scope of this device's use is in the universe. A universe full of unknowns, where all sorts of unpredictable things can happen. Just as Emily was about to say something, he interrupted her, saying, "Even if you get past my hurdle, they might not support you." "I've already passed your hurdle," she didn't continue. "To be honest, although the probe isn't a real person, it's still a machine worth tens of millions. If something goes wrong, even if it's just a small variable, the probe will not be able to complete its initial mission." He continued, "I really think we shouldn't take this risk. Let us use a battery with a high safety factor. But you and I both know the size of the probe. Even if we install a few more as backups, it might not reach the closest black hole to Earth." She was unyielding. Expanding space or something is always better than feeling anxious. If the probe is lost on the way back, we won't even know where to find another one. Emily was determined, turning her dark eyes in an effort to think. As long as her thoughts didn't slip, there must be more solutions than difficulties. Xiaoyu glanced at his watch and said, "There is still more than half an hour until off work. Let us gather them for a meeting now. If all goes well, we can start the modification work on the probe tonight." However, the other party seemed to be oblivious to what he was saying. Continuing the previous topic, "You disagree now because this device lacks real data support, right? If I say I can get the data, does that mean I pass your hurdle?" Seeing she was still not giving up, he felt helpless but couldn't do anything to her. "Instead of spending time on your slim chances with the graphene too, why not just finalize the modification plan first, okay? One day." She pressed her finger in front of him, looking at him eagerly. "Just give me one day, and you can decide whether to reject or approve after tomorrow, okay?" The air froze for a few seconds. He looked at the finger in front of him, then turned his unfathomable black eyes to her, and he finally compromised. "One day." As he stood up to tidy the clutter on the table, he said in a low tone, "Now come with me to the meeting." But when he looked up again, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the back of her head. What echoed in his ears were the fading footsteps of her running away, and her words echoing in the corridor. "Time starts from now." He took out his phone to notify the team members about the meeting. When Ning Tianpei's call came in, he frowned instinctively and then answered. The first thing the other party asked was where he was. Xiaoyu arrived at the atrium of the district building of the space agency, where Ning Tianpei was sitting on a stone bench with an expressionless face, waiting for him with a document beside him. When he saw Xiaoyu, he politely stood up and nodded. Xiaoyu also nodded in response as he walked towards him. Their relationship was less tense than before. Whether in public or private, Xiaoyu's wariness towards Ning Tianpei was not as strong as it had been, probably due to their frequent interactions during this time. "You didn't come to work for a day. I considered it an absence," Xiaoyu said in a flat tone, but there was no hint of authority in his voice. "Sorry, something came up unexpectedly, but I've already clocked in and out." Ning Tianpei smiled, but it felt oddly unsettling, and he added, "I don't want Director Song to know I was absent without reason." Xiaoyu listened quietly, feeling suspicious. Moreover, they would see each other at DM Group in just 2 hours, so why arrange to meet at the space agency before work ended? And bring a document he wanted to rip open and investigate immediately? He pretended to be casual and glanced at the document placed between them, asking, "What did you call me for?" Chapter 77. If Ning Tianpei picked up the document placed between them and handed it to Xiaoyu without hesitation, speaking in a calm tone, "This is what Director Song instructed me to do before going abroad." Xiaoyu frowned slightly, silently taking it and flipping through it. Ammonium nitrate and other chemical substances came into view, with numbers marked next to these chemicals. This should be the purchase list that Song Zikan gave to Ning Tianpei. He guessed. You should have guessed what he wants to do, right? Ning Tianpei looked into the distance, his tone revealing a bitterness that was hard to decipher. He remained silent, simply closing the document and placing it back. Compared to this, he was more curious as to why Ning Tianpei wanted to tell him about this matter. After all, they were not familiar with each other, and their relationship had not reached the level where he would betray Song Zikan. To me, he is an employer I cannot resist, and I naturally have no right to influence or change his thoughts. All I can do is obey his orders, even if what is about to happen is not what I wish to see. If I don't do it, he will instruct others to do it, and the tragedy faced then will be one that no one can deal with. When Ning Tianpei said this, the melancholy displayed on his face seemed genuine, showing no hint of insincerity. Xiao Yu asked, "Is he going to use bombs to create chaos?" Although Xiao Yu is not an insider, he clearly knew that the list contained all the materials needed to make bombs. Ning Tianpei turned to look at him. The slight upward curve of his lips seemed to mock. He wants to dominate human fate, even if it means the destruction of Earth. He must be the leader of humanity at least once. As soon as he finished speaking, he completely let go, the smile at the corner of his mouth becoming increasingly unrestrained. This was the first time he publicly slandered Song Zikan. How ridiculous. Throughout this, Xiao Yu had been observing his expression, trying to find a flaw. So you are rebelling now? Rather than going against his heart and dancing with wolves, it's better to reveal his plan to those who also want to stop him. Seeing him silent, Ning Tianpei frankly said, "You must be worried I'm setting a trap for you." Xiao Yu never expected him to say it outright. In fact, he had considered the possibility of a double agent before he spoke, but he couldn't quite grasp the significance of his actions. Could it be to divert their attention, making them set aside what they were doing to stop Song Zikan? But judging by the current progress on both sides, Song Zikan had no need to do anything unnecessary. However, it was indeed not easy to believe that Ning Tianpei would choose to turn over a new leaf overnight, since he was preparing to make bombs. Why would he look for Minyu at this time? Upon hearing this, Ning Tianpei looked at him with some surprise, and Xiao Yu immediately realized he had let something slip. If Ning Tianpei was really acting, then his identity had already been exposed, and he could forget about being a spy for Song Zikan in the future. But to his surprise, Ning Tianpei would sincerely promise him in the next moment, "Don't be nervous, I won't say anything." Xiao Yu lowered his eyes, and his doubts about him did not dissipate because of this promise. Over the years, I have worked for him out of gratitude. It's somewhat ironic. My conscience, which had been long lost due to my wrongdoings, was unexpectedly awakened by his plan to massacre thousands. He stared blankly into the distance, murmuring that perhaps it would have been better if he had never saved me. Do you know why he wanted to find Minyu? Then let's test it out. Ning Tianpei withdrew his gaze and turned to him, saying he didn't know. He had left the matter of contacting Minyu to Feng Yuan and had never mentioned it to me. That big man who always wears a suit. Xiao Yu nodded thoughtfully. He had noticed the situation Ning Tianpei mentioned these past few days. Song Zikan's shadow had shifted from Ning Tianpei to Feng Yuan. No matter where Song Zikan went, a massive black figure always followed him. Did you spend the whole day shopping? Ning Tianpei hesitated, ultimately just responding lightly. A flash of him pressing a gun against his temple crossed his mind, his face contorted in inner turmoil, with dried tear stains at the corners of his eyes. If it weren't for Zhang Qian's phone call, he would probably have already turned into a cold corpse, discovered in his apartment who knows when. When he learned about Song Zikan's plan to slaughter thousands, he felt immense regret, imagining countless what-ifs. What if he hadn't helped Song Zikan deal with the enemies? Then this plan wouldn't have come about. What if he had resisted from the start? He wouldn't be burdened with guilt and contemplating ending his life now. What if he could distinguish right from wrong earlier, like Xiao Yu or Mo Li, realizing his life's value without living for others? His world certainly wouldn't be reduced to black and white like it is now. If only. Although I have no power to bring back those who lost their lives at my hands, I still want to cleanse the deep-seated guilt in my heart in another way. Xiao Yu listened quietly, no longer weighing the pros and cons, but beginning to feel pity for the person sitting beside him. If we both survive in 3 months, I will turn myself in and confess everything I've done over the years to the police, dragging Song Zikan down with me to serve our time. After saying this, Ning Tianpei smiled, as if he had been relieved of a burden. Who would have thought that the person listening to his inner turmoil would be Xiao Yu? At this moment, all Xiao Yu saw was an ordinary young man, full of both hope and fear for the future. I know you have grievances against me. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't easily trust someone who has stalked and eavesdropped on me either. Ning Tianpei couldn't help but mock himself. But I still hope you can let go of past grudges. You can maintain your attitude towards me, but I hope this process won't last too long. After all, we don't have much time left. With that said, Ning Tianpei stood up and left. Xiao Yu watched him walk away, feeling a sense of loss until that figure became smaller and disappeared around the corner. That night, Xiao Yu arrived at DM Group as usual. The car was parked, but the engine remained running for a long time. Lee had been unreachable since the afternoon, which made him worried. To verify the utility of that collection device, she had been working tirelessly in a laboratory at the city's research institute. Her phone rang countless times in her coat pocket, but she never heard it. It wasn't until the machine in front of her exploded with a sound that she snapped out of her focused concentration. The machine before her was a makeshift device she had created based on the principle of the collection device. Although she had no prior experience in this area, she believed that nothing was impossible if she just committed to it. However, the reality was a series of failures. She frowned at the wires sparking and burning, shrugging in frustration. This was the third time. Where had it gone wrong? She turned in her seat, reaching for her coat pocket hanging on the coat rack. Although she didn't know what Xiaoyu was doing, she needed help. Chapter 78. In the shadows, as soon as she dialed the phone, Emily hurriedly hit the red hang-up button. Her gaze was fixed on the top of the device, where a small light bulb suddenly lit up red. She paused for a moment. Success? Emily quickly connected her homemade simulation space device to the collection device, accidentally knocking over a water cup on the table in her fluster, spilling coffee everywhere. The principle of the simulation space device was to replicate the vacuum environment of the universe, injecting gases containing carbon elements to create a similar environment to that around Io, thus completing her ideal experiment. By connecting it to the collection device, she could determine whether this device had practical value by observing if it could collect the carbon gas from the simulation space device. Emily held her breath, her almond-shaped eyes wide, praying repeatedly in her heart. She didn't know how long had passed, but when her shoulders and neck began to ache, she realized she had been frozen like a statue for quite a while. She knew she couldn't observe the gas's movement with the naked eye, but she still wanted to witness a miracle without blinking. An hour later, she would test the gas in the collection bottle. If it contained carbon elements, it would mean the experiment was a complete success. Otherwise, it would be a failure. When Emily called Xiaoyu, he had already made it to the DM Group laboratory and naturally didn't notice the one-time ringing phone. When he saw Ning Tianpei, they merely nodded at each other as a greeting, as if nothing had happened that afternoon. Given that Song Zikin was absent, apart from him and the likely ally Ning Tianpei, the laboratory was left with obedient robots following orders. Xiaoyu initially planned to do something overt, but another doubt in his heart immediately quashed that idea. He walked into the office on the right side of the laboratory. The surrounding walls were made of transparent glass, ensuring that everything happening in the office was under surveillance. Everything in the laboratory was designed according to Song Zikin's wishes, including this office that belonged to Xiaoyu but offered no privacy. Before sitting down, Xiaoyu glanced at Ning Tianpei outside the glass door. After Ning Tianpei returned his gaze, he naturally stood next to one of the robots to converse, conveniently blocking Xiaoyu from view from the monitors. From the surveillance footage, it seemed that Ning Tianpei was just conversing with the robot at that moment. His actions to shield Xiaoyu appeared less deliberate. Under Ning Tianpei's protection, Xiaoyu opened his computer and pulled out a USB drive containing fake data sent by Lu Lao. He remained calm and collected, showing no signs of stealth. Once Ning Tianpei received Xiaoyu's signal, he subtly stepped away. Every day, Xiaoyu would input newly compiled and quantified data into the alien ship computer, as requested by Song Zikin, who hoped it would become the perfect battleship to help him escape disaster. However, the data Xiaoyu input today was not new, but rather code that had been eliminated from university experiments. Considering that Song Zikin, although not knowledgeable about these technical matters, would not completely trust Xiaoyu, he would likely have others with similar or even higher technical skills monitoring everything. For example, Minyu, whom he was currently preparing to bring into the fold. In any case, Xiaoyu's substitution was not only subtle, but also employed an encrypted hidden mode, blending in among the stack codes. If he said so, no one in the world, except him, could figure it out. He was that confident. His purpose in doing this was, of course, to reduce Song Zikin's expectations for the perfect battleship. When the progress bar in the pop-up window on the computer screen reached 100 and disappeared, he stood up and called for Ning Tianpei. After the other party entered, he took advantage of the moment when he stood in front of the computer to secretly put away the USB drive that had completed its mission. pretending to discuss matters related to the exoplanet before leaving. After all, those robots have eyes, although they never speak and only work silently. There could be a spy from Song Zekin among them, or perhaps they are all. In the dark environment of the building opposite the DM group, Song Yun observed everything quietly. A meowing sound broke the silence, and the cat's pupils at her feet glowed green in the darkness. She gently nudged the affectionate cat with her foot, absent-mindedly saying, "Good kitty." During this time, she adjusted her binoculars, tracking Xiao Yu's movements. He was doing the same thing as usual around the massive object placed in the center of the room, just like on those dark nights. She had seen and understood every move Xiao Yu made with Ning Tianpei earlier. She had just noticed that when Xiao Yu plugged and unplugged the USB drive, Ning Tianpei happened to block the surveillance camera directly facing the transparent office, which surely wasn't a coincidence. It seemed that Xiao Yu and this former capable assistant of his father were plotting something behind his back. She couldn't help but smile at this discovery, feeling pleased. No matter what they were planning, she had no intention of exposing them. Because more than anyone else, she hoped that her nominal father would one day be disgraced. Song Yin squatted down to pick up the cat curled up at her feet and sat down on the carpet. Her gaze remained fixed on the building opposite, on the serious figure facing the machine. The scene where Xiao Yu mentioned a mutually beneficial relationship felt like it had happened just yesterday. He had no feelings for her beyond friendship, and neither did she. She wanted to join them, but she felt he would be unwilling. Xiao Yu took out his phone and realized he had missed a call from Mo Li an hour ago. His heart skipped a beat, and he hastily called back. Unexpectedly, before the first ring finished, the other end picked up. At this moment, he had moved to the dimly lit stairwell with a green glow, and her voice sounded very excited. It seemed she had grasped the leverage to persuade him. "I did it! I did it!" The voice on the phone was overflowing with excitement. Although she couldn't see it, he couldn't help but smile in the dimness. "How did you do it?" he asked out of genuine curiosity, not disbelief. "It took less than half a day. You can consider my plan now, right?" She seemed not to hear his question. "Tomorrow." She excitedly interrupted. "Tomorrow I'll bring the device and the simulated space apparatus to the Bureau for a demonstration. After seeing it, you probably won't want to refuse." He chuckled softly, "Okay." His mood unexpectedly brightened, unaware of the risk she had faced, with dust smeared across her nose. Chapter 79. Returned to the team early the next morning, a meeting was held, and as promised, Mo Li demonstrated the operation of the collection device to the team members, receiving unanimous praise. Everyone, including Xiao Yu, approved of Mo Li's substitute battery plan. Mo Li's gaze fell on the figure sitting in the corner. Qin Yu had indeed come. From the beginning to the end of the meeting, she remained silent, listening attentively, which was unusually serious. As a result, the others occasionally cast curious glances her way. But no one discussed the unusually silent Qin Yu. Perhaps to match her new public image, Qin Yu's dressing style had also changed. Previously, she had mocked Mo Li's overly plain attire, yet now she wore something similar. Under her white shirt was a light, gray formal outfit, appearing plain and honest. Even so, her figure, with shoulders like a willow and a waist like a willow, was still evident. "What do you need me to do?" Qin Yu's originally bitter expression transformed in an instant as she looked up. When she looked at Mo Li, her face even radiated sincerity that shouldn't have appeared there. Everyone's gaze shifted to Mo Li with her words, seemingly curious about how Mo Li would respond to Qin Yu's ambiguous goodwill. "I hope you won't pull any tricks in the future, regardless of who is behind. In the face of disaster, we should work together. 3 months later, if we all survive, if you want to compete, I will accompany you." Who would have thought Mo Li would speak so frankly, drawing the crowd's attention back to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, disappointing everyone's expectations, merely replied softly, "Okay." Her gaze shifted to the right, vividly recalling the scene from last night when Mo Li personally came to her home to find her. The feeling of shame seemed to wash over her again. Not only did she come to apologize in person, but she also brought a special employment agreement. She was shocked by her own generosity and felt embarrassed. At that moment, she just wanted to disappear quickly, as if standing before her for another second would cause the sky to collapse and the earth to split. The reality was that this time she did not shrink back, but decided to face her former enemy directly and chose to return to serve at the space agency. From now on, you will be responsible for all data analysis related to the project, and until the moment the probe is launched, you will report to him. Emily pointed her pen at Xiaoyu in front. Okay. Qinyu nodded obediently, sensing that the atmosphere was about to become awkward. Yi Yanyu clapped the table and said cheerfully, all right, our team is all here. While speaking, he looked at Emily. So when do we start? Now. After saying that, Emily packed up the device in front of her, hugged it, and stood up to walk out. Zhang Qian, following her footsteps, muttered to Yi Yanyu as he passed, stop asking useless questions. Those 5 words earned him a relentless slap from the other party. The current laboratory had undergone a complete transformation. In the center of the entire space was the probe that was about to undergo modification, similar to the laboratory created by the DM group for the exoplanet. Both were designed and arranged by Xiaoyu. This layout was not only convenient for operation, but also suitable for observation. No wonder Ning Tianpei felt a sense of illusion when he walked in. He quietly asked the person next to him, you moved so quickly, didn't you stay up all night? Xiaoyu rubbed his temples, fatigue mixed with a dull voice. Pretty much. Ning Tianpei's gaze fell on Mo Li, who had just set down the device, and he again quietly asked, did you tell her about yesterday? No. Xiaoyu glanced at Mo Li, not intending to tell her, wanting to protect her and not wanting her to fall into danger again because of him. Ning Tianpei wanted to say more, but Xiaoyu interrupted him first. Let's get to work. His tone was as flat as a windless lake. Ning Tianpei's expression inevitably turned dejected. Could it be that he still hadn't earned his trust? Meanwhile, Zhang Qian stretched out his arm and made a rectangular gesture, jokingly saying, what a spectacle! Mo Li and Qinyu working face to face without any sense of awkwardness. At this moment, the two were talking by the side of the probe, squeezed into the rectangle Zhang Qian had made, and indeed, as he said, they seemed to complement each other. Yi Yanyu clicked his tongue in surprise. The scene is quite rare. I never thought they could speak calmly together. It was always because of him, or because of Wendong, Xiaoyu. There had always been various reasons for them to be antagonistic toward each other. But now, in the face of greater difficulties, they unexpectedly joined forces, surprising everyone. Su Huihui, who was walking towards them, swatted Zhang Qian's hand away and said, you two, stop gossiping like old women, all right? Without waiting for their protests, she raised the documents in her hand. Here, this is what Mo Li instructed. Hurry up and handle it. The two opened it and found it was related to negotiations with a robot manufacturing company. Yi Yanyu was momentarily stunned. If I remember correctly, isn't this a company under the DM group? Zhang Qian sighed and said, so we are at odds with Song Zikan. Huh? No matter if it's plan A, B, C, D, or O, P, Q, we need him. He managed to recite more than half of the letters in the alphabet. The rational Su Huihui spoke up. It's normal. The DM group's industries are extensive. Not to mention our small city. You can find Song Zikan's shadow all over the country. She paused and cast a hopeful glance at the two, saying, in fact, Song Zikan has never explicitly rejected us from the beginning. We still have a chance. Zhang Qian and Yi Yanyu rolled their eyes in unison at her, and Yi Yanyu scolded, it's not you who is begging. After throwing out one sarcastic remark after another, the straightforward Su Huihui felt puzzled. Why are you getting anxious with me? I'm just stating the facts, okay? Besides, even if you hit a wall here, there are still several other companies below. As she spoke, she flipped through the documents in Zhang Qian's hand. Upon hearing this, the two brightened up, feeling as if they had found hope. She continued, however, Emily said that the following companies are backup options to prevent you from being rejected by the first one. She had evaluated that this company under the DM group not only costs relatively less than others in the industry, but also has more advanced technology compared to other companies. They just went public and made many sacrifices to build a good reputation. Before Su Huihui could finish, she turned to find that the two had already walked to the door, leaving her with a lonely back. She bit her lip, not feeling embarrassed, and silently turned to do her work. Chapter 80. Foolish donkey Yi Yanyu and Zhang Qian drove to the robot manufacturing company under the DM group. Before getting out of the car, the two exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh at each other's seriousness. To die for? Yi Yanyu asked. Zhang Qian nodded in agreement. To die for. It's time to promote the spirit of Mo Li. Throughout the journey, they silently strengthened their mental fortitude. The upcoming persistence was all for the team, for the life of the entire planet. No dignity? So what? It's just a temporary matter. Once they succeeded, they would be heroes of the global populace. Thoughts aside, after getting out of the car, Yi Yanyu looked up at the technologically advanced building in front of him and felt a moment of trepidation. At that moment, the weight on his left shoulder felt like a strong support, pushing him forward. Zhang Qian placed one hand on his shoulder and put the other on his hip, looking up dramatically and saying, "What doesn't kill you will make you stronger." Yi Yanyu turned to look at him with a determined gaze, then silently nodded seriously. "Let us go." Their backs appeared imposing and intimidating, looking like debt collectors. However, before they even entered the door, they were stopped by the security personnel. "Who are you two, and what brings you here?" The voice came from a man in a black uniform. The two froze in place, feeling a bit awkward as the passing employees occasionally cast them curious glances. Zhang Qian was the one who responded. He was usually calm in formal situations. "We are from the Aerospace Bureau and would like to discuss a cooperation sponsorship with your leader." But now he appeared completely unnatural, like a fraud impersonating an identity. Beside him, Yi Yanyu blankly nodded along. The security man took half a step back, scrutinizing them without any courtesy, his hands gripping the belt tied around his waist, and suspiciously asked, "Do you have an appointment?" The two exchanged glances. An appointment? They didn't know either. If they said no, they definitely wouldn't get in today. If they said yes, and it turned out to be false, they would surely be thrown out. As they hesitated, the security man decided not to waste any more time with them, stepping forward to block the entrance and coldly said, "Non-employees without appointments are prohibited from entering. Don't waste your time, just leave." "How do you treat your guests like this?" A clear female voice unexpectedly reached the ears of the three. The security man, visibly startled upon seeing the newcomer, hurriedly bowed and shouted, "Miss Song." The two instinctively turned around upon hearing the voice. Yi Yanyu admitted that at that moment, he was captivated by the beauty that suddenly entered his line of sight. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, felt curious and hopeful, suddenly having a premonition that this person would become their pass. Due to years of reports about Song Zikin's only daughter not featuring her photo, they had never seen or recognized Song Yin, but she was well aware of them, as they were around Mo Li and had now become part of Xiaoyu's team. In high heels, Song Yin approached them step by step, her two bodyguards maintaining a two-step distance behind her, following in an orderly fashion. "You two are from the Aerospace Bureau, right?" Song Yin greeted them with a smile. Yi Yanyu was momentarily taken aback, not even bothering to respond. "Yes." Zhang Qian instinctively smiled while nudging the unusually uncharacteristic Yi Yanyu with his elbow, as everyone knew he had an inexplicable fondness for beautiful women. The woman before them truly deserved to be called Stunner. Just then, upon hearing the security man address her as Miss Song, Zhang Qian thought, could she be that only daughter of Song Zikin, who disregards her family's billions? "Hello, I am Song Yin." She politely extended her hand to shake theirs. It was at that moment that Yi Yanyu snapped out of his fantasy, hurriedly saying, "Hello, hello." Zhang Qian shot him an annoyed glare. Clearly, it was Yi Yanyu who was embarrassing himself. So why was he more awkward than Yi Yanyu? He lost all face, completely lost it. "You came to discuss cooperation, and Xiaoyu has already informed me via text. Sorry for being late. I was delayed by some family matters. This way, please," as she extended her hand, indicating for them to enter. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's name, Zhang Qian instinctively reacted with surprise. Group leader Xiao actually knows Miss Song? And just a single sentence could rescue them from the intimidating security guard? It seems their relationship is not simple. He quickly waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing. It's nothing. You're a busy person, we understand." He nudged Yi Yanyu's arm. After Yi Yanyu exclaimed, he hurriedly followed up, Yes, you're a busy person." Zhang Qian rolled his eyes, his gaze seemingly wanting to kill him. "That is not what I meant, you foolish donkey." However, Yi Yanyu had already lowered his head, oblivious to this murderous intent. After they left, the security man stood before the snow-covered road, slowly lifting his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, feeling quite sluggish. In this cold winter, he had forced out quite a few beads of sweat. Miss Song had not glanced at him once from beginning to end, and he felt like he was done for. Under Song Yun's lead, they passed through without any hindrance. The employees who had seen them at the entrance quietly cast their glances again, but this time, curiosity was the main reason. The further they walked in, the more they felt the place was heavily guarded, and there was a reason for it. The interior design was full of a sense of technology, as if they had stepped into a futuristic world, with offices made of transparent glass, showcasing high-end machines they had never seen before. When they entered the elevator, they didn't even see Song Yun press the button for the floor. A voice of unknown origin sounded, and the elevator began to rise on its own as the doors closed. Yi Yanyu clicked his tongue in amazement. The most advanced robot manufacturing company truly lived up to its name. Song Yun smiled in response, saying, "I apologize for the earlier incident at the door. I didn't have time to notify you, and I hope you won't mind. It's all right. We were about to come in anyway." Yi Yanyu was speaking boldly without a hint of embarrassment, likely attempting to leave a strong impression on the other party. At that moment, Zhang Qian just wanted to find a hole to hide in. After arriving abroad, Song Zikin wasted no time and headed straight to an abandoned factory in the wilderness. As soon as he got out of the car, he turned to the burly man standing behind him and asked, "Has Ning Tianpei made any moves?" "Not yet. Keep a close watch on him." "Yes." Song Zikin had long harbored doubts about Ning Tianpei's potential betrayal. Being alone and without leverage made it truly difficult to maintain their master-servant relationship. That procurement list was merely a test for him. Song Zikin looked at the eerie building in front of him, frowning slightly. He really couldn't understand why Minyu would arrange to meet him in such a place. However, in order to achieve his goals, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and proceed. As the agreed time approached, Song Zikin stopped overthinking and entered alongside the burly man. After stepping through the door, Song Zikin and the burly man continued walking in a front-and-back formation. They navigated through a maze-like narrow passage, turning at one intersection only to find another. The passage, barely a meter wide, was dimly lit, but it was clear that the walls were made of concrete. Both felt a chill in their hearts, and, just as Song Zikin thought, "Could Minyu be playing me?" A sudden noise at his feet caused him to stumble. He looked down and, although it wasn't very clear, he could vaguely see a furry black creature moving forward. Song Zikin instinctively cursed, then grumbled, "What kind of place is this?" As he spoke, he turned to vent his frustration on the innocent burly man, commanding, "Lead the way." The burly man silently complied, but Song Zikin's reaction made him think, "It's just a rat. How could a boss who's done so many bad things be scared like this?" For someone like him, who grew up in the countryside, rats could be considered childhood companions. Perhaps due to Song Zikin's earlier curse, the narrow passage suddenly echoed with what sounded like human voices, accompanied by a fleeting burst of bright light. This time, the burly man was the one startled. His legs involuntarily stopped as he turned back and whispered, "Boss?" Song Zikin stepped ahead of the burly man, curiosity quickening his pace as he moved towards the light in the distance. Just as he took a step forward, a figure emerged from the end of the narrow passage, silhouetted against the light. "Chairman Song, I've long admired your name," the man said in a booming voice that echoed in the passage. At the moment he spoke, the surroundings suddenly brightened, and the entire space was bathed in a pale blue light. The suddenly bright light made the burly man glance around in surprise, wondering if this strange place had voice recognition. "Are you Minyu?" Song Zikin raised an eyebrow at the man. Regardless of whether this person was Minyu, his first impression was one of dissatisfaction. Meeting in such a place was simply disrespectful and showed a lack of regard for him. "That would be me." Minyu turned to the side, the light behind him illuminating them. Both Song Zikin and the burly man instinctively raised their arms to shield their eyes. Once inside, they could finally see the source of the blue light. The studio was filled with cylindrical devices emitting pulsating blue light, each about a meter long and 30 centimeters wide, with the light fluctuating in intensity. Minyu raised his arms dramatically and introduced them in a voice booming like thunder. "Welcome to my world." "What are these?" Song Zikin felt he could sense the mysterious power emanating from the devices, an evil smile appearing on his face. "These?" It's clear that Minyu's face was filled with an unexplained pride. "They're about to become weapons to help you achieve your goals." Song Zikin approached one of the devices. The blue light reflecting in his eyes seemed to momentarily turn into hellfire. He was somewhat entranced and reached out to touch it, but Minyu stepped in and stopped him. "Old man, you can't touch this thing directly," Minyu said in a tone that was oddly friendly. He gently pushed Song Ziken back, adding, "Otherwise you'll get burned before you even realize it." Hearing that he had nearly been burned, a dazed Song Ziken finally regained some clarity. He raised his hand, which had reached out, to cover his face and coughed, seemingly trying to mask his embarrassment at his ignorance. The burly man stood by the door, and upon hearing that touching would result in immediate burns, he instantly lost the desire to step in and examine the unknown devices. Song Ziken regained his usual authoritative demeanor and asked in the tone of a businessman during negotiations, "What is their working principle? How can I use them effectively?" Effectively? Minyu chuckled as if he had heard the greatest joke. "From what I know, what you want to do with them shouldn't be considered reasonable, right?" Song Ziken was momentarily speechless. Although Minyu was an indispensable part of his grand plan, he felt a fleeting urge to eliminate him. These were originally new energy storage devices capable of supplying a city for at least a month, but after my modifications. Minyu paused for effect, then proudly declared, "They have become bombs capable of leveling a city the size of New York." Song Ziken, somewhat understanding, looked around and asked with a hint of disdain, "Do I need everything in this room to level a city?" Minyu gave him a look as if he were watching a joke unfold, but his expression quickly turned fierce as he shouted, "Just one." The loud roar startled even the seasoned Song Ziken, let alone the burly man, who felt an impending sense of danger, fearing for his life if he continued to stay with this seemingly madman. Noticing Song Ziken's silence, Minyu returned to a normal volume and continued, "I can sell them to you, but you must include me and my father on the passenger list for the starship and ensure that after your king's plan succeeds, you won't turn your back on us. Otherwise," he stepped closer to Song Ziken, placing a hand on his shoulder and leaning in to whisper with satisfaction, "You will vanish into ashes long before those innocent people on Earth." At that moment, Song Ziken had already broken free from the confusion of how does he know I'm building the starship. He never imagined that someone could be darker than him and more capable of manipulating others through calculations. "What do you think?" Minyu had now crossed his arms and stood by the device, asking, "Deal? I'll have my secretary transfer the money to your account, and I can promise to include you and your father on the passenger list." However, Song Ziken glanced at the pulsating blue devices. "After the deal is done, how can I be sure you won't use this thing to eliminate me?" Minyu's response was surprising. He clasped his hands in front of him in a respectful manner. "You need not worry about that. I won't act recklessly before safely leaving Earth." Song Ziken studied him closely. This was the most serious statement Minyu had made during their conversation. He was not worried about what would happen after leaving Earth, because he was confident he could put Minyu in a passive position, making him follow his arrangements. He extended his hand, indicating they should shake on the agreement. Minyu smiled politely and sincerely as they shook hands, pleasure to cooperate. After exiting the narrow passage, Song Ziken felt entirely different. The usually taciturn, burly man couldn't help but finally ask, "Boss, don't you think there's something off about this Minyu?" Song Ziken confidently replied, "He is not yet worthy of being my opponent." Chapter 82. Implication in the office of the CEO of the robotics manufacturing company. Song Yun sat gracefully in the main seat, with Zhang Qian and Yi Yinyu seated side by side on her left. Both men placed their hands on their knees, displaying a respectful demeanor that suggested they were seeking help. Song Yun glanced at the documents placed on the coffee table, slightly leaned forward to pick them up, and said, "This is the cooperation agreement you brought, right?" Zhang Qian, who intended to present the document with both hands, realized he was a step too late and hurriedly replied, "Yes. Yes, this is the cooperation agreement we brought." Yi Yinyu, who was nervously on edge, nodded in agreement. As if recalling something, Zhang Qian added, "If you have any requests or think there are areas that need improvement, please feel free to mention them, and we can discuss further." To their surprise, Song Yun abruptly closed the document with a snap, causing both men to break out in a cold sweat. Just as the two big men were at a loss, her voice, which they had not expected to be less melodious, rang out, "Xiao Yu has done me a favor. No matter what, I will help with this." This sudden confession left the two men, who were already bewildered, even more unsure of how to react. Yi Yinyu, not knowing what had gotten into him, blurted out, "You didn't say a word and just took over Chairman Song's business. It wouldn't be just to help our Captain Xiao, would it?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian felt a chill run down his chest. although Yi Yinyu had voiced the same curiosity that he had. Who was so brazen? Moreover, the other party was a financial backer they had only met once. Under the coffee table, he stepped hard on Yi Yinyu's foot, his face full of awkward smiles as he apologized. Really worried sick, he thought to himself, reminding himself not to go out with Yi Yinyu again at such a critical moment. Yi Yinyu, with a miserable expression and silently howling, seemed to realize his recklessness, but had no intention of retaliating. "I'm sorry, Miss Song." He asked, just a straightforward person who speaks without thinking. "Please forgive him." Song Yun smiled alluringly, like a blooming flower in July. "It's fine. My father plans to hold a press conference when he returns to the country, and everything will be made public then. My father is getting old, and it's time for me to help him." As she spoke, she picked up an exquisite pen from the side of the sofa and signed her name on the agreement neatly. The two men did not expect the task to succeed so suddenly, and the heavy stone in their hearts finally fell. Zhang Qian took the agreement that Song Yun handed over and happily said, "Thank you so much." Yi Yinyu gave her a thumbs up, praising, "Miss Song is indeed beautiful and kind-hearted. Not only did she rescue us from the fierce security guard, but she also agreed to sponsor us without hesitation. Thank your Captain Xiao. Without him, there wouldn't be today's me," Zhang Qian said. After leaving the robotics manufacturing company, Yi Yinyu held the document confirming the sponsorship, his mind racing with thoughts on how to take credit when he returned. Zhang Qian, meanwhile, activated his inner gossip instincts, thinking about how Song Yun's words hinted at the special relationship between them and Xiao Yu. Could it be that she wanted them to convey some message? But wasn't Mo Li with Xiao Yu? Could it be that Mo Li was the one who came from behind? "Hey!" He nudged Yi Yinyu with his arm, but Yi Yinyu was still lost in his thoughts and ignored him, until Zhang Qian slapped him on the back of the head. Yi Yinyu finally turned to look. "What are you doing? What are you thinking in broad daylight? I called you hundreds of times, and you didn't respond." Zhang Qian rolled his eyes at him in disdain, thinking he was ignoring him because of Song Yun's stunning beauty. "Just say it directly. Why are you hitting me? Did you feel that Miss Song's words had double meanings?" Yi Yinyu was suddenly pulled into a suspenseful atmosphere, and he became serious, asking, "Which sentence?" "She said Xiao Yu has done her a favor. Without Xiao Yu, there wouldn't be today, her. Don't you think she is hinting at something?" Yi Yinyu frowned in confusion and cautiously suggested, "Is she implying that Mo Li was cheated on?" Zhang Qian glanced at him, but didn't continue, as he had considered the same thing. Suddenly, he seemed to recall an important clue, snapped his fingers nervously, and said, "Captain Xiao." She mentioned Captain Xiao. She knows about the Dual Universe Project team, and she knows Xiao Yu is our captain. Yi Yinyu was taken aback, his mouth agape, his fingers moving uncontrollably, excited to the point of nearly stuttering. He had to admit that this feeling of quickly catching up to someone else's train of thought was quite exhilarating. Yes. Our team isn't a secret organization. How could this unrelated outsider know about it? Could it be that Captain Xiao intentionally told her to secure the sponsorship? That can't be, Zhang Qian speculated, unable to convince himself. Yi Yinyu nodded in agreement, saying, "After all, she is Song Zikan's daughter. Song Zikan is currently at odds with us. Isn't this like exposing our trump card to the enemy?" Zhang Qian clicked his tongue, unsure if Mo Li knew about the relationship between Xiao Yu and Song Yan. "What are you doing? Suddenly feeling sorry for someone? What does that have to do with anything? I'm just curious. You think I'm like you, unable to move when I see a beautiful woman? Like a lovesick fool." After saying that, Zhang Qian shot him a disdainful look before getting into the car. As Yi Yinyu buckled his seatbelt, he asked, "Should we bring this up when we get back? If we do, who should we tell first, Xiao Yu or Mo Li? Why bring it up? We're not that familiar with her." Zhang Qian suddenly paused, his gossip instincts telling him that this matter couldn't be approached directly. He then said, "How about you go back and casually ask your junior sister? Isn't she close with Mo Li? She might know something." Yi Yinyu thought for a moment and found this idea good. "Okay." The black sedan drove away into the snowy day, gradually disappearing. At the window on the top floor of the building, Song Yun held a glass of red wine, lightly swirling the liquid in the glass. At this moment, a male voice echoed in her ears, "Since we're out, let us have a meal before heading back. It's still early." It was Yi Yinyu's voice. Earlier, when the two were preparing to leave the office, Song Yun had extended her hand to shake theirs in farewell, skillfully dropping the listening device on the ground by their feet. Now, that small and exquisite listening device was firmly stuck to the sole of Zhang Qian's shoe. Chapter 83. Misunderstanding Your Hero Has Returned. Yi Yinyu's voice had already arrived before he stepped into the laboratory. Everyone, busy with their tasks, looked over at the sound. Even Mo Li put down what she was doing and joined the crowd welcoming their triumphant return. Only Qin Yu silently sat in her seat, listening intently. As soon as Zhang Qian and Yi Yinyu entered, they were met with a sea of eager faces. Gather around, everyone. Yi Yinyu raised the report in his hand and proudly announced, "In this recent time of only facing bad news, I bring hope to everyone." Zhang Qian scoffed. "Cut it out. You didn't do anything. You almost fainted in front of the beautiful woman." Yi Yinyu's facade crumbled in an instant, glaring at Zhang Qian. "Can you give me a little respect?" He quickly leaned in and lowered his voice. "My junior sister is still here." Emoli asked, "Did you reach an agreement?" "Yes, we did." Zhang Qian nodded in response. Miss Song said that as long as we send over the manufacturing requirements for the execution commands and testing devices, they will immediately start the development work. As soon as she heard Song Qianjin, Emoli instinctively looked at Xiaoyu. Is it him? However, this unconscious action of hers was precisely caught by Zhang Qian. Sure enough, Emoli knows about the relationship between Xiaoyu and Song Qianjin. He thought, "Fine, I'll leave this matter to you to follow up on." Emoli spoke absent-mindedly. Yi Yinyu still had some conscience and directly stated the facts. "Actually, it's thanks to our Captain Xiao. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to enter the company gate." To be honest, thinking back to that security, Uncle still makes him a bit fearful. After all those years of studying hard, being gentle and quiet, how could he possibly compete with that burly uncle? He would probably just be carried out. Zhang Qian snatched the document from Yi Yinyu's hands and chimed in. "Yes, it's all thanks to our Captain Xiao. It has nothing to do with you and me." Yi Yinyu pouted. What he said was true, and he couldn't refute it. As for Song Yun going back to inherit the family business, so far, no one knew about it. But he not only knew, but also helped the team through the back door. It was a joyous occasion for the team to receive sponsorship. Yet, Mo Li couldn't feel happy at all, even feeling a bit gloomy inside. Seeing that Mo Li seemed lost in thought, Su Hui nudged her with her elbow and gently called out, "Mo Li, I'm going to the restroom." It was as if she finally received the order to move, and she quickly walked around them and out, leaving a group of people looking at each other. The most confused among them was Yi Yinyu. Clearly, the robot matter was something he and Zhang Qian were negotiating. So why was he suddenly left behind when it came to execution? "What about me? What am I supposed to do?" He shouted toward the back figure that had already disappeared by the door, but unexpectedly, he was pulled back by a force. Xiaoyu said, "Go and sort out the data with Qinyu. I need it this afternoon." Yi Yinyu felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, the sudden weight that had risen in his heart plummeting down. Zhang Qian found it amusing. He patted Yi Yinyu's chest with the document in his hand. "Come on, I believe you can do it." When Dong quietly approached Su Hui and whispered, "What's wrong with senior sister?" The straightforward Su Hui also looked forlorn. How would she know? She shrugged and shook her head. Everything was fine just now. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, was clear-headed, originally hoping that Xiaoyu would take the initiative to explain his relationship with Song Yun, but who knew he remained silent, making him anxious. As soon as Mo Li left, Xiaoyu instructed Yi Yinyu and then followed her out without a word. It was only after seeing Xiaoyu walk out that Su Hui suddenly caught on. She looked at Zhang Qian and Yi Yinyu, and Yi Yinyu. She looked as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. "I knew you guys weren't that capable." It turned out Captain Xiao had made arrangements in advance. Yi Yinyu looked puzzled. "What did you hear just now? Didn't I say it was all Captain Zhao's credit?" Zhang Qian looked back and forth at the two who were singing in harmony. "Are you really clueless or just pretending? What is obviously in front of us is a love triangle." After hearing this, they were first taken aback, then their eyes widened in realization. Even when Dong, who had been silent, finally saw the situation clearly through the fog. No wonder senior sister looked off. It was because of this Song Qianjin. No way. When Dong looked incredulous, that Song Qianjin wants to compete with senior sister for Captain Xiao? Zhang Qian waved his fingers in front of them, taking on the air of a master strategist. We still don't know who is competing with whom. Let us wait for them to come back and see what is going on. We'll observe the changes. Little junior sister. Yi Yin, you flattered Wendong. You're so close with Emoli. Do you know something? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian also looked at Wendong with anticipation. Although he felt that based on Wendong's previous reaction, she probably wouldn't have any unknown information. Even though he and T interacted with Emoli privately, he felt that she didn't seem like the type to share her personal life with others. I don't know anything. Su Weiwei stood in front of Wendong and scolded them. Even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you two big men acting like gossips. Wendong, let us get to work, don't mind them. The originally enthusiastic two were suddenly doused with cold water, completely losing their desire to gossip, and they all turned to do their own things. Listening to all this, Song Yun now wore an ambiguous smile. Although the initial intention of installing the listening device was just to find out what Xiao Yu had been busy with recently, now hearing them discuss her relationship with Xiao Yu openly, her mood inexplicably became very strange. She knew that Xiao Yu would soon explain this misunderstanding to Mo Li. But even if the process was brief, she wanted to continue enjoying the thrill brought by this misunderstanding. She had no ulterior motives toward Xiao Yu, only viewing him as a benefactor and an older brother. At least, that is what she thought. At this moment, the office door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. Upon seeing Song Yun sitting in his chair, his first reaction was one of offended displeasure. How did this person get in here, daring to sit at his desk? However, when the swivel chair turned to face him, he was so glad he hadn't blurted out any disrespectful words. This time, she didn't inform Song Zikin in advance. The security recognized her solely because of the entry requirements set by Song Zikin. No matter where or who, as long as Miss Song needs help or has a request, you must satisfy her immediately and cooperate with her. Chapter 84. Crisis. In the warm yellow light of the restroom, the sound of running water filled the quiet space. Emoli bent slightly at the mirror, staring blankly at the sink, her hands repeating the motion of washing. Song Yun, it's Song Yun again. She knew she shouldn't hold such a strong prejudice against Song Yun. She had helped her, but sometimes a person's brain is often not governed by reason. It was the same on the day she met Grandma. Her sudden appearance seemed intentional, as if silently declaring war on her. Why does Song Yun give them help so blindly? Is it really just because Xiao Yu saved her? Or does she have other thoughts about Xiao Yu? Just then, two knocks sounded at the door, pulling her back to reality. Emoli straightened up in surprise, staring at the door. Who would come and knock on the restroom door? Before her thoughts could settle, the person outside spoke. Saving water, right? What if we survive 3 months later? Coming back to her senses, Emoli realized her hands were almost numb from the cold water. She hurriedly pressed down the faucet, and the sound of water stopped with that action. Outside, Xiao Yu was leaning against the wall waiting for her, pondering how to prove his innocence. What are you doing standing at the women's restroom door? Emoli asked knowingly as she passed by him, not stopping. He followed her pace, but didn't respond immediately. His gaze fixed on her reddened hands. His brow furrowed tightly. She was about to turn her face to see what he was doing, why he wasn't responding to her, when suddenly, with a pull, her vision went dark, and she was enveloped in warmth. A faint scent of tobacco and leather filled her nostrils like the ashes of a bomb. She opened her eyes, wanted to break free, but before her hands could find a point to push against, they were tucked into his pocket. The warmth like sunlight instantly returned her hands to warmth. She gradually lost the desire to escape, only wanting to quietly stay in his embrace. Just like that, he said nothing, and she asked nothing. This small misunderstanding, named Song Yun, seemed as if it had never happened. When the two returned to the laboratory, both wore a faint blush and felt awkward. They walked in one after the other, drawing many gazes. Emoli hurried towards Su Weiwei to continue their previous conversation, while Xiao Yu stood behind observing the entire process. As the team leader, his main job at this stage was to give orders. Seeing her finally return, Wendong also approached, whispering to her, "Senior sister, did something happen? You were gone for so long. Weiwei and I were just about to go rescue you." Emoli was slightly taken aback. The image of their earlier embrace flashing through her mind, and her cheeks involuntarily turned a deep shade of red. She hastily replied, "No, I just had a bit of stomachache." Upon hearing this, Wendong and Su Hui exchanged glances, and without saying anything further, went back to their own tasks. After a brief moment of calm with the documents in hand, Molly immersed herself back into the work at hand. Xiao Yu, noticing her distracted state, immediately became serious, subconsciously curling the corners of his mouth, and headed straight into the command control room. Ning Tianpei, who had been observing the two, was suddenly startled by a vibration from his pocket. He pulled out his phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, his heart noticeably skipped a beat. He glanced around and unexpectedly met Xiao Yu's gaze, who was looking over at him. Song Zikin? Yes. Act according to the situation. After exchanging glances, Ning Tianpei quickly exited. Xiao Yu was absent-mindedly twirling the pen in his hand, wondering if Song Zikin and Min Yu had reached an agreement so soon. Thinking that Song Zikin was likely looking for Ning Tianpei because of the bomb issue, he didn't speculate further, knowing that if there were any changes, Ning Tianpei would inform him himself. Whether it was a person or a ghost, a few touches would reveal everything. In the dimly lit environment of the safety passage, illuminated by green light, Ning Tianpei took a deep breath before answering the call. Normally, Song Zikin wouldn't reach out to him during the day, especially not with a direct call. He felt that since entering the Aerospace Bureau, Song Zikin seemed less insistent on his needs. Sometimes, he even felt a false sense of freedom. So when he saw the call coming in, his first reaction was that Song Zikin had sensed something unusual. He held his breath, waiting for instructions from the other end. How's the matter you were tasked with going? The voice on the other end sounded normal, which eased his worries a bit. The goods have been prepared as you instructed. Good, as expected of my trusted aide. Song Zikin chuckled twice, then continued at 8 tonight. Transport the goods to C-16 warehouse at Shuangjiao Port. Understood. Has there been any movement over there while I was away? They are currently modifying the existing monitors to collect energy from Europa to replace the batteries. He reported the situation thoroughly, knowing that the activities on both sides were not contradictory. It wasn't he because he was engaging in espionage. For Song Zikin, they could do anything as long as it didn't hinder his rise to become the world leader. Moreover, he was keenly aware that if he were found out while speaking in front of Song Zikin, the consequence would be death. He also informed Song Zikin about the manufacturing company's agreement to sponsor the Aerospace Bureau, which was promised by Song Yin. What? Song Yin? How could she? Song Zikin's thoughts became disordered for a moment. He didn't continue speaking, but hung up the phone directly. Ning Tianpei lowered the phone from his ear, feeling inexplicably heavy. He heard Song Zikin's voice again. At 8 tonight, transport the goods to C-16 warehouse at Shuangjiao Port. The location of Shuangjiao Port lies beneath the Cross-Sea Bridge, which is the only land route connecting this city to the outside world. Song Zikin wouldn't be planning to blow up the bridge, would he? Thinking of this, he suddenly panicked. Soon after, Xiao Yu, who received his message, pushed open the door to the safety passage and met Ning Tianpei's complicated gaze. What's going on? Xiao Yu asked. He sounded in a good mood on the phone. It should be that he reached an agreement with Min Yu. He want me to transport those bomb materials to the Shuangjiao Port warehouse at 8 tonight, and I suspect he has already prepared a laboratory there, ready to use it immediately. Ning Tianpei paused, and Xiao Yu quickly caught on, saying in unison, the Cross-Sea Bridge. This change was indeed troubling. Xiao Yu also recalled that the bridge was the only land route to the outside world. Closing his eyes to think, he felt as if he had already killed Song Zikin 3,000 times in his mind. Chapter 85. Inspecting goods, although the thoughts floating in Xiao Yu's mind were not a foolproof plan and might even provoke the master in the laboratory. It seemed that the only way to stall Song Zikin was through Song Yin. This could very likely backfire. Ning Tianpei frowned tightly and shook his head. Song Zikin had only this one daughter, and the outside world knew little about Song Yin. No one knew what kind of feelings he held for his daughter. If we approach Song Yin at this critical moment, it's possible that he might be angered and advance the original plan. Xiao Yu, pondering by the window, suddenly remarked, before saying these words, "Are you sure you haven't been eavesdropped on?" After all, he had once been Song Zikin's shadow. It was impossible for Song Zikin to send his shadow into the Aerospace Bureau without any strategy. The phone is my own. It hasn't passed through anyone's hands. However, I did keep a call with him during a meeting before, of course, all at his command. He truthfully explained the situation, emphasizing that he was truly just a pawn without personal will. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow and asked, "So he knows our plan?" Ning Tianpei, feeling somewhat apologetic, did not meet Xiaoyu's gaze. "He knows. At that time, I didn't know what his next move would be, so I had no intention of betraying him." Ning Tianpei felt a sense of helplessness for the first time in his life. "You will transport the goods to Shuangjia tonight, as he requested. Just in case, I will go too." After speaking, Xiaoyu turned to leave. As his hand rested on the doorknob, he added without looking back, as if praying for him or deliberately throwing out a smokescreen, "I hope you haven't been discovered." Ning Tianpei watched the door where Xiaoyu had disappeared, feeling a mix of emotions. Although he bore responsibility for the situation developing to this point, if he hadn't acted, Song Zikin would have arranged for someone else to do it, which would have meant losing the chance to prevent disaster. On his way back to the laboratory, Xiaoyu hesitated over whether to tell Mo Li about this matter. If he told her, her character would surely make her want to fight alongside him. If he didn't tell her, he worried that unnecessary misunderstandings would arise again. Looking at the contact name, Song Yun, on the screen, his already slow pace came to a halt. He remembered the words he had said when he first hesitated about her, "Because I don't want her to be too involved in this." Protecting her from danger was his way of safeguarding her. Perhaps he should stop weighing the pros and cons. Until the sky turned dark blue and the thousands of lights illuminated the city, Ning Tianpei arrived as promised at Shuangjiao Port, in front of C-16 warehouse. A truck filled with goods stopped in front of the warehouse door, and the dust kicked up danced wildly in the beam of the headlights. Ning Tianpei jumped off the truck, the small puddle by his feet rippling, and the world reflected in the water remained unchanged for a long time. He habitually looked around. At this time, the dock workers were either back on the ship or had already finished work and gone home. There was no one else around him. "No amidst," said the person in his Bluetooth headset. Not far away, in a building, Xiaoyu was observing Ning Tianpei's surroundings with eagle-like vigilance within a 1-mile radius. He had not broken his promise, wearing a dock worker's uniform that he somehow acquired, coming over to keep watch for him. After a brief glance at Xiaoyu, Ning Tianpei immediately withdrew his gaze. Whatever they could think of, Song Zikin could certainly think of as well. Perhaps they were being monitored at every move without realizing it. The dock was so quiet that the only sound was the waves occasionally crashing against the embankment. Ning Tianpei could even vaguely hear his own racing pulse. Even though what he was doing did not reach a level of extreme anxiety, there was still half an hour left until the time set with Song Zikin. He calmly walked to the back of the truck as cargo box, unlocked it, and returned to the cab, methodically unloading the cargo from the back of the truck into the warehouse. Although the boxes contained essential materials for making bombs, they were currently in a stable state and posed no danger. Only after all the cargo was unloaded did he get out of the vehicle, entering the warehouse to organize the goods one by one. Although it was only illuminated by moonlight, he still looked into the four corners of the warehouse and found no surveillance cameras, which made him feel slightly relieved as he took out his phone to turn on the flashlight. At the end of the warehouse was a rectangular workbench, covered with a haphazard array of items, all very messy, with a thin layer of dust on top. At this moment, Xiaoyu upstairs saw 2 cars approaching from the east through night vision binoculars. If they continued down this path, they would reach the dock where Ning Tianpei was. Xiaoyu's voice sounded in his ear. 2 cars are coming towards the dock from a mile away. Ning Tianpei instantly became alert, hurriedly turning off the flashlight on his phone and tidying up the boxes at his feet with both hands and feet. "They are coming towards your location. Maybe you just want to check the goods. Don't be nervous." The he Xiaoyu mentioned was naturally Song Zikin. Ning Tianpei remained silent, his mind blank. He felt that the cunning Song Zikin would definitely notice that he had defected. If that was the case, wasn't he walking to his own death? He wanted to say something to the person on the other end, but the sound of an engine interrupted him. Song Zikin had arrived. If his doubts from a few seconds ago were correct, then his death was also imminent. It wasn't until the tense screech of brakes sounded like an arrow being released that Ning Tianpei quickly took off the Bluetooth headset hanging in his ear and put it away in his pocket, taking a second to calm himself before walking out. 2 black sedans stopped in front of the warehouse, and after the driver got out, he quickly jogged to the other side of the car. When the car door opened and Ning Tianpei saw the foot that just landed, his pupils couldn't help but tremble. But soon, he regained the mechanical expression he had when facing a master, devoid of emotion. He lowered his head and said, "Director Song." Song Zikan walked to his side, looking at the neatly arranged boxes in the warehouse, and asked, "Are they all here?" "Yes." "Good." A smile that seemed more like a sneer appeared on Song Zikan's face. "Do you know what I'm going to use these for?" "I don't know, sir." Ning Tianpei maintained his bowed posture. This sudden question made his heart leap into his throat. He didn't dare to speculate on the other party's intentions at this moment, fearing that he would be detected. "After following me for so long, don't you have any idea about me?" Upon hearing this, Ning Tianpei felt his whole body stiffen. Song Zikan was someone who never cared about his thoughts. In the distant building, Xiao Yu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for him. Chapter 86. Counterattack. Ning Tianpei instinctively took half a step back, seemingly preparing to run at any moment. He did not intend to answer what seemed to be a question directed at him, because he knew that the probability of being discovered had already reached 99. 99. He remained silent, waiting for the other party's next words. Song Zikan sneered, realizing that the person standing in front of him, who had once obeyed him, was merely a lowly, insignificant creature. "I've been providing for you all these years. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't know where you'd be dead by now. Now that you're healed, your wings are hardened, and you have your own thoughts." Huh? It seemed that Ning Tianpei's current indifference pushed him to the edge of fury. He went from cold questioning to a roar like a tiger. Ning Tianpei found Song Zikan's current state quite laughable, as if his betrayal had truly hurt him. "You know better than I do what I mean to you." Ning Tianpei's words were devoid of any warmth, as if he was no longer a living person with flesh and blood. He had never deserved to be seen as a person in front of Song Zikan. "Your so-called provision of food and drink that allowed me to be reborn is just a euphemism for you bringing a dog back from the street. A stray dog that helps you do all your dirty work." He scoffed, watching Song Zikan's expression twist bit by bit, and his heart felt an immense sense of relief and exhilaration. This was something he had wanted to do for a long time. Something he had thought about for a long time, but never dared to do. It turned out that when he no longer cared about life and death, there was nothing left to fear. He stepped closer to Song Zikan, revealing a fearlessness he had never shown in front of him. "Aren't you very eager to kill me right now? Let me tell you, you can't kill me." His word became increasingly arrogant. "If I die, you won't survive either." Everyone present did not expect Ning Tianpei to make such a counterattack. To them, Song Zikan was an existence that could not be defied. Yet he openly executed Song Zikan's humanity in front of so many people. After hearing these words, Song Zikan, however, inexplicably laughed, even throwing his head back in laughter, causing his subordinates to exchange cautious glances. But in the next moment, he completely retracted his ambiguous smile, replaced by a hideous ferocity. He scolded Ning Tianpei, "You ungrateful dog." The cunning old man naturally understood the implications of Ning Tianpei's words. After following him for so long, he couldn't possibly not have left himself a way out. He must have plenty of evidence that could bring him down. Song Zikan pointed behind Ning Tianpei. "Do you really think those things are useful to me? Do you really think that I, Song Zikan, lack this bit of insight and would leave the matter to you?" As he spoke, he turned to look at the building behind him, with a smile that seemed to mock. "I told you to bring the goods to the dock, but I didn't ask you to bring my project leader along." Ning Tianpei's pupils contracted at this moment, and he quickly turned around. In the distant building, Xiao Yu was now being tightly restrained by two people, struggling left and right. "You're right. From the very beginning, you've been nothing but a worthless, insignificant creature to me." Song Zikan turned back to face him, continuing with a relaxed smile, "And so is he." It turned out that the good Song Zikan had Ning Tianpei prepare were merely a pretext to test whether Ning Tianpei was still loyal to him. The real weapon meant to destroy the world was Minyu. In the aerospace laboratory, Momi was still working overtime, seemingly having no intention of leaving. When she paused momentarily to rest, she looked around and realized that the surroundings were so quiet that she could only hear her own breathing. She walked out of the laboratory, glancing left and right, and then remembered that Xiao Yu had left without even saying goodbye to her earlier that day. She took out her phone, hesitating whether to contact him. Remembering the hug from earlier that day, she complained to the air, What's wrong with this person? Leaving without a word. In a relationship, the most feared situation is the on and off emotional games. His unpredictable behavior really leaves her in a position where she can't move forward or backward. Lost in thought, she leaned against the door and muttered to herself in self-doubt. But it seems like we haven't really become a couple yet. Just as she was deep in her thoughts, footsteps suddenly approached from the corridor. She peeked outside and saw Wendong holding a cup of coffee. You're not going back yet? Emily asked. I thought you all had left. I was supposed to leave, but the team leader asked me to stay and keep you company before clocking out. At 9 o'clock, I have to make you leave, Wendong said in a soft tone while delivering a firm message, which made Emily chuckle lightly. After handing over the coffee, Wendong walked into the lab with Emily and continued. When the team leader was about to leave, he wanted to say something to you, but seeing you so serious, he didn't want to interrupt. I noticed he stood behind you for quite a while, but you didn't react at all, so he came over and instructed me. After saying this, Wendong made a small pouty face. Emily took a sip of the steaming coffee and replied calmly, Really? I didn't notice at all. She appeared indifferent on the surface, but Wendong's words had already warmed her heart. It turned out he wasn't playing emotional games with her. He was respecting her and following his heart, choosing the former. Senior sister, look, it's almost 9 o'clock. Can we clock out now? Wendong blinked her big eyes at her. Sure, Emily agreed readily. I'll tidy up what I have in hand, just 10 minutes. She thought, even if it meant disappointing Xiao Yu's good intentions, she couldn't let Wendong wait so long without being able to hand over her work. Yay! Wendong was as happy as a child who received full marks on an exam. Emily smiled and turned away to start tidying up. As they stepped out of the Aerospace Bureau, it was just past 9 o'clock. A joyful voice came from her side. Mission accomplished. Wendong linked her arm with Emily. Senior sister, are you going home now? Not going back. I'll call Wee Wee out for a late-night snack? Okay? Fearing she would be outright rejected, she added pitifully, I had an early dinner today, and I'm so hungry now. Coming out in the wind made me even hungrier. As she finished speaking, her stomach immediately let out a loud growl. Emily had no choice but to go along with her. Listening to Wendong list one steaming dish after another, she unknowingly felt hungry too. The two walked into the open parking lot. Just as they were about to reach Emily's car, her phone suddenly vibrated. She paused, took it out to check, and saw an unregistered number. But she recognized who the caller was at a glance. Chapter 87. Your turn. Emily stared at her vibrating phone for a good while. Song Yun, why is she calling me? Seeing this, Wendong called out softly, Senior sister, aren't you going to answer? Emily finally came back to her senses. She inexplicably didn't want to pick up, but the ringing seemed to go on forever without hanging up. Hello, is Xiaoyu next to you? As soon as the call connected, the other end urgently inquired about Xiaoyu's whereabouts. It was Xiaoyu again. The only connection between them was Xiaoyu. The last time she called was also to find Xiaoyu. Emily replied coolly, he's not here. Do you know where he is? Another question that inexplicably soured her mood. I don't know. Those three simple words, though they seemed cold, were indeed the truth. She didn't even know when Xiaoyu left the Aerospace Bureau. He seems to be in trouble. He sent me a message an hour ago, but I can't reach him now. At that moment, Song Yun was driving her car toward a certain direction. Can you think of where he might be now? Hearing the words in trouble, Emily's mind went blank for a moment. She was confused. What do you mean? What message did he send you? Why do you think he's in trouble? Wendong, who was standing beside her, also picked up on some clues from this one-sided conversation. She instinctively loosened her grip on Emily's arm, shifting her steps while looking worriedly at Emily, who was also frowning. Song Yun didn't bother answering her many questions, gradually directing her focus toward her father, Song Zikan. You try to find him in your own way first, and I'll contact you later. After saying this, she didn't give Emily time to react and hung up the phone directly. What happened? Did team leader Xiao get into trouble? Wendong asked. It seems so. Immediately after hanging up, Emily dialed Xiaoyu's number, and sure enough, the result was the same as what Song Yun said. She couldn't reach him at all. Wendong mumbled to herself. This wouldn't be related to Ning Tianpei, would it? What do you mean by that? Emily, who already felt something was off, became even more convinced upon hearing Wendong's words. Wendong looked puzzled and replied, well, throughout the day, I saw team leader Xiao with Ning Tianpei, and they both left together after work. Hearing this, Li hurriedly opened the car door and got in. You be careful on your way home. I have an idea where he might be. The first place that came to her mind was where Xiao Yu and Ning Tianpei worked together at night, DM group. Although the hope was slim, she decided to investigate Xiao Yu's whereabouts, even if that place was one Xiao Yu had defined as somewhere she shouldn't venture into. Hey. Senior sister. No matter how when Dong called from outside the car, Li remained unresponsive. She pressed the accelerator and drove out of the parking lot. When Dong watched the car speed away until it lost focus in her view, feeling nothing but worry. After all, they had no grasp of the situation that had occurred, and her senior sister's reckless actions could very well put her in danger. Having run out to the roadside, when Dong hesitated, unsure whether to chase after her or stay put, feeling uneasy either way. She thought about calling the police, but found no suitable reason to do so. She worried that her actions might bring trouble to the unidentified team leader Xiao, which left her feeling conflicted. Even though Xiao Yu's identity had always been a mystery as their leader, he not only commanded respect in handling affairs, but also in his strategic thinking and advice-giving, making it natural for them to follow him without question. With all this, his identity became less significant in their eyes. Earlier, Song Yun, who had hastily hung up the phone, did not go directly to Song Zikin's lair like Li. Instead, she parked her car by the roadside and dialed a number she hadn't called in 10 years. She thought she would hesitate and build her inner strength before doing this. But when the moment came, she hesitated not at all. However, when the dial tone stopped and the call connected, her heart sank unexpectedly. Xiao Yun. She could clearly hear the tremor in the voice on the other end. What have you done to Xiao Yu? Her tone was cold, as if still holding a grudge against his past choices. Song Yun's direct questioning left Song Zikin stunned for a second. At that moment, he was at the dock, turning to look at the two kneeling on the ground after being subdued. Before the call, he was about to instruct his subordinates about the fate of the two in front of him. When the call came in, everyone present, except Xiao Yu, was puzzled by the sudden sadness and longing that flashed across his face. Ning Tianpei couldn't grasp Xiao Yu's thoughts. With their skills, they could easily avoid such humiliation. With just a glance from Xiao Yu, he managed to suppress the murderous intent that reignited within him. Before Xiao Yu arrived, he had already sent a message to Song Yun. If you can't reach me in an hour, call me. If something unfortunate happens, it's your turn to save me. Although Song Yun felt a mix of emotions upon seeing the message, joy prevailed, as this feeling of being needed is something not everyone can give her. However, the word unfortunate pierced her deeply, like a sharp ice blade. Song Zikin smiled brightly, even though the person on the other end of the phone couldn't see it. His tone was gentle and friendly, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. What are you talking about, Xiaoyan? Dad is having dinner with an old friend. Do you remember Uncle Yang, who often bought you dolls when you were little? He tried to distract her with sweet talk, but from the abrupt interruption of his words, it was clear that the person on the other end didn't buy it. I need to see you now. Song Yun's tone remained steady as she spoke insincerely. The term dad, making her feel a wave of nausea. How could she possibly want to meet this nominal father? If heaven allowed it, she would rather take his life to bring back her long-missed mother. Faced with the invitation from his long-missed daughter, he was overjoyed and completely lost the desire to arrange a funeral. All right, where are you? Dad will come find you. After getting the address, he hung up the phone, his mood soaring several degrees. Looking at the two people before him, who looked like lost dogs, he generously showed rare compassion. He signaled for his men in black to release them, saying, "You can go now, but I hope you understand that those who go against me will never have a good ending." After finishing his words with a smile, he turned and left. Until the two black cars drove away, Ning Tianpei reluctantly got up from the ground. After kneeling for so long, his knees felt numb, and he almost fell into the mud beside him when he stood up. At this moment, a heavy resentment built up inside him, but there was nowhere to vent it. The only person nearby was the one who saved him. He didn't know that Xiao Yu had contacted Song Yun before coming, and now, because of being saved, he felt a bit ashamed. After all, when Xiao Yu proposed involving Song Yun in this matter today, his attitude was not very supportive. He looked at Xiao Yu, who was still on the ground, and confusedly reached out to ask, "What are you still kneeling for? Get up." But Xiao Yu simply sat down on the ground, stretching his legs. It was evident that this stretching motion took a lot of effort. Damn, he replied with just one word. Seeing this, Ning Tianpei instinctively looked around to see if there were others. Anyone who didn't know would think he was throwing a tantrum. Refusing to get up, he awkwardly touched his nose, walked to the car, leaned against the door, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. The lighter clicked, and the flame lit up, puffing out rings of smoke from his mouth. I really don't understand why you have to endure this without retaliating, kneeling until your feet are numb and still not saying a word. The more he thought about it, the more imbalanced he felt. At this moment, Xiaoyu had already gotten up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his pants with a long reach. He didn't expect Ning Tianpei to think deeply about the situation. In fact, he really didn't. Although he didn't know from what age he had been with Song Zikan, it was clear that he had not grown up perfectly and had many flaws. When he first met Song Zikan, he was still a teachable youth. After leaving Song Zikan, he had become a thoughtless robot. Xiaoyu explained earnestly. If we had fought back just now and successfully escaped, what then? After being with Song Zikan for so long, do you think he will let us go? Our project has just begun. We can't afford to have Song Zikan causing trouble at every turn. After hearing this, Ning Tianpei was at a loss for words and could only quietly smoke, the falling ash seemingly revealing his embarrassment. Do you think I don't want to punch him? I wish I could beat him until he goes to face Yama's judgment. As he spoke, he didn't forget to throw a punch into the air. Xiaoyu's method of first teaching and then venting together was uncertain if Ning Tianpei could understand. Holding a half-smoked cigarette, Ning Tianpei squinted at him and asked, "What are you doing?" Xiaoyu straightened his back and knowingly asked, "What's wrong with me?" Ning Tianpei paused and didn't respond. He extinguished the cigarette, but opened the car door and jumped in, saying, "Let's go. I don't want to stay here." As Xiaoyu was about to walk to the other side of the car, the person inside spoke again, "What should we do with these things?" He glanced at the rearview mirror, where countless cardboard boxes from the dark warehouse were reflected. It was easy to unload them, but moving them back onto the car would be difficult. With so many, it would probably take until dawn. Forget it. It's not like we bought them with our money. As he said this, Xiaoyu had already climbed onto the truck, which was relatively higher than the ordinary sedan. Ning Tianpei turned to look at him, saying word by word, "It was bought with my money. That old man hasn't reimbursed me yet. And I've already been discovered." Xiaoyu was truly speechless. In such situations, don't they usually use the corporate card? Who would be foolish enough to use their own money? After a moment, he asked, "Did Song Zikan have you buy things like this before? You buy it first, and he reimburses you later?" "Yeah." Xiaoyu found him dull-witted but couldn't directly say it. So he pointed the conversation towards Song Zikan. This crafty old man treats even his right-hand subordinates like this. No wonder you would rebel against him. Ning Tianpei gripped the steering wheel tightly, leaning back, feeling an instinctive impatience, but didn't dare to show it as he repeated, "What should we do with those things?" "Keep them. They might be useful to us." As he spoke, Xiaoyu unfastened his seatbelt and reached for the door. Unexpectedly, Ning Tianpei quickly locked the car door, saying, "So ruthless?" It was indeed because he was a loyal man. With so many boxes, if he had to move them alone, he probably wouldn't need to go to work tomorrow. It's all for the project, to have people to use. Xiaoyu comforted himself, while happily interacting with Ning Tianpei. He even forgot to check his phone, not once. Little did he know that the phone in his pocket had already been blown up by someone, with dozens of missed calls and unread messages. This time, even being mentally prepared for judgment in advance wouldn't help. When Mo Lee from DM Group burst in, she caused a commotion, ignoring the staff's attempts to stop her. Although she was small, her strength was immense. She could slip past the security personnel at the entrance and evade the chase of the frail female secretary. This was all out of desperation. She couldn't find Xiaoyu anywhere, compounded by Song Yun's remark that he was probably in trouble. If she had any other options, she wouldn't have acted so recklessly and brought trouble upon herself. However, she couldn't find any trace of Xiaoyu in the entire building. At this moment, she was hiding in a dim corner, breathing heavily, her forehead dotted with small beads of sweat from her escape. She knew that they would soon find her location through surveillance. After resting for a moment, she would have to look for another way out, escaping this building to start a new round of searching. "Damn Xiaoyu, you better not come back alive," she muttered angrily to herself, her gaze scanning everything around her. Once her breathing calmed down, she straightened up, opened her phone's flashlight, and adjusted the light to the dimmest setting. Only then did she realize that the space she was in was quite expansive, with at least 300 square meters. Her first reaction was that this was a space specially cleared out by Song Zekin for placing some large object. She shone the light around, trying to find clues in what seemed like an empty space. After a while of searching, she found nothing. Whatever this place had been used for before, it had definitely undergone a special and thorough cleaning. Just as she was about to give up and leave, she heard footsteps approaching from outside the door, and it sounded like more than one person. Her heart jumped to her throat. The place was completely empty. If those people outside were headed for this room, then she would have no chance of survival. Chapter 89. Vigilance. The footsteps grew louder, and the blue light seeping through the door crack almost filled the ground at her feet. She watched as the people stopped in front of the door, and then the heavy wooden door was opened with a thud, illuminating the entire space in an instant. The door was made up of two equally sized wooden panels, and fortunately, both doors were opened. She held her breath and hid behind one of the doors, listening intently to the movements on the other side. Apart from the flickering blue light, she could see nothing. The group that entered didn't speak, and the surroundings were so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard clearly. Then, Emily heard a faint sound of something being placed on the ground, and she guessed it was likely a valuable object that needed to be handled with care. Remaining rational, she dared not poke her head out to look. Deep down, another voice seemed to tell her that she must not let Song Zekin know that she had come into contact with the blue-lit object outside. Absolutely not. At this critical moment, with her nerves in a heightened state of tension, she even forgot why she was trapped in this stillness. Her worries about Xiao Yu and the others seemed to fade into nothingness at this moment. She stood there silently, afraid to move, her feet numb, her body stiff. Even the cold sweat from earlier had dried up. She didn't know how long it had been, but the light on the other side of the door became less blinding, and she heard the uneven footsteps getting closer. They left, and even kindly closed the door and turned off the light for her. As the door panel, almost touching her face, was moved aside, several blue-lit cylinders reflected in her pupils. Before she could register her surprise, she instinctively squinted and quickly pulled her sleeves down to shield her forehead, trying to cover every inch of skin exposed to the unknown blue light. When those people brought these objects in, she and T dared to look outside, so she naturally didn't know whether they were wearing any special protective clothing when they handled them. She had never seen the device in front of her. It emitted a chilling blue light that instilled a fear of approaching it. If this light had any radioactive or dangerous properties, then the few seconds she had just been exposed to it could pose a threat to her life. However, knowing there was danger, she still succumbed to that damned curiosity. She walked straight towards one of the devices without a hint of hesitation. The hand that had been shielding her forehead lowered unconsciously. As she approached, the blue cylinder in her pupils grew larger, and the brightness of the blue light cascading over her increased. The device in front of her consisted of a blue-lit object and an outer silver metal frame. The blue object looked like a giant pill, emitting light that fluctuated in intensity, seemingly changing in frequency. Even if she got closer to take a look, she couldn't discern what this device was used for based on its structure. She took a few steps back, pulled out her phone to record a video and take photos, and then reluctantly walked to the door to resume her interrupted escape plan. The heavy wooden door was open slightly, and she peered outside to confirm there was nothing unusual before she carefully sidestepped and quietly closed the door. Emily noticed that there were actually no surveillance cameras in the entire corridor outside, which explained why they had not found her location for so long. Although she felt something was off, she didn't have the time to ponder the building's structure at that moment. She quickly moved to the emergency exit, and during her descent, she didn't dare make much noise, keeping a vigilant state at all times. To her surprise, she managed to reach the underground parking lot safely. In front of her was a car that had just started, and without hesitation, she crouched and jogged towards it, quickly opening the door and jumping in. The driver was a middle-aged man, and the noise from the back seat made him turn around abruptly. He looked at the unknown woman in his back seat with a face full of confusion, speechless. Molly quickly pulled her work ID from her coat pocket and said in an official and serious tone, "I am on a mission and hope to get your assistance. Can you take me out of here?" The man leaned closer to the ID in a daze. The document looked quite legitimate, and although he was skeptical, He silently stepped on the gas. After all, her request was not unreasonable. It was just a matter of giving her a ride. When Mo saw the car move, she quickly crouched down in her seat. Although she had been caught on surveillance several times that night, any reduction would help, and it would be even better if she could create signs that she had vanished from the building. In fact, the staff had not been able to find Mo for such a long time, not because they were incompetent. Every floor of the building had surveillance, and catching her would have been as easy as reaching into a pocket. They gave up on pursuing her because they knew where she had gone. They just didn't have the authority or the courage to go after her. Not long ago, Song Zikin had ordered the entire 6th floor to be sealed off. The offices and conference rooms on that floor were quickly relocated to other floors. No one knew what Song Zikin was planning, and they certainly didn't dare to ask. It was until the lively market appeared outside the car window that Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. After politely thanking the driver, she got out of the car, finally managing to escape. Before she could relax for even a second, her phone in her coat rang. It was a text from Song Yin. Xiao Yu and Ning Tianpei are at the Shuangjiao wharf. Song Zikin has already been distracted, and they shouldn't have left yet. After reading the message, she immediately ran across the street, thankful that she had considered various possibilities before entering. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have made it out so smoothly. After getting into her own car, she eagerly stepped on the gas and sped away. She just wanted to see him as soon as possible. And the numbers on the dashboard kept rising. She thought faster, even faster. At warehouse C-16 of the Shuangjiao wharf, Xiao Yu and Ning Tianpei were endlessly repeating their moving tasks, and the cargo boxes were already more than half full. They chatted casually, while Mo remained forgotten by Xiao Yu, who thought she had already gone home under Wendong's supervision. Honestly, how confident are you in the dual universe plan? Ning Tianpei wiped the sweat from his forehead and lifted another box. 90%, he replied quietly, placing the box in his arms onto the truck and then walking back. They went back and forth like cheap labor in a food factory. Chapter 90. Acting cute when Xiao Yu finally remembered Mo and took out his phone. 2 beams of light suddenly appeared in the distance, shining directly on his sweat-soaked, sturdy body. He squinted and raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. Strangely, even though he knew it was a car coming towards him, he had no intention of moving aside. His indifference made Ning Tianpei, who was only a few steps away from him, panic. Ning Tianpei watched the car speeding toward Xiao Yu, and he naturally assumed that Song Zikin had changed his mind and come back to take their lives. Without thinking, he threw the box in his arms aside and ran toward Xiao Yu, embracing him as the 2 of them fell to the ground. Rolling a few times due to inertia, accompanied by the screeching of brakes, the car stopped where Xiao Yu had been standing earlier, with dust swirling up in the headlights and rising continuously. At that moment, Ning Tianpei didn't care about the pain from the fall. He quickly got up and pulled Xiao Yu along, ready to escape at any moment. However, upon seeing who got out of the car, he was left speechless, puzzled, and even a bit angry. What is she doing here? How did she end up here? Of course, what intrigued him the most was whether she had bought her driver's license or actually passed the test. The word were on the tip of his tongue when Xiao Yu covered his mouth with a dusty hand. He was taken aback and then swatted her hand away in disgust. Just as he was about to curse, Xiao Yu had already briskly walked away from him. She stopped about a meter away, worried that the smell of sweat on him would offend her. How did you end up here? He was both curious and concerned. Wasn't she supposed to be at home? Are you filming? She answered the question with a non-answer. The scene where Ning Tianpei rushed out to save someone was so dramatic that for a moment she almost thought she had stumbled onto a film set for an action movie. How can you say that? Is this how you drive? Ning Tianpei's voice was loud and full of complaints, and this time, Xiao Yu couldn't defend her. Li, who was blocked by Xiao Yu, poked her head out halfway and reproachfully said, "Is this how you talk to your master?" Ning Tianpei was momentarily speechless by her words. He silently brushed the dust off his clothes and walked straight towards the truck, thinking that he probably wouldn't have anything to do with what was about to happen next. Whether it was getting hit or scolded, it would all fall on Xiao Yu. After Mo said that, she still showed no intention of acknowledging him, so Xiao Yu decided to proceed with her explanation. "You need to hear me out first." Mo raised a hand to block him, saying flatly, "No need to explain." Suddenly interrupted, He paused, but quickly gathered his thoughts to start again. His 3-inch, unbroken tongue was ready, just waiting for her to listen. This time, Mo Lee's hand went directly to his mouth, pressing firmly. The force of it made his unprepared body lean back slightly. I said, no need to explain. I know you're not telling me anything for my own good. At this point, her hand had moved away from his mouth, and she continued in a lonely tone. I just don't like being the fool who knows nothing about what's going on, but always makes unreasonable fuss. Xiaoyu had imagined how she would react when she found out about this, but he never expected her to be so calm, so direct in telling him not to treat her like a vase anymore. He was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The only thing his brain could come up with was the next thing that slipped out of his mouth. Can you take me home? I can't drive anymore. I'm so tired. His almost soft, low voice gave Ning Tianpei goosebumps from a distance. If he had to blame someone, it would be his young age and good hearing. After hearing that, he felt he could never look at this man the same way again. Emily had a calm expression, and after a few seconds of silence, she shook her head lightly and earnestly said, being spoiled just doesn't suit you. One would naturally think that after hearing Mo Lee's evaluation, he would immediately quiet down, but the next moment, something happened that made Ning Tianpei wish he could dig his eyes out along with his memories. Rationality told him he shouldn't keep looking at those two, but he couldn't overcome his damn curiosity and glanced over. He saw Xiaoyu shaking Mo Lee's arm, swaying his strong body side to side. The slightly smiling corners of his mouth, along with his wide-open eyes, made the masculine energy that should have been on him vanish without a trace at that moment. Can you take me home, please? Upon hearing this, Emily felt that the air around them had frozen to a chilling point, and so did Ning Tianpei. His tense face was already clenched in anger. He looked at Mo Lee and thought, if you don't do something soon, I really won't be able to hold back anymore. Seeing her unmoved, Xiaoyu even raised an eyebrow at her with a hint of provocation. Emily finally couldn't hold back anymore. Amidst the quiet, only the sound of distant cars could be heard as her melodious laughter echoed like silver bells. Huh? Ning Tianpei was momentarily stunned. Watching the scene that could rival a horror movie, why was she still able to laugh like that? Xiaoyu watched her thick eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, but couldn't hide her sparkling eyes under the moonlight. Her laughter struck his heart bit by bit. Only then did he satisfactorily withdraw the series of expressions that didn't suit him and cautiously asked, returning to the normal tone of conversation as Ning Tianpei wished, "Are you calmed down now?" "Crazy," she cursed, although the smile on her face hadn't completely faded. "You both are insane," Ning Tianpei muttered quietly behind a truck. By the way, she suddenly remembered her recent experience. She had intended to tell him as soon as they met, but she never expected to go through such a scene first. The smile on her face had completely disappeared, replaced by sincere confusion. "I just came from Song Zikin's company. What were you doing there?" Upon hearing Song Zikin's name, Xiaoyu also became serious. He held her shoulders and looked her up and down, his eyes filled with a worry he had never shown that night. "Are you okay? They didn't do anything to you, did they?" Ning Tianpei also walked over from behind the truck after hearing Mo Lee's words, silent. Now, Song Zikin was also his enemy. After tonight, they would be comrades with a common enemy. Mo Lee pushed his hand away, saying, "I'm fine." As she spoke, she took out her phone from her coat pocket, pulled up a video, and then mysteriously said, "But it seems I accidentally stumbled upon Song Zikin's secret." Chapter 91. Promised. The two big men frowned in unison upon seeing the blue glowing object in the video. "What the hell is this?" The voice came from Xiaoyu. "You filmed this on the 6th floor, right?" Ning Tianpei asked. "How did you know?" Emily was a bit surprised, but quickly realized. Before Ning Tianpei had a falling out with Song Zikin, he had been part of that building. So it was only natural for him to understand the basic structure and function of the building. Ning Tianpei replied, "A subordinate of mine told me that Song Zikin ordered the entire 6th floor to be cleared out 2 days before he went abroad. Turns out it was to make room for this." "You still have subordinates?" Xiaoyu asked, seemingly unseriously. "There's still one or two. After all, having been under Song Zikin for so many years, I can't do everything alone." Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "When they find out you have fallen out with Song Zikin, will they still help you?" He was indeed concerned about this matter. Although Song Yun could currently be said to be on his side, the long-term situation was uncertain. Moreover, Song Zikin might not necessarily reveal all his plans to this daughter who suddenly returned to him. Therefore, at this moment, to monitor Song Zikin's every move, they needed a trustworthy person placed beside him. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu finally realized those who can stay by Song Zikin's side and those whom they trust are right in front of them. It's hard to say. When saying this, Ning Tianshi clearly showed some hesitation. Although they were his subordinates in the past, directly obeying him, this master-servant relationship had always been managed by Song Zikin, and he was unsure whether they had the loyalty to betray the demon. You shouldn't admit that. What did you say? Only then did Ning Tianshi realize that Xiaoyu's gaze hadn't left him since just now. In that moment, he couldn't help but recall those terrifying images from earlier, his heart suddenly feeling a bit uneasy. To prevent any unclear intentions from Xiaoyu, he instinctively took 2 steps back. Why are you staring at me? Seeing his actions, Xiaoyu felt baffled. Why is he hiding? I said you shouldn't admit to betraying Song Zikin. Now you're making it harder for us to find a reliable insider. Ning Tianshi felt somewhat unconvinced, but the word reliable somewhat softened his emotions when he heard the reprimand. However, the situation had already happened, and there's no point in discussing it now. Xiaoyu suddenly slapped his own face. Why don't you try contacting them? Maybe they only recognize you as their boss. Fine. Have you two finished discussing? The 2 men turned around in unison, realizing that Mo Li had somehow sat back in the car, looking like an outsider with her hands in her pockets and an impatient expression looking up at them. It's over, they said in unison. If it's over, hurry up and get in the car. I really don't understand what you can't say in the car. It's freezing in winter, and we're almost freezing to death. After saying that, she rolled up the window by herself, not giving them a chance to respond. Xiaoyu walked around the front of the car and was about to get in when Ning Tianshi called out to him. You guys go ahead. I'll settle this cargo and find you. Xiaoyu turned back to look at the open warehouse, then turned back and said, just drive the car in and leave it. I estimate Song Zikin 1T come. Clearly, these things are useless to him. Ning Tianshi thought about it and realized he was right. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Not to mention these are things that Song Zikin doesn't need. Soon, he backed the truck into the warehouse, and Xiaoyu leaned against the car waiting for him, probably not wanting him to feel lonely being left behind. After Ning Tianshi locked the warehouse, as he walked back, Xiaoyu suddenly promised him, if this batch of goods can be useful in the future, I will reimburse you for all the expenses on behalf of the Aerospace Bureau. Ning Tianshi was somewhat surprised by his sudden promise. Although he felt grateful inside, he thought that the matter should be clear when one is sober. Promises must be kept, and verbal agreements also have legal effect. After Xiaoyu gave him an okay gesture, he got into the car. The first thing Ning Tianshi said upon sitting down was directed at Mo Li in the front seat. Master, you heard that just now, right? You're a witness to this verbal agreement. Hearing this long-lost title, Mo Li felt somewhat touched, recalling how resistant she was to hearing the word master from him back then. Perhaps it was because of his reformation. Now she saw him as nothing more than a lovely little disciple standing in the snow at Qingmen. She glanced at him through the rearview mirror and smiled. Good. Although the other party's response was just one word, Ning Tianshi felt inexplicably warm inside. This was something he had never felt or even hoped for, whether during his time as Song Zikin's subordinate or before encountering Song Zikin. Don't smile at him. With just a short sentence, Xiaoyu became the mood killer. Ning Tianshi had no words to respond, and the few terrifying images flashed through his mind again. I didn't Mo Li couldn't be bothered with him and stepped on the gas to leave this desolate place filled with darkness. In the car, Mo Li vividly described everything she encountered in that building earlier. Mo Li was driving, Xiaoyu was in the passenger seat, and Ning Tianshi was in the middle of the back seat, leaning forward with both hands resting on the inner sides of the front seat, listening intently. How about I go take a look now? Song Zikin is probably still with Song Yun. My card should still work to get in. Ning Tianshi couldn't suppress his destructive urge deep inside. No matter what, as long as it could cause pain to Song Zikin, he was willing to do it. It's just a phone call. Are you underestimating your former master? Xiaoyu seemed to still be unhappy about Mo Li smiling at him earlier. Speaking with a sarcastic tone, Mo Li glanced at the passenger seat, unfazed, and continued. Didn't they say the DM group is heavily guarded? I went in today and found it doesn't seem that way. As she spoke, the car stopped at a red light. She shifted to neutral, even belittling herself to suppress Song Zikin with her words. I was able to escape unscathed with my skills. Master, you were able to escape not because of your skills, but because other employees didn't dare to approach the 6th floor. In the DM group, Song Zikin's orders are equivalent to fate. Exactly, it's all down to luck. Xiao Yu echoed. But how did you get to the 6th floor? If the 6th floor was sealed off, the button for the 6th floor in the elevator should have been removed, right? He tilted his body to look at Ning Tianshi in the back seat, trying to get his acknowledgement. It should be right to say that. No, it should be said that according to Song Zikin's working style, he would do that. Chapter 92. Warm sun listening to their back and forth. Mo had already lost the desire to respond. You guys are so capable. Why did you still need a woman like Song Yun to save you? She rolled her eyes, secretly cursing in her heart. The green light ahead lit up, and Mo Lee's gear shift was more forceful than before. Even a fool could see she was emotional. Xiao Yu timidly shrank back, even though there was no space left to retreat against the backrest. The car's interior was dim, illuminated only by the constantly changing streetlights, and the light distribution was particularly uneven, making faces hard to see. He slightly tilted his head to glance at Ning Tianshi in the back seat, signaling him to apologize quickly, unsure if he received his glance, unable to see his expression. He hoped Mo Li would be deaf for a few seconds, making it easier for him to directly hint at him. Ning Tianshi had never been good at analyzing the emotions conveyed through body language, let alone having the high emotional intelligence to read subtle cues. After all, he had lived as a tool for so many years, and it couldn't all be blamed on him. He was still puzzled as to why Mo Li didn't answer Xiao Yu's question. If they wanted to infiltrate the building to investigate, they had to figure out the route first, right? Master, how did you get to the 6th floor? Xiao Yu, after hearing this, nearly wanted to crash his head against the car window to end it all. I don't know. She replied nonchalantly, if someone was chasing you, you might easily appear there too. Ning Tianshi was taken aback, finally feeling that something was off with Mo Li, and turned his gaze to the passenger seat where the person was currently raising a hand to support her forehead. His emotional intelligence wasn't low, but he just couldn't grasp things as quickly as others. During the brief silence, he recalled the previous conversation and soon discovered the reason for her sudden harsh words. Master, I didn't mean to underestimate you at all. He was anxious, not even sitting properly, experiencing an unfamiliar feeling again tonight, eager to prove his innocence in a panic. Emily glanced at him through the rearview mirror, surprised. This Ning Tianshi seemed quite new to her. She saw a sense of unease on his face that had never appeared before. Is it normal for a person to undergo such a drastic change in a short time? For a moment, she wanted to engage the person next to her in a debate about human nature. Xiao Yu observed her expression changes with a sideways glance and noticed that she was more confused than angry now. Seeing that she was ignoring him, Ning Tianpei said sadly, Master, I just want to know how you got up there so I can have some clues for my investigation later. As he spoke, he kept patting Xiao Yu's arm, urging him to talk. You were quite chatty earlier, weren't you? Are you really going to go? However, Xiao Yu did not help him but questioned his thoughts instead. Do you think you have a long life? Aren't you upset that you didn't die just now? Suddenly, Emily asked, why are you two at the warehouse? It shouldn't be to duel with Song Zikin, right? After exchanging glances, Xiao Yu proactively filled her in on her mistaken information. After listening, she analyzed the known information and speculated. What we can confirm now is that Song Zikin has a plan to use bombs to subdue the world. That car cargo is just a smokescreen to test your loyalty. Without involving his alien number, those blue glowing devices I saw are very likely the real weapons in his plan. Xiao Yu was gradually led into her line of thinking, realizing that these devices appeared after Song Zikin met with Minyu. Ning Tianpei continued based on this. The claim that Minyu specializes in aerospace technology is also a ruse. As expected, this was a tactic he was very familiar with. He could be considered the person who understood Song Zikin's methods best at this stage. Yet his anxiety temporarily blinded him because he was worried that his betrayal would be discovered. Emily looked at Ning Tianpei through the rearview mirror, her tones sounding as if she genuinely empathized with his concerns. Going back to investigate won't do much. With your current identity, this action could put you in danger. Let's not do something that risks your life for a car. Indeed, Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Anyway, looking a bit more won't reveal much unless we can steal one out to study ourselves. His words had a double meaning, unlike Mo Li. He hoped Ning Tianpei would take that risk, even though it was a rather immoral thought. Mo Li shot him a glare and decisively told the person in the rearview mirror, her tone resembling a mandatory command, "Don't listen to him." Xiaoyu hurriedly protested. "I didn't explicitly say he should go. Doesn't he still have a lot of little brothers with Song Zikan? But those little brothers are still human, right? If they're discovered, won't they die? Do you think those devices can just be pocketed and taken away?" Facing her rapid-fire questioning, Xiaoyu instinctively fell silent, shrinking back. His hands respectfully resting on his lap, head bowed in silent acknowledgement of his mistake. Another voice inside him warned that if he spoke back now, he would certainly lose his life. On the other hand, facing Mo Li's unexpected defense, Ning Tianpei instinctively decided to serve her as his new master. He remained calm and silent, but his heart was already moved to the point of overflowing. He had forgotten how long it had been since he felt such a greedy emotion when someone cared for him. "Master, I'm not going. Please take me home," he heard himself say. Xiaoyu widened his eyes and turned to look at him, dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes as if to say, "Who do you think is your driver?" Mo Li glanced at the restless person in the passenger seat, not caring about him. She picked up the phone fixed on the center console and handed it to the back seat. "Input your home address." Ning Tianpei stared at the phone she handed over, momentarily stunned, his hands seeming a bit hesitant as he took it. He couldn't help but reaffirm in his heart that her kindness would be remembered, and he would repay her. Xiaoyu watched this scene in astonishment, and when he saw Ning Tianpei take the phone, he scoffed loudly, intentionally making a big show of it. However, neither of the two in the car paid him any mind, until they reached their destination. And Ning Tianpei got out of the car. He maintained a posture with his arms crossed, staring at Mo Li as if trying to see through her. "Go back and rest well. See you tomorrow," Mo Li said as she rolled down the car window to bid farewell to Ning Tianpei, completely ignoring the dark presence in the passenger seat. "Master, see you tomorrow." Ning Tianpei waved at her, and only after the car disappeared from view did he turn to go upstairs. Just as his left foot stepped onto the stairs, he heard sound. Chapter 93. He suddenly became alert, taking half a step back, tightening his fist, ready for a fight. He stared at the dark thicket from which the noise came, his tone more ominous than the surrounding darkness. "Who?" The figure gradually poked its head out of the shadows, lifting the brim of a baseball cap to reveal its face, then called out to him with an innocent expression, "Pega." Seeing the familiar face, he instantly relaxed his guard, his fist loosening. "Anan, what are you doing here? If Song Zikan finds out, you won't have a good ending. We heard that Song Dong was keeping an eye on you, and you almost couldn't come back. I called you, but you didn't answer, so I had to wait for you downstairs," Anan said, now close to him. "Pega, it's good that you're okay." Anan was one of the subordinates who followed him while working for Song Zikan, one of the little brothers who had repeatedly appeared in their conversations tonight. When Ning Tianpei heard him say "we," he felt a bit relieved. It seemed they hadn't disowned him as their big brother due to his betrayal. At the dock, he initially thought today would finally end this precarious life. But not only did he regain his life, but he also began to feel like he had been reborn. Now, knowing that there were people who sincerely cared for him during those years he considered trash, he felt both grateful and surprised. As an atheist, he surprisingly had the thought of thanking heaven. "You should leave quickly." Ning Tianpei didn't want him to become the next version of himself. If he stayed with him too long and got discovered, even the non-existent could become real. Song Zikan didn't care about human lives at all. Anan slightly lowered his head, his attitude humble. "Pega, I don't know what others think, but you were my big brother for a day, and you'll always be my big brother. If there's anything I can help with, just tell me, and I will do it without hesitation." Hearing him say this, he remembered Xiaoyu's question about himself. However, he didn't directly ask Anan for help. He wanted to try it himself first and consider other options if that didn't work. "You should go back now." After saying that, he went upstairs without looking back. Anan watched as the motion sensor lights in the hallway turned on and off, and only when he heard the wooden door slam shut did he lower his hat brim and move away. Back in his apartment, Ning Tianpei was standing by the window, watching Anan's gradually receding figure, his eyes dim and lifeless, as if silently bidding him farewell. After entering, he didn't turn on the lights, but he still felt the difference in the environment compared to when he last went out. The room was in disarray, and without hesitation, he pinpointed the culprit as Song Zikin. It seemed his threat was very effective enough to make even a cunning person like Song Zikin panic. He approached Song Zikin step by step, revealing a fearlessness he had never shown before. "Aren't you really wanting to kill me right now? Let me tell you, you can't kill me. If I die, you won't survive either." His words grew increasingly arrogant. Images from that moment flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but smile. Starting from a shallow smile to a full-blown laugh, the room echoing with his ambiguous laughter. Each sound originally conveyed a sense of carefree joy, but gradually turned cold and hollow. In those few seconds, he reflected on his tragically dusty life. Decades passing in just a few seconds. Song Zikin did not get what he wanted, and he certainly would not give up, which meant that this thorn in his side could not be completely removed from his sight. But so what? He was already someone who viewed life and death with indifference. No, was he even human? He had operated in machine form for many years, without accomplishing a single meaningful thing. He felt ashamed to be human. The cold wind at night blew the window curtain, making it dance in the darkness, before landing on his snow-soaked coat, pausing for a few seconds before falling again. He walked away from the window, pulled a chair under the chandelier, stood on it, and reached into the delicate chandelier. When he came out, he held a memory chip the size of a fingernail. This was precisely what Song Zikin had sent someone to search for, but had failed to find. Soon he would realize that he should not let him go. He had to make him taste the comfort of being trampled underfoot. On the way back, Xiaoyu could not hold back any longer and spoke first. "Why did you change your attitude toward him so quickly?" "I see he is almost catching up to my position in your heart." His tone was somewhat proud, and then he mimicked her speaking style in a way that was completely unlike her, adding, "I'll drive you home, how about it? Why not just come pick him up for work tomorrow?" Emily slightly turned her face away to pretend to check the traffic conditions, but in reality, she couldn't help but smile at his parrot-like mimicry. When did he become so feminine? She didn't know, but she had to admit that she was quite taken with his style. Seeing him like this inexplicably brightened her mood. Just like now, after getting out of the car from Ning Tianpei, she had been thinking about that blue glowing object the whole way, feeling heavy and even close to being oppressed. But as soon as he opened his mouth, it seemed she completely forgot the worries that had been lingering in her heart for so long. "What are you thinking? Why are you ignoring me while I'm talking to you?" He started to ramble again, then suddenly looked at him with suspicion. "You're not thinking about that traitor who keeps calling him master, are you?" He deliberately used an annoying tone on the words master, which earned him a roll of the eyes from Emily. "What traitor? He is one of us now. You know about this too? Well, they're S.A. first. They're S.A. second. If he could betray Song Zikin, who he has followed for over 10 years, why couldn't he betray us, whom he has known for less than a year?" He was just joking, but in his heart he had already accumulated a certain level of trust in Ning Tianpei. Emily smiled faintly. "Stop it. I know you don't really think that. You know again?" He deliberately raised his tone. "After tonight, you two will be brothers who have shared joys and hardships together. You probably trust him more than I do." Xiaoyu scoffed defiantly. "Well, he also has a history of betrayal." As they approached another intersection, he suddenly felt reluctant, his expression dimming a bit. "Come pick me up tomorrow," he muttered. Emily silently changed lanes to enter the straight lane, prompting his puzzled question. "What are you doing?" "Going home. You drive, and you come pick me up." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu desperately suppressed the corners of his mouth that wanted to rise, his nostrils flaring as he pretended to be aloof. "You're so lazy." Emily glanced at him, smiled, and didn't reply. Chapter 94. Backlash in the Deep Night. The bustling city seemed to have come to a halt, appearing peaceful, with only the occasional sound of passing vehicles breaking the silence. Even the wind had stopped. At this hour, the city had entered a state of slumber, and only security personnel remained in the DM Group building. Ning Tianpei, clad in black, fully armed with a baseball cap and mask, left only his sharp eyes visible. In front of him was Song Zikin's old lair. If it weren't for Anan's appearance tonight, he would probably have swaggered in through the main entrance with his access card, instead of sneaking around the side of the building, planning to jump over without any defense. Although the distance between the two buildings was only about 10 meters, it was enough to make an average person's legs go weak and unsteady, let alone jump across without any safety measures. However, Ning Tianpei's gaze was incredibly determined, without a hint of fear. He took out a tablet from his backpack, performed several operations, and then put the tablet back into the bag. After confirming the distance and angle one last time with his eyes, he turned and walked quickly backward. He bent down, took a running start, sprinted, and then leaped without hesitation. A shadow flashed between the two buildings, and in an instant, he had grasped the windowsill of the opposite building. It was easy for him to flip his entire body into the room through the window, performing such a difficult move as if it were merely brushing off dust. In fact, he had done things like walking on walls far too many times. Song Zikin had trained him to be a killing weapon, probably never anticipating that this day of backlash would come. He was currently on the 7th floor of the DM Group building, which was the intermediate office area. Any threat to Song Zikin's business secrets would not appear here, so there was no requirement to close the windows during rest periods on this floor. However, the newly renovated 6th floor was different. All the windows on the 6th floor were tightly closed and covered with curtains, and breaking a window would definitely trigger an alarm. Moreover, he was unsure if he could break in. He knew every nook and cranny of this building, except for the recently renovated 6th floor. Before coming here, he had already replaced the monitoring screens of more than 20 cameras on the 7th floor with yesterday's pre-recorded footage on his tablet. So no matter how he moved on the 7th floor, the monitoring room would show a scene of silence. From the elevator's monitoring footage, he confirmed that the button for the 6th floor had indeed been disabled, and no one had pressed in the footage. So he speculated that the button was most likely broken and could not reach the designated floor. Excluding the possibility that Song Zikin would create a secret passage in a short time, the only way to the 6th floor was the stairs. He walked quickly out of the office area, pushed open the door to the emergency exit, and stepped into the dimly lit corridor, which was filled with a sense of eeriness and the unknown. He headed downstairs, and indeed found that the door to the 6th floor was gone. He reached out to touch the freshly painted wall, which seemed to have been done for some time. He was filled with questions. His master had just come down from the 6th floor today and had clearly mentioned that she used the stairs. Could it be that Song Zikin acted so quickly? He began to shift his thoughts towards the idea of a secret passage. In the dim light, relying on a powerful flashlight the size of a pen, he conducted an unconventional search of the 7th and 5th floors, meticulously examining the walls, floors, ceilings, and every inconspicuous place, but found nothing. Given that the 5th floor was a leisure area for employees, Song Zikin would not have set up a secret passage in such a high-traffic area. He decided to focus his attention solely on the 7th floor. After all this fuss, it was nearly 5 o'clock, and the continuous setbacks had nearly exhausted all his patience. In desperation, he took out his phone and, after much deliberation, decided to call Xiaoyu. This operation was entirely his own decision. He had thought he could help them quietly, but in the end, he found that relying solely on himself not only exhausted him, but also made it impossible to achieve his goal. To his surprise, the call was quickly answered, as if she had been waiting for his call. Ning Tianpei wasted no time and said straightforwardly, "I'm currently in the corridor of the 6th floor of DM building. The door to the 6th floor is sealed, and I've searched the upper and lower floors, but Haven T found the entrance. The walls don't look freshly painted." Master said she came down the stairs. Could it be that she remembered wrong? Xiaoyu left his computer. Not that he hadn't slept, but he had a habit of waking up excessively early. Seeing that he had called so early in the morning, he felt a moment of tension, not expecting that he had really taken the initiative to enter the tiger's den. However, it's not the time to assign blame. He desperately needs help. Show me the entire wall by taking a picture. Ning Tianpei obediently returned to the safety passage on the 6th floor and sent the photo over. Xiaoyu said, "You should circle around the original door marks." He complied, his fingers gliding over the rough wall, but he didn't find anything unusual. Applying some force might trigger a hidden switch. Ning Tianpei was somewhat annoyed by the confusion, but continued to do as he was told. He shook his head, saying it wouldn't work. The wall behind didn't seem to have a switch. Xiaoyu speculated, could the secret passage be in Song Zikin's office? But that seems unlikely. According to Mo Li, the people who moved the glowing device acted together, at least a dozen of them. Excluding the weight of the device itself, one elevator simply couldn't carry them all. Could it be that they sent a batch first, then waited at the elevator door for everyone to gather before moving it all together? I checked the surveillance from today and didn't see anyone resembling the ones described by the master, nor did I see the blue light device in the video. He, who had been half squatting, sat down on the ground in frustration, unknowingly touching something during the process. Suddenly, a mechanical sound came from the wall behind him, and the entire wall began to move backward in parallel. He was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Seeing him seemingly stop mid-sentence, Xiaoyu became anxious, fearing he would be discovered. "What's wrong?" Ning Tianpei got up from the ground, somewhat astonished, and said, "The door opened." The door he referred to was actually the entire wall. When he sat down earlier, his butt accidentally touched one of the tiles at the bottom of the wall, triggering the switch. Time was of the essence. Dawn was approaching. If they were discovered, they needed to escape quickly. Their lives were at stake. Xiaoyu didn't delay and used a slightly commanding tone to remind him, "Wait for you to come back." The corridor remained unchanged as before, but the surrounding atmosphere felt suffused with hellish fire, making it feel unreal. Originally a large space used for office work, it was the source of this eerie blue light. Chapter 95. The cat Ning Tianpei escaped from the building just before dawn. At this moment, Xiaoyu was in the small street between DM building and the opposite building, driving Mo Li's car. After hanging up his call, he really had no mind to do anything else, so he ran out before dawn and had been waiting for nearly an hour. He didn't know how Ning Tianpei got in or how he came out. He saw him before getting into the car, clutching his backpack to his chest. Xiaoyu was startled and asked a seemingly pointless question. "How did you know I was here?" He hadn't informed him beforehand, just sent a text. "Contact me after it's done." Ning Tianpei swiftly took off his hat and mask. After a whole night of turmoil, he showed no signs of fatigue on his face and appeared even more energetic than Xiaoyu, who had slept for a night. He didn't answer the question. Instead, he silently opened the zipper of his backpack. Xiaoyu, who was watching this action, thought to himself, "No way." But when the backpack was opened and Ning Tianpei revealed the specially made blackout cloth, he felt momentarily speechless. Xiaoyu reached toward the backpack, but hesitated and withdrew his hand. "You really stole back?" he exclaimed, surprised. Wasn't this equivalent to directly provoking Song Zikan? He seemed to see their tragic future. Just as he was about to continue scolding him for not considering the consequences, he heard Ning Tianpei say, "It's a swap." "What?" His confused voice filled the entire car. "Don't treat me like a fool. Would I take risks without preparation?" Ning Tianpei continued to explain. "I made an identical one based on the video. Of course, the one I made is just a shell, but the frequency of light intensity changes is the same as the real one." He spoke confidently, looking very assured. If it were just sitting there, it definitely wouldn't be discovered as a counterfeit. When he actually used it, you probably wouldn't care about tearing your face apart, right? He thought that when the time came for Song Zikan to activate this bomb, his counterfeit could give him a little trouble, just a little. "Are there others like you around Song Zikan?" Xiaoyu asked, genuinely impressed. He was not being sarcastic. Just like him, his understanding of this glowing device came only from the video casually taken by Mo Li. He was still troubled by the current situation. And not only did Ning Tianpei create one based on imagination, but he also single-handedly staged a thrilling scene of a cat swapping for a prince. Ning Tianpei, completely oblivious to this praise, thought for a moment and replied, "There should be. It's impossible to say there aren't. But I haven't participated in any training for killing weapons, nor have I come into contact with any of them. We all follow orders, doing our own parts. It's like the operation modes of different chess pieces in chess. The knight moves in an L shape, the bishop moves diagonally, and the cannon can kill from a distance. Each piece has its own duties. They do not interfere with each other, but have a common goal." Xiaoyu was speechless at his untimely sincerity, but to be honest, it was the first time he felt fortunate to have Ning Tianpei as his companion. Thank goodness Ning Tianpei defied Song Zikan, otherwise, he really couldn't have accomplished such a high-difficulty task. He directly reached for the backpack, quickly covering it with the cloth, zipping it up. "Keep a low profile." There are eyes everywhere. Ning Tianpei obediently secured the specially made blackout cloth and zipped it up. He hugged the backpack with both arms, as if holding a peerless treasure. Xiao Yu pressed the accelerator and steered out of the seemingly dangerous little street. Where to now? Isn't it inappropriate to bring this back to the bureau? Ning Tianpei asked. To my home. My studio has an explosion-proof system, safe and reliable, Xiao Yu replied calmly, not forgetting to secretly praise himself. At this moment, the sky had already lifted the dark veil of night. Perhaps due to last night's snowfall, the sky looked gray and cold, layers of dark clouds blocking the dawn's light, making one feel depressed. When the two men appeared before Mo Li simultaneously, the time was just right for their agreed-upon meeting yesterday. One man was in the car, while the other was outside, with Xiao Yu leaning against the car door, checking the time. Mo Li's first reaction upon seeing Ning Tianpei was to look seriously at Xiao Yu and immediately scold him. Did you let him do something dangerous? Ning Tianpei looked at Mo Li, who was protecting him like a mother hen, feeling a bit uncomfortable yet warm inside. Xiao Yu glanced at Ning Tianpei, who was bowing his head but clearly looked happy at that moment, and felt a strange sensation in his heart. He truly felt wronged. Although what Ning Tianpei did was what he hoped he would do, he had only learned about it afterward. The wrong do, he slapped Ning Tianpei's back. Why didn't you speak up? Unexpectedly, Mo Li responded even faster than Ning Tianpei. I'm asking you a question. What do you want him to respond with? Xiao Yu was so anxious he wanted to sit down on the spot, sulking to show his grievance. Master, it was my own idea, Ning Tianpei finally spoke up, sincerely clearing Xiao Yu's name. Xiao Yu had no idea about this. It was because I really couldn't find the entrance on the 6th floor that I called group leader Xiao for help. Mo Li squinted, still skeptical, examining the two men in front of her. She asked Xiao Yu, then why do you look like you're admitting your mistake? Hearing this, Xiao Yu looked down and realized that unconsciously his hands had clasped in front of him, indeed, making him look like he was in a state of being reprimanded for doing something wrong. He hurriedly let go, placed his hands on his hips, straightened his back, and unconsciously lifted his chin a few degrees. That wasn't me just now. Mo Li had already turned her face towards Ning Tianpei, asking what was going on, where he had been, what he had done, and whether he had been discovered. If he had been discovered, he wouldn't be standing here waiting for you to ask, right? Xiao Yu couldn't stay calm for a moment. Mo Li shot him a glare and ignored him, as if he had really done something wrong. It must be said that Ning Tianpei truly felt a sense of being favored and surprised. Although he couldn't read people's expressions, the faces of those outside the car had darkened to a degree that he could not ignore. He pretended to take out his phone to check. Let's get in the car first, master, or we'll be late. All right. Saying this, she stepped around the front of the car. Xiao Yu knocked on the door of the passenger seat, his tone not so pleasant, saying to go sit in the back. You go sit in the back. He heard Mo Li say this. What exactly did he do wrong? Chapter 96. That it means that as long as Song Zikin doesn't start the plan for a day, the fakes you created will definitely not be discovered? After hearing Ning Tianpei's unconventional experience, Mo Li felt relieved, but also found it somewhat unrealistic. The adversity seemed too easily resolved, excluding the possibility that he would check them one by one. Yes, Ning Tianpei turned to look at the expressions of the two, and he was naturally uncertain. After all, Song Zikin's thoughts were unfathomable to ordinary people. Just like when he learned that the Earth was about to perish, he indeed thought of bringing the disaster forward. If there were an insider, we could prepare mentally in advance if Song Zikin made any moves. Xiao Yu leaned lazily against the chair, looking blankly at the street scenery passing by outside the car window. I plan to have my brother Anan act as an insider. He then recounted what happened when Anan came to find him last night. Although Ning Tianpei had mentioned Anan as someone she had never met, she still felt that she shouldn't push him into danger. However, regarding the current situation, there was no other way but this. She fell silent for a long while before speaking, asking him to pay attention to safety. Ning Tianpei turned to look at her, her face showing some hesitation, but she still responded with a good. When they arrived at the bureau, when Dong breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Xiao Yu and Ning Tianpei safe and sound, she had no intention of asking further questions, not just because of Mo Li's heavy expression. Everyone was still as silent and serious as usual, but the pace seemed faster than usual, as if some invisible force was pushing them forward. The robot manufacturing agreement signed by Song Yun was not obstructed by Song Zikin. He planned to follow his daughter's wishes as long as she was willing to come back to his side, willing to pay whatever it took. Zhang Qian and the entire team were also irritated by Song Zikin's indifference, and were currently confirming the final manufacturing requirements with the manufacturing company. Since there were many machines in the manufacturing company with different functions, Zhang Qian suggested modifying the existing ones, which would not only save time, but also avoid unnecessary expenses. After all, it wasn't his money, and he certainly had to use a method that was beneficial for both sides. Song Yun said they could deliver in as little as a week, and Zhang Qian immediately felt a surge of joy, nodding and bowing to thank her repeatedly. After Song Yun left, she didn't return to that home filled with Song Zikin's aura, but went directly to another residence that had previously monitored Song Zikin. Looking through the telescope at Song Zikin's office, she couldn't help but recall the scene where Xiao Yu and Song Zikin were sitting across from each other. She found that no matter what he said, he always believed him. He said he wasn't sent by Song Zikin to monitor her, and he believed that they were just a mutually beneficial cooperative relationship. He saved her from her debt, which she had already paid off last night. Not only last night, but she had helped him more than he had helped himself. Yet she still couldn't change his position in her heart. Perhaps he had stayed too long in her heart as a benefactor. She left the telescope, turned, and sat down on the ground. She took out her phone, opened the chat box with Xiao Yu, edited the text, and then deleted it, repeating this action over and over. She wanted to ask him if she had paid off her debt, but worried that asking this would cut off her own retreat. She didn't want to become strangers with him, nor did she want to end their mutual debt. Or perhaps she wanted to drag this ambiguity on until she could secure a place in his heart. She closed her eyes, and the phone eventually slipped from her fingertips. When work ended in the afternoon, as soon as the time was up, Xiao Yu, Mo Li, and Ning Tianpei all put down their work at the same time. When they walked out of the laboratory, the others exchanged glances, as if silently marveling at this rare sight. Especially Mo Li, who usually couldn't wait to work through the night, now actually left without staying a moment longer. Their tense departure was due to the bomb placed at Xiao Yu's home. As the car came to a stop, Mo Li saw the familiar figure standing in front of the building. It was old Lu. Xiao Yu probably worried they couldn't handle it, which is why he invited the knowledgeable old Lu to come. She glanced at Xiao Yu. After venting her anger on him this morning, he hadn't spoken much to her all day, and even now, he completely ignored her gaze. But she knew he had definitely noticed. Xiao Yu walked ahead, and upon seeing old Lu, he was more anxious than anyone. After all, it was a cold day, and the old man was standing alone downstairs waiting for him. He was filled with apologies. Old Lu, why did you come so quickly? Did you wait long? It's nothing. I just arrived not long ago. Old Lu was still in good shape. Probably sensing the guilt on Xiao Yu's face, he patted his shoulder and smiled. Montauk Li, who was behind, had already come up to old Lu. She politely greeted him. Hello, Professor Lu. Long time no see. How is Grandma Yi's health? You only care about your grandma and not about me? Seemingly to lighten the mood, old Lu made a joke. Perhaps because of his younger sister. He felt a closeness to Mo Li as if she were a granddaughter he had never had. Mo Li was momentarily taken aback, still not having opened her mouth to apologize when Xiao Yu spoke first. Please don't tease her. You should know she can get angry at any moment. Mo Li shot him a glance. He was indeed still unhappy about this morning. She couldn't blame him for being petty. She had been unreasonable. After all, her bad mood this morning wasn't caused by him. When they had a moment alone later, she thought she would have to apologize to him. Ning Tianpei extended her hand first, her attitude humble. Hello, Professor Lu. I've long admired your name. Old Lu friendly shook her hand. You must be Xiao Ning, right? Xiao Yu has told me quite a bit about you. Mistakes are made, but realizing and correcting them still makes you a good comrade. Ning Tianpei silently lowered her head in acknowledgement. Let's go upstairs. Don't stand out here in the cold. The voice came from Xiao Yu. Only upon witnessing the glowing device did old Lu begin to grasp the reality of Xiao Yu's words. Old Lu turned to Ning Tianpei and said, You are indispensable in this incident. If it weren't for your fearless courage and selflessness at my age, I fear I would have no more opportunities to engage with such high technology. Not at all. You overpraise me. Ning Tianpei still maintained her humble attitude. It must be said that doing good deeds felt both fresh and addictive. Old Lu stepped closer to the glowing object, his eyes devoid of fear of the unknown, filled only with a curiosity driven by a thirst for knowledge. Although it wasn't the first time seeing it, Lee's heartbeat still quickened more than usual. She asked the person beside her, "Is it okay to just leave it like this? Hasn't it been fine all day?" Xiaoyu replied casually. Chapter 97. Threat. Lee fell silent for a moment, then turned to look at old Lu, hoping that the most knowledgeable person in the room could give them some guidance. When the surroundings were quiet, with only each other's breathing sounds left, they heard Lu Lao say with shining eyes, "Plutonium." Hearing the word no, Ning Tianpei instinctively frowned, reflexively thinking something was wrong. He quickly stepped forward, reaching out to block Lu Lao behind him, nervously saying, "We still don't know what this is. It's better if you don't get too close." Unexpectedly, Lu Lao revealed a friendly smile, pressing his hand down. "It's metallic plutonium." Ning Tianpei didn't understand this, and his confusion deepened. But the other two showed expressions of sudden realization. Lu Lao continued, "Potential can sometimes be dangerous. Plutonium has the potential to power an entire city, but it can also be used to make bombs." However, soon, the joy on Xiaoyu and Lee's faces vanished at an observable speed, as they both realized the danger of the glowing object before them. They exchanged glances, and Lee hesitantly spoke. "Metallic plutonium is a fissile radioactive element, often used as material for nuclear weapons in wars. No wonder Song Zekin traveled such a long way to Country M." Xiaoyu crossed his arms, nodding like a detective who had discovered the truth, and after receiving the gazes of the other three, he hurried to explain his inappropriate attitude. Because the regulations there aren't as strict as here, so, upon hearing this, Ning Tianpei was taken aback, and after a moment, he exclaimed, "So what I painstakingly smuggled back is a nuclear bomb?" Seemingly sensing their concerns, Lu Lao said, "There's no need to worry too much right now. The ones in the device are in a relatively stable state, as long as the person with the controller hasn't discovered it has been stolen." Xiaoyu shrugged, glancing at Ning Tianpei. "Maybe what you should have stolen isn't this." Ning Tianpei met his gaze, angrily retorting, "How would I know?" Xiaoyu held his hands up in front of his chest, signaling him not to get angry. This was the first time he had seen Ning Tianpei looking so anxious. It seemed that the glowing object before them had easily breached his usual composure. Lee, like a deflated balloon, asked, "So what do we do now?" "Professor Lu." As she spoke, Lu Lao had already approached the glowing nuclear bomb again, and when called, he raised his hand to stop what Lee was about to say. "It seems there's another layer." The voice came from Lu Lao. Xiaoyu and Lee exchanged glances and stepped forward. Looking at the spot Lu Lao's gaze was fixed on, Ning Tianpei stayed where he was, watching them. He didn't want to be so close to the nuclear bomb, and he was only good at expressing himself through force, so getting closer wouldn't help. Reflecting on every moment he had been in close contact with this nuclear bomb today, he felt a thrill. Even now, his heart was still stuck in his throat. Seeing Lu Lao prepare to handle it, he felt a momentary loss of the ability to speak, and, after letting out a startled cry as a warning, he heard a voice that didn't seem to belong to him. "Don't be impulsive." After hearing this, Emily also felt a bit timid. She tugged at Xiaoyu's sleeve, wanting him to persuade Lu Lao not to act recklessly. However, this suicide squad completely ignored her plea. He even pressed down on the glowing device to assist Lu Lao. Emily tightly shut her eyes, as if her whole face was strenuously denying reality. She thought to herself, "We're doomed." Watching the two act boldly in front of the nuclear bomb, Ning Tianpei felt his legs weaken, standing there like a statue, just waiting for the impending catastrophic explosion. Although he didn't understand this metallic plutonium, he was well aware of the destructive power of nuclear bombs. Nuclear radiation could easily cause illness, cancer, or even death. The few nuclear explosion incidents in history had caused countless casualties. He was about to become part of history. Unintentionally, Lu Lao took out a device resembling a relay baton from the center of the apparatus. It had steel edges at both ends and two steel wires perpendicular to its ends, emitting a stable and continuous glow, unlike the larger items that flickered with frequency. The moment the steel rod was removed, the nuclear bomb, which had been glowing, instantly lost its color, like a soulless person, devoid of vitality and threat. Holding the steel rod that emitted a stable blue light, Lu Lao looked at Xiao Yu and smiled as if relieved, his tense nerves relaxed. All right, now it's just a harmless energy storage device. Xiao Yu glanced at the two dazed individuals, saying in simpler terms, it's just a battery. Emily leaned weakly against the wall behind her, unsure of what to say for a moment, but she felt relieved deep down. Extremely relieved. Ning Tianpei still stared at them with a blank expression, probably because his brain was a bit frozen from the rapid emotional ups and downs he had just experienced. As a result, he was somewhat incoherent. Why? How could it? Lu Lao smiled mysteriously. The structure of this device is my invention. Xiao Yu's surprised gaze fell on Lu Lao, not to mention the two who were still shaken. Are you serious? He casually leaned on the nuclear bomb, as if the threat it posed just moments ago had never existed. Lu Lao still wore a mysterious smile. He didn't respond, but instead walked toward the cabinet, opening the door to place the steel rod inside. Xiao Yu stubbornly followed Lu Lao, asking, have you also made a nuclear bomb? I don't have that capability. Lu Lao laughed, denying it. He looked at Mo Li and Ning Tianpei. Haven't you two calmed down yet? At this moment, Mo Li had already stood up straight, still harboring concerns, and tentatively asked, is it really that simple? Young lady, the difficult part is the extraction process of plutonium, like solvent extraction and ion exchange purification. Not this, Lu Lao said, finally revealing a smile that reassured her. Now even with remote control, it won't explode, right? Ning Tianpei asked. Lu Lao gave a positive answer. Xiao Yu then added, don't be too quick to relax. There are so many nuclear bombs in that room. They all need their devices separated. And those are just the ones we know of. Mo Li's gaze, which had been directed toward the ground, fell on Ning Tianpei. Ning Tianpei understood immediately. He took out his phone, leaving a message saying, I'll remind Anan to be careful, before disappearing from their sight. The road ahead is long. Children, Lu Lao said meaningfully, what the future world will look like depends on you. Chapter 98. Unless today was the day to test whether the modified monitor could operate normally. The busy figures in the laboratory were now all focused on the command center of the launch pad, under the tense yet expectant gazes of everyone. Xiao Yu pressed the red circular launch button at the control panel. He saw the monitor on the launch pad in the distance. After causing a series of jolts on the ground, soar into the sky, shooting straight into the clouds. Although the distance was not close, the command room still felt the tremor from the ground. The monitor continued to rise until it reached a height that was no longer visible to the naked eye, until it broke through the atmosphere, nearing the KRM line. The KRM line is defined by the International Aeronautical Federation as the boundary between the atmosphere and space at an altitude of 100 kilometers. It worked. The voice came from Mo Li. She found it somewhat hard to believe, but it was also within expectations. The command room erupted into thunderous applause. This was arguably the most exhilarating thing that had happened in recent times. As the applause gradually subsided, Xiao Yu spoke up. The data shows that the monitor has reached space, and all functions are operating normally. Zhang Qian, who had been staring at the tablet screen, echoed. The robot shows no abnormalities either. We adjusted the power of the thrusters, planning to reach the nearest black hole in 2 hours. Mo Wei looked at Xiao Yu and continued. Next, we just wait for news. Xiao Yu slowly nodded at her, feeling nervous as the success or failure hinged on this moment. When Dong still felt incredulous, unable to believe that they had actually done it. Although she wasn't a professional, she understood how difficult it was for a modified monitor to carry people and successfully enter space. Su Hui patted her hand, which was linked with hers, and tiredly said, I'm happy. But unfortunately, all I want right now is to sleep. It wasn't just because she was too tired in hearing things. Even Xiao Yu, who seemed robotic and tireless, had a moment of conscience when he told Su Hui that they could leave work early. You all have worked hard these days. The next steps will be handled by me and Mo Wei. Everyone, let's head home and rest for today. Saying this, he looked at Zhang Qian, who also had dark circles under his eyes. You should go back too. Let Mo Wei handle the robot matters. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian immediately perked up, not hesitating to toss the tablet to Mo Wei before running off. Thanks. You've worked hard. Mo Wei hadn't even reacted when Zhang Qian's figure had already disappeared from her sight. She looked at him with an expression void of apology and hurriedly questioned, "Can you consider my feelings when you give orders to others? Should I call him back now?" Xiao Yu said as he was about to get up. He hadn't even risen from his chair for a second before being pushed back down. "Ow." He pretended to complain. "Why do you feel stronger now? Have you been secretly hitting the gym while so busy?" Mo rolled her eyes at him, not wanting to engage. He stood up and patted her shoulder, knowing she was still worried about the monitor potentially having complications, afraid that everyone's hard work would go to waste. While everyone else was applauding the successful launch of the probe, she had been the only one with a tense expression, staring intently at the vanishing black, which he noticed. "Relax. If it fails, you can find another way. You're so smart. Nothing can stump you." Mo finally broke into a smile at this ridiculous remark, even though her eyes still glared at him. "Can you shut that crow's mouth of yours? Good things don't work out, but bad things do." Xiao Yu turned his face away, smiling faintly, his gaze fixed on the computer screen in front of him as he murmured to himself, "It's good that you're smiling." Mo sat down beside him, looking into the distance where the monitor had disappeared, as if suddenly remembering something. She quickly turned to him and asked, "Why didn't I see Ning Tianpei today? Is everything okay with him?" Xiao Yu shrugged. "I don't know. Didn't he tell you why he wasn't coming to work? He just sent me a message saying he had something to do and wouldn't come today. He didn't look up at her the whole time." Worried she would notice something off in his tone, Mo seemed not to suspect anything, only responding with a casual "oh," then shifted her focus to the tablet in front of her. He didn't want to tell her that he had sent Ning Tianpei to follow old Lu, and he certainly didn't want her to know that her grandmother was currently missing. Last night, shortly after old Lu left, Ning Tianpei and Mo had also left. Alone at home, he was planning how to stop Song Zikin, but before he could devise a strategy, he received a picture from Ning Tianpei. He immediately recognized the person in the photo as old Lu, who had left not long ago. But this black car, before he could think further, he received a call from Ning Tianpei. His voice was filled with panic. "You need to get out of the house now." He was worried that the device that old Lu referred to as a safety battery might still be dangerous. "I'm not home." The voice on the other end relaxed a bit. The photo was taken by Anan while following Song Zikin. Song Zikin must have found out. Xiao Yu struggled to accept this. "Old Lu, how is that possible?" Hearing Xiao Yu's silence, the voice sighed. "What do we do next?" In a short time, Xiao Yu recalled fragmented memories about old Lu in his mind. He couldn't help but redefine Ning Tianpei's identity. On one side was an old scholar he had known for many years, and on the other was Ning Tianpei, who had a history of betrayal. To be honest, if he had to choose, he would definitely lean towards the former. Ning Tianpei continued, "It's strange. If old Lu really has a connection with Song Zikin, then why would he help us tonight? Could it be that Song Zikin is behind this? But what benefit would that bring him? Old Lu wouldn't do this without a purpose." Suddenly realizing something, he added, "You should check on Lu Yue. She is old Lu's sister. If old Lu really did something, it wouldn't be voluntary." "Okay." After hanging up, Xiao Yu put on his coat and went out. Although the weather was cold and it was late, the old street was still bustling with activity. He had only been there once before and got lost last time due to not knowing the way. But this time he quickly found a little snack shop with determined steps. This row of lakeside shops had all kinds of customers except for the little snack shop in front of him, which was tightly closed. The sign of the snack shop was lit, but there was no one inside and no light. He clenched his fists secretly, realizing that something was likely wrong. After leaving the old street, Xiao Yu returned to the space agency. As soon as he exited the elevator, he saw the light coming from the command room through the crack of the door. She yes at it again. He didn't walk forward, but instead turned around and pressed the down button to enter the elevator again. When he returned, he had a paper bag with a small sushi logo in his hand. He guessed she probably hadn't eaten dinner, and even if she had, it would have been much. He gently pushed open the ajar door, intending to scare her a little. But the sight that greeted him was of her peacefully sleeping with her eyes closed. She was resting her head on the table facing the door, with a tablet quietly lying beside her and documents scattered all over the table, like a battlefield. How long had he been gone? She truly didn't give herself a moment of rest. He tiptoed inside, not daring to breathe loudly for fear of waking her. He placed the paper bag on the table by the door, and even though he was careful, the paper made a slight noise. As he released the paper bag, he hurriedly averted his gaze. Luckily, she didn't wake up. He stood there for a while to confirm she was still deeply asleep before taking a step towards her. He gently picked up the tablet in front of her and sat down on the chair behind her, moving cautiously the entire time. He couldn't help but worry about how it would look if a third person saw him now. They would probably laugh at him to death. It was now the 5th hour since the monitor had launched, and, after ultra-high-speed travel, it had reached the edge of the star system. All the functions of the robot inside the cabin were showing normal, and the next hour was crucial. His gaze shifted from the screen back to her sleeping face. From the time he entered at 9 to now at 9:30. He wouldn't have realized how long he had been staring at her if it weren't for the sudden ringing of his phone in his pocket. Emma Way frowned slightly and opened her eyes immediately. The ringtone was a particularly urgent alarm, and it was hard for her not to wake up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw him holding the phone, looking as if he was about to drop it. He panicked and looked apologetic. Their eyes met, and she instantly became alert. Clearing her throat before speaking, she sat up straight and stretched her neck. "When did you get here? Why didn't you wake me?" She looked fully awake, not at all like someone who was just a second ago in a deep sleep. Xiao was momentarily taken aback. The phone had been hung up during the earlier chaos. "Just arrived." He brushed it off with 2 words. She didn't mind, but when she touched her side and realized her tablet was gone, she instantly switched to a tense mode as if ready for battle. "Where's the computer? What time is it? How's everything? Is it communication normal?" Her actions directly answered these questions that came out like machine gun fire. Looking at her seriously holding the computer, he felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. "When was the last time you slept?" He blurted out. She frowned slightly, but didn't look at him. "What kind of question is that?" "It was definitely this morning." "It's nothing, just thought you looked too tired." He fell silent, and as he stood up, a wave of soreness shot through his legs, reaching every nerve ending. He brought over the paper bag containing sushi and placed it in front of her. Pretending not to care as he said, "I packed this too. You haven't eaten, right? Even if you have, it won't hurt to have a late-night snack." She looked up at him, and he turned his face away, acting nonchalant. "You eat. I'm going out to make a call." After he left, she reached out to check the temperature of the paper bag and couldn't help but smile. It had already cooled down. What was he talking about just arriving? At the end of the corridor, Xiao deliberately walked far away, glancing back to see if she had followed. Since he had decided not to let her worry from the beginning, he had to keep things confidential. "Did you have something going on just now?" Ning Tianpei picked up the phone with a worried tone. After all, the situation had changed, and who knew what Song Zikan might plot without anyone noticing. "I accidentally hung up. I followed Professor Liu all day and didn't notice anything unusual. I left home in the morning, stayed at school all day, and didn't go out again after work." Ning Tianpei's voice sounded somewhat dejected, carrying a sense of futility from wasting a day. Nevertheless, he still habitually wanted to get instructions from Xiao Yu about what to do next. Xiao Yu sighed. He didn't know either. "What about the hospital? Did you check?" "I checked. There have been no records of Liu Yue's visits or hospitalizations in the past month. I was worried about missing something, so I even had someone check the health clinic in the neighboring village, but still nothing. I think we can rule out the possibility of Professor Liu being threatened." Xiao Yu felt troubled too. He voiced his doubts. That old fox Song Zikan wouldn't go so far as to kidnap an elderly person, would he? There was silence on the other end of the line. "Xiao Yu, I'm afraid he can think of anything. There's nothing he can't do. The main thing is I can't understand what his purpose is in doing this. Could it really be just because he can't stand others doing well and wants to stir trouble? I'm near DM building right now. I haven't been able to reach Anan all day, and I'm really worried. You can't just rush in and put yourself in danger. What do you want to do?" Ning Tianpei closed his eyes. "Do you think I'm stupid? Be careful. Your life is important." He paused, then quickly added, "We need you." After that, he hurriedly hung up the phone, realizing he couldn't say anything too sentimental to a man. All he could think about was slapping himself. In the car, Ning Tianpei froze for a moment. The call interface on the central console had switched back to the home screen, and he remained stunned, questioning his ears. The upheaval in his mindset over the past few days was nothing compared to the shock of hearing those words from Xiao Yu. His gaze fell on the handgun in the passenger seat. Though hesitant, he reached out, picked it up, tucked it into the small of his back, and got out of the car. As the car door closed, he lowered his hat brim, glanced around, and walked into the building opposite DM building. The elevator went straight to the 27th floor, and he stood firmly in front of room 2701, accompanied by several ding-dong sounds from the doorbell. He heard footsteps approaching from behind the door. Just as Xiaoyu stepped into the command room, he bumped into her, who was staring intently at the doorway. Upon seeing him, she didn't shy away. She leaned on the table with her hands, resting her chin on them, and in front of her were neatly arranged sushi pieces. She nodded at the person standing at the door, giving a look that said, "Sit, don't be polite." A sense of inexplicable resistance suddenly arose in his heart. He felt that the situation was not looking good. In apartment 2701, Song Yun looked through the peephole and, without a second thought, opened the door. As soon as the door opened, she was met with Ning Tianpei's poker face. She noticed a flicker of confusion in his eyes when he saw her, but it vanished almost immediately. Song Yun glanced at him indifferently, didn't he linger at the entrance, and turned to walk inside. She said, "Come in and sit down. Don't be polite." Her tone made it sound as if the person standing outside was a friend of hers. Ning Tianpei felt puzzled and surprised by her reaction. Having spent many years under Song Zikan, he was well aware of the discord between the father and daughter. After all these years, it would be a lie to say he had never been curious about Song Zikan's daughter, who lived in secrecy. He had never seen her before, but now that he did, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. And she, it seemed, did not treat him as an outsider. He lowered his hand, which had been cautiously resting on his lower back, realizing that bringing a gun to see a defenseless woman was overly cautious. He followed her into the apartment, and the door behind him clicked shut. She wore a soft fabric nightgown and fluffy slippers, cradling a black cat in her arms. The light in the room was dim, but he still noticed the conspicuous telescope in the living room, aimed at the building across the street. Song Yun stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, facing him sideways. Perhaps sensing his confusion, she gently stroked the cat in her arms with her slender fingers and glanced at the telescope, explaining to herself, "I've seen you around. I know who you are, and I know you're no longer working for him." The him she referred to was naturally the notorious Song Zikan. Ning Tianpei listened quietly. He realized he knew nothing about the person in front of him. At that moment, his strongest feeling was curiosity. "Although I didn't expect you to come looking for me, upon reflection, it seems that the only bargaining chip against him is me." She smiled, a bit forlorn and resentful. She looked up at him and said, "But I think you didn't account for." Her words carried a hint of hatred that shouldn't have appeared on her face. "I don't want him to have it easy." Ning Tianpei was silent. Her words were indeed unexpected. "Thank you for that day." Song Yun concealed the face she had never shown in front of others, turned away, and coldly said, "No need to thank me. I owe it to Xiaoyu." At the mention of Xiaoyu, her eyes softened instantly. That name seemed to bring her heart to a stillness like a calm lake, comforting and serene. He approached her expressionlessly, stopping about a meter away, standing before the telescope and slightly bending down to adjust it, looking at the building across the street. Song Zikan wants to create chaos in the world. His recent trip to Country M was the beginning of this plan, he said as he moved away from the telescope with the angle adjusted. "The 6th floor is where he placed the nuclear bomb." Song Yun looked at him with some suspicion and asked, "Are you serious?" After saying this, she grabbed the telescope to look down, only to see all the windows on the 6th floor tightly shut, unable to discern what was inside or what the environment was like. When she first saw him, she had hoped to extract some information from him, but before she could ask, he had already spoken. That day, Emily had barged into DM building to find Xiaoyu and accidentally discovered it. Initially, they speculated that Song Zikan's trip to Country M was related to the alien star matter, but it turned out he was causing an even greater disaster for humanity. The more she listened to him, the more confused she became. "Alien star? It seems you really don't know anything." Ning Tianpei didn't feel that she was trying to deceive him with her expression. He thought she had no reason to do so. Seemingly worried that he might turn to leave, she quickly set the black cat down. The cat meowed, jumped off the carpet, walked around her once, and then curled up by her feet, obedient and clingy. She firmly said to him, "Tell me everything. I want to know all the details." "Are you really going to go against him?" She didn't answer but stared at him with determination, which was enough of an answer. Ning Tianpei turned his face slightly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "It seems we might need you." Song Yin almost felt in the next moment that she would become the bargaining chip she had just mentioned. Don't be nervous. I don't plan to kidnap you. What? She could hardly believe her ears. You will be our insider. Insider? Like a spy? Yes. You need to ingratiate yourself to earn trust. But it can't be too obvious. After all, you've only just returned to his side after so long. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Ingratiate? Me? She pointed at herself, as if she had heard the biggest joke ever. Ning Tianpei looked at her with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? I'm not mistaken. Isn't this the basic operation of spy? To betray someone, you must first gain their trust. And to gain that trust, you have to shamelessly persist, even if it means pretending to be someone you're not. Seeing his genuinely innocent expression, as if he really didn't understand what was wrong, Song Yin was silent for a moment before seriously saying, I don't need to ingratiate myself to him. I never will. She paused, her gaze drifting into the distance. He owes me. Ning Tianpei looked at her now lonely profile, and his insides twisted unconsciously. Xiao Yu stood motionless at the door of the command room, thinking to himself, she must be smiling, right? He felt a little uneasy. She rarely smiled at him. Almost never. What are you doing? This time, Emoli indeed put on a stern face and said, I told you to come over. Did I say I would eat you? He mechanically took a step forward, his pace slightly halting, until he sat down across from her without taking his eyes off her bright eyes. Emoli pushed a takeout box toward him and nodded her chin. Eat. He frowned, suddenly realizing, and exclaimed, You're not worried I'll drug you, are you? That possibility can't be ruled out. You think I sleep so easily. She said casually, but then she felt something was off. The fatigue accumulated over the past few days made her mind unclear, and she had just realized what she said. Didn't I mean to say you think I want to sleep with you? Seeing her expression suddenly freeze, he became even more curious and asked again, What's wrong? She snapped out of her daze and retorted, What about you? Upon seeing this, Xiao Yu's eyes filled with concern. Are you okay? Do you feel unwell? As he spoke, one hand touched his forehead while the other reached toward her. Before he could touch her, she swiftly swatted his hand away. I'm fine. Chapter 101. Playing dirty before the atmosphere could solidify, a prompt sound came from the machine in front of Xiao Yu. Emoli also suddenly sprang up from her chair at the sound. It couldn't have been 6 hours yet, could it? As she spoke, she hurriedly sat down in front of the computer, her slender fingers tapping tap, tap, tap on the keyboard. Xiao Yu stood behind her, watching the blue prompt box on the computer flash continuously. No signal. The satellite positioning of the monitor had disappeared. He tapped her shoulder with the back of his hand, prompting her to give him her seat, and Emoli, flustered, quickly stood up to let him take over. How could there be a sudden loss of signal? It couldn't be the monitor. Her anxious voice echoed in her ears. She didn't continue, as that would be the worst-case scenario, evidence of their failure. He speculated with busy fingertips that it might have been affected by wave interference as they approached the black hole. According to their calculations, if a loss of communication did occur, it should have been 6 hours after launch. They were only just entering the 5th hour. He was troubled too. Hearing him say that made her feel even less optimistic. Then, he added, let's confirm whether the robot's simulated vital signs are normal. Emoli quickly picked up the tablet to check, and after confirming, her anxious heart relaxed slightly. Everything was normal. That's good. He leaned back, his gaze fixed on the point where the monitor had disappeared. Now it was just a matter of waiting and watching. Imagining countless possibilities, Emoli suddenly frowned. There was another possibility. The monitor might actually be within the range they had set, but just undetectable by their equipment. Our technology. She became a bit incoherent, growing more anxious, feeling unable to explain clearly. For example, the world we live in is a 3-dimensional world, and the monitor might have entered a 4-dimensional or higher dimensional world through the black hole. In a 1-dimensional world, there is only a line, which is length. So consciousness existing in a 1-dimensional world could not possibly understand a 3-dimensional world with volume. Xiao Yu thoughtfully echoed her, saying that it was akin to us. Living in a 3-dimensional world, being unable to comprehend anything happening in a 4-dimensional world. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to express. She excitedly raised her voice, unintentionally startling Xiao Yu. She continued, We are still able to receive feedback from the robot because our three-dimensional world shares commonalities with the multidimensional world the monitor has entered. He gradually caught up with her train of thought, and his ideas became clearer. They needed to identify this commonality and use it as a breakthrough to bring the monitor back into their sight. Emily joyfully snapped her fingers, yes. This was the happiest he had seen her and the most relaxed she had been in front of him. So do you have any leads on this commonality? Not yet, she quickly replied, then lowered her head to focus on the tablet, turning her back to avoid his gaze. She tightly closed her eyes, suddenly feeling embarrassed about her earlier enthusiastic and bold preaching. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Xiaoyu seemed to hear her inner voice and said a line that seamlessly connected with her thoughts. The most important thing is that you've provided direction. But why do I feel this overwhelming sense of confusion? She ignored him and continued her inner turmoil. Before she started interacting with him, she had never experienced such self-doubt. In the past, she had been confident and resolute, never doubting herself to the point of being entangled, but now, immersed in her tangled inner world, she was unaware that she had already reached the threshold, just one step away from stepping outside. During this time, Xiaoyu kept his eyes on her, watching her petite figure take tiny steps toward the door. Although he couldn't see her expression at that moment, he could imagine it completely. Where are you going? Off work? After a few minutes of silence, Xiaoyu's deep voice, barely holding back a laugh, broke the stillness of the command room. Finally ready to leave work? Emily, coming back to her senses, silently turned around and walked back. She directly returned to the spot where she had fallen asleep before he arrived, her face still not fully free of embarrassment as she picked up chopsticks and reached for the sushi in front of her, mumbling, I'll eat until I'm full before I leave. Xiaoyu pressed his lips together, a smile growing, as his hand brushed against the edge of the plate holding the sushi. I saw there's a microwave in the lounge. You should heat it up a bit before eating. It's all cold now. Sit down. She looked up at him, using what was perhaps her second command-like tone of the night. The voice inside her, forget it, just go for it. Since she hadn't moved anything besides her eyes, the way she was currently looking at herself made him feel he couldn't provoke her. He obediently released his hands and sat down across from her. He didn't even know why he was so compliant, like a tame dog. This sudden thought made him feel conflicted, mostly confused, even though it was a product of his own brain cells. He had never considered himself to be comparable to a dog before. Are you thinking about the commonality? Emily asked, her mouth full of sushi, mumbling. Yes. I am thinking. Internally. Damn it. You and Ning Tianpei have something you haven't told me, right? She asked again. Why the sudden shift in topic? To be honest, he initially enjoyed the feeling of being caught in an emotional oversight. How could she suddenly mention another man? The mountain road doesn't twist as much as she does. Seeing him staring at her in silence, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she closed her eyes, letting out a long sigh, silently putting down her chopsticks. As expected, you are hiding something from me. She crossed her elbows on the table, straightened her back, and leaned in, saying, Go ahead, don't worry about me not being able to handle it. I'm ready. And no, it's nothing. Why are you stuttering if it's nothing? He felt like killing himself. Why are you stuttering if it's nothing? I really want to know what Ning Tianpei has been up to today. You really didn't tell me. Her gaze toward him grew more suspicious. In the two sentences, he had used an incredibly affirmative tone. He decided to employ his rarely used underhanded tactics. Why are you holding on to me? If you want to know what he is up to, why not just ask him directly? Asking him is useless. You must have told him something and told him not to say anything to me. Today's launch of the monitor was such a big deal. We all worked hard for so many days and nights together. I isn't it unreasonable for him, as an important member of this plan, not to be present? Who is more important, him or me? What? Chapter 102 coverage clearly. She heard it. So why pretend not to? Xiaoyu, with a thoughtful expression, fixed his gaze on her. Emily stared at him for 2 seconds before lowering her eyes, pushing the sushi in front of her toward him and sliding the documents on the table closer. She held a pen and waved on the white paper, muttering to herself. The arrival time is nearly an hour earlier than expected. At this moment, the surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of the pen tip scratching the paper and her intermittent murmurs. Xiao Yu rested his chin on one hand and quietly watched her. Just as she felt like she was about to be pierced through by his gaze and could no longer hold back from looking up to scold him, he spoke up. Let's let you off the hook today, he thought. Let's look at it from the perspective of the circuit. When she looked at him, she realized his gaze was not on her. She glanced at him, then at the messy notebook she had drawn all over. What circuit? Where did that come from? Circuit? She suddenly felt a refreshing clarity. Circuit? The receiver device of the detector? Xiao Yu nodded and then glanced at the computer screen behind her. But while I'm talking about ISNT, the detector we operate to launch. Upon hearing this, Emomi felt a refreshing clarity intensify. She suddenly became excited and rummaged through the mess in front of her, finding a document with the title, SP-298 Related Literature. SP-298 is the furthest space probe sent into the universe by humanity to date, and it is very likely to exit the solar system. However, since it has been many years since its launch, its equipment and technology are aging and decaying. Without the ability to supply fuel or replace parts, it is likely that its lifespan is insufficient to allow it to leave the solar system. While she was searching for information, Xiao Yu had already gotten up from across the table and sat down beside her. Emomi's fingertips glided over the black text on the white paper until her eyes locked onto the circuit column. Just as she was about to turn around to confirm her thoughts, the person next to her had already shoved a tablet in front of her face. Before she could even be startled, she hurriedly took it and confirmed that the screen had already been adjusted to the data list she was looking for. Two identical sets of data appeared before her, one electronic and one paper version. After confirming it several times, she finally affirmed her thoughts. The signal didn't disappear, it was covered. A mix of joy and confusion appeared in her eyes, making her look very conflicted. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why are you making such a grim face? This is already a major discovery. If we want to detect the signal from the probe again, we must apply to manually shut down all the programs of SP-298. Then, is there no other way? Oh, I hadn't considered that. The point he mentioned, not considering, refers to their lack of authority to decide the fate of SP-298. What Emomi cared about was that SP-298, which had contributed so much for so many years, was about to end its life because of their oversight. Since the probe they were working on modifying and launching needed to reach places humanity had yet to step foot in under such conditions for the plan to succeed, they had to refer to the main data of the already launched and farthest probe from Earth, which is SP-298. The reason they decided to use the same circuit as SP-298 was to maximize the chances of ensuring that the monitor could complete the planned tasks. Secondly, they didn't have enough time to construct a new signal network to achieve circuit interconnection, although they had considered several possibilities before making this decision. They never thought that using the same circuit would lead to signal coverage. A knock at the door brought both of them back to reality. Neither Emomi nor Xiao Yu expected to see Song Yun at the space agency, especially at this time. Emomi looked up a moment late and followed Xiao Yu's gaze toward the door. She heard the person beside her say, "What are you doing here?" Upon hearing this question, Emomi instinctively frowned, casting a sidelong glance at him. Should the question be, "How did you end up here?" Doesn't he seem to know she would come? Song Yun walked in, and the person behind her answered the question. "I brought her here." Ning Tianpei's long legs took large strides, quickly surpassing Song Yun to stand in front of her. He gave a thumbs up toward her behind and bluntly stated, "She also wants Song Zikan to be doomed." Xiao Yu and Emomi exchanged glances, and Emomi was the first to be on guard. She stood up, expressionless, and directed her words at Song Yun. "This is not a place for you to come." Song Yun looked innocent, pricked by her cold words. "I meant no harm." Xiao Yu quietly asked the now sidelined Ning Tianpei, "Weren't you looking for Anan? How did you bring her along?" He portrayed Song Yun as a troublemaker, but he genuinely felt that if Song Yun mixed with them, it would surely lead to a series of unfortunate events for Song Zikan. Ning Tianpei also whispered, "With her here, Anan won't run into trouble." Xiao Yu glanced at him, agreeing with his reasoning. Seeing Emomi's gaze toward him still icy, she turned her attention to the two men who had just been whispering to each other. To her surprise, both of them simultaneously lowered their gazes to the ground, showing no intention of stepping in. She was furious. "I can help." She turned to Emomi again. I don't think we need your help. Emomi clearly still had doubts about her identity. In fact, Ning Tianpei then stepped up, his voice careful and noticeably quieter, as if they were in a tense hostage exchange. We need, Master, do you remember Anan, our insider? He spread his hands towards Song Yun. Her presence can ensure Anan's safety. Although using someone as leverage doesn't sound like something I would do. Song Yun glared at Ning Tianpei as she said this, as anyone would feel uncomfortable hearing such words. She then looked at Emomi, sincerely hoping to be accepted, but I'm willing to help. Emomi paused. Recalling what Ning Tianpei had said when they entered, she also wants Song Zikan to be doomed, and remembering Song Yun's state in recent years, self-doubt crept in again. Under the breathless stares of the three, she sat back down in her chair and said solemnly, "It's at most mutual assistance." Upon hearing this, Song Yun's face lit up with joy as she looked at Xiaoyu with her eyes. Did I just get recognized? Xiaoyu nodded slightly, and Ning Tianpei raised his hand in front of his abdomen, subtly giving her a thumbs up. You are safe now. Chapter 103. The cardboard box. During the process of Xiaoyu updating the two newcomers, Emoli sat quietly on the side, showing no intention of sharing any information. Although on the surface, she was monitoring the robot's vital signs. As soon as Song Yun opened her mouth, her eyes would shift, and her attention could easily be diverted. Upon hearing Xiaoyu say, "Shut down the program," Ning Tianpei immediately had an idea. As long as they applied to shut down all programs of SP-298, they could restore the signal, right? Song Yun turned to face him. You're thinking of hacking into the security network to force a shutdown, aren't you? Hearing this, Emoli, who had been focusing on her work, instinctively raised an eyebrow. Ning Tianpei replied with a face full of conviction. That's the most efficient method I could think of. He looked at Xiaoyu, his gaze seemingly seeking his approval. It's also the quickest, he added in a low voice, glancing at the other person. After a brief look at him, Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Emoli. If Ning Tianpei could think of it, how could he not? He had done plenty of hacking into other security systems. However, he knew that Emoli's current mindset was leaning more towards SP-298, which had been working for humanity for many years. He had to consider her feelings. He didn't know where this must came from, nor when his emotions had overruled his rationality. The quiet room fell into silence for a moment before Emoli's voice suddenly broke through. Just apply first. But regarding time, Song Yun was now solely focused on convincing her. Yeah, from a timing perspective, the sooner, the better. Ning Tianpei quickly agreed. Right now, without a signal to track, we have no idea what situation the monitor is currently facing. Xiaoyu pushed the computer in front of Emoli. The robot's vital signs are all normal. Upon hearing this, both Ning Tianpei and Song Yun basically concluded that the current situation was 2-2. Song Yun still couldn't understand her insistence. It's normal now, but we can't guarantee what will happen in the next second. The longer we delay, the closer the troublesome variables will get, right? You need to clarify your position. You're just a guest who got on midway, Emoli said firmly, but her tone was unusually calm. With an emphasis on the word guest, Song Yun immediately fell silent. Although they all wanted to continue persuading her to take a shortcut, their hearts were willing, but their strength was insufficient. Ning Tianpei also belatedly realized that the idea had come out of his mouth first, largely because Xiaoyu had anticipated that his master would have such an attitude. Their thoughts were indeed too abrupt and lacked consideration, not to mention the chaos that would ensue if the main bureau security net were breached. The project they were currently working on could very well be affected and directly halted. When Emoli's gaze fell on Ning Tianpei, he almost reflexively lowered his head. If he didn't want to be kicked out of the team, he had to bow to those in power and show loyalty. As long as we explain the detailed situation in the application and emphasize its urgency, the chances of approval should be quite high, right? She said to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded. Those officials aren't unreasonable people. Song Yun's hand hovered in the air, and she tentatively said, I know someone at the Aerospace Bureau. Maybe I can help. Okay, I'll finish the application and you can submit it, Xiaoyu's voice came. He knew that the person Song Yun mentioned was not someone at a general level. Given what he knew about Song Yun, this matter was stable. Moli was ordered by Xiaoyu to leave work, and Ning Tianpei was tasked with being her driver, but Moli flatly refused, saying she was driving home alone. The car stopped at the red light, and she raised her hand to pinch her brow. The accumulated fatigue from the past few days made her eyelids heavy, as if she could fall asleep at any moment. She recalled the previous conversation that had ended without resolution, having been drawn in by him, and in the end, she hadn't figured out what he and Ning Tianpei were hiding from her. Thinking of this, his first words upon seeing Song Yun flashed through her mind. What are you doing here? Was it to win over Song Yun? Before she could continue her thoughts, the horns from behind her car blared, the frequency making her tense. Looking up, she saw the light had turned green. When she returned to the underground parking lot, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Only after getting out of the elevator and seeing the cardboard box in front of her door did she realize how fortunate it was that she had compromised with Xiao Yu, packed her things, and gone home. The hallway was brightly lit, but couldn't hide the blue glow seeping through the gaps in the cardboard box. Emily nearly jumped back in a panic and shock the moment she saw the box. If it weren't for the wall behind her, she might have fallen to the ground. She didn't immediately step forward to confirm whether the contents of the box were what she suspected, but now that the box and Song Yun had appeared together, it was probably almost certain. Song Zikin's provocation had arrived. She trembled slightly as she took out her phone. The first call going to her uncle, Huang Qiming. It rang for a long time before being answered, and when it was, she heard a muffled voice. Although unclear, the volume was enough for Mo Li to reflexively pull the phone away from her ear. Li, I'm drinking with our bureau chief. Do you want to come? As long as you're not at home. Uncle, you're not coming home tonight, are you? I want to lock the door and sleep since I've been busy all day. Not coming, not coming. Why go home when there's alcohol? Drink, drink. If I don't get your bureau chief drunk today, I'm not your uncle. Emily didn't listen any further and hung up the phone. She then stuffed her phone into her coat pocket. Although she had clarity of mind at that moment, she still needed to verify with her own eyes before deciding whether to first disperse the crowd or call for help. Taking a pen out of her bag, she tossed her backpack on the ground, causing the recently extinguished hallway lights to flicker back on. She walked confidently toward the cardboard box, as if it were just a regular delivery box. Clearly, in those few short minutes, she had organized her emotions. At worst, it would just be death. She didn't expect to be blown apart into several degrees of burns. At such a close distance, even if she survived the explosion, it would still be torture. She used the tip of her fountain pen to make a cross incision on the cardboard box, and a hellish blue light poured over her entire face without reservation. What appeared before her was a form she had only encountered twice, yet was all too familiar. So the current situation was that Song Zikin had sent her a nuclear bomb upon learning that his daughter was tangled up with them. She felt inexplicably angry. Had this old man gone completely insane? Song Yin coming to find them was not her idea at all. She didn't even want to see her around herself or Xiao Yu. Now, it was good. Song Yin had indirectly turned her into a headless ghost bearing grievances. Chapter 104. Breaking through in the DM group building, a burly man in a suit stood silently by the door like a statue. In front of the desk, Song Zikin clasped his hands in front of his nose, his gaze fixed on the back of Oli, who was facing away from the camera. He couldn't tell whether she was satisfied with the gift he sent her, not to mention anything else. He simply wanted Xiao Yu to feel what it was like to be threatened and constantly on edge. The scene before him was also appearing on Xiao Yu's phone. Starting from the moment Li stepped out of the elevator. Xiao Yu, Ning Tianshu, and Song Yin were currently on their way to Li's residence. Since opening the link sent by Song Zikin, Xiao Yu's heart had not settled. He vowed that if Song Zikin laid a finger on her, he would skip the part of ruining him and directly put him to death. Ning Tianshu was driving, and Xiao Yu, in the passenger seat, was fixated on his phone screen, his heart in turmoil. He held his phone to monitor the surveillance while continuously calling Li with Ning Tianshu's phone. But he could only watch helplessly as her phone in her coat pocket flickered on and off, unable to do anything. Although it was too late for regrets now, he silently vowed to himself that he would never let her out of his sight again. In the back seat, Song Yin also looked troubled. Should I call him now? She asked, feeling inexplicably apologetic. After all, Song Zikin's actions were ultimately due to her. Ning Tianshu's voice came through. Song Zikin doesn't dare do anything to his master. You're still in our hands. He said this to reassure the passenger, but the truth was he himself did not have enough confidence in his words. He was completely out of his mind. At that moment, there was no light in Song Yun's eyes. Her disgust for this father was at its peak. Not to mention Li's safety. How could he just say he would blow up the entire building with hundreds of people inside? It was utterly inhumane. Ning Tianshu suddenly thought of Professor Liu. He turned a glance at Xiao Yu, who was still staring at his phone screen, hesitating before speaking up. What if we call Professor Liu too? I know how to dismantle it. Xiao Yu replied succinctly, drive faster. For him, Professor Liu was also a victim in this whole affair. To put it bluntly, if he hadn't involved Professor Liu, Liu wouldn't be dancing with wolves now. And M.O. Li's grandmother wouldn't be missing. But at the end of the day, what fault did Liu have? The one committing this absurd series of acts was Song Zikan. But would that old man let you dismantle it like this? No, even though he wasn't sure what calling Liu would accomplish. Let me get out of the car, Song Yin suddenly said after a moment of silence. What? Ning Tianshu glanced at the rearview mirror. As long as we get control of the remote, nothing will happen, right? Ning Tianshu shook his head. If you go up now, you won't help. You'll only make us lose our only bargaining chip against him. He was right. Xiao Yu didn't even lift his eyelids while speaking. It's easy for you to find him, but hard to get out. Hearing this, Song Yun fell silent. She had joined them intending to help, but she hadn't expected her actions would indirectly bring them new threats. If it had been before, she might have agreed with Song Zikan's methods because he had helped her get rid of Xiao Yu's love interest, giving her a chance to take advantage. But now, no matter what, she had to deal with this former thorn in her side, not for any other reason, but for her own conscience. Suddenly, Xiao Yu straightened up, holding his phone tightly as he stared at the screen. He saw the person in the dark circle around, then discovered the flickering red light of the surveillance camera. The other two noticed his movement. After all, he had remained in the same position since getting in the car. Emily looked at the surveillance camera, her face showing no emotion, no panic, and certainly no fear. She was almost certain that someone was watching her every move on the other side of the camera. And she even believed Xiao Yu knew what kind of predicament she was in. What she needed to do now was to calm down and devise a strategy that could save the lives of the hundreds of people in the building. Everyone had a weakness. Even Song Zikan, who was like a wild beast, had a known weakness, Song Yun. But they couldn't just give up this advantageous card. Therefore, the only thing they could do now was to find another breakthrough. While M.O. Li searched for a strategy in her mind, she kept her eyes fixed on the surveillance camera, causing Song Zikan, who was watching the screen, to grow suspicious. He put down the remote control he had been fiddling with and irritably moved the mouse on the side. He felt a chill run down his spine as the woman in the footage stared at him. The corridor's sensor lights had long since gone out. Yet she remained frozen in place, as if nothing had changed. Song Zikan raised his hand to the burly man by the door, his tone impatient. Come here for a moment. Is this computer malfunctioning? The man, suddenly called out, felt a chill of innocence in his heart. He walked over, but for someone who only knew how to speak with his fists, computers were not his strong suit. However, since his boss was a moody person with a quick temper, he had mentally prepared himself for whatever verbal abuse might come his way as he approached. Just as the burly man stood next to Song Zikan, not yet bending down, the person in the chair raised a hand to signal him to stop, because the woman who had been giving him the creeps finally made a move. M.O. Li slightly raised her arm, and the moment her phone lit up, the only light in the dimness focused on her face. If one didn't look closely, they might think a head was floating in midair. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, who was also monitoring her, was now tense, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Upon seeing her action, he could only hope she wouldn't act recklessly before he arrived. He was almost there. What is happening? Ning Tianshu tilted his head to look at the screen in Xiao Yu's hand, his concern no less than Xiao Yu's. In the back seat, Song Yin also tensed up, leaning forward, holding her breath, and staring at the person on the screen. Ning Tianshu's question naturally went unanswered. So he shifted his focus back to driving, and as they approached their destination, the organs in his chest began to race with a decreasing distance. During her search for Song Zikan's weakness, M.O. Li made a breakthrough. His reputation in the outside world was completely contrary to reality. The various illusions he painstakingly created to confuse the public were all to elevate himself to a divine status. What she had to do now was to involve more people in this matter. Chapter 105. Arrogance. M.O. Li's attention lingered on her phone for just a few seconds. She let her hand holding the phone drop to her waist, then took a step, causing the surroundings to brighten with the sound. She once again fixed her gaze on the surveillance camera. This camera was newly installed. After living here for so long, she was sure that there was absolutely no such invasive equipment on this floor. Generally, surveillance cameras do not have audio functionality, but she still spoke to the camera. If this newly installed camera didn't have audio, then Song Zikin would have to fend for himself. Who knows, he might even start ventriloquizing? Emily found it amusing to think about the rapid shift in the situation, like a roller coaster. Just a second ago, she was clearly a lamb to be slaughtered. But now she held Song Zikin's life and death in her hands. Chairman Song. Her half-smiling expression sent a chill down the spine of the person peeking at the screen across from her. Originally hunched over and fixated on the screen, Song Zikin straightened up. He had installed a listening device for her to negotiate with him. However, what happened next completely caught him off guard. The person in the car was also tense, as if their life was hanging by a thread. Xiaoyu glanced at the congested traffic ahead and, without thinking, opened the door and got out, disregarding Ning Tianchu's attempts to stop him. It wouldn't be a big deal to run over now that they were almost there. You also. Ning Tianchu's words were cut short as the person in the back seat vanished. Song Yun followed Xiaoyu out of the car, her high heels clicking confidently against the pavement. Seeing this scene, Ning Tianchu considered abandoning the car to run after them. He glanced at the rearview mirror, ignoring the car behind him, and drove onto the road marked with a right turn arrow. The driver behind him hadn't reacted in time to curse him, and he slammed the gas pedal, swerving the steering wheel to park the car in the temporary parking area. In the hallway, Mo Lee's voice echoed eerily. I really can't understand how such a cunning person could do something so foolish, she continued. Song Zikin, caught off guard and feeling insulted, was initially angry and embarrassed. But upon hearing her words, he froze. The person on the screen raised their phone to face the camera, and Song Zikin returned to his hunch position. Unfortunately, the camera's resolution was low. No matter how close he pressed his eyes, he couldn't clearly see what she wanted him to look at. You should have already sent this footage to Xiaoyu, right? She said confidently. However, considering that Song Zikin might immediately recall Xiaoyu upon hearing her words, she quickly got to the point. Before you blow me up, I will let more people get involved in this matter. It's just a matter of moving my fingers. She shook her phone, so even if I can't complete what I'm about to do, there will be others to finish it for me. At this moment, Song Zikin in the office was trembling with rage, finally realizing that this little girl hadn't been wrong to scold him. His good name, his reputation. Oh wait. She pretended to hesitate in front of the camera. Earlier, while looking for Xiaoyu, I accidentally passed by that secret room where you keep these things, and inadvertently, I filmed a video and took some pictures. I thought such explosive news shouldn't go to waste. Just now, I sent a scheduled email to a journalist I know who specializes in corporate scandals. My exposure combined with his irregular operations. She lowered her gaze and smiled knowingly, not continuing further. When she looked up again, her eyes were filled with sharpness and threat. If anything happens to me within an hour, that scheduled email will automatically send, regardless of whether an asteroid hits Earth 2 months later. The good name you worked so hard to create will be gone. As soon as she finished speaking, her phone vibrated. She picked it up and, unexpectedly seeing the name Song Zikin, felt an unexpected joy. She had hooked the big fish, effortlessly catching this deep-sea demon. You know how to defuse the bomb. Now delete the email for me. The person on the other end of the line struggled to contain their anger, their voice low but trembling slightly. Emily shifted her body, no longer feeling the need to face the camera. As she turned, her earlier firmness relaxed for a moment. The confrontation had nearly drained her spirit. She told herself to hold on, that it wasn't time to back down yet. She heard herself say, I need you to come here in person. What? The surprise in his voice came before she heard a loud knock. And it wasn't hard to imagine how furious Song Zikin was on the other end. Even if you guarantee that the nuclear bomb you send is the same as before, I still wouldn't dare to believe it. She hadn't expected to say that. Clearly, she had the upper hand now, and she should have known when to stop, yet she seemed to be escalating the situation uncontrollably. If it were you, would you dare to believe it? She was completely unaware of how arrogant and confident her tone sounded. You. Song Zikin was so enraged his teeth were chattering. The burly man standing beside the desk wanted to take a few steps back, avoiding eye contact, fearing he would become the scapegoat in the next moment. Though he didn't know who was on the other end of the call, he genuinely admired this person from the bottom of his heart. After following the boss for so many years, he had only seen the boss anger others to the point of bursting. But he had never seen anyone manage to infuriate the boss like this. Surprised? The choice is now in your hands. With that, she hung up without giving him a chance to respond. Song Zikan wanted to say something more, but all he heard was the continuous beep of a disconnected line. He was furious, and as soon as he took the phone away from his ear, he slammed it onto the sofa, shattering it into pieces. He slammed his arms on the desk and let out a few angry shouts, nearly on the verge of fainting from rage. The burly man kept his eyes on the floor, imagining what it would be like if that phone were his. Emoli bent down to pick up her bag from the floor and walked straight to her door, entering with a password and moving smoothly, her expression calm and her steps steady. Only when the door closed behind her did she collapse against it, sitting on the cold floor, feeling utterly drained. Chapter 106. The moment the door of Emoli's house was closed, Xiaoyu walked out of the elevator right on cue, holding a mop he had somehow acquired. As soon as he exited the elevator, he headed straight for the surveillance camera, grabbing the mop about 1/3 of the way down. He lifted it and swung it hard at the camera, which was originally fixed to the wall, causing it to fall to the ground with a thud. Only after seeing the red light on the camera stop flashing did he toss the mop into the corner. As he passed the elevator, he called inside, "You can come out now." Upon hearing this, Song Yun finally released her finger from the button controlling the elevator door and stepped out. Following her was Ning Tianpei, who had rushed into the elevator at the last second. Xiaoyu stood at the door and quickly entered the password with his distinctly bony fingers. He had secretly glanced at the password when he returned her home before, and he didn't expect it to come in handy now. Hearing the beeping of the keypad, Emoli thought it was her uncle Huang Qiming, and she pushed herself up with her hands, but when the door opened and she saw who it was, her strength seemed to drain away in an instant, and her eyes became misty. "You scare me to death." Her voice was tiny as she collapsed back onto the cold floor of the entrance. Xiaoyu looked at her state, feeling a mix of regret and heartache. He had rushed back without paying much attention to the whole process, so he wasn't very clear about the current situation. He leaned over to speak to the two outside the door, saying, "Close the door and come in." After Ning Tianpei and Song Yun complied, they didn't go far and stood in the entrance, waiting for Emoli to adjust her state so they could understand the situation. After taking a few deep breaths, Emoli recounted everything that had just happened word for word. "I didn't expect that old fox to be able to handle you so well." Song Yun was genuinely impressed. "So, is he coming over now?" Ning Tianpei glanced at her with a hint of disdain, thinking her comment was out of place, even though he had been thinking the same thing. Emoli also shot him a glance and retorted, "Does he have a choice?" Song Yun didn't expect to be put in her place right away. She touched her chin and said to Xiaoyu, "Actually, if Song Zikan was still watching just now, you should have let me out. That way, it would have been double the assurance, right?" "Not necessary," Xiaoyu replied. "What are you really thinking?" Emoli and Xiaoyu spoke almost in unison, causing Song Yun to feel awkward. Reflecting on Song Zikan's earlier statement, "You know how to dismantle a nuclear bomb," she suddenly wondered, why was Song Zikan so certain that we knew how to dismantle a nuclear bomb? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, and a fleeting look of panic crossed his face, though it was unclear if Emoli noticed. Ning Tianpei, observing Xiaoyu's expression, hastily made up an excuse. "It's probably because that old fox discovered a nuclear bomb was stolen and wanted to find its location by pressing the remote." But nothing happened within 100 miles. As he spoke, he raised his chin to look at Xiaoyu, as if trying to confirm his point. Fortunately, Emoli didn't think too much about it. She lowered her head and quietly stood up, walking into the inner room. The three followed her in like little followers. The inner room was pitch black, and it was Xiaoyu who pressed the switch to turn on the lights. Ning Tianpei, familiar with the place, turned back to give him a meaningful look, but he ignored it. "So, before he comes, are we just going to do nothing?" Song Yun threw herself onto the sofa, not caring about being polite. "I still feel something's off," Emoli suddenly blurted out. Yes, she was still thinking about Song Zikan's words, as well as Xiaoyu's noticeably delayed reaction after she brought it up. Xiaoyu's heart indeed sank again. Song Yun, feeling inexplicably treated like a transparent person. although displeased, still wanted to see what would happen next. She knew a rough outline of Professor Lu's situation, as Ning Tianpei had mentioned it to her. While she couldn't understand Song Zikin's motives, the idea of taking an elderly person hostage to get another elderly person to do something for him did seem in line with his style. After all, he could abandon his wife and children just to satisfy his own greed. How ridiculous! Seeing the two silent, Emoli's doubts deepened. She naturally connected this incident with the one they had kept from her. She looked at Xiao Yu and Ning Tianpei in turn, finally settling her gaze on Xiao Yu, who was farther away from her. Did something happen to Professor Lu? She suddenly asked, catching the two by surprise. Upon hearing this, Song Yin showed a slightly surprised expression. A woman's intuition was indeed accurate, hitting the nail on the head. She propped her head on one arm, resting on the back of the sofa chair. Her left knee bent and pulled up, looking comfortable as if watching a show. Ning Tianpei's look of panic deepened. He felt he was definitely not going to be able to get out of this. Xiao Yu was probably in the same boat. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Xiao Yu calmly replied, "Old Lu is fine." Song Yun pouted. This answer was indeed reasonable. She didn't expect Xiao Yu to be someone who could take advantage of a situation. Ning Tianpei successfully caught this expression, and his heart sank. Fortunately, Emoli was standing with her back to her. If she saw that expression, there would be no saving him. Given that Xiao Yu's demeanor didn't reveal a hint of panic, and he seemed somewhat sincere, she decided to set her doubts aside for now. Seeing this, Song Yun appeared unsatisfied, as if to say, "Is that it? I thought the plot was going to escalate into an argument." When she turned around and walked toward the kitchen, Xiao Yu finally let out a sigh of relief and hurried to catch up. Knowing she couldn't see him in front of her, he still looked around and asked, "Where's Captain Huang? Isn't back yet?" "Not coming back. He's drinking with Baiju," Emoli said as she pulled a bottle of water from the fridge. Just as her hand landed on the cap to twist it open, it was snatched away by the person in front of her. Thinking he was helping her, she said, "I can open it myself." Unexpectedly, the next second, she almost bumped into his arms as he reached out, opened the fridge behind her, and put the bottle back. "It's cold outside. Don't drink cold water. I'll boil some water for tea." Song Yin and Ning Tianpei exchanged glances, both doubting what they had just seen. When they looked back at the kitchen, Xiao Yu was already taking out a box of herbal tea from the cupboard, moving as if he was at home. Anyone who didn't know would think this was his house. Emoli followed his figure with her gaze, stunned. How did he know there was herbal tea there? She had no idea. Chapter 107. Flaw Xiao Yu was busying himself, and after successfully finding the specific location of the flower tea, he took out the kettle from another cabinet. He skillfully boiled water and tore open the flower tea packaging to put it in a cup for later use. "It's not my first time at your place. Don't look at me like that," Emoli said, finally shifting her gaze away from him. Although it was just a simple task of boiling water and making tea, she couldn't help but remember that the person in front of her used to be a guest house owner in Antarctica. When Master Ning Tianpei called her, he had already entered the kitchen. "Are you going out now? Or are you waiting for the old fox to arrive before you go out?" Emoli raised an eyebrow, but didn't look him in the eye. "Why should I go out to wait for him? He could just come in, finish talking, and leave, right?" The previous arrogance she displayed in front of Song Zikin clearly hadn't dissipated yet. Her attitude left Ning Tianpei speechless. On one hand, he felt she had a point. On the other hand, it had been a long time since he felt such arrogance from her. The last time, he didn't respect her at all back then. Song Yin was surprised by her words, and she had to admit that Emoli was one of the rare tough women she had seen. It wasn't just a literal sense. She truly felt that Emoli was tough to the core. Everyone expected Xiao Yu to tacitly agree with Emoli's statement and remain silent. However, they soon heard him say, "I'll go out after making the tea. The DM building isn't far from here. He should be arriving soon." After a pause, he added, "You all stay inside. I have something to discuss with him alone." Ning Tianpei guessed that the something to discuss was most likely about old Lu. He glanced at Song Yun, who was peeking into the kitchen, and thought about the possibility that Xiao Yu might use Song Yun as leverage later. In hindsight, the reason he insisted on not letting Song Yun appear in front of Song Zikin might very well be this. Although Professor Lu's sister was significant to Emoli, if Emoli were gone, that relationship wouldn't exist anymore. He couldn't understand why Xiaoyu didn't just push Song Yin out earlier. Is there something I don't know? Emily suddenly asked, striking a nerve. The other three gasped simultaneously. And Ning Tianpei and Song Yin couldn't help but pray for Xiaoyu. Song Yin was ready to watch the drama unfold, wondering whether he would speak the truth or continue to conceal it. He had to choose one. Xiaoyu then realized that he had said too much. Why didn't I just say you should go? What else with all this talk about having something to discuss? He cursed himself inwardly. Seeing him hesitate for more than 2 seconds, Emily became increasingly convinced that her intuition was correct. What Ning Tianpei had said earlier was indeed just a way to fool her. She looked directly at him again and repeated, "Is there something I don't know?" In the living room, Song Yin was thoroughly enjoying the scene, thinking that the only thing missing was some soda and a big bucket of popcorn. It would be hard not to get into an argument now, right? Xiaoyu averted his gaze and poured the boiling water into the teacup. Although he wasn't looking at her, he still felt her almost burning gaze on him. In this relatively crazy world, he felt exposed to her. Wherever her gaze landed, it left only a burning hole. "After I see him, I'll talk to you," he said, his voice trembling, try to avoid the conversation. His actions were cautious. Mainly, he didn't want to worry her, so he had to deal with that old fox himself. Emily turned to Ning Tianpei. "You must be involved in this too, right?" Though she already had an answer in her heart when she asked this. Ning Tianpei glanced at Xiaoyu before speaking, his voice barely louder than a mosquito's. "We don't want you to worry." Emily raised her hand to ease her tightly furrowed brow, letting out a sigh of slight helplessness. "Since you're determined to hide this from me, then don't leave any flaws. Don't give me a chance to doubt. Do you think I feel good about this ambiguous situation?" Ning Tianpei opened his mouth to say something, but after seeing the look Xiaoyu gave him, he swallowed it back. "You should be here now," Xiaoyu said as he set down the kettle and walked outside. His steps showed that he was very eager to escape this conversation. As he passed by Ning Tianpei, he whispered to him, "Keep an eye on the two of them. Don't let them come out." His voice was low, but Emily heard it clearly. She felt a bit annoyed, and the sound of her pulling out the chair was much louder than usual. She sat down angrily, not even glancing at him. In the living room, Song Yun watched as he walked out the door. Then her gaze returned to the kitchen. Although it wasn't as satisfying to watch as last time, it was still an improvement. She stood up and walked toward the kitchen, thinking, "Now that you've told me to go out, I don't want to." Ning Tianpei looked at her. "Did you hear that?" Song Yin pulled out a chair and sat down diagonally across from Emily. "I'm still young. I'm not hard of hearing." After that, she picked up the cup of tea that had originally been in front of Emily and started sipping it. Ning Tianpei. "So what was the point of Xiaoyu whispering in my ear just now?" Not long after Xiaoyu stepped out, the elevator door opened with a ding. Song Zikan walked out with a dark expression, followed by a burly man in a suit. The burly man didn't look pleased either, having endured a lot of frustration on the way. Song Zikan didn't seem surprised to see Xiaoyu. After exiting the elevator, he stood aside while the burly man carried a silver equipment case and walked straight towards the box. "Where's old Lu?" Xiaoyu spoke first. He had thought old Lu would come along, but he didn't expect the old fox to leave such a high-tech matter to his bodyguard. "Where's my daughter?" Song Zikan glanced at the door behind Xiaoyu, which had a door plate. Xiaoyu scoffed. "Why would your own daughter be asking me?" "You." Song Zikan clenched his fist behind his back, suppressing his anger. If he were younger, he would have gone up to the person in front of him and taught him a lesson. "I'll ask again, where is old Lu?" Xiaoyu's tone was no longer as calm as before. "Is this your attitude when you need something from someone?" Song Zikan avoided the question. The thought that he still had a hostage in hand made him feel much more at ease. Although he knew his daughter was in their hands, he also clearly understood that they were not like him. They wouldn't do anything to threaten his daughter's life. Chapter 108. Companionship. Before Xiaoyu spoke, the sensing light had already gone out, and the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, making the suddenly flickering red light behind him particularly striking. He turned around and saw the strong man extracting the device from the center of the nuclear bomb. The device in his hand was flashing red. However, 3 seconds later, the eerie red light in the strong man's hand suddenly dissipated, and even the outer shell of the device in the cardboard box gradually dimmed until there was no light. As Emily had guessed, this nuclear bomb had clearly been modified before being delivered, Xiaoyu thought. After dismantling it, The strong man placed the device back into the silver equipment box and returned behind Song Zikin. Immediately, Song Zikin saw the person in front of him turn around, open the door, enter, and close the door in one smooth motion, without any hesitation. He stared incredulously at the empty corridor, feeling a surge of anger. Having lived for most of his life, this was the first time he had been so completely ignored. Xiao Yu's actions had already made the strong man behind Song Zikin tremble. Sure enough, he felt Song Zikin's gaze land on him. Xiao Yu chose to walk away without saying a word because he felt that continuing to face Song Zikin would yield no useful information, and there was no need to waste more time. After all, on the other side of the door, a second trial awaited him. Upon entering, he discovered that the living room was empty. Everyone had gathered in the kitchen. He had thought someone would be peeking through the peephole from behind the door. Ning Tianpei had managed the situation quite well, he thought. The first person he had envisioned just moments ago spotted him first. Ning Tianpei was sitting in a chair, stretching her neck. How is it? She was naturally asking about old Lu, but such enthusiasm seemed increasingly suspicious to Mo Li. Before Xiao Yu could respond, she spoke first, looking back and forth between Ning Tianpei and Xiao Yu, as if there were only the three of them in the room. Can you tell me now? However, Song Yin did not show any reaction to this. Being excluded by her peers was something she had long since become accustomed to. Xiao Yu walked to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down next to Mo Li, where all eyes were drawn to him, especially Mo Li's, which were the most intense. It's about old Lu, he said succinctly. We found that Song Zikin had contact with old Lu, and now Grandma Yue is missing. Upon hearing this, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning and immediately understood why Xiao Yu had chosen to keep this matter from her. Song Yin did not expect Mo Li to suddenly turn her gaze onto her. She blinked a few times before realizing she had not misjudged. Confused, she asked, What is wrong? It's not like I did anything wrong. Why are you looking at me? She quickly shifted her gaze away and spoke to Xiao Yu. Take her as a trade. This time, Song Yin began to doubt her own ears. A living, breathing person was suddenly being objectified. Anyone would feel bad about it, and she was no exception. She remained silent because, compared to arguing with Mo Li, she was more curious about Xiao Yu's thoughts. Xiao Yu completely understood Mo Li's current feelings. Perhaps at the moment she heard this news, her rationality had already faded by more than half. So it was no wonder her choice of words was inappropriate. To be honest, he really did not care about what Song Yin thought. I have sent someone to investigate, and I can assure you that I will find her soon. Xiao Yu paused and continued. She can help us. Song Zikin suffered a loss today and will definitely take action when he returns. Song Yun felt a sense of relief at Xiao Yu's indirect refusal of Mo Li's suggestion, even though she was still in a position to be used by others. However, thinking about how she had walked in on her own made her feel less stifled, as she could always find joy in their discord. Mo Li silently sighed. Her silence brought a stillness to those around them. They all stopped talking, looking at each other's expressions. Only Xiao Yu continued to watch her changes in expression, not glancing away or eavesdropping, as if his world contained only her. Faced with such a Xiao Yu, Song Yin felt she could no longer hold back, mainly because she did not want to keep looking at him. The image of the man she longed for only having eyes for another woman haunted her. She suddenly stood up, the legs of her chair scraping against the floor with a harsh sound. She then said, Are we sleeping here tonight? As she spoke, she looked at Mo Li and asked clearly, Where do I sleep? Are there enough rooms here? I won't have to share a bed with you, right? You're not sleeping here tonight. As she spoke, she stood up, her whole being deflated like a deflated balloon, looking very dejected. You should go back. I'm tired. After saying this, she walked into the room and closed the door behind her. The room was dim and devoid of light, with no moonlight streaming in from outside. She leaned against the wardrobe, sitting on the floor, curling her knees and wrapping her arms around them, burying her head deep inside. She felt useless, wanting to help, but unable to do anything. Outside the door, Ning Tianpei looked at Xiao Yu, who was staring at the closed door, and couldn't help but sigh. He nudged Song Yun and whispered, Let's go. Song Yun frowned slightly, her gaze falling on the statue like Xiao Yu. Aren't you leaving? The other party paused for a moment before returning to reality. You all go back first. Song Yun wanted to say something, but she was already being dragged by Ning Tianpei toward the entrance. This was the first time she hated being a woman, feeling powerless. It wasn't until the sound of a thud at the door echoed that he turned his vacant gaze back to where she had left. He thought, perhaps after hearing the sound of the door closing, she would mistakenly believe that there was no one else in the room and come out. But as time passed, there was still no movement from behind the door. He shifted his feet, his toes pointing toward her room, feeling conflicted but still stood up. He thought she needed time to process this news, which felt like a death knell, but he also didn't want her to be alone, lost in thought. He guessed she would definitely blame herself. Many times, it was clearly not her fault, yet she always habitually took everything upon herself, never giving herself a chance to breathe. A crisp knock sounded, followed by his low voice, "Can I come in?" There was no response from the other side of the door, and the surroundings fell silent. He lowered his gaze and sat down against the door. Separated by a door, for him, this could be considered companionship. He tried several times to speak, but failed each time. He couldn't think of any words she might respond to, so he swallowed his words back down. This inability to communicate was truly terrible. Chapter 109. Pursued after leaving Mo Lee's residence. Ning Tianpei and Song Yun walked one after the other in the parking lot. Song Yun had her head down, following behind, when she heard him say, "Where are you going?" "I'll take you." She looked up and saw him already opening the car door, looking at her with confusion. "Where am I going?" She retorted, "Are you sure you can leave me alone? Am I not your last card?" Ning Tianpei was momentarily speechless. She continued, "Although going back won't do me much harm, that old man can't hurt me. But I don't want any of his schemes to succeed, so I'm with you." Suddenly, she was sharply interrupted by Ning Tianpei. "Stop talking, get in the car." In an instant, Ning Tianpei rushed towards her, pulling her arm painfully, and before she realized it, she found herself shoved into the car. By the time he sat in the driver's seat and closed the door, the entire process probably took less than 2 seconds. Why was he in such a hurry? With a sudden press of the accelerator, she was thrown back in her seat, her confusion still unspoken, when a piercing screech of brakes filled her ears. She turned to look and saw a black sedan speeding towards them. "Oh, come on. Really? Just as I was saying it. Right now." It felt as if she had just mentioned a ghost at night and immediately encountered one. She never expected Song Zikin would be waiting for her downstairs. Frantically, she buckled her seatbelt, and her actions revealed a hint of fear towards Song Zikin. The once quiet parking lot echoed with successive screeches of brakes. Fortunately, it was already night, and there were few cars. Otherwise, the rapid approach of these two cars would have made for a chaotic night. Due to the pursuit behind them, the car was being driven very roughly by Ning Tianpei. Even though the parking lot was flat, she was starting to doubt if they had driven onto some country road. "What do we do now? Do you think we can shake them off? Should we call Xiaoyu down?" Song Yun occasionally glanced back, her gaze uncertain. The things she had casually said earlier were not true at all. Going back would be very detrimental to her, because she knew that if she was captured now, she would definitely be grounded. To be honest, being grounded wasn't even the worst part. She was extremely reluctant to face that disgusting face that had caused her mother's death, let alone during the precious time of less than 3 months that followed. What a joke! It was just one car. Ning Tianpei held the steering wheel with one hand, looking determined. Earlier, when Xiaoyu went out to confront Song Zikin, he had hidden behind the door to spy through the peephole. Song Zikin had only brought one person with him. The back car could at most hold 3 people. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly had a bad premonition. What if Song Zikin saw them and immediately called for more people? That would lead to a different outcome. Beside him, Song Yun was fidgeting nervously. "Why are you just circling the parking lot? Hurry up and get out. What if he blocks the exit?" Hearing this, he seemed to wake up from a dream and began to follow the exit signs. He had been circling the parking lot, hoping to find a car that unexpectedly drove in, allowing them a brief window of time to escape. But now it seemed that his idea was somewhat superfluous. Clearly, her suggestion was more in line with Song Zikin's style. Now, as long as Song Zikin contacted his people and the exit was blocked, they would be in for a bloody battle. The back seat was filled with continuous curses, the loudest and most furious being a threat that would intimidate even a burly man. If you let them escape today, you could forget about living. With a loud crash, Ning Tianpei and Song Yun were forced forward, and thankfully, the seat belt restrained them, allowing them to avoid being thrown through the windshield. Song Yun cursed under her breath. genuinely unable to believe that Song Ziken would resort to such desperate measures. Even though they were hit, the car continued to speed towards the exit, where an iron gate that would normally never be seen was slowly descending from the ceiling. No way. Song Yun was left dumbfounded, her words coming true. She turned to look at the person controlling the steering wheel, her eyes filled with despair. Ning Tianpei did not lift his foot off the accelerator. This distance was more than enough for him to drive the car out. He just wanted to. Song Yun, who was watching closely, caught a glimpse of a fleeting smile on his face, her brows immediately furrowing. What are you smiling about? As her inner confusion arose, she felt the car noticeably slow down, causing her to lean forward. The car behind seemed unprepared for the sudden deceleration, and then they were hit from behind again. Now she understood. Ning Tianpei seemed to have grasped the speed of the descending iron gate. He wanted to get out himself and block the opportunity for the car behind them. Realizing this as well, Song Ziken was now shouting at the burly man, "Step on the gas. Step on it hard." However, no matter how he yelled, it couldn't change what was happening before them. They were indeed trapped in the parking lot behind the iron gate, just as Ning Tianpei had planned. Song Yun let out a completely relieved breath, leaning back as if the tense atmosphere had drained her of all energy. Ning Tianpei glanced at her, not feeling the same relief she did for successfully shaking off Song Ziken. "Do you think this is over? What else could it be?" Song Yun dismissed. "That old man can't break through the iron gate, can he?" Ning Tianpei scoffed. "He might not have the ability to do that, but what about outside this parking lot?" Upon hearing this, Song Yun seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. She slowly straightened up, her earlier sense of ease completely gone. "Now that he knows you're in my car, do you think he'll let you go easily?" He raised an eyebrow, sneering, "Not just you, it's us." Earlier, when he was upstairs, he was worried that Song Ziken would burst in, but at that time, he wasn't sure if she was right behind that door. "Although it wasn't something I would say, I still want to say, I really should have listened to you earlier and just spent the night at Master S' place." He paused, sighed, "Or maybe not follow so closely. So we have no way out now, do we?" Song Yun could almost imagine her future, her sight forever shrouded in darkness. She wanted to cry, to build a time machine to go back to the past. Chapter 110. Escape. Ning Tianpei drove, without stopping for a moment, swiftly turning right at the red light, speeding along the relatively congested road without a clear destination. "We need to switch cars," he said. "There are cameras everywhere on the road. If we keep driving this car, no matter how remote we go, we'll still be found." "I have a car. I have a car," Song Yun exclaimed, nearly jumping out of her seat in excitement. "Let us go back to my house and switch to my car." Ning Tianpei shook his head helplessly, indicating with his gesture, "Do you really think your dad is a 3-year-old? He would have thought of that too." Indeed, if they switched to her car, they would truly be like fish caught in a net with no escape. A car was incredibly convenient for their current situation, which was akin to fleeing. If Song Ziken realized he had lost track of their current vehicle, the first thing he would think of would surely be the cars registered under Song Yun's name. Unless... "I got it." Song Yun slapped her thighs excitedly, her gaze following a bus passing by outside the window. Immediately, she raised her hand and pointed at the bus they had just brushed past, her limbs moving animatedly. "Public transport. We can just switch to public transport." Ning Tianpei turned to look at her, a hint of approval flashing across his face, a thought he would never have come up with. Although the light inside the car was dim, Song Yun still caught a glimpse of the fleeting expression on his face illuminated by the streetlights. For a moment, she was mesmerized. His deep-set eyes and the slight curve of his lips were extremely rare sights for her. Song Yun mechanically turned her face away, her voice inexplicably hoarse. "Stop. Cough. Hurry up and overtake, or we'll miss that bus." Not knowing how long she had stayed in the room, when Mo stood up, she could hear the crack of her joints. To distract herself, she planned to return to the bureau to keep an eye on the life-and-death uncertain monitor. However, as soon as she opened the door, a person leaning against the door suddenly fell in front of her, his head conveniently resting on her soft cotton shoes. Xiaoyu had not expected her to open the door suddenly. Although falling didn't hurt, the position was. The air froze for a full 3 seconds before he managed to push himself up from the ground with both hands, his agile movements appearing somewhat comical. He scratched his head, retreating a couple of steps as if nothing had happened, giving her space. "Do you need anything?" I can help you. As he spoke, he noticed the bag she was holding and instinctively tensed. Where are you going? He took a step back, already prepared to intercept her regardless of her answer. He understood her current feelings. She was definitely feeling the same way he did, wanting to tear Song-Zeke into pieces. She was impulsive and irrational right now, and it was not the right time to make any decisions. She expressionlessly turned to the side, skillfully bypassing the tall barrier, heading back to the bureau. Hearing her response, he let out a sigh of relief. He followed her with 2 quick steps. I'll accompany you. She did not respond. It was the same on the way to the Aerospace Bureau. Her silence was frightening. Her current demeanor was akin to the calm before the storm. As night deepened, coupled with the cold weather, there were few people on the street. Xiaoyu had almost no memories of the city, unlike Emoli, due to the upcoming spring festival. Even with no one on the streets, the brightly lit streets didn't feel desolate. She reminisced about the past, thought of her parents who were safe in heaven, and recalled Grandma Yue, whom she met because of her mother. It felt like just yesterday when she reunited with Grandma Yue. The tender, kind smile on her face was so vivid it seemed almost touchable. Xiaoyu glanced at the person lost in thought outside the window, his thin lips trembling slightly as he hesitated to speak. She needed rest now, not to numb her feelings and emotions with work. But he also understood her personality. No matter how much he advised against it, she would still firmly pursue what she wanted to do. At that moment, a bus entered Mo Li's line of sight. Passing by their vehicle, inside the bus, Ning Tianpei was on high alert, scanning the surroundings, and immediately spotted Mo Li in the black SUV. His brow furrowed. How did they come out? He thought, pulling out his phone and dialing the contact labeled master. He watched her go from being indifferent just moments ago to now completely still. Didn't she bring her phone? That can't be. Beside him, Song-Yin noticed his actions and asked curiously, Who are you calling? Xiaoyu? Now, after saying that, he switched contacts and pressed the phone to his ear. The other end was quickly picked up, still that cold-based voice. What is up? Where are you going? Don't tell me Song-Zeke went back to find you? Xiaoyu looked left and right in the rearview mirror, realizing that besides the bus that had just passed, there was no one else around. He didn't answer, but instinctively questioned, Where did you see us? Emoli also reacted upon hearing Song-Zeke's name, looking at him with confusion. I'm on the bus in front of you, and Song-Yin. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's brows knitted tighter in confusion. Why take the bus when you have a perfectly good car? Are they already getting along so well that they're taking the bus for a romantic ride? Beside him, Emily looked up at the bus, curiosity piqued. What are you doing? Xiaoyu asked. On the bus, as soon as Song-Yin connected the call. She leaned in closer to Ning Tianpei, eager to hear what Xiaoyu was saying. Moreover, she was desperate to share what she had experienced. Thanks for asking. She snatched the phone from Ning Tianpei's hand. What did I say at my house? I slept at my house. I slept at my house. Why won't you listen to me? Following that, she vividly recounted the thrilling experiences from earlier. Ning Tianpei raised his hand to his forehead, afraid that the few passengers on the bus would hear him. Thankfully, it was a night bus with hardly anyone on it. Did this woman have no shame, speaking so loudly in public? In the SUV, after 3 full minutes of noise, Xiaoyu and Mo Li exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for what to do next. Give the phone to Ning Tianpei, Xiaoyu said in a commanding tone. Although Song-Yin found it absurd and shocking, she still complied. It's me. After I hang up, I'll send you a location. You take her there first. Once you get off, leave the phone in the car to cut off any way for Song-Zeke to find you. I'll come looking for you. Chapter 111 Overcoat. After Ning Tianpei and Song-Yin got off the bus, they followed what Xiaoyu said and discarded their phones, heading to the address Xiaoyu provided. In the dark of night, the streetlights elongated their shadows. The surroundings were quiet and remote, with only the sounds of insects chirping and the wind rustling through the grass. Song-Yin looked around nervously, wrapping her arms around herself. In front of them was a small road resembling a country lane, with their feet stepping on the cement ground, the gravel crunching underfoot. On both sides were woods and grass, a faint scent of fresh grass filling the air. Her steps were hesitant. Are you sure we didn't take a wrong turn? I feel like if we go any further, we'll just end up at a cemetery. The cold wind made her instinctively shrink her neck. Don't say nonsensical things at this hour, Ning Tianpei said, focusing straight ahead. After saying that, he took off his overcoat and casually handed it to her with a long reach. Song Yin was taken aback, and before she could think about his intentions, she hurriedly took the coat. I'll think about it later, she thought, only aware that she was in a cold mountain path filled with negative ions. She put on the coat backward, the sleeves long enough that her hands couldn't escape. Due to the wind direction, she no longer smelled the fragrance of grass. They walked in silence, and Ning Tianpei could feel her glancing at him intentionally or unintentionally. At first, he didn't plan to speak, but suddenly his mood became inexplicably subtle. He tilted his head to look at her, silently responding to her gaze. He thought she would be startled and stop looking at him, but to his surprise, her eyes didn't shift even a bit. Suddenly, Song Yin smiled, half of her face hidden under the collar of his coat. I thought you hated me. Ning Tianpei raised an eyebrow slightly, wondering how she came to such a conclusion. He remained silent and didn't look at her again. Not long after, he saw a roof not far ahead. Although he was tall and could see far, the dim light of the night, combined with the branches and leaves of the trees, obstructed his view, making it impossible to confirm at this distance if it was the house Xiaoyu described. Song Yin seemed to notice the change in his expression and tiptoed to look ahead, joyfully asking, "Did you see something?" "I did." "Hurry up," he said. Song Yin looked at him speechlessly, thinking he said to hurry, but then immediately walked quickly with her long legs. She rolled her eyes at the air, and the goodwill she felt earlier from him, lending her his coat, quickly dissipated. She jogged to catch up, but still fell behind him by quite a distance. However, soon she also spotted the white building described by Xiaoyu. The tall figure stood in front of the iron railing, facing a two-story white building with retro decor. About 30 square meters of front yard, where the grass was overgrown, some even reaching above knee height. The sound of their breathing came closer, and Song Yin half bent down, catching her breath before looking inside. It was fine until she saw the situation clearly. She immediately thought of turning back. How is this any different from the cemetery you mentioned before? Perhaps affected by the shock, she lost her balance and instinctively grabbed Ning Tianpei's arm. The hardness of his muscles forced her to retract her hand. At that moment, she thought, if he punches me, I might end up in the ICU. Just as she was lost in thought due to this sudden physical contact, Ning Tianpei had already nimbly climbed over the iron railing and entered the front yard of the white building. When she looked up and saw this scene, she couldn't help but doubt her own eyes. Since she hadn't seen how he got in, she was still asking, "How did you get in? Can you fly?" She was dazed for a few seconds, and he was already inside. Moreover, she hadn't heard any noise just now. At this critical moment, she couldn't help but think of that old fox. Almost forgot, Ning Tianpei had been the old fox's capable assistant. In that case, he must have just quietly climbed over the iron railing, which didn't seem too strange. However, instead of answering, Ning Tianpei had already opened the iron door from the inside with a creak, bringing with it a decayed smell. Although she was very reluctant to go in, she still took a step inside. Underfoot was a path made of several cobblestones, with relatively sparse weeds on both sides. Song Yin shivered. Anything around her made her feel a chill. Ning Tianpei quickly unlocked the main door, and after feeling around in the dark, he found a switch illuminating the interior. This sudden brightness surprised Song Yin. She thought this remote area wouldn't have electricity even if there was a house. Yet here was an unexpected surprise. After stepping inside, she decided to retract her earlier words. This is not a cemetery at all. This is simply a top-notch apartment in a 5-star hotel. She couldn't help but marvel that it was indeed Xiaoyu's house. The interior was tastefully designed, and under the warm orange light, it appeared even more luxurious. With leather sofas, a marble floor reflecting light, and the latest projector screen. Everything was a stark contrast to the impression from outside. Song Yin walked towards the sofa, extended her finger to wipe it, and furrowed her brow slightly. Why is there not a speck of dust? She then shifted her gaze to the marble floor, which was also spotless. Could it be that Xiaoyu has someone clean this house regularly? How are you so sure this is Xiaoyu's house? I think it looks more like he had the owner vacate it overnight. Song Yin looked skeptical. No way. As soon as she finished speaking, she headed straight into the inner room, opening a door to take a peek, resembling a real estate agent showing a model home, completely at ease, as if she had forgotten that she was currently in a state of escape. just as Ning Tianpei sat down on the sofa. He suddenly heard the ringtone of a phone beside him. By that time, Song Yun had already reached the second floor. He stood up alertly, scanning the surroundings with keen eyes, following the sound to find its source. The sound was coming from a wooden coffee table. He reached under the table and quickly found a vibrating phone. Looking at the unknown number displayed on the screen and recalling Xiao Yu saying he would find a way to contact them, he picked it up without thinking. Sure enough, a familiar voice came through. Just arrived? Xiao Yu asked. Instead of answering the question, he threw his own confusion back. Is this house yours? The voice on the other end replied with a faint This ISN to your safe house, is it? Chapter 112 Breakthrough. Xiao Yu did not answer his question, but instead spoke for himself. Before I find old Lu, you all stay there. As far as I know, there's a small market nearby. You should be able to cook, right? If not, you can order takeout. If you can't get used to it, there's nothing you can do. Just think about your current situation, and you should be able to eat. Ning Tianpei leaned back on the sofa. The outside was pitch black, and the glass reflected the hanging crystal lamp, which was a bit dazzling. After a day of tossing and turning, even if he were made of iron, he should be tired. Seeing that he wasn't speaking, Xiao Yu hung up the phone. He returned from the corridor to the command center, where Mo Li was sitting in front of the computer with her back to him. Planning to work overnight again? As he walked to her side, he pulled out a chair and sat down. You should really have Bai Ling Jun give you a raise. He directly called the director by name, expressing his dissatisfaction. To put it bluntly, Song Zikan was brought in by Bai Ling Jun, brought into Mo Li's life. Mo Li remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. Could something have happened to the detector? This doubt flashed through his mind, and as he looked in the direction of her gaze, he found that the previously lost signal had actually reappeared within visual range. Does this mean we succeeded? She was somewhat dumbfounded, as if what was happening at that moment was the direction of a perfect world. Xiao Yu raised his hand to check the time on his watch. It was now the second hour after their plan had the detector enter the black hole. The first possibility was that the detector had successfully entered the black hole and returned to the visible universe through a wormhole. The second possibility was that the detector never had the chance to enter the black hole and had already deviated from its original trajectory due to the gravitational influence upon reaching the black hole's edge. After hearing Xiao Yu's two hypotheses, Mo Li picked up the tablet that monitored the robot's vital signs and said, "Perhaps we can find the answer from the robot's vital sign data and the information it sent back." As she spoke, she focused all her attention on the tablet, and Xiao Yu moved his chair closer to her. They discovered several photos that were indistinguishable from the time-space tunnels created by CGI in sci-fi movies. And the timestamps completely matched the time of the detector's entry into the black hole in their plan. Mo Li couldn't help but be stunned. Was what she was seeing now something that could happen in the real world? The detector had traveled for nearly an hour after entering the black hole, including returning to the visible universe through a wormhole, and every minute and second of that hour had been recorded. They bore the risk that the detector would be destroyed by the shock waves released by the black hole as it approached. Yet they never expected that the detector could directly confirm the dual universe theory. It was so smooth. The two exchanged glances, and Mo Li wanted him to tell her that all this was not just her imagination, but was real. Xiao Yu nodded at that moment, as if reading her mind, and said, "You're not dreaming. We really succeeded." He appeared calm, but in reality, he was even more excited than she was. As the proposer of the dual universe theory, the exhilaration he felt inside after seeing this result could hardly be described in words. Mo Li's gaze returned to the tablet, her face unable to hide her smile as she murmured, "Now there's hope." Ning Tianpei and Song Yun both felt the joy of not being on the wrong side and a bit of fear after learning this good news. What if they had made a different choice? The next morning, Xiao Yu held an emergency meeting, the theme of which was a large-scale human migration plan. Because of the new breakthrough, Bai Ling Jun, as the director, also attended this meeting. Upon learning about the new breakthrough, Bai Ling Jun couldn't help but stand up and lead everyone in a round of cheerful applause. "I knew I didn't pick the wrong person," Bai Ling Jun said proudly, trying to share in the credit. Recalling how he had hastily brought Xiao Yu into the bureau and formed a temporary team to appoint him as captain, he felt he had played a significant role. Everyone applauded, although they all knew the truth. Even Yi Yanyu and Zhang Qian, who usually liked to chatter, didn't dare to take away the glory Bai Ling Jun was feeling at that moment, as they all understood the basic attributes of such high-ranking officials. Currently isolated in the wilderness, Ning Tianpei was participating in the meeting through a video call from Mo Li, with Song Yun beside her. Compared to yesterday, their expressions were much brighter. After the applause subsided, Xiaoyu began to explain his next thoughts to everyone. According to calculations, the asteroid that would collide with Earth would land in a location in the upper southern hemisphere in 2 months. We plan to evacuate the residents in that area to the north as soon as possible. After saying this, Xiaoyu glanced at Mo Li beside him, indicating that it was her turn to explain, as what was to follow was her idea. Mo Li nodded quietly, controlling the remote in her hand to open the PowerPoint presentation, which was a plan she had prepared overnight. Considering that the shock waves caused by the impact will affect hundreds or even thousands of kilometers, we plan to build multiple shelters in the northern region that can withstand nuclear weapon-level destruction. As the PowerPoint pages changed, she continued at the same time, we need to organize aviation organizations worldwide to collaborate on developing manned spacecraft. At this point, discussions erupted below. This was what she had anticipated. A hand was raised. It was Qinyu. Emoli looked at her and raised her chin, saying, "You speak. Isn't the scale of the detector and the manned spacecraft vastly different? Shouldn't we consider the variables involved?" Qinyu asked sincerely, without any intention to pick a fight, although the detector successfully verified the dual universe theory through practical testing. Would the public be willing to bear that risk? As soon as she finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. The most shocked expressions belonged to Yi Yinyu, Zhang Qian, and Su Huihui. Only at that moment did they basically confirm Qin Yu's determination to start anew. Zhang Qian leaned closer and whispered to Yi Yinyu, "Today is full of surprises." Yi Yinyu responded in a low voice, "Isn't it? There really is great love in the face of disaster. Even those who once fought each other can become harmonious." Su Huihui quickly chimed in, "That's because you don't understand women. I must say that the doubts raised by Qin Yu were also something they wanted to know." The one who answered was Xiaoyu. "We've also considered this issue you mentioned. If this plan can pass, we are prepared to issue a formal statement." After saying this, he turned his gaze to Bai Ling Jun. Bai Ling Jun's first reaction to the unexpected call-out was about funding. "Don't worry, I'll take care of the money," he said confidently, naturally thinking of that old fox, Song Zikin. With Bai Ling Jun's words, Xiaoyu developed a new idea. Chapter 113. Anger. Huang Qiming, who was beside Bai Ling Jun, glanced at Xiaoyu before speaking. He awkwardly reminded him in a low voice, "The kids were talking about a statement, not money. Did you drink too much last night?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ling Jun felt embarrassed. He quickly surveyed the crowd and then raised his hand to cover his face as he coughed. "Let's vote quickly. I need the results to get to work." The others exchanged glances, and the conference room was suddenly enveloped in an awkward atmosphere. "The meeting is temporarily suspended," Xiaoyu suddenly said, looking at Mo Li to signal her to follow him out. He then stood behind Bai Ling Jun and whispered, "Director Bai, may I have a word with you privately?" Bai Ling Jun thought to himself, "Thank you, although I don't know why you're calling me out. It's better than feeling awkward under everyone's gaze." The three of them stepped out of the conference room into the corridor. Mo Li, confused about his intentions, waited for him to speak. Xiaoyu said to Mo Li, "I'm thinking that we might not need to mobilize so much for the immigration spaceship." "How so?" Mo Li's voice was filled with anticipation. She saw determination on Xiaoyu's face. "Killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Xiaoyu's words were concise, and his smile was clearly hard to hide. He had made up his mind. Upon hearing this, Mo Li couldn't help but furrow her brow. "Killing 2 birds with 1 stone? How do you plan to do that?" From the current situation, the asteroid and Song Zikin are those 2 birds. But how can 1 stone hit both? Bai Ling Jun silently watched from the side, thinking, if you're not going to talk to me, why did you call me out? Don't you find me a big, glaring light bulb? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he started to move away. Xiaoyu suddenly called out to Bai Ling Jun, "Director Bai, I need you to help me contact Song Zikin privately and tell him we've found a habitable planet." Before Bai Ling Jun could express his confusion, a sudden tremor shook the ground, nearly causing him to lose his balance and fall, while a loud explosion echoed in his ears. Instantly, alarms blared throughout the building, and chaos erupted from the explosion, with voices rising in a frenzy. Earthquake? By Ling Jun leaned against the wall, anxiously looking around. Xiao Yu and Mo Li immediately thought of Song Zikan. It seemed that Song Yun's situation had indeed angered him. The people in the conference room also erupted into chaos and rushed out. Leading the charge was Yi Yinyu, who had been sitting near the door. His first words upon exiting were directed at Bai Ling Jun. "We aren't under air attack. Are we, Director?" Zhang Qian also echoed in a panic. "Yeah, Director Bai. Are we really done for?" "No," Xiao Yu thought to himself. However, he knew that even saying such things, which sounded like mere attempts to calm the crowd, would have no real effect on the frightened people. At that moment, Ning Tianpei, who was on the phone with Mo Li, became flustered upon hearing the commotion. The nuclear bombs, dubbed as weapons of mass destruction, being used in a crowded city was something none of them had anticipated. Although he was far from the space agency and hadn't felt or heard the earlier earthquake, he knew from his understanding of Song Zikan that such turmoil could not be limited to this one incident. He quickly hung up the phone, intending to contact his informant near Song Zikan, but realized he had discarded his phone the previous night. Feeling anxious, he couldn't sit still. No matter how much it took, he wanted to help in any way he could. On the side, Song Yun's expression was heavy. She decided to endure the humiliation. "Stop!" Ning Tianpei called out to her directly, and she halted in place, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. She didn't want to seek out Song Zikan. How could she possibly want to? "We both have to act according to Xiao Yu's instructions." His tone was firm, yet seemed calm. If it were up to him, he would have let Song Yun go alone to negotiate for peace. But now, he was not in charge, and the decision was not in his hands. The two were at a standstill when suddenly a message popped up on the phone on the coffee table. Song Yun turned back hurriedly. "Is it him?" After reading the text, Ning Tianpei's frown remained unrelaxed. "He told us not to worry." Song Yun's face brightened, meaning he had already come up with a solution. "Let's hope so." After saying that, Ning Tianpei gazed out the window at the peaceful scene, every movement of the wind and grass tugging at his heartstrings. He couldn't just sit there and wait for disaster. Inside the space agency, chaos erupted, with police arriving to organize the evacuation of the crowd. Outside the main gate, traffic was congested, and a crowd gathered to watch, creating a scene of confusion. Not long after the explosion, Xiao Yu received a call from Song Zikan. He glanced at Mo Li beside him and answered, putting it on speakerphone. "Regretting it?" Song Zikan began with a haughty question. Xiao Yu scoffed, his voice loud enough for the other end to hear easily. Mo Li, watching anxiously, had no clue about his plan and naturally couldn't understand why he was so arrogant at this moment. Hearing the scoff, Song Zikan became furious. Even though he was in the advantageous position, he still felt like he was losing. Xiao Yu unhurriedly replied, "You should know that you detonated a nuclear bomb on the territory of the National Space Agency." This time, it was Song Zikan who scoffed. "So what? Do you think I have anything left to fear?" Then he paused, realizing something was off, and added, "No, not fear. I know Song Yin chose to stay voluntarily. If she wanted to escape from you, she wouldn't still be absent from my sight. You're the one who manipulated my daughter," he said, getting increasingly agitated. Xiao Yu maintained a calm tone. "Haven't you considered that you're the one slowly pushing her away?" There was silence on the other end for a while, and Mo Li held her breath, listening intently. "The next one will be in the capital city." Song Zikan had regained his usual composure. "This time, I want you to truly experience the feeling of being anxious yet powerless." As soon as he finished speaking, the phone emitted a series of beeping sounds. Xiao Yu and Mo Li exchanged glances, his expression still steady as a mountain. "What do you plan to do?" she asked, genuinely worried. The capital city is the largest shopping mall in terms of foot traffic. Xiao Yu lowered his gaze, operating his phone while saying, "I've already locked onto his location. If it weren't for the time it takes, I wouldn't waste my breath on him." Saying this, he nudged Mo Li towards Bai Ling Jun, Director Bai. "Do me a favor and take her home." Chapter 114. Kitchen knife. At this moment, Song Zikan was in a moving car, monitoring the situation in the square of Guoducheng through a drone. He was not lying. There was indeed a nuclear bomb waiting to be detonated in the center of Guoducheng. The screen showed a bustling crowd, and the police had just arrived. The person holding the tablet laughed derisively, saying, "The police are here, and you still act fearless." At this time, in front of the square of Guoducheng, Before the police cars could come to a complete stop, officers in black uniforms jumped out of the cars, holding shields marked with the word police. The crowd became restless upon seeing them, and the atmosphere grew more chaotic. Some people kept their distance, while others, driven by curiosity, moved closer. These special police were called in by Ling Jun. After hearing what Song Zikan had said, he immediately contacted the chief of the local police station, requesting that personnel be quickly dispatched to guesthouse to assist with the evacuation. He didn't pay any attention to Xiao Yu's heavy request, so now, Emily appeared unobstructed behind the police. She knew she probably shouldn't be here, but she wasn't the type to stay sheltered like a greenhouse flower. She looked around in the crowded space and immediately spotted the drone hovering above. Without thinking, she turned back to the car, took out the equipment box that was resting in the back seat, and retrieved the signal jammer from it. She got to work. At the same time, the tablet screen in front of Song Zikan turned into a gray and white static. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he kicked the front seat in frustration, his tones seething with anger as he demanded to know what was going on. The burly man in the passenger seat was humble and solemn. To show respect, he twisted half of his body toward the back and said, "Yes." Over here, Emily couldn't help but smirk when she saw signal interception successful displayed on the device's screen. She raised her eyes to the chaos ahead, closed the equipment box, slung her seemingly heavy backpack over her shoulders, and got out of the car. While everyone else was rushing out, she was the only one moving against the tide, heading towards the gate of guesthouse, her steps firm and without a trace of cowardice. Once inside, Emily crouched in a corner by the giant glass door, ready to take out the energy detector from her backpack to get to work when a familiar figure flashed in front of her. She was startled and nearly fell to the ground. The person raised his hand to pull down his mask and said in a deep voice, "Master." Ning Tianpei had arrived a few minutes earlier. He had seen her outside before. "What are you doing here?" Emily asked, holding her backpack with one hand and using the other to support herself against the wall as she stood up. She looked around, wondering if she had come alone. Where was Song Yun? Ning Tianpei didn't have time to answer her question. He only wanted to quickly get her out of this dangerous place. Her presence here indicated that Xiao Yu was doing something more important. Meanwhile, as soon as Ning Tianpei stepped out of the safe house, Xiao Yu had just arrived. Unfortunately, the two did not run into each other due to different entry paths. Song Yun was locked in the house and didn't dare to cry out, fearing it would attract unnecessary trouble. So she sat quietly, waiting for Ning Tianpei to return and let her out. Just as Ning Tianpei left, there was movement at the front door. Seeing this, Song Yun shivered, her heart racing. Her hand had already fallen onto the kitchen knife resting on the coffee table, the blade glinting. With a creak, the door was gradually pushed open, and as she raised the knife, Xiao Yu's face appeared from behind the door. Song Yun was momentarily stunned, frozen in place. However, Xiao Yu didn't seem moved by what he saw. He glanced into the room and asked, "Where is everyone?" "Out." "They went out," Song Yun said, her hand lowering the knife, but seeing Xiao Yu, her expression brightened considerably, and her tone became lighter. "It was just a moment ago. Didn't you see them?" He didn't answer. "I may need you to come with me." Upon hearing this, Song Yun's heart dropped. She hesitated before speaking. "Is it to meet Song Zikan?" Xiao Yu nodded slightly. He wasn't sure what would happen next, and preferred not to make any promises about keeping her safe. Song Yun sighed deeply and then walked past him out of the house. In the car, she remained silent, while Xiao Yu stole a few glances at her with a hint of pity. Soon, the familiar car body appeared in front of them. On the spacious road in the suburbs, two cars were driving one behind the other. The burly man in Song Zikan's car noticed their arrival through the rearview mirror. "Boss, there's a car behind us that seems to be coming for us." Song Zikan remained unfazed, as if he hadn't heard anything. The burly man held his breath, intently observing the car behind them, his heart racing as if it had a pacemaker. He feared that the king of hell in the back seat might suddenly explode with rage and kick his seat a few times. The air in the car felt suffocating, quiet enough to hear the sound of breathing. Suddenly, Song Zikan said, "Turn right ahead. There's an open space. Drive in." His tone was cold, making it hard to tell if he was angry or pleased. The vehicle turned, and the burly man noticed the following car was indeed coming along. He felt a bit relieved, thinking that even if the king of hell got angry, he wouldn't take it out on him. For now, he was safe. The open area was barren, and as the car came to a stop, loose sand and dust swirled around, clouding the surroundings. The moment the car stopped, Song Yun opened the door without any hesitation. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu grabbed her hand. The sudden touch made her pause. She turned to look at her wrist, which he was holding, and her thoughts spiraled into chaos. Could it be that he had changed his mind? She hoped. But before she could think any further, Xiao Yu released her hand. Wait in the car. After saying that, he got out and quickly walked around to the passenger side, closing the door behind her. It was only when he stood next to the front car that her gaze finally shifted away from her wrist. Her emotions were tangled, hard to discern between joy and sorrow. Inside the car, Song Zikin showed no intention of getting out, whether it was a lack of desire or simply to maintain an air of authority. Xiao Yu stood beside him, separated by a car door. The dust that had been kicked up before had settled, and the air around them was no longer murky. Xiao Yu raised his hand and knocked on the car window, taking 2 steps back. This was the most he could do to politely request. Chapter 115. Slap. After the 2 crisp knocks on the window, the strong man and the driver were in an incredibly tense state, staring wide-eyed, not even daring to breathe deeply, fearing that even the slightest sound would bring them trouble. At the same time, Song Yun in the back seat was also holding her breath, staring intently ahead, regardless of her own fate. She did not want anything to happen to Xiao Yu. A gentle breeze stirred the dust on the ground. The car door opened, and a shiny leather shoe stepped onto the ground. Song Zikin finally showed up. However, Xiao Yu did not shift his gaze to him, even when the others stood in front of him. Take her away from the car. Don't create any more trouble, Xiao Yu said coldly, his tone sounding nothing like a request. On the contrary, it felt more like a command. How could Song Zikin swallow this anger? In the next moment, he raised his hand and slapped Xiao Yu across the face. This action was unexpected for the other 3 present, but Xiao Yu seemed to be prepared, his face turning slightly to the side, the area where the palm had struck burning with pain and already showing a faint red mark. As soon as the slap landed, Song Yun rushed out of the car. Her first reaction was to push Song Zikin back with all her strength. I beg you, don't go crazy. Her eyes were red with anger, and she even wanted to tear the person in front of her apart. Her father, who was worse than a dog, was simply too much. Song Zikin stumbled back from the push and slammed against the car door. The 2 people inside the car hurriedly rushed out to support him on either side. To be honest, they had followed Song Zikin for so long and had never seen him treated this way, especially by his precious daughter, which showed how significant this beaten man was to Song Yun. Unexpectedly, before their hands could touch Song Zikin's arms, he shook them off angrily, his eyes blazing with fury, and the look he cast at Song Yun was no longer gentle. Seeing this, Xiao Yu quickly stepped in front of Song Yun, his expression still calm like a windless lake, and his voice cold as December frost. Mr. Song, don't go too far. The driver and the strong man stood frozen behind them, their raised hands not reacting to put down, holding their breath and waiting for Song Zikin's next move. Although they were both frightened, they were not the ones opposing Song Zikin. Their gazes hurriedly darted among the 3 in front of them. At this critical moment, they were quite curious about how Song Zikin would deal with this young man. Song Zikin was seething with anger, restraining himself as he gritted his teeth and glared at Xiao Yu, pointing his finger at the young man's chest repeatedly. You're not qualified to teach me how to do things. Seeing that the negotiation was fruitless and that she was clearly no longer regarded as his own flesh and blood, Song Yun tightened her hands in her pockets. Since that was the case, she had no other choice. At the same time in the capital city, Ning Tianpei ultimately could not resist his master. The shopping mall was now empty, and the SWAT officers outside had not noticed that there were still 2 death senders inside the mall. Mo Wei walked ahead with an energy detector, while Ning Tianpei followed closely behind, vigilant of any movements around them. Logically, Song Zikin should send someone to ensure safety. He could not let his guard down and allow his master to fall into danger again. It was very quiet around them. Apart from their footsteps, they could faintly hear the noise outside the mall. At this moment, the detector in Mo Wei's hand suddenly flashed a green light, flickering rapidly, accompanied by a beep 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 sound. She stopped in front of a banquet door, turned to look at Ning Tianpei, her face unable to hide her tension. I found it. Her lips felt a bit dry, and after saying that, she shifted her gaze back to the banquet door, swallowing hard. Ning Tianpei remained silent, pulling her behind him, and then, without hesitation, he raised his hand to push the door. The wooden door looked very heavy, and indeed required some strength to open. As the door cracked open, Mo Wei, protected behind him, saw the familiar blue light. She put the energy detector back in her bag and followed Ning Tianpei into the banquet hall. There, the nuclear bomb was safely placed in the center of the stage, emitting an eerie blue glow. Although it was daytime, the walls of the banquet hall were all enclosed, and without this blue light, it would likely be pitch black. Ning Tianpei took advantage of the blue light to reach for the row of switches by the door. With a click, the entire banquet hall suddenly became bright, and the blue light was no longer blinding. He stepped forward, seemingly unafraid of the nuclear bomb that could explode at any moment. You. Mo Wei's words were on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them back, silently following behind him. Just as she stepped out, she saw the person in front of her make a stop gesture with his hand. She instinctively tightened her grip on her backpack and hurriedly asked, "What is wrong? Don't come over yet." Ning Tianpei opened a special flashlight and examined the nuclear bomb in front of him. He held a fingerprint scanner that could identify fingerprints on objects through light. If they were lucky, they might figure out how to disarm the bomb and avert the crisis. However, Mo Wei was not the type to obediently listen. She dismissed her previous hesitation and quickly came to his side. We're both novices when it comes to this thing, so let's not differentiate between who leads and who follows. As she spoke, she unzipped her backpack and rummaged for something, jokingly adding, "Now that we're in, it's either life or death. I'm not afraid." Ning Tianpei looked at her steadily, his admiration for her growing. Mo Wei didn't even raise her eyelids, but guessed that he was definitely watching her now. "Stop looking at me. Hurry up and save the world." At this moment, she pulled out a device, which Ning Tianpei was naturally very familiar with. A signal jammer? Although he knew what she was holding, he didn't quite understand what role the jammer would play in this situation. Mo Wei smiled. "You don't really think I'm afraid of dying, do you?" As she spoke, she activated the device, adding, "If this thing can be remotely controlled with the jammer, at least we won't be blown to bits immediately." Ning Tianpei was taken aback. He hadn't thought of that at all. After saying this, Mo Wei placed the activated signal jammer on the ground. Standing up, she took a deep breath. "Ready? Huh?" Ning Tianpei was momentarily stunned, looking at her in confusion. Let's get started. Chapter 116, Kidnapping. Xiao Yu watched as the person who had been standing arrogantly in front of him suddenly collapsed to the ground, a look of astonishment flashing across his face. He saw Song Zikan clutching his neck, starting to convulse, and then he completely lost consciousness. Song Yun's hand holding the syringe trembled. She took half a step back, and the syringe fell to the ground, kicking up a bit of dust. She was momentarily stunned, her gaze wandering. The two people in the car rushed out. If it weren't for seeing it with their own eyes in the rearview mirror, they wouldn't have dared to believe what had just happened. President Song. President Song. The burly man who was half-squatting looked up, confused, and asked Song Yin, "Miss Song, what did you inject President Song with?" Song Yin didn't answer immediately. She paused, and then coldly replied, "He won't die." After saying this, she grabbed Xiao Yu's wrist and walked towards the car, letting go of his hand in front of the vehicle. She walked towards the driver's seat, and just as she opened the door, a large hand pressed her back. "What did you inject him with?" Xiao Yu asked. Song Yin looked at him in confusion. Although she didn't want to answer, she reluctantly lowered her head and replied, "Anesthetic. It's just for animals. If we don't leave soon, we probably won't be able to. You can hide for a moment, but you can't hide for a lifetime." Xiao Yu glanced back at the driver and the burly man squatting around Song Zikan, then turned back and asked, "Do you have more?" "What?" "Anesthetic." Song Yun, puzzled, felt her coat pocket and found one more syringe. "Give it to me." Song Yun obediently handed it over. "What are you going to do?" Xiao Yu smirked, "Kidnap Song Zikan." To achieve this goal, the first step was to eliminate obstacles. He looked at the syringe in his hand, thinking it would be half the work done. Just as Song Yin was about to ask him what he planned to do, she saw him make a move and felt herself fall silent. Xiao Yu quickly circled to the back of the car, and the burly man saw him first, followed by the driver. As the driver turned around, Xiao Yu delivered a flying kick, and the driver collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The burly man was about to get up and resist, but before he could fully stand, Xiaoyu had already plunged the syringe into his neck. The process was swift and decisive. Song Yun was immediately bewildered. Since his skills were so impressive, why had he let Song Zikan slap him earlier? Xiaoyu opened the trunk of the black car, and sure enough, there were ropes inside. No wonder it's Song Zikan. Come help. He pulled out the ropes and called out without looking back. Song Yun jogged over, took the ropes, and walked in front of Song Zikan, quickly tying him up. You're so skilled. Song Yun looked up and saw that the two men on the ground had already been tied up. Was she just mocked? What now? Throw him in the trunk. And then? He casually replied, send him to the space he dreams of. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of the capital, Mo Li and Ning Tianpei were surrounding a blue glowing object, and one could sense their extreme nervousness from their silhouettes. Mo Li was sweating profusely from her forehead as she followed the fingerprints illuminated by the flashlight in Ning Tianpei's hand, trying to figure out how to safely disarm the nuclear bomb. The signal jammer beside them was constantly working, and they were equally holding their breath, not daring to relax. The nuclear bomb in front of them was clearly different from the one old Liu had disarmed. Its structure indicated that it had undergone meticulous modifications. The fingerprint stopped at the top of a cylindrical device in the middle layer, where there was a blue glowing triangular button. The button had no fingerprints on it, leading to the inference. This is either the switch to detonate the nuclear bomb or the first step to open the center of the nuclear bomb, Ning Tianpei said. Mo Li was about to speak when the door behind them was suddenly kicked open. The two turned around in shock to see a man in a black uniform holding a gun leading the way. Who are you? What are you doing here? The deep voice, filled with intimidation, echoed throughout the banquet hall. Mo Li raised her arms involuntarily. Police? The man didn't answer. He freed one hand to grab the intercom on his chest. Suspicious couple found in the banquet hall. After saying that, he looked back at the suspicious couple. Get away from the device behind you immediately. Come here, squat down, and raise your hands. Mo Li obediently raised her hands and stepped towards the man. We're not bad people. And there's a nuclear bomb here that needs to be disarmed urgently. Ning Tianpei remained calm and said, We are from the space agency. The man approached him with skepticism, maintaining a distance of over a meter as he passed Mo Li. Only after seeing the identification did he relax his guard and lower the submachine gun he had been holding. He then spoke into the intercom. The identities of the suspicious couple have been confirmed. They are from the space agency. Ning Tianpei glanced at the prominent words on the man's bulletproof helmet. He really was a police officer. We receive a report that there is a bomb in the capital that could detonate at any time, and the bomb disposal expert is on the way. It's not a bomb. Mo Li then lowered her hand from her ears and walked back. It's a nuclear bomb. Ning Tianpei said, We've been studying how to disarm it. The situation isn't optimistic. A nuclear bomb? Surprised, he said something into the intercom. I will arrange for your safe evacuation now. But Mo Li's words were interrupted. Since it has been so long and you haven't thought of a way to disarm it, let the professionals handle it. While speaking, he had already pushed them forward, protecting them with one arm. Mo Li didn't want to leave, and neither did Ning Tianpei. It wasn't that they didn't trust the professionals the police mentioned, but as people who knew a little about the nuclear bomb in front of them, they wanted to stay and help. The two exchanged glances, and Ning Tianpei began to think of a way to deceive the man. He pushed the police's hand away, as I understand it. This is a new type of device imported from abroad, and the energy used in the bomb is a very rare element. We, as researchers who control the latest technology, volunteer to stay and help. You should be grateful for that. So why would you want to drive us away? Mo Li held her breath, and during Ning Tianpei's speech, she kept casually checking the police officer's expression. In just half a minute, she had looked at him at least 10 times. After hearing this, the police officer immediately became suspicious. Not to mention how you know this is a new type of device imported from abroad. How do you know so much about the energy used in a nuclear bomb? Chapter 117. Helplessness. Mo Li's organs felt like they were rising to her throat. Although they hadn't done anything illegal, explaining everything one by one would be too troublesome. Besides, if they weren't careful, they might be taken back for a tea session. Ning Tianpei maintained a calm expression, looking directly into the police officer's eyes. The existence of informants is not just your privilege. The officer paused, not rebutting further. He turned and walked a few steps away, communicating over the walkie-talkie. Emily thought he was probably asking when the bomb squad would arrive. The two of them turned their attention back to the glowing object in front of them. Ning Tianpei let out a long sigh. That triangular switch. Should we take a gamble and press it? Emily cast him a helpless glance. To be honest, she wanted to do as he suggested. But she was more afraid of the worst-case scenario. The capital city was located in the city center. If a nuclear bomb went off, so many lives would be at stake. She couldn't afford that, nor did she have the ability. Just then, her phone in her pocket suddenly rang. She took it out and saw it was Xiao Yu, who had reminded her to stay put in the bureau after leaving. Put on speaker, Ning Tianpei said. Emily complied, and as soon as the call connected, chaotic shouts filled the line. The two exchanged confused glances. The officer nearby, who was communicating over the walkie-talkie, also shot them a curious look, which made Emily inexplicably nervous. She didn't know why she felt this way. It was as if she was committing a crime in front of the police. In fact, it was Song Zikin's voice. He had been stuffed into the trunk of a car by Xiao Yu, his mouth taped shut. "Where are you?" Xiao Yu asked immediately. "In the capital city. The nuclear bomb is right in front of us," Ning Tianpei answered for her. Emily felt like she would be scolded the next moment, or perhaps dragged away in a half hour when the person on the other end of the line arrived. Is there anyone else around? Considering the content of the upcoming conversation, Xiao Yu asked cautiously. Ning Tianpei shifted his gaze downwards and said, "There's one more police officer." He quickly added, "Special police, to be precise." Who was on the other end of the line? The officer approached quietly. Emily quickly replied, "Our direct superior." Without saying a word, the officer reached out his hand. "Give me the phone." They exchanged glances again. Emily was clearly reluctant, but Ning Tianpei immediately handed over the phone. Looking at the back of the officer's head in front of her, she felt an urge to slap him. The first thing the officer did upon receiving the phone was to turn off the speaker and then walked away. "Why did you give the phone to him?" Emily asked in a hushed voice. Ning Tianpei feigned a nervous demeanor and whispered, "He has a gun." Soon, the officer returned. "I've spoken with your superior. He ordered both of you to return to the Aerospace Bureau immediately. There's an urgent matter waiting for you." As he spoke, he returned the phone. Emily pointed behind her, raising her voice unconsciously. "More important than this?" The officer tilted his head at her, his right hand instinctively reaching for the rifle at his side, his eyes seemingly asking, "Are you leaving or not?" In the next moment, Emily quickly avoided his gaze and lowered her head. Witnessing Emily's shift from a strong attitude to a broken one, Ning Tianpei turned his face away, unable to suppress a silent laugh. Quick-witted, Emily caught sight of his slightly trembling shoulders, gritting her teeth and silently taking note of it. As soon as they stepped out of the B district gate of the capital city, Emily saw a familiar figure standing by a car not far away, accompanied by a relatively shorter person. Although she couldn't see the person's expression from this distance, she could sense that he was likely frowning. Behind her, Ning Tianpei's ghostly voice said, "Prepare for interrogation." It seemed to carry a hint of schadenfreude. As they approached, Emily and Ning Tianpei heard the chaotic sound from the earlier phone call. They instinctively searched for the source of the noise, turning their gazes towards the trunk. Xiao Yu merely glanced silently, having kept his head down all the way, and said nothing more. "This can't be." Ning Tianpei pointed at the back of the car, his earlier tone of schadenfreude becoming more pronounced. "Is it Mr. Song?" "That's right," came a response from Song Yin. "I assisted in kidnapping my own father." Ning Tianpei nodded, unable to hide his delight on his face. A gentleman may turn back. It's never too late. Upon hearing this, Song Yin immediately became displeased. "What do you mean, a gentleman may turn back? It's never too late? Can't you speak properly?" Ning Tianpei just smiled and remained silent, not responding. Thanks to the days they had spent together, they had gone from complete strangers to a relationship where they could verbally spar like friends. Emily felt somewhat at a loss. She had never actually participated in anything that was clearly illegal. She walked up to Xiao Yu's side, lowering her voice instinctively due to the commotion in the trunk. "Why did you kidnap him?" The earlier situation got a bit out of control. Xiao Yu started, but Song Yin suddenly interrupted, proudly looking at Ning Tianpei. "I injected Mr. Song with a syringe in the neck. It contained animal anesthetic." Upon hearing this, Ning Tianpei remained silent, his reaction speaking volumes as he gave a thumbs up. Xiao Yu continued, Initially, it was purely a desperate measure, but then I thought, if we tie him up, not only can we ensure our safety, but we can also prevent further chaos like what happened today that incited public outrage. So, one thing led to another. He gestured towards the trunk, indicating the result of his so-called desperate measure. Emoli's pupils flickered anxiously. What comes next? You can't keep him tied up forever, right? If you hand him over to the police, you can't escape responsibility either. Upon hearing this, Song Yun covered her face and coughed, gesturing around with her hand. It's us. Indeed, from the moment she learned this fact and took no action, she had already become an accomplice in the kidnapping of Song Zikan. The bomb disposal experts have arrived, Ning Tianpei said. As soon as he finished speaking, the other three turned their gazes in the direction of Ning Tianpei's site, seeing two men in tactical gear getting out of a police car not far away, all of them moving with urgency. Emoli's mood returned to the earlier state of tension. She stepped forward to go back, but her arm was suddenly grabbed. Turning around, she saw Xiao Yu opening the passenger door and effortlessly pushing her inside. Chapter 118. Seeing this, Ning Tianpei and Song Yun, without saying a word, tacitly opened the car door and got into the back seat. Emoli watched as Xiao Yu was about to get in the car and thought, should I get out myself? But this action seemed unnecessary, and recalling the important incident the police mentioned earlier, she decided to stay put. As soon as Xiao Yu sat down, her puzzled voice came out. So what's next? Song Yun suddenly remembered her recent peeping routine and was struck with realization. Slapping the driver's seat in surprise, you've been helping him build that spaceship. You said you wanted to send him to the space of his dreams. Exactly right, Xiao Yu answered cheerfully. Song Yun's excitement was momentary, but disappointment hit her just as quickly. But aren't we all now top wanted criminals in the DM group? How could we possibly blend in, let alone steal a ship? As soon as she finished speaking, a long and forlorn sigh followed. Ning Tianpei almost laughed out loud after hearing this, teasingly mocking her. Even if I get you in, how could you possibly carry such a large ship out? Song Yun shot him an annoyed glance and scoffed. Who said I had to carry it out? IK. Her mouth stopped at the initial sound of open, and then it went silent as if muted by someone on the TV. Ning Tianpei laughed brightly, not realizing you could drive a spaceship too? Faced with such merriment, Emoli couldn't smile at all. Now, she was not just an accomplice in a kidnapping case. She was about to acquire a new criminal identity, theft. No need to go through so much trouble. Have you forgotten my identity as the chief designer? Xiao Yu said calmly while fastening his seatbelt. I know everything about the alien stars routes, programs, and everything else. Moving this giant object out of that building without anyone noticing is not difficult for me at all. After saying that, he switched to a softer tone and said to the person next to him, seatbelt. The two in the back seat. What kind of slaughterhouse scene is this? Emoli felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing these three words. The important thing wasn't the content, but his tone. She obediently complied and chose to pretend she hadn't heard anything just now. Are we leaving now? She asked. He retracted his hand, though was about to press the start button. Otherwise, instead of answering, Emoli reluctantly turned her head to look at the building beside her. Ning Tianpei's gaze also shifted to the right towards the national capital city. The signal jammer was still there, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Xiao Yu chimed in. Now that Song Zikan is in our hands, his subordinates definitely wouldn't dare to act rashly. At this moment, everyone seemed to have not noticed that the person in the trunk had calmed down from their previous agitation. In the dim light, in the cramped space where they couldn't even stretch their legs, Song Zikan, drenched in sweat, looked at his bound hands in front of him. He should have been desperate enough to accept his fate, but suddenly he remembered that he still had one last lifeline remaining. This was also the reason why he suddenly quieted down. Song Zikan moved quietly, worried that the four people in the front would be alerted. There was a folding dagger in the inner pocket of his suit, and after a tremendous effort, he finally gripped the folding dagger tightly in his hand. The blade was very sharp, and in just a few strokes, the hemp rope binding his hands was undone. However, with his hands freed, Song Zikan did not take any action. He rebound the hemp rope around his hands, pressing the broken ends against his abdomen, pretending to still be bound and unable to move. The dagger he held tightly was also pressed under his arm. All the way, Song Zikin didn't hear any conversation from the foreign front. When he first heard their idea to target the alien star, he almost had a heart attack on the spot. It seemed that they had stopped talking to prevent him from hearing more. They knew very well that he wouldn't just accept their judgment obediently. Regarding the nuclear bomb in the national capital city, he had to admit he truly admired the person who thought of the signal jammer. They guessed correctly. That nuclear bomb indeed had a remote detonation device, and that device was on him. Soon, the vehicle came to a stop, and Song Zikin heard someone asking about him. Why is the trunk so quiet? The speaker was Song Yun, who half turned to look at the trunk, hoping he hadn't already kicked the bucket. 2 seconds later, she clenched her fist and struck the seat hard. How boring. And Mo Lee, hearing this, began to doubt her ears, even though Song Zikin had done many bad things. The person in the trunk was still her biological father. However, upon reflecting, she realized she didn't have the right to judge this poor girl's background. After all, one shouldn't advise others to do good without experiencing their suffering. Playing dead, huh? Ning Tianpei casually glanced at the trunk, faintly seeing the person's legs moving slightly. Probably cramped for too long and getting numb, he thought. He then continued, someone like him, who had a life force stronger than a cockroach, would never just give up. I'm sure he hears every word we say clearly. Song Zikin, listening to all of this, gritted his teeth, thinking, Ning Tianpei, you ungrateful beast. Moreover, Ning Tianpei curled his lips in disdain. Hearing this tone, the organs in Song Zikin's chest felt like they had dropped significantly. He suddenly remembered that his habit of carrying a folding dagger was not a well-kept secret. Ning Tianpei didn't continue along that line of thought, which led to Song Yun's impatient curiosity and a barrage of questions. Moreover, what? Can you stop leaving people hanging? Song Yun's brows furrowed into a shape, anxiously repeating the same question. Moreover, what? Hurry up and say it. And he can't beat me, even if I'm empty-handed. He's armed to the teeth. He said this loudly, as if afraid the person in the trunk wouldn't hear. Xiao Yu, hearing this, glanced at Ning Tianpei in the rearview mirror, their eyes meeting. He didn't speak, but asked with his eyes, Can you handle this alone? Without any contempt, only concern. Ning Tianpei's response was a smile and a gentle nod. Once the surroundings fell quiet again, the dazed Mo Lee realized that their destination wasn't the space agency, but the dock from that night. She hadn't even finished her second word when a long finger appeared near her mouth. Xiao Yu silently shushed her, signaling her not to say more. Chapter 119. Walking the dog, the four of them got out of the car in silence. And all Song Zikin could hear were the sounds of doors closing one after another. Just as he was filled with curiosity, the trunk suddenly opened. Although he had his eyes closed at that moment, the sudden bright light made him instinctively furrow his brows. Ning Tianpei noticed the subtle change in Song Zikin's expression, which he thought had gone unnoticed, and felt it in his heart. He didn't immediately pull Song Zikin out of the car. Instead, he quietly took 2 steps back without making sound. He wanted to see what actions this notorious big boss would take under the circumstances of his legs being numb and his motives being seen through. A minute passed, and Song Zikin still showed no reaction. It seemed he wouldn't act until someone touched him, Ning Tianpei thought. Song Zikin maintained a mindset of not moving until provoked. After all, those were just their speculations, despite their 99% confidence. Meanwhile, Song Yun, who was beside them, clearly grew impatient. She looked around and noticed a burnt iron bucket in front of the neighboring warehouse, with something resembling a fire tong standing at the bucket's opening. She strode toward the iron bucket, not caring whether Song Zikin could hear her. She couldn't be as patient as Ning Tianpei. Upon approaching, she confirmed it was indeed a fire tong. Without hesitation, she grabbed it tightly, not minding the dirt. Song Zikin heard the series of sounds, but didn't dare to open his eyes. Just as he tried to visualize the clanging sound of metal against metal he had heard earlier, a sharp sensation suddenly struck his chest, causing him to jump and open his eyes. He was greeted by Song Yun's innocent face, unaware that the sharp sensation in his chest was caused by her. In the next moment, Song Yun used the fire tong to pinch his suit collar. Song Zikin looked down and saw his expensive suit covered in ashes. When he looked up again, the fire tong had moved to his throat, so close that if the sharp tips pressed in another inch, blood would spill out. You! Song Zikin looked at Song Yun in disbelief, never expecting that the person who put his life at risk would be his own flesh and blood. Mo Li and Ning Tianpei were both surprised by Song Yun's ruthlessness, while only Xiao Yu frowned, feeling more puzzled than surprised. It was hard to understand how Song Yun could undergo such a significant change in such a short time. What's wrong? Aren't these things just everyday occurrences for you? Song Yun said with a sinister smile, her tone colder than usual. Or have you suddenly become unaccustomed to it now that your stance has changed? Ning Tianpei felt that this scene was familiar. Indeed, genes do not lie. However, it was time for Song Zikin to pay for his mistakes. Song Yun suddenly looked at Xiao Yu and Mo Li, who were standing diagonally opposite her, then lowered her head in silence. For a brief moment, she felt a pang of reluctance in her emotions, which was strong enough to become the motivation for betraying them. Ning Tianpei suddenly noticed that Song Zikin moved his fingers. Sensing something was wrong, he quickly snatched the fire tong from Song Yun's hand and pushed her aside. In the process, he accidentally left a cut on Song Zikin's neck due to his lack of attention to his strength. The sudden pain made Song Zikin raise his hand to touch his neck, and when he looked at his palm, it was stained with bright red blood. This also exposed the fact that he had already cut the rope binding him. Ning Tianpei held the fire tong and let it hang by his side, sneering. Not pretending anymore? Xiao Yu instinctively took a step forward, shielding Mo Li behind him. Although Song Zikin was injured and lying in the trunk, he would not let his guard down. You have a new rope behind your head that isn't cut, Ning Tianpei said, lifting his chin. Do you want to do it yourself, or should I help you? For a moment, Song Zikin doubted his ears and then cursed. Are you crazy? How can I do it myself? I'll do it, said Song Yun, her expression calm, her emotions no longer as agitated as before. Ning Tianpei reached out to stop her while issuing orders to the person in the trunk. Throw the knife away. Song Zikin closed his eyes, although he was unwilling. He revealed the folded dagger under his arm and threw it out. Only then did Ning Tianpei let go of his hand that was blocking Song Yun. Mo Li tugged at Xiao Yu's sleeve, showing concern. If Song Zikin saw this as an opportunity to take Song Yun hostage, things would become troublesome. Xiao Yu guessed her worries and reassured her, it's fine. To Mo Li's surprise, Song Zikin was very compliant, allowing himself to be tied up. When he was pulled out of the car, he fell to the ground, his legs too weak to support him. She frowned. Indeed, in this state, he would be too weak to resist. Xiao Yu walked to the warehouse door, bent down, and pulled up the iron gate, instantly greeted by a strong smell of gunpowder. Mo Li, who was following behind, instinctively raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose, allowing her to continue asking the questions she hadn't managed to voice in the car. What are we doing here? Xiao Yu glanced at Song Zikin, who still hadn't gotten up from the ground, and replied cheerfully, before we get our hands on the alien ship, we need to find him a place that can shield him from the wind and rain, right? His voice was loud enough for Song Zikin to hear. However, at that moment, Song Zikin had already lost all hope, too apathetic to even give a basic reaction. At least on the surface, he showed no signs of resistance. This place is full of explosives. It's not safe for him to stay here, Mo Li said. Not safe. Xiao Yu countered. Are you saying he's not safe or that this dock isn't safe? Upon hearing this, Mo Li was momentarily stunned. Of course, it was the dock. You might be thinking too kindly of me, she thought, but ultimately refrained from voicing it. Xiao Yu chuckled. I must have thought too kindly of you. Mo Li was left speechless. Ning Tianpei bent down, tying a single rope to the rope binding Song Zikin's hands, then straightened up, looking down at Song Zikin as he tugged on the rope, signaling him to stand up. It looked just like walking a dog. Everyone watching could feel the immense humiliation, let alone Song Zikin himself at that moment. Although Song Yun pretended to be indifferent to everything happening in front of her, seeing her biological father treated this way still made her feel uncomfortable. She simply turned away, refusing to look down any longer. Mo Li noticed Song Yun's action of turning away and glanced at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu nodded at her, and with just a look, they understood each other's thoughts. He then patted her back gently and said softly, "Go ahead." Chapter 1:20 Nature in a warehouse filled with the smell of gunpowder. Song Zikin sat on the ground with his back against the wall, his expensive suit covered in incongruous dust, looking quite disheveled. Xiao Yu asked Ning Tianpei to go out first. He had something to discuss with Song Zikan alone. Mo Li was initially reluctant, but eventually turned away with a gray expression. Leaning against the wall, Song Zikan closed his eyes to rest, and surprisingly, he appeared somewhat at ease. Xiao Yu stood a meter away, looking down at him. Where have you hidden the Lu siblings? Upon hearing this, Song Zikan suddenly opened his eyes, realizing he still had one last straw to grasp. Without wasting words, he let a long-lost, arrogant aura appear on his haggard face. Let me go, my freedom in exchange for their freedom. This deal isn't a loss for you, right? Xiao Yu scoffed, catching Song Zikan off guard. Why do you think they're so important to me? A hint of panic flashed in Song Zikan's eyes, but he quickly concealed it, maintaining his arrogance. Not important? Will you send them away? He shot disdainful glances. Can't believe you haven't found them for so long. Aren't you supposed to be impressive? You've been fooled by me. Xiao Yu coldly laughed again. Look at you now. Do you still think I'm useless? Song Zikan instantly fell silent, glaring at him with gritted teeth, having killed him in his mind 1,000,000 times in just a few seconds. I expected this. Asking you is a waste of breath. Song Zikan raised his eyes to glare at him. Then why ask at all? Xiao Yu continued. I just wanted to see if a person like you would have a change of heart when facing death. He let out a cold hum from his nostrils. I overestimated you. You were incorrigible. After saying that, he took long strides towards the exit. Just as he was about to step out the door, he heard Song Zikan call him back. Wait. Xiao Yu stopped, slightly turning his face away from the sea, coldly asking, is there something else? Seeing that he wouldn't even look him in the eye, Song Zikan felt a bit annoyed and gritted his teeth. He struggled to suppress his anger and said, what do you want the alien star for? You're about to lose your life, and you still care about this? Answer me. Song Zikan shouted, his voice echoing throughout the warehouse. Outside, Ning Tianpei shifted her position towards the warehouse door, ready to rush in at any moment. Mo Li, hearing the shout, felt her heart tighten with anxiety. Only Song Yun remained silent, her expression blank, staring at the ground. Xiao Yu finally turned to face him, but his movement was to pull down the warehouse gate. His voice accompanied the sound of the door closing. You'll find out tonight, if you're quick. Before Song Zikan could react, the iron gate had completely sealed off, blocking out any light. He angrily shouted several times, his voice loud enough for those outside to hear clearly. Ning Tianpei looked around, relieved that there was no one nearby, and asked Xiao Yu, is it fine to just leave him like this? Should we go back and seal his mouth? Mo Li chimed in, but then thought it was a bit off and changed her mind, or should we just knock him out? Xiao Yu and Ning Tianpei both looked at her, while Song Yun's gaze also shifted to her. The first two were seriously considering the suggestion, while the latter was both surprised and conflicted, thinking that knocking him out might not be necessary. On the other hand, Ning Tianpei had unknowingly shifted her gaze to Song Yun, as if understanding her thoughts. What is that expression? You were the first to knock him out, right? Song Yun glanced at her and, silently, turned her face away. Xiao Yu was contemplating turning back to stop Song Zikan from making noise. But as soon as he stepped out, Ning Tianpei pulled him back. You and the master go handle the alien star issue. Leave this to us. Song Yun suddenly called out, looked over with an expression that seemed to say she didn't want to stay here. Was there anything else she could do? However, Xiao Yu quickly agreed, saying okay, before pulling Mo Li into the car. Watching the car drive away, Song Yun felt a bit lost in the howling sea wind. With the only means of transportation gone, and being in the outskirts, she found it hard to move even if she wanted to. You just softened your heart, didn't you? Ning Tianpei's gaze was still on the direction the car had left. Song Yun was not surprised by his question. She knew he must have seen through it since she was the closest to him just now. She didn't answer, so he took it as a silent agreement. And now, he looked at her, his eyes showing no negative emotions. Did she still have such thoughts? Song Yun paused, not giving a definitive answer to that question. He deserves it. You're not inherently bad. He looked into the distance, his expression calm. Unlike me. Song Yun had originally been facing the warehouse gate, still thinking about Song Zikan, but after hearing his words, her focus shifted to the point of comforting him. The sea breeze blew fiercely, lifting and dropping his black hair. She just watched him, not saying anything further. Inside the car, Mo Li had turned on the news broadcast as soon as she got in, providing real-time updates on the situation in the capital. Nearly an hour had passed since the bomb disposal expert arrived, but there was still no good news. Emily remained anxious, regretting her earlier decision to step back. "I'll park near the DM building. You wait in the car for me," Xiaoyu said. "You want to go in?" Emily asked anxiously, her worry instantly shifting to him. Xiaoyu, holding the steering wheel, glanced at her and smiled, hoping to ease her tension. "I'm not going in." At this point, he no longer looked at her, but continued speaking as he focused ahead. "I still want to live and face the apocalypse with you." Little did he know, Emily didn't catch the implication of his words and became serious, scolding him. "Huffed. What apocalypse? Haven't we already come up with a solution? Good things are effective. Bad things are effective." She then playfully slapped his arm 3 times. There's a saying, if you say something bad, you should slap yourself 3 times. You can also help others slap. Xiaoyu was amused by her silliness and chuckled, obediently making sounds into the air 3 times. Only then did Emily look back at her phone's live stream with reassurance, her attention shifting instantly without hesitation. Chapter 121, Warmth. Fortunately, the nuclear bomb in the capital has successfully had its remote control device dismantled. Now, the only way to detonate this nuclear bomb is to trigger it manually at close range. After listening to Emily's live broadcast, Xiaoyu said they should remind them to strengthen the police surveillance over the nuclear bomb. Although Song Zikan is now in our hands, we don't know what his countless followers might do. I'll contact Bai Ju right away. After saying this, Emily immediately dialed Bai Lingjun's number. As the head of the first bureau, Bai Lingjun has extensive connections and is likely to know people in the police department. His intervention would naturally be more convincing than Xiaoyu's, Emily thought. Xiaoyu held the steering wheel, tapping his fingertips rhythmically, his thin lips moving as if he wanted to say something. He thought that contacting them directly would be quicker. However, he did not stop Emily, as the car was already approaching the vicinity of the DM building, and there were more urgent matters waiting for him to attend to. After briefly explaining the situation, Emily hung up the phone, and the car stopped at the roadside the next moment. Once the car was parked, Xiaoyu suddenly changed his mind and turned to her, saying, "Come with me." "Where to?" Emily felt taken aback and became inexplicably nervous upon hearing him say to follow him. Feeling a real sense of involvement in a crime, Xiaoyu pointed to the building behind Emily, saying, "I have an apartment up there." Emily was momentarily stunned. "Huh? What? You have an apartment? What do you want me to go up there for?" Seeing her reaction, Xiaoyu quickly guessed what she was thinking. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but tease her further. "All my equipment is up there. Come down here." As he spoke, he pushed open the car door and got out. Could you have made that clear from the start? After getting in, Emily realized that the room was completely different from what she had imagined. Completely, utterly, completely different. Not to mention that there was no basic furniture here. The floor was just bare concrete. This was definitely a shell of a house. There was an iron frame with devices that looked like computer hosts stacked on it, flashing countless green lights. To the left of the iron frame, there was a very simple desk with 2 computers on it, 1 desktop and 1 laptop, both with dark screens, along with a disorganized pile of documents in front of the computers. Despite this, is running a guest house in Antarctica really that lucrative? Emily suddenly remarked. She knew that he had at least 2 apartments in the city, and now this one was located in the commercial center. "I didn't see you having any guests back then, did I?" Xiaoyu chuckled as he sat down at the desk. "If you keep going down this topic, are you planning to steal my opportunity to get rich?" Emily shrugged and pouted, saying casually, "Listening doesn't hurt." He was amused by her response. Emily felt bewildered by what was so funny. "What's so funny? I'm serious, okay?" She stopped thinking further and turned her gaze to the window. It was then that she understood why Xiaoyu chose such a high floor. Earlier in the elevator, she had complained about being so high. "What if the power goes out and I have to climb the stairs until I choke?" Xiaoyu said she'd understand once she got up here. And now that she had seen it, she truly did. The floor she was on was almost parallel to the top floor of the DM building. Though it was diagonally opposite, she could clearly see the environment inside the display windows of the opposite floor. While fiddling with the computer, Xiaoyu noticed she had become quiet for a moment and looked up at her, following her gaze. "The exoplanet is on the backside," he reminded her, then added in a tone that would make others think he was asking for a beating. "Too bad, there's no property for sale on the backside." Emily didn't want to respond to him. Her expression made him chuckle. At this time, the sky was neither dark nor light, but it would take another hour or two to become completely dark. This time was just enough for him to check whether the programs and data of Exoplanet had been altered. At this moment, the DM building seemed calm, but internally, it was in a state of chaos. In the eyes of the employees, the chairman, who was high and mighty and respected, had actually done something ridiculous by placing a nuclear bomb in the capital. Regardless of the reasons behind it, they could not accept it. Now there were strikes and revolts, but no one was at ease working. After the news broke, the stock of DM Group plummeted into a deep abyss, lower than a stinking gutter. The goodwill of once being passionate about public welfare and actively donating was destroyed in an instant. In the eyes of the public, Song Zikin was now akin to a rat crossing the street, despised by everyone. In summary, even if Song Zikin managed to escape, seeing such a world would probably make him so furious that he would die on the spot. In front of the warehouse at the dock, Ning Tianpei and Song Yun sat side by side on the embankment, facing the tightly closed warehouse gate. After that, Song Zikin did not resist or make any sound. This saved Ning Tianpei some effort. Song Yun, on the other hand, seemed to be devoid of thoughts, as if her soul had been drained. Watching the sky gradually darken, the workers at the dock began to dwindle, casting curious glances at them as they passed by. Ning Tianpei tightly held onto the phone Xiao Yu had left him before leaving, always waiting for his message. He hoped that everything would end soon, that the dust would settle, and the world would be peaceful. Thinking of this, he suddenly called her name, Song Yun. Upon hearing him call, Song Yun, who had been looking down at the ground, first furrowed her brow in reaction, then turned to look at him. He met her gaze, rare for him to smile, and said, "Think about what you want to do once everything is over." At first, she didn't understand why he would say this to her, but after seeing his facial expression, she felt as if he wanted to comfort her. Was it just an illusion? After a brief pause, she averted her gaze from him, half turning her body to look at the sea reflecting the streetlights. After a long time, she finally spoke, "You don't have to do this. Strictly speaking, we aren't even friends. Why do you have to care about my feelings? I don't even know what I want to do." He continued speaking to himself, "So I want to hear your thoughts. Maybe I can find what I want to do." He then started to self-deprecate. "I've always been doing what others tell me to do, and I seem to have lost my own ideas without realizing it. Song Zikin tells me to go left, and I don't dare go right. Although it might not be appropriate to say this to you, when I was leading him with a rope today, I actually didn't feel any thrill." Habits are indeed a terrifying thing. Song Yun listened quietly. The more she listened, the more she realized that it seemed she was not the one needing emotional support. The sea breeze brushed her face, giving a cool sensation, but inexplicably, warmth began to rise in Song Yun's heart. Chapter 122. Farming in the Warehouse. Song Zikin had been alone in the pitch-black environment for nearly half a day. He didn't know what time it was, or if it was already the next day. At first, he struggled with a sense of hope, wishing his subordinates could find him and rescue him. But now, he seemed to have lost the impulse to break Xiao Yu's legs. It was somewhat funny. He didn't even have the strength to cry for help. So how could he take revenge for the humiliation he felt? His only desire now was to have a cup of water. How humble, once so affluent and arrogant. Now he was so downcast and miserable. Outside the warehouse, Song Yun was still trying to understand Ning Tianpei's psychology. Suddenly, she thought of the plants far away from her. What if? She hesitated. Ning Tianpei looked up at her, his eyes flashing with a hint of expectation. "What do you want to say?" She changed her approach. "You know what I was doing before I returned to the country, right?" Ning Tianpei shook his head, "Understanding your past isn't within my business scope." After saying this, he felt a familiar sensation of being manipulated, and his pupils dimmed instantly. Song Yun noticed this and immediately regretted asking such a question. She tilted her head, closed her eyes, and silently cursed the air before turning back to face him, returning to her previous mindset of wanting to comfort him and help him find direction. "Are you interested in plants?" Ning Tianpei frowned at her, seemingly questioning with his eyes. "You know, the kind of life that is detached from worldly affairs, peaceful and leisurely." Ning Tianpei paused for a moment, recalling her earlier question. "Before you returned to the country, were you farming in the countryside abroad?" The phrase farming almost made her curse. But she thought for a moment and realized that farming wasn't entirely wrong. For her, taking care of those plants wasn't labor. It was a hobby. a significant part of the beauty in her life. A few seconds ago, when she seemed about to curse, Ning Tianpei instinctively shrank back slightly, still half reclining, worried that she might throw a punch at him next. Just consider me as farming. Are you interested in joining? He paused again. First, he didn't mind. Second, when he heard her ask, are you interested in joining? He felt a subtle and unprecedented sensation in his heart. Suddenly, a vibration in his palm broke his train of thought. Ning Tianpei straightened up impatiently to answer the call, and before the other party spoke, he asked, "What's going on?" Beside him, Song Yun felt the same way, looking at Ning Tianpei with anxious eyes. The troubles in her mind swept away in an instant. "It's settled," Xiao Yu said. "We're setting off to pick you up now. Don't let Song Zikan show up before we arrive to avoid attracting attention." Although it was already close to midnight and there were few people on the street, it was still wise to be cautious given the uncertainty about the dock workers' hours. Received. After saying that, he quickly hung up, seemingly unwilling to let the other party waste another second on him. Across the street from DM building, Emily looked at the spaceship on top of the opposite building, momentarily lost in thought. Although the alien star was currently cloaked, it was still possible to see its massive scale upon closer inspection, feeling a sense of shock. Previously, after Xiao Yu had rewritten all the modified programs, he discovered that there was still one last hurdle to let the alien star emerge. Thus, he spent nearly half an hour and finally successfully cracked Song Zikan's security system. The alien star, reborn with different beliefs, was now hovering above the DM building, waiting for the operator's instructions. Emily pointed to the sky outside the window and sincerely asked, "So we'll be walking on the ground, and it will be flying above us, right?" "Half right." Xiao Yu found her extremely serious expression amusing. He picked up the tablet used to control the alien star, nudging her toward the door, and continued, "We will be walking on the ground, but it has another destination." She turned her head slightly to ask where. "The launch base of a space agency." "Is this spaceship already a finished product?" she asked, internally marveling at how quickly Song Zikan acted and how efficient he was. "Not only is it a finished product, but it's also a very perfect one. It seems that after I left, he brought in someone even more capable than me." When he was cracking the program, he felt a sense of familiarity from the code. "Someone more capable? Is it someone you know?" Emily was curious about more than just 1 or 2 points. As they spoke, the elevator doors opened, and seeing that there were people inside, Xiao Yu chose not to continue. Once in the car, Emily looked out the window, unsure if the alien star had already flown away or if it was just too far away for her to see it. "Is it launching tonight?" she asked. "When it launches depends on when the asteroid reaches Earth." Upon hearing this, Emily opened her phone and entered the program she had written, specifically for observing the asteroid that was about to collide with Earth. The screen displayed a prominent countdown, showing the time as 5:37:16, with the seconds ticking away. Suddenly, she thought of something and panicked. "Did you just say the destination of the alien star is the launch base of the space agency? Doesn't it need approval from above? Did they mention when you entered that you had permission to use the launch base?" Hearing her say this, he realized that things were not fully in order. From his expression, she deduced the answer and became even more flustered. "How long has it been since the alien star set off? Do you know how long it will take to reach the launch base? Oh my God, what if it enters the airspace and the military detects it and shoots it down?" Her concerns were not unfounded, without prior communication with multiple parties. The scenario she mentioned could indeed happen. Xiao Yu tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "I'm stopping now to change course." She glanced at the countdown on her phone screen and felt a bit disheartened. With less than 6 hours left, how could they obtain approvals from multiple parties in that time? Besides, I remember that spaceships and rockets need to be approved months in advance for their launches. What if their flight paths overlap with military or civilian aircraft? She didn't know much about military flights, but civilian flights usually had their schedules prepared months or even a year in advance. There were so many places they needed to contact. What she mentioned was only what she could think of at the moment. 5.5 hours. Is it really enough? And now, it was still early morning. Chapter 123 again after the car came to a stop. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment, considering how to place the alien star. Mo Wei glanced at her phone and suddenly suggested, since it was the weekend and the students were all at home, the school playground would definitely be empty. How about the playground? Xiao Yu thought carefully but quickly dismissed her idea, as there was a possibility of campus police patrolling at night. and some students living far away might choose to stay on campus during the weekend. Mo Wei was not discouraged. She felt that the school playground was a very suitable place, empty and quiet, perfect for docking a ship. Isn't there a school in our city that doesn't have boarding? Xiaoyu looked at her and nodded seriously. No, really none. Upon hearing this, she leaned back in her chair, feeling disheartened. Where could they find such a large open space to place the ship? The words open space she mentioned gave Xiaoyu a new idea. The wilderness where they tied up Song Zikan today was just right, and it was cleverly located in the sparsely populated outskirts. There's a way, he said as he manipulated the tablet to input the coordinates. Mo Wei looked at him with confidence, and without asking, she felt very assured. When they went to the dock to pick someone up, nothing unexpected happened, which was also what Xiaoyu had anticipated. Who would come to rescue such a hot potato? Upon arriving, Xiaoyu found that the driver and the burly man were already gone, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It wasn't that he was worried that he and Ning Tianpei couldn't handle them, but rather that time was running out. And he didn't want to waste any more time on pointless matters. Until the car came to a stop. Song Yin still hadn't seen the spaceship that was so close, and she couldn't help but feel puzzled. As she opened the car door and got out, where was the spaceship? Didn't you say it was already on its way before we arrived? How could it take so long to get here? Isn't a spaceship supposed to be fast? Due to the surrounding darkness, Song Yin didn't notice the weeds bending over like a circle, which were caused by the strong winds when the spaceship landed earlier. Ning Tianpei, in place of an answer, took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and shone it around the grassy area. As someone who often operated at night, he had already noticed the differences in the surroundings. When the phone with the flashlight moved into Song Yun's line of sight, the dark area surprisingly reflected all of the flashlight's light back. If Song Yun took a few more steps forward, she would bump into the body of the alien star. For safety's sake, Xiaoyu didn't switch off the spaceship's invisibility mode but operated to open the cabin door. The other three were astonished by what they saw, feeling as if they were in a sci-fi blockbuster. All three had their mouths slightly agape, marveling at the visual shock. Xiaoyu followed them onto the ship. Looking inside through the open cabin door, the spaceship was equipped with advanced devices, with soft blue and cool white lights alternating to illuminate various high-end equipment. Mo Wei thought to herself, thankfully this can be remotely controlled with a computer. Otherwise, none of the four of them will be able to pilot it. Let alone talk about a perfect plan. Ning Tianpei had seen many high-end electronic products, but everything in front of him was on a completely different level compared to the listening devices and bugs he had encountered before. He silently observed, not making a sound for a long time. Song Yin suddenly asked, "So what is the final plan? What do you plan to do with the stolen spaceship?" Before Xiaoyu spoke, he habitually glanced at Mo Wei, but the other party was standing in front of the control panel, staring at it in a daze, completely unaware of his gaze. Let Song Zikan sit on the spaceship alone, and when the time comes, send him on his way. On his way? Song Yin was confused. Where to? And? Time? Based on what? This time, Xiaoyu looked at Ning Tianpei, signaling with his eyes for him to answer next. Then turned to walk towards Mo Wei. Just as he approached, and before he could make any move, Mo Wei turned her head as if she had timed it perfectly. She wore a cheerful expression, and we seemed to not have to go through such a cumbersome process to report to the higher-ups. Xiaoyu stood still, arms crossed, looking at her with interest. How so? Mo Wei pointed to the ground, saying, "Can't we just launch it from here?" "Here?" Xiaoyu repeated in disbelief. She nodded eagerly, completely convinced that this was an idea he couldn't refuse. Before coming up, I roughly observed the ground of the spaceship and found no signs of ground fissures. According to reverse thinking, a place where it can safely land, couldn't it take off smoothly? The reason Xiaoyu showed disbelief a few seconds ago was that he thought if the spaceship were to take off from the spot, the area underneath the spaceship would surely be blasted into a big hole, likely affecting the animals and plants within a radius of several miles. But now hearing her say this, taking off from the spot seemed to be a feasible plan. He glanced at Ning Tianpei and found that both he and Song Yun were looking at him with eager eyes. He turned back to the others, and they looked the same. He paused for a moment and turned on the tablet in his hand. Unfortunately, among the four of them, if anyone knew the spaceship best, it would indeed be him. His action made the three of them simultaneously relax their tense hearts. Seeing that there was hope, and Mo Wei added, unlike a rocket. When a rocket takes off, it emits extremely high-temperature flames. And when we just came out of the DM building, nothing happened, right? Ning Tianpei suddenly interjected, "This Song Zikin should have set up insulation layers or something under the spaceship, right?" He said this while looking at Xiaoyu with uncertainty. After all, Xiaoyu had been responsible for building the alien star, so he was surely more aware of these details than he was. Xiaoyu raised his face, and upon being reminded, he nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, there is insulation. Mo Wei's expression instantly brightened. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly asked, "That insulation layer, can it be moved?" Her implication was that if it could be moved, then they could steal it again. Of course, the other three also caught on. Song Yun laughed in disbelief. "I'm not saying, but isn't this a bit too fast for you? You're not satisfied with stealing once, and you want to steal a second time." Before Mo Wei could realize her mistake, Xiaoyu spoke up. "It can be moved, so I was just thinking about this issue." This was great. Mo Wei's desire to reflect on her actions completely vanished. Her mood instantly became bright and cheerful. Indeed, as long as the mind doesn't decline, there are always more methods than difficulties. Chapter 124. Sha Xiaoyu and Mo Li headed to the DM building while the other two stayed behind to keep watch over Song Zikin. After all, they had a living person stuffed in the trunk, and if they were stopped by the traffic police, it would be impossible to explain. Forget about saving the world. They would likely end up waiting for death in a detention center themselves. Fortunately, the chaotic state of the DM building saved them a lot of trouble. Although the thermal barrier was also computer-controlled, trying to take it all away would require significant manpower and time, which they didn't have. The two returned to Xiaoyu's house, preparing to clarify their battle plan before the operation. Emily thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with a solid plan. She suggested uncertainly, "Why don't we just launch it in that open space? We can stand back a bit." Xiaoyu pinched his chin and frowned in silence for a few seconds. Suddenly, he stood up from his chair, realizing they didn't need to come up with a complex strategy. "Let's just bring the alien star back. No one is stopping us anyway." "Oh." Almost the moment he finished speaking, she completely agreed with his idea. The reason they hadn't thought of this earlier was that they hadn't connected the current situation at the DM building with it. "Well, this is good. I was worried we wouldn't have enough time. Now, before the asteroid arrives, we'll probably be bored enough to meditate all night," he joked. Emily sighed in relief, her tense mood finally easing. They decided not to move anymore. Xiaoyu instructed Ning Tianpei to throw Song Zikin onto the alien star, while he and Song Yun would find them later. What they needed to do next was wait for the fireworks feast to begin. Before that, based on the asteroid's arrival time, Xiaoyu and Mo Li calculated the exact launch time for the alien star, down to the second. Not long after they finished their work, Ning Tianpei and Song Yun arrived at the address Xiaoyu provided. Upon hearing that the alien star would launch in the early morning, Ning Tianpei felt somewhat disappointed. At that time, there won't be many people to witness the fireworks feast, will there? He said with a rare smile. Song Yun's mind immediately raced with ideas. She adjusted her laptop. The news about the asteroid colliding with Earth isn't public yet, right? What if? Emily felt uneasy about this, but didn't want to oppose it. To avoid dampening the mood, she softly told the person next to her, "I'll take a nap. I'll set my alarm to wake up." She didn't want to miss such a once-in-a-century event. Although Emily spoke softly, Song Yun still heard her. Her sly smile froze on her face, and sharp-eyed Ning Tianpei moved the laptop to face him. "I'll do it." On this matter, he and Song Yun were on the same side. He also wanted more people to see Song Zikin's beautiful ending. Xiaoyu had no intention of stopping them. His gaze locked onto Emily, who leaned against the wall, eyes closed in meditation, looking extremely tired. Ning Tianpei chose Weibo as the platform to announce the news, deliberately registering an anonymous account. The post was information-rich yet concise, detailing everything from the discovery of the asteroid to Song Zikin's decision to build a spaceship upon learning about it, and finally, their anonymous hero's gift to the world. Despite it being late at night, within 10 minutes of posting, the Weibo post received over 10,000 shares, comments, and likes. Some condemned Song Zikin as inhuman, while others thanked them for their actions. The vast majority expressed that they would wait and see without questioning the authenticity of the information. Now, the audience had grown from just 4 to thousands. As time passed, 2 minutes before the launch, The dimly lit horizon was already faintly visible with the asteroid heading towards Earth. By now, the post likes had skyrocketed to 235 million. And even mainstream media had released hundreds of news articles based solely on the information in the post. Watching all of this, Song Yun was nearly speechless. For someone who had lived in the countryside, surrounded by plants, this was indeed a bit overwhelming. The power of the internet was astonishing. Ning Tianpei set up his phone, pointing the camera at the top of the DM building, and went live with the same account he used to post on Weibo. As the time came, the alien star, carrying Song Zikan, launched on time, shooting towards the sky at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the asteroid that was supposed to bring destruction to Earth. The four stood side by side in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, all feeling a sense of tension as they witnessed the process. Closer, closer, until the two finally collided. In an instant, accompanied by a strong tremor, a massive fireball erupted in the sky, and the spaceship and asteroid fragments were blown to ashes by the shockwave, transforming in an instant and scattering across the world. This was a spectacle that could not be created artificially. Once the dust settled, Xiaoyu pulled Mo Li and headed outside, saying he had good news to share with her. Along the way, no matter how she asked, he maintained a smile and stayed silent, clearly trying to make her anxious. By the time they arrived, she stopped asking and shifted her gaze to the street scenery outside the window. Unconsciously, she fell asleep, perhaps due to her own mood. When she opened her eyes again, familiar streets, alleys, and even trees triggered memories in her mind, particularly those of Grandma Yue. She suddenly straightened her back from the chair, looking at him in disbelief. In just a second, countless emotions flashed in her eyes, with gratitude being the most prominent. Before Xiaoyu could speak, she opened the car door and jumped out. She ran excitedly without realizing she had lost one shoe until she saw the familiar shop appear in her line of sight, at which point she unconsciously stopped, standing in place. Watching the busy figures in the store, her eyes began to well up. Xiaoyu followed behind her, holding the shoe she had lost. In fact, he had already found Lu Lao and his siblings, and his earlier questions to Song Zikan at the dock warehouse were out of compassion, wanting to leave him a way out. He stepped forward, gently patting her back, and softly said, "Wipe your tears. If Grandma sees you like this, she'll definitely worry." She smiled through her tears, obediently wiping her face. He bent down to help her put on the shoe. At that moment, as he stood up, Lu Yue saw them. Mo Li, who had just been crying, quickly walked towards Lu Yue, who was smiling and waving at them by the shop entrance, and without saying a word, she hugged her. Lu Yue was startled and kept patting her back. "Oh no, what happened? Did that guy bully you? Grandma will teach him a lesson." She playfully shot a glare at Xiaoyu. Despite Mo Li's efforts to suppress her emotions, she still said with a choked voice, "I missed you." Hearing her, Lu Lao also walked out of the store. Seeing this scene, he felt an indescribable relief. He looked at Xiaoyu, who was approaching, and they exchanged a knowing nod. Time seemed to rewind to the day Mo Li and Grandma Yue reunited, sharing laughter and drinks, although Mo Li still occasionally sobbed. End of the book.